May 1st, 2019, International Labor Day. A perfect day for a wedding. At the entrance of the Shangri-La Hotel in Daoqing City, arches and banners marked the occasion. Red carpets had been laid out, and sound technicians were making final preparations. Everything indicated that a grand ceremony was about to take place. Chen Xu, it's time to go pick up the bride, urged Sun Hongmei, Chen Xu's elderly mother, now with silver hair but dressed in festive new clothes. Yes, Mom, Chen Xu replied softly, his eyes misting slightly as he looked at his hard-working mother, who rarely dressed up like this. At 32 years old, he was finally getting married. He called out to Lu Jie, his best man and longtime friend, who had already been waiting by his side, and they headed out together. The bride, Lisa, was from Zhejiang province. After graduating, she had moved to Daocheng for work. At 28, she had met Chen Xu through a mutual introduction last year, and their wedding had quickly been arranged. Today, she was staying at her aunt's house not far from the hotel. Sitting in the driver's seat, Chen Xu turned to Lu Jie and asked playfully, "Hey man, I'm getting married. Don't you get jealous?" Lu Jie was Chen Xu's high school classmate. Though they went to different universities, they both ended up working in Daoqing after graduation and remained close friends. He was the same age as Chen Xu, a firm believer in remaining single, and today he was helping out as the best man. You wouldn't understand. Marriage is the grave of life, bro. Right now I change girls every few months, never been better. You're just too innocent to get it, Lu Jie said dismissively, waving his hand. Chen Xu wanted to pinch him for that smug look on his face, but just then the firecrackers started booming outside, pulling his attention away. Amidst the crackling sounds of fireworks, Chen Xu handed out red envelopes along the way and soon arrived at the fourth floor, where the SAS room was located. "My love, I'm here to get you," Chen Xu shouted cheerfully toward the door. Just as he reached for the handle, several burly men blocked his path. "Groom, according to our custom, you have to pay an entry fee before stepping inside," one of them said with a smirk. Chen Xu smiled. "Sure thing." He took a stack of red envelopes from Lu Jie and handed one to each man. They opened them, only to find 10 yuan notes inside. "That's it. We want 18,000. You think we're beggars?" One shouted angrily. Chen Xu and his mother had personally prepared all the red envelopes filled with 1, 5, and 10 yuan notes. 10 yuan was considered a generous gift. No one had mentioned 18,000 before. "How much did you say?" Before Chen Xu could speak, Lu Jie blurted out, 18,000. Cash only, not a penny less." The men stood tall, clearly intending to shake them down. Chen Xu didn't even recognize these guys, probably distant relatives of the SAS. "Liang, go ask your sister what's going on. Didn't we already give 280,000 yuan as a dowry?" Chen Xu tried to hold back his anger as he turned to Li SAS' younger brother, Li Yong. 20-year-old Li Yong, still a university student, cautiously stepped into the room. A moment later, he came back out and said from behind the door, "My sister says this is part of our local tradition. We need the 18,000. Chen Xu felt his fury rising, but thinking of his mother waiting at the hotel and all the guests who had come, he swallowed his pride. After confirming again with Li Yong, Chen Xu had no choice but to call his older sister, Chen Yin, asking if she could bring the money over. Chen Yin arrived shortly, patting Chen Xu's shoulder reassuringly before heading into the room. "Lisa, we respect your customs, but don't forget ours either. Let Chen Xu in first, so the ceremony can begin while my husband goes to retrieve the money." 39-year-old Chen Yin ran her own clothing store and had seen all sorts of wedding dramas. She stayed calm and spoke gently. Lisa instinctively nodded, but when she saw her mother shaking her head, she hesitated and said, "Sis, really this is our tradition." Seeing no success in persuasion, Chen Yin returned to the door to calm Chen Xu down, asking him to wait. 20 minutes passed before Chen Xu's brother-in-law, Wang Zhongqing, rushed in with the cash. Chen Yin checked the bundle and handed it to Chen Xu. Finally satisfied, the burly men stepped aside with grins. Chen Xu walked in silently, his expression cold. Anyone could see the groom was unhappy. He just wanted to finish everything and leave as soon as possible. But things didn't go his way. After a long search for the bride's shoes, just as everyone thought they could finally leave, Li SS' second aunt stepped forward. "Wait, there's another tradition, 38,000 yuan for the bride's first step out of bed. Also cash only." "What? More money? That's the third time. This is ridiculous." Chen Xu's groomsmen erupted in protest. Chen Xu's temper flared again. He stared at Lisa and asked coldly, "Lisa, are you serious?" Actually, this wasn't her idea, but memories flashed in her mind, conversations with her family, urging her to act this way. "Lisa, think about your brother. How will he ever marry if you don't set a strong example? Exactly. Your parents raised you. How can you let Chen Xu take you without making him pay? You have to show him who's in control. If you don't do it now, he'll dominate you forever. This is a test of his love. If he truly loves you, he'll pay. He's already old. He must be desperate to get married. Thinking of those words, Lisa slowly nodded. Before Chen Xu could explode, Chun Yin quickly intervened. Lisa, we're not refusing, but you didn't mention this earlier. It's impossible to prepare right now. The wedding timing is almost up. Can we do this after the ceremony? We'll bring the money this afternoon. No, it has to be now. No payment, no stepping out of bed. Li Sas' second aunt refused firmly. Chun Yin suggested transferring the money instead, but again the aunt insisted. Cash only. While Chun Yin was about to send her husband back to the bank, Chen Xu finally snapped. Lisa, I'm counting to 3. If you don't come with me, we're calling off the wedding. His voice was icy as he counted. Lisa burst into tears, but made no move to get up. F this. Chen Xu threw the bouquet to the ground and stormed toward the man who had taken the entry fee. Give me my money back. Startled by the rage in Chen Xu's eyes, the man handed over the bag without hesitation. Chen Xu left immediately, followed closely by Lu Jie and the other groomsmen. Sighing deeply, Chen Yin followed as well. Inside the apartment, only the SAS family remained, stunned and angry. Lisa wanted to chase after him, but her second aunt stopped her. Don't worry, he's bluffing. There's so many people waiting at the hotel, he won't dare cancel the wedding. Downstairs, Chen Xu took a deep breath and handed the bag of money to his sister. Sis, I made up my mind. I'm not getting married. I'm sorry for embarrassing you and Brother Wang. Chen Yin had been furious watching the whole scene unfold, but she still tried to reason with him. Su, think carefully. This is your life. Don't make decisions based on others. I've thought it through, sis. I won't regret it. Chen Xu interrupted. He got into the car. With a signal, the bridal procession drove off. Back at the hotel, Chen Xu entered the banquet hall and grabbed the microphone from the master of ceremonies. Everyone, I'm very sorry. The wedding is off. Think of this as a party. Enjoy the food and drinks. And please remember to take your gifts with you. There at the sign-in desk. With that, he stepped down, ignoring the murmurs spreading across the crowd. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the SAS apartment, with accusations flying everywhere. Lisa sobbed uncontrollably, her makeup running. Her second aunt muttered, I didn't expect him to actually walk out. She shut up quickly when she saw Li SAS' father glaring at her. Suddenly, Li SAS' phone rang. She answered eagerly. She had tried calling Chen Xu multiple times before, but now maybe he had changed his mind. Lisa, return the 280,000 yuan dowry and the 5 pieces of gold jewelry within today, or it'll go straight to your village and expose everything. Click. Lisa broke down completely. Back at the banquet hall, Chen Xu sat beside his mother, Sun Hongmei. His sister must have already told her what happened. She seemed unusually calm. Son, since your father passed, you've been the man of the house. You must decide your own future, she said gently. I know, Mom, Chen Xu replied bitterly. Sun Hongmei stood up, exchanged a few polite words with the guests, and left with Chen Yin. They were proud people, and such a public humiliation was unbearable. They couldn't stay to face the whispers. As for Chen Xu, he had already lost all dignity. At this point, he didn't care anymore. He turned off his phone, waved at Lu Jie and the others, and ordered more alcohol. Within an hour, he had drunk more than half a liter of baijiu. Lu Jie knew Chen Xu was hurting, so he didn't try to comfort him, just kept drinking alongside him. After more than an hour, Chen Xu was slurring badly. Lu Jie, I don't want to live like this anymore. I want to live for myself. Maybe being single isn't so bad. Hey, why don't you ever get married? Lu Jie was also tipsy, though still relatively sober. He chuckled. You wouldn't understand. You've barely even seen real women. Chen Xu got angry. What the hell does that mean, Lu Jie? You think I don't know women? Since you know so much, take me to meet some. Lu Jie thought for a moment. Not lately. The police crackdowns are tight. If you're brave enough, sure, but if you get caught, they'll bail you out. Oh, those kind of women, Chen Xu muttered, about to curse when his sister Chen Yin walked in. Chen Xu, Lisa returned the dowry and the gold jewelry. Realizing Chen Xu had canceled the wedding publicly and would not change his mind, Li SAS family decided to back down. They feared he might go to her village and shame them forever. For Chen Xu, calling off the wedding meant little no marriage certificate had been signed yet. As long as his reputation stayed intact, finding another match wouldn't be hard. Relieved, Chen Xu finally collapsed, unconscious. Let me know if you'd like me to continue translating further chapters. Chapter 2. Rebirth in senior year. As Chen Xu slumbered peacefully, he suddenly felt a hand gently patting his face. Chen Xu, wake up, wake up. Recognizing the voice as Lu Jie, he mumbled sleepily. Lu Jie, have you found a good woman? What woman? Were you dreaming? Hurry up. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Xu felt a sharp pain in his cheek as Lu Jie pinched him, jolting him awake. Upon sitting up, Chen Xu focused his gaze and realized he was in a small room furnished with several bunk beds, perched on the upper bunk himself. Before him sat a young man clad in the uniform of the second high school of XX City, none other than Lu Jie in his youth. Have I truly been reborn? Chen Xu could hardly believe it. He reached out to pinch Lu Jie's cheek, but Lu Jie deftly evaded him. Resigned, Chen Xu pinched his own thigh instead. Ouch, that really hurts. At Lu Jie's insistence, Chen Xu hastily dressed and got out of bed. The morning bell had already rung, and noticing Chen Xu's delay, Lu Jie had stayed behind to rouse him. They hurriedly made their way to the classroom of Class 9, senior year. Chen Xu was aware of his seat, right next to Lu Jie. Their homeroom teacher, Mr. Gao, was already present in the classroom. Upon seeing the two arrive a tad late but not excessively so, he chose not to comment. Chen Xu observed Mr. Gao, who appeared considerably younger than when he had last seen him after starting work. Once seated, he promptly took out his Chinese textbook and began reciting aloud. Mr. Gao, noticing that all the students had arrived, leisurely left the room with his water cup. Chen Xu glanced at his hands, the familiar desk and pencil case, and pulled out a small mirror from between the pages of his book to examine his features. Heavens, I have truly been reborn. To hell with dowries. To hell with women. This lifetime, I shall live for myself. Filled with exhilaration, Chen Xu wanted to curse loudly at Li Sa, but he knew such outbursts were inappropriate in the classroom. Instead, he picked up his Chinese textbook and began reading the text with great fervor, his voice booming amidst the chorus of recitations surrounding him. Lu Jie, however, noticed something was amiss. What's up with Chen Xu today? He seems unusually spirited. Could it be that he really had a dream this morning? Perhaps those books I lent him were too stimulating. After reading for half a period and finishing one book, Chen Xu finally expended some of his pent-up excitement. He set down the textbook and took a sip from his water cup to soothe his nearly hoarse throat. Chen Xu, maybe you should avoid those kinds of books in the future. You seem a bit too invigorated this morning, Lu Jie remarked, unable to restrain himself. Shut up. Do you think I'm like you? Chen Xu retorted, filled with enthusiasm from his rebirth, devoid of any lewd thoughts. Seeing Chen Xu's denial, Lu Jie chose to disregard him. Chen Xu then set down his textbook and surveyed his surroundings. The classroom was just as he remembered it, with a corner of the blackboard missing, displaying the countdown to the college entrance examination, 256 days until the exam. Chen Xu calculated in his mind, it was now 2004. And he was in his senior year, having just begun the semester. He was situated in a county-level city under an island municipality, where there were 5 or 6 high schools. His school, the second high, was regarded as one of the better institutions, known for its solid teaching and management. As Chen Xu surveyed his classmates, he noticed Li Shui sitting next to him, Wang Chao and Song Yuanyu in front, and Zhang Shu and Chen Kai behind him, all exhibiting youthful innocence. Chen Xu stole a few glances at Li Shui, who caught him and shot him a fierce glare. Why was this girl so fierce? Was she really that impressive as the class flower? In his previous life, Chen Xu would have dutifully averted his gaze to focus on his studies. However, having been reborn, he was indifferent to such trivial matters and propped his chin on his hand, gazing intently at Li Shui. She sported the typical short hair of students with almond-shaped eyes, willow leaf eyebrows, and a round face, albeit marred by a few freckles that detracted from her beauty. Li Shui initially thought Chen Xu would behave, but to her surprise, he only intensified his attention. She glared at him a few more times, yet he remained unfazed, even sporting a hint of a smile, which nearly brought her to tears out of frustration. Noticing the tears welling in her eyes, Chen Xu realized he had inadvertently provoked her, and fearing the embarrassment of her crying in public, he straightened up and ceased his gaze. Li Shui took a moment to regain her composure, gritting her teeth in anger, internally cursing Chen Xu as a rogue. Meanwhile, Chen Xu feigned interest in his book, though his thoughts drifted back to his rebirth. System? Golden finger? Space? Old man. After calling out internally for quite some time without response, he felt disheartened. It seemed that while others possessed various advantages, he could only rely on himself. During lunch, Chen Xu wore a despondent expression, prompting Lu Jie, seated beside him, to tease him. Chen Xu, what is up with you? You look like someone just died. This was Lu Jie's usual banter, so Chen Xu didn't take offense. However, an overwhelming wave of emotion surged within him. His father should still be alive, right? Chen Xu's father had tragically passed away in a car accident when Chen Xu was in his second year of college, leaving his mother, Sun Hongmei, with a head of white hair overnight. Realizing he had been reborn to his senior year of high school, it dawned on him that his father should be alive at this time. His heart raced with tumultuous emotions as he felt an irresistible urge to confirm this. Damn it, I'm going back, he muttered to himself, slapping his own face. Here he was, reborn, having vowed to live for himself and to shed his cautious demeanor. Yet he was now hesitant to even check if his father was home. Lu Jie, witnessing Chen Xu slap himself, looked on in bewilderment as Chen Xu announced he was heading home and dashed off, leaving Lu Jie even more perplexed. It was the time for day students to return home for lunch, and Chen Xu, unable to find his own bicycle, hastily borrowed the newest one he could find and bolted out of the school gates. Pedaling furiously, Chen Xu reached home in a mere 10 minutes. A journey that usually took 20. Mom, he shouted before even entering, startling son Hongmei, who was washing clothes in the yard. What's wrong? Has something happened? Seeing her son, who should have been at school, return unexpectedly sent a wave of panic through her. Surely nothing terrible had occurred. Gazing at his mother, who still appeared youthful with her head of black hair, Chen Xu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Noticing her anxiety, he quickly explained, I forgot something and came back to get it. Whereas Dad? Son Hongmei, taken aback by his eager expression, was left bewildered. Your dad? Your father is working at the lumber mill in town. What brings you here? A great weight lifted from Chen Xu's heart. Nothing, just wanted to ask. He hurried into the house, pretending to grab something. Mom, I've got what I need, I'm leaving. With that, Chen Xu dashed off. His father, Chen Zhangwo, labored at the town's lumber mill, and Chen Xu knew the address well. He rode his bike straight to the factory entrance. Old Chen, your son is here, called out a familiar coworker to Chen Zhangwo. Chen Xu felt completely at ease upon seeing his father emerge steadily. Chen Xu, why have you come? Is there something wrong? The concern in Chen Zhangwo's voice mirrored that of son Hongmei. After years apart, seeing his father before him nearly brought tears to Chen Xu's eyes. Yet, Chen Zhangwo had always been a stern father, so Chen Xu refrained from any affectionate gestures, deeming them inappropriate. It's nothing, Dad. I just went home to grab some things. I'm short on money. Could you lend me 20 yuan? Despite his usual seriousness, Chen Zhangwo was quite generous with Chen Xu and, without questioning, handed over the 20 yuan. All right, I'll head back now. With that, Chen Xu felt a sense of relief. He needed to rush back to school. Upon returning, the first class had already commenced. And, as luck would have it, it was Mr. Gao's Chinese class. Report. Chen Xu stood at the door. Chen Xu, what's the matter? Teacher, I underestimated my living expenses this month and just went home to get some more. Mr. Gao's skepticism was palpable. Why didn't you come to ask me for leave then? Unable to divulge the truth, Chen Xu could only say he forgot. How could you forget to eat? Go stand at the back. Chen Xu's unauthorized departure from school constituted a serious breach of discipline. Lacking a valid reason, Mr. Gao would not let him off lightly. Chen Xu pouted and took his place at the back, enduring the mockery of Lu Jie and others. Now, the next question. Qingqing Jiji, Xingying Xiangbiao. Where does it originate? Mr. Gao continued his lesson. Li Mi's Qin Qing Biao, the class chorused. Chen Xu, recite it from the beginning. Mr. Gao gestured toward him. Laughter erupted around him. Everyone knew Chen Xu struggled academically, ranking over 40 in class. It was clear Mr. Gao intended to embarrass him, especially with Li Shui laughing particularly heartily. Chen Xu felt like a stampede of wild horses galloping through his mind. He hadn't studied in over a decade, merely skimming the text that morning. How could he recite it? Just as he contemplated admitting his inability, he unexpectedly recalled the opening lines and began to recite. 2 lines were better than none, after all. Chinmi said, due to perilous circumstances, I have long suffered calamity. Born in June, my loving father has turned his back. To Chen Xu's surprise, he not only remembered the 2 lines but continued to recall the subsequent lines, and so it went, until he recited the entire passage in one breath. I would rather die than let my life be wasted. I cannot bear the fear of being treated like a dog or a horse. I respectfully present this memorial. As Chen Xu finished, an astonished silence enveloped the room. Not a single word was incorrect. Mr. Gao was taken aback by Chen Xu's proficiency and found himself at a loss for words to criticize him further. Ultimately, he simply waved his hand, allowing Chen Xu to return to his seat. Lu Jie's eyes widened like brass bells. When did you learn this? Have you been secretly studying behind my back? Chen Xu's smugness was palpable. Let us keep it low-key. Just know that I'm a genius. There's no need to be overly astonished. Lao Gao clapped the lectern to quell the commotion stirred by Chen Xu before resuming his lecture. Li Shui and her desk mate, Song Qian, exchanged glances, both astonished by what they saw in each other's eyes. They pondered that they might not be able to recite the text verbatim. Realizing that Chen Xu had indeed dedicated himself to his studies, Lu Jie, too occupied to press Chen Xu further, settled down to continue listening to the lesson. Though feigning attentiveness, Chen Xu's mind was tumultuous. He had merely skimmed through the material that morning. How could he remember it so vividly? Unconvinced, Chen Xu casually flipped open a page and began reciting the first 2 lines. To his astonishment, he found he could memorize this piece as well. 5 minutes later, Chen Xu finally confirmed that he had committed the entire language textbook to memory. Could it be that he was on the path to becoming a diligent student? Joy surged within him. At that moment, he ranked about 40th in his class. Later performing exceptionally well on the college entrance exam and securing a place in a vocational college, where he spent 3 years before seeking employment. Now, with this newfound ability, thoughts of Peking University and Tsinghua University danced in his mind. When class ended, Chen Xu was elated. And even Li Shui's remark about a petty individual reveling in their success couldn't dampen his spirits. Lu Jie remained skeptical, suspecting Chen Xu of clandestinely studying, embodying the classic fear of a friend struggling, yet also the apprehension of a friend driving a luxury vehicle. Chen Xu, left with no choice, turned to Lu Jie and declared, "Yes, I have seen the light. I am now committed to my studies, aspiring to become a person of value to the nation and society." Lu Jie nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Wait, then what about the Jinping Mei you borrowed from me yesterday?" Chen Xu, feeling embarrassed, replied, "Did I really do that?" Chapter 3. Mastery throughout the entire morning. Chen Xu immersed himself in diligent study. It was indeed a time when he could easily memorize everything after a single reading, and he felt compelled to seize this fleeting ability to learn. What if this gift vanished in a few days? Would he not become a fool for not taking advantage of it? By midday, his capacity for retention remained intact, allowing Chen Xu to relax somewhat. After finishing lunch with Lu Jie, they returned to their dormitory. Upon entering, he made a beeline for his bed, acutely aware that the mental exertion from the morning had left him utterly fatigued. His dorm mates, noticing Chen Xu's return, began to chatter curiously about his recent ability to recite texts from memory. However, Chen Xu was too exhausted to engage and merely offered a few perfunctory responses before seeking rest. Across the room, Zhao Xiaolong, who occupied the lower bunk, observed Chen Xu's indifference and felt an inexplicable urge to provoke him. With a sardonic tone, he remarked, "So you memorized a text, huh? One might think you topped the exam." In a daze, Chen Xu did not catch the comment. Yet Lu Jie, as a steadfast friend, could not tolerate such insolence and promptly confronted Zhao Xiaolong, demanding, "What did you say? Repeat that." Zhao Xiaolong, a diligent student who consistently ranked among the top 5 in class and was rather handsome, though somewhat short at 168 centimeters, found himself intimidated by Lu Jie's towering 180 centimeters stature and hesitated to speak further. Yang Jiejia, Zhao Xiaolong's desk mate, interjected on his behalf, "What is your problem?" "Lu Jie? He was only making a comment. Are you really going to resort to violence?" Encouraged by Yang Jiejia's defense, Zhao Xiaolong's bravado surged. "Yeah, it's just a text. Look at how smug he is, acting like he is above everyone else." The surrounding students nodded, finding some validity in Zhao Xiaolong's words. The escalating volume of their exchange roused Chen Xu from his impending slumber. After catching snippets of the quarrel, he began to comprehend the situation. "Zhao Xiaolong, I was on the verge of sleep and didn't hear your comments. Do you presume that everyone shares your contemptuous outlook?" Chen Xu retorted, recalling the disdainful expression Zhao Xiaolong wore when others sought help with mathematics. The others resonated with Chen Xu's sentiments, recalling Zhao Xiaolong's previous dismissive behavior, leading to a shift in public opinion. Unyielding, Zhao Xiaolong shot back, "So, enlighten us. You can only recite a text. What is so impressive about that?" "I don't find reciting a text particularly impressive. It's your inflated sense of superiority that is amusing," Chen Xu replied, resolutely intent on resting. "Humph. As if anyone couldn't do that," Zhao Xiaolong muttered, his voice trailing off yet still murmuring under his breath. "You can you? Then recite one for me to hear," Chen Xu challenged, a spark of inspiration igniting in his mind. "Fine, I'll recite it. This text is easy. I, the minister, with grave peril, have long been beset by ominous forewarnings," Zhao Xiaolong began confidently. "Stop. Reciting it forwards is nothing remarkable. Let us see you do it backwards." Chen Xu interrupted. Zhao Xiaolong spat dismissively, "That is easier said than done. If you've got the skill, give it a try." If you can recite even a segment, I'll concede you're something special. I can recite it, but I have a stipulation. If I succeed, you must refrain from bothering me in the future. I have no desire to converse with someone of your ilk, Chen Xu declared. Agreed. However, if you cannot recite it, you should refrain from pretending in the future. Zhao Xiaolong is not at a loss either. Haha, fine. Chen Xu was so amused that he laughed despite his irritation. Now claiming that he was pretending, when Yi Biao Bai Jane. 6 has 19 years, and now Lu Muzu. 4 has 14 years, and now Mi Chen. Chen Xu recited the last segment of the Qin Qing Biao backward, and as before, the surrounding crowd was enveloped in an eerie silence. Zhao Xiaolong instinctively felt the urge to deny it. You must be reciting it incorrectly. I didn't understand a single word. Upon his assertion, the others around him chimed in, agreeing, indeed, I didn't understand a word either. Chen Xu chuckled. Well, of course, you wouldn't comprehend it when recited backward. 1 Yi Biao Bai Jin, when reversed, becomes Jin by Biao E1. Qing Ji Ju Bu Ma Quan Sheng Bu Chun. Reversed is Chun Bu Sheng Quan Ma Ju Ji Qing. Chen Xu recited it word for word, allowing his classmates time to ponder, and gradually, they began to realize, wow, he truly recited it backward. It was indeed backward, and Chen Xu was exceptionally impressive. Zhao Xiaolong managed to recite one sentence backward himself, and it was indeed quite difficult to comprehend. Chen Xu was right. He truly had recited it backward. He could not fathom that Chen Xu possessed such a remarkable talent. Yet he could not bring himself to apologize, so he merely buried his head in the pillow like an ostrich. Chen Xu called out, I hope you remember your promise. Without paying heed to the enthusiasm of Lu Jie and others, he waved his hand and said, Guys, I really can't anymore. I am exceedingly tired. Let us discuss it when I wake up. Only then did the group relent, engaging in conversation amongst themselves, entirely disregarding Zhao Xiaolong's sullen expression. Thus, Chen Xu lay down to sleep. When the wake-up bell rang, Lu Jie called Chen Xu up once more. Chen Xu splashed his face with cold water, feeling somewhat more alert, and headed straight for the classroom. The others in the dormitory had arrived early and had already spread word of Chen Xu's midday brilliance. So, as soon as he entered the room, a throng of people surrounded him. The girls, led by Song Yuan, chattered excitedly. Chen Xu, can you really recite the Qin Qing Biao backward? Ah, I can manage to recite a bit, he replied modestly. Someone pulled out the textbook. Chen Xu, recite it for us. Overwhelmed by the crowd of girls playfully coaxing him, Chen Xu had no choice but to recite another segment. Song Yuan, peering at the textbook word by word, exclaimed, he truly recited it backward. Not a single word was wrong. Wow, so this is what it means to recite it fluently in reverse. As class time approached, and with everyone still gathered around, Chen Xu hastily urged them, oh, it's quite simple. It's merely reciting it backward. If you don't believe me, try it yourself. Now off you go. What else could Chen Xu say? Could he possibly reveal the truth? Thus, the classroom erupted into a chorus of attempts at reciting backward. Nearby, Lu Jie recited a couple of lines before tossing the book aside. Forget it. I haven't even mastered it forward. Similarly, Li Shui, fearing that Chen Xu might notice her, quietly attempted to recite a few lines, only to find that it was indeed of an entirely different difficulty than reciting it forwards. The first class in the afternoon was a political lesson, precisely the type that Chen Xu adored. He perused the textbook from beginning to end before picking up a second book. Chen Xu, what on earth are you doing? On one side, Lu Jie observed Chen Xu flipping through his books incessantly and inquired, I recall there was a 10 yuan note tucked within the political textbook. I must search for it. Chen Xu responded with a serious, yet nonsensical tone. Lu Jie reached out to take the book. 10 yuan? I'll help you look for it. Scram. Chen Xu swatted Lu Jie's hand away. As Chen Xu diligently immersed himself in his political studies, Li Shui, seated nearby, occasionally cast glances in his direction. It puzzled her how someone who had previously performed far worse academically could suddenly exhibit such a transformation. After class, Lu Jie quietly remarked to Chen Xu, is something amiss at home? Your demeanor has been unusual these past few days. Chen Xu understood that his changes could not be concealed from his closest friend. He feigned profundity and replied, you know, once I climbed over the wall to go online and discovered that my father was sending me money to save on lodging costs. I ended up dozing off under the school wall. Come on. ISNT your home, just 5 kilometers from school? Why bother saving on lodging? Lu Jie immediately spotted the inconsistency. Can't you simply listen to the story? Chen Xu shot him a glare. It's just that my parents are getting older and have no additional income. Supporting me isn't easy. Chen Xu then reminisced about his past life, where he and his sister had to attend school, yet the family income relied solely on their father, Chen Jiangwo, who worked part-time during the off-season after harvesting crops. Eventually, Chen Xu's sister, Chen Yan, graduated from high school and found work, occasionally bringing home a few hundred yuan, which significantly improved their financial situation compared to when both children were in school. As for the down payment on Chen Xu's house and the bride price for his marriage, those came from the compensation received after Chen Jiangwo's tragic accident. Without that substantial sum, it would have been nearly impossible for Chen Xu's family to gather enough for a down payment. Reflecting on these thoughts, Chen Xu, who had initially been frivolous, felt a pang of emotion, nearly brought to tears. Lu Jia's family, on the other hand, was much better off. They owned a factory in town with assets amounting to millions. Nevertheless, he empathized deeply with Chen Xu's plight. He patted Chen Xu on the shoulder, signifying his understanding. Chen Xu had returned to this life to alter his fate, and diligent study was the first step toward that change. Perhaps due to mental fatigue from excessive studying, Chen Xu succumbed to slumber 5 minutes into the history lesson. The astute history teacher, Su Wan, immediately noticed. Chen Xu, what is the significance of the Taiping Rebellion? Chen Xu was taken aback. He hadn't even begun reviewing the history book. Following Su Wan's instructions, he dejectedly took his textbook to the back of the classroom to stand. As the bell rang, Su Wan addressed Chen Xu. You're in your 3rd year of high school now. The college entrance examination is approaching rapidly. Everyone must become serious and diligent. Don't be like certain students who waste time sleeping in class, squandering both their time and their parents' hard-earned money. She deliberately emphasized the last part. The classmates naturally understood whom she was referring to, and laughter erupted throughout the room, with Zhao Xiaolong in the front row laughing the hardest, his grin nearly reaching his ears. After Su Wan finished speaking, she noticed Chen Xu standing at the back, head lowered, seemingly aware of his error, and she nodded in satisfaction as she exited the classroom. Yet another day dedicated to redeeming a wayward student. Lu Jia was the first to rush up to Chen Xu. Some classmates. Zhang Wei, sitting in the last row, turned around only to be startled. Oh dear, Chen Xu can't possibly be asleep, can he? He's even drooling. With a roar of laughter, everyone rushed to the back with even greater enthusiasm than when they witnessed Chen Xu's unusual behavior. Lu Jie gave Chen Xu a gentle shove. Chen Xu, you can't really be asleep, can you? With a bit too much force, Chen Xu swayed, leaning against the wall as if about to topple over. Lu Jie hurriedly caught him, shaking him vigorously until Chen Xu stirred awake. Instinctively, he swallowed and looked at Lu Jie. Is school over? Laughter erupted around him as Chen Xu realized a large group had gathered around him, and he was still being held by Lu Jie. What on earth is happening? Struggling to rise, his classmates dispersed, each expressing their astonishment. Chen Xu is incredible. It was only after Lu Jie explained that Chen Xu understood he had been standing while asleep. He internally lamented the severe side effects of this golden finger. At that moment, Zhao Xiaolong deliberately strolled past. Oh, some things never change, do they? I thought you'd study hard, but who knew you could sleep standing up? Quite impressive. Chen Xu, already feeling embarrassed, became furious upon seeing Zhao Xiaolong, who had just suffered a setback at lunch, daring to mock him. He stood up and seized Zhao Xiaolong by the collar. Say that again? Zhao Xiaolong was taken aback, never expecting Chen Xu to act so boldly. What are you doing? Are you going to hit me? I'm telling the teacher. Teachers naturally favored diligent students, and though Zhao Xiaolong was small in stature, he had never been bullied. Chen Xu had no intention of hitting him. Instead, he gestured for Lu Jie to assist. Hold his legs for me. With a combined effort, they hoisted the struggling Zhao Xiaolong onto the teacher's desk at the front of the classroom. Chen Xu supported Zhao Xiaolong, urging him to stand, but Zhao Xiaolong, too embarrassed, curled up and squirmed. Chen Xu, now exasperated, said, If you don't behave, I'll pull your pants down. Zhao Xiaolong was momentarily stunned, terrified at the thought of such humiliation, and he finally managed to stand on the desk. Chen Xu, feeling triumphant, returned to Lu Jie. A person standing on the teacher's desk, a place rarely occupied, instantly drew peals of laughter from the classroom. Realizing the situation, Zhao Xiaolong quickly jumped down and fled the classroom. Lu Jie remarked, That kid is probably going to tell the teacher. Chen Xu shrugged nonchalantly. Let him be. I dragged you into this. What are you saying? Lu Jie playfully punched Chen Xu's shoulder. Meanwhile, Li Shui could no longer hold back. Chen Xu, how can you do this? What did Zhao Xiaolong do to deserve such humiliation? As if Zhao Xiaolong's earlier provocation, calling him a dog that couldn't change its ways, had gone unheard. Chen Xu was amused to the point of laughter. What is Zhao Xiaolong to you that you would defend him? Are you his girlfriend? Surely. You are not infatuated with his handsome looks. As he spoke, his eyes darted around, and he chuckled mischievously. Were future generations to witness this, they would undoubtedly recognize it as the signature gesture of the renowned singer Fei Yuqing. Yet, at this moment, no one comprehended the reference. Nevertheless, others grasped the essence of Chen Xu's words. Lu Jie burst into loud laughter, while the others regarded Li Shui with skepticism. Although Zhao Xiaolong was somewhat shorter in stature, he was undeniably quite handsome. Could it be that Li Shui had genuinely developed feelings for him? Unaccustomed to such public embarrassment, Li Shui found herself at a loss for words, unable to articulate her defense, and thus resorted to burying her face in her arms on the table, weeping profusely. Chapter 4. My golden fingers soon. Classmates from other classes arrived to call out. Chen Xu, Lu Jie, your homeroom teacher is looking for you too. Chen Xu and Lu Jie exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a sense of inevitability. Upon entering the Chinese language department office, Chen Xu spotted Zhao Xiaolong, whose eyes were red and puffy, clearly having just emerged from a fit of tears. Chen Xu, what does this mean? Why did you put Zhao Xiaolong on the podium? Mr. Gao, clearly biased towards Zhao Xiaolong, immediately accused Chen Xu and Lu Jie. Teacher, Zhao Xiaolong wanted to wipe the blackboard but couldn't reach it. We were merely helping him, Chen Xu retorted, casting an annoyed glance at Zhao Xiaolong. Suddenly, Lu Jie couldn't contain his laughter at Chen Xu's audacity in front of their homeroom teacher and quickly covered his mouth. Mr. Gao slammed his hand on the desk. What kind of attitude is this? Do you want me to call your parents? This tactic is always effective for dealing with unruly students, and Chen Xu, too, fell silent. Now, tell me why you did this. Fearing the involvement of his parents, Chen Xu reluctantly recounted the entire incident. Can you recite the Chen Qing Biao backwards? Mr. Gao's interest shifted to another point. Yes, I can recite the last paragraph backwards. Chen Xu replied. After reciting, Mr. Gao's demeanor softened considerably. What made you think of doing it backwards? It just came to me suddenly, and I wanted to give it a try. It turned out to be successful. Well, it seems you do have talent, just not applied in the right context. Mr. Gao's tone shifted. However, regardless of the circumstances, your treatment of Zhao Xiaolong was inappropriate and humiliating. Although Zhao Xiaolong was also at fault. One can kill a gentleman but cannot humiliate him. This must not happen again, understood? Understood, teacher. Then you both should apologize to Zhao Xiaolong, and we will consider this matter settled. Sorry, they mumbled as they offered their apologies. Zhao Xiaolong, however, wore a dismissive expression, clearly unwilling to accept. Now, you all return to class. And you, Chen Xu, write a 1,000 word reflection and submit it to me. Mr. Gao instructed. Yes, Chen Xu replied, dejectedly leaving the office. This, however, brought a slight smile to Zhao Xiaolong's face. As the three exited the office area, Chen Xu pushed Zhao Xiaolong against the wall. You little rascal. Do you only learn from your mistakes after being punished? I told you to keep your distance at noon, yet you still approached. Consider this a warning. If you dare to provoke me again, I will pull your pants down on the podium. Just try me. With that, he released Zhao Xiaolong and walked off with Lu Jie. Chen Xu, you're something else. Scaring him right after leaving the office, Lu Jie remarked, noticing Chen Xu's recent boldness. Who scared him? If he dares to challenge me again, I truly will pull down his pants. Will you help me then? Chen Xu shot a sideways glance at Lu Jie. If you dare, I will too. Lu Jie was not one to back down. All right, it's a deal. Chen Xu beamed at his good friend. Upon returning to the classroom, Chen Xu and Lu Jie strode in with an air of confidence, making it seem as though they had just received commendations. Upon returning, Chen Xu noticed Li Shui staring at him with tear-filled eyes. What are you looking at? He said, lifting his chin to indicate Zhao Xiaolong, who resembled a wronged little wife behind her. Your boyfriend is over there. The surrounding onlookers turned their gazes, and Li Shui's mouth curled downwards as she succumbed to tears once more. Guidi Gang once remarked that he detested those who, oblivious to the situation, urged him to be more magnanimous. Do you have any idea what I've been through? Such individuals should be kept at a distance when misfortune befalls them. It may very well ensnare you as well. Chen Xu wholeheartedly agreed. Thus, he did not indulge Li Shui. What of being the class belle? No one is above reproach. After all, there are plenty of beauties in university. Why confine oneself to this small pond from high school? In the third period, during self-study, Chen Xu, feeling a lingering drowsiness, succumbed to sleep as he rested his head on the desk. Lu Jie, seated nearby, shook his head in disbelief. After a refreshing slumber, Chen Xu awoke, rubbing his eyes and then his stomach. Lu Jie, have you finished your cookies? Not yet. Didn't you devour 2 large buns at lunch? Are you already hungry? Lu Jie retorted, pulling out half a packet of cookies. Perhaps I was tired from sleeping too much. Chen Xu mumbled as he munched on the treats. After finishing the half packet, he felt somewhat better, realizing that it must be a side effect of his peculiar abilities. He resolved to eat more at dinner. Chen Xu had begun to grasp certain patterns. When studying or memorizing, he needed to pace himself gradually rather than pushing too hard, or else his body would rebel, necessitating sleep and sustenance to recuperate. That evening, after studying for only a short while, he set aside his books and began writing the 1,000-word reflection required by Lao Gao. After much struggle, he had only managed to write a little over 200 words. Frustrated by the messy scrawl that resembled a dog's paw print, he crumpled the paper and tossed it aside. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved it, smoothed out the wrinkled paper, and flipped open his notebook to start anew. Determined to improve his handwriting, he instinctively sought to write neatly. To his astonishment, he realized his penmanship had transformed into something remarkably elegant. Staring at the words that were infinitely more refined than before, Chen Xu was taken aback. What had happened? He was merely trying to write legibly, and yet, wait a moment, was it merely a thought? Chen Xu had an epiphany. As he wrote several more letters, each one perfectly aligned, he pondered whether the mere act of intention could yield such results. He immediately attempted to draw a circle. To his delight, it came out perfectly round, akin to one drawn with a compass, something he had never achieved before. Could it truly be that intention alone could manifest such abilities? After experimenting with various tasks, attempting to make the blackboard explode, solving mathematical problems, and holding his breath for 5 minutes, Chen Xu began to comprehend his newfound capabilities. He realized that whatever his body could accomplish, his mind could similarly conceive, though feats that surpassed physical limits or exhibited superhuman qualities remained unattainable. Nevertheless, this realization filled him with joy. Once the class concluded, Chen Xu hummed a cheerful tune, brimming with pride. Lu Jie could not help but interject. You haven't gone mad from writing that reflection, have you? You wouldn't understand. The joy lies within, Chen Xu replied, gesturing to his notebook. You're insane, Lu Jie retorted, choosing to ignore him. Ah, the wise have always been lonely. Not a single soul here has seen the Shawshank Redemption, Chen Xu lamented. What do you mean by that? Lu Jie inquired, curiosity piqued. Well, the reflection still needs to be written. To be fair, Lao Gao has done quite well. It is a common flaw among teachers to favor diligent students, an unchangeable truth. However, when Lao Gao remarked that I indeed possessed talent, albeit misapplied, it struck a chord within me. He did not blindly favor Zhao Xiaolong. Instead, he rendered a just punishment, which earned my respect. At long last, the final evening study session concluded with a hasty inspection. Chen Xu tugged at Lu Jie, oblivious to the resentful glare cast by Li Shui behind them. Chen Xu ventured out to procure snacks, purchasing a substantial bag of biscuits and bread to stave off hunger. Lu Jie extorted a bottle of cola from him, which he deemed a fair exchange for half a pack of biscuits. At this rate, Chen Xu would need to devise a means of earning money, as his food expenses could not sustain such indulgence. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lu Jie inquired of Chen Xu, have you finished the book? If so, please lend it to me. Chen Xu rummaged beneath his bedsheet and indeed discovered a copy of Jin Ping Mei. I haven't completed it yet. Allow me a moment to finish. Do be cautious, don't overindulge and fall asleep in class. Leave me be. The book was, in fact, quite captivating, leaving Chen Xu salivating with desire. Alas, he found himself in a state of diminutive ambition, needing to gradually elevate his aspirations. Over the next few days, Chen Xu diligently immersed himself in study, steadily replenishing his prior knowledge. Soon enough, the end of the month arrived, heralding the long-anticipated return home. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Gao, stood at the podium, reiterating, while at home, do take time to unwind, but do not neglect your studies. Have you all noted down the assignments for each subject? He continued, as per tradition, the day after your return will be the monthly exam. A collective sigh of dismay arose from the students. If this was the case in the second year, they had not expected it to persist into the third. As Chen Xu and Lu Jie parted ways at the school gate, they fortuitously encountered a village friend, Chen Hai, and together they journeyed home. Upon learning of Chen Xu's return, his mother, Sun Hongmei, had prepared an elaborate feast. His father, Chen Zhangwo, was already seated at the dining table, eagerly awaiting his son's arrival. Upon witnessing this familiar scene, A wave of emotion surged within Chen Xu, almost bringing him to tears. However, he adeptly restrained himself and joined his mother at the table. "How has your study been at school?" Chen Zhengwo began to serve food and pour drinks, embodying a stern demeanor, yet yearning to express his paternal affection upon his son's return. Just as he finished speaking, Sun Hongmei elbowed him gently, prompting him to cough and raise his glass in a bid to conceal his sentimentality. Chen Xu found his mother's subtle gesture endearing. In the past, he had struggled academically, often placing around the 40th rank, and Sun Hongmei had endeavored to shield his pride. Yet, Chen Xu was no longer the same individual. "Mother, I have been diligently studying throughout the summer, and this past month as well. I am confident that I will make significant progress in the upcoming exam." "That's wonderful news," she replied. "But wait, weren't you out playing every day during the summer? When did you find the time to study?" Sun Hongmei suddenly recalled, clearing his throat. Chen Xu replied, "I managed to squeeze in some study time amidst my leisure. I assure you, I will improve. Just wait and see." Observing the skeptical glances from his parents, Chen Xu transformed his sorrow into an appetite as he relished the sumptuous meal before him. With braised pork ribs, pan-fried yellow croaker, and shredded pork with green peppers, Sun Hongmei initially delighted in watching her son eat. However, as he continued to devour the meal, her joy turned to concern. For she had prepared a pot of rice intending to save some for dinner, only to find her son nearly finishing it all. "Son, have you not eaten enough lately, or is your appetite larger due to your growth spurts?" Chen Xu pondered his situation and suddenly had an idea. "Mom, I must be experiencing a growth spurt. My appetite has indeed increased significantly. Moreover, as you know, the food in the school canteen is hardly sufficient. I haven't had a proper meal in quite some time." If Sun Hongmei had not witnessed Chen Xu's voracious appetite firsthand, she might not have believed him. However, seeing that he nearly devoured an entire pot of food at lunch today, she was convinced. "All right then, I will give you a bit more money next month. To study well, you must at least be well fed. Mom, our political teacher from sophomore year, Chen Haiying, has recently been assigned to the city for a year of research. The family housing there is vacant, and he is looking for someone to keep an eye on it. Perhaps I could do that. It would give me a chance to come home for a meal," he suggested. "Is that so?" Sun Hongmei replied, her skepticism evident. "Indeed, he's only on loan to the city for a year, and after that, he will return. If someone is watching the house, it won't get dirty, and besides, it's a school staff dormitory, which is safe and incurs no cost. The school staff dormitory, built for teachers, is located adjacent to the school and connected by a small gate, ensuring utmost security." Upon hearing that it would be free of charge, Sun Hongmei began to soften but still expressed her concerns. "But can you manage living on your own? Surely it would interfere with your studies." Noticing his mother's wavering resolve, Chen Xu quickly pressed on. "Mom, with my appetite, if I were to eat at school, I would be perpetually hungry, and that would certainly hinder my studies. I assure you that living away will lead to my academic improvement if my grades falter. You can send me back to the dormitory." Thus, with Chen Xu's earnest assurances, Sun Hongmei relented. After all, the priority was not solely academic performance. One cannot endure constant hunger during a growth phase. Living away would also allow him to return home every few days for a nourishing home-cooked meal. Upon finishing his meal, Chen Xu promptly gathered his savings and rode out on his bike, ostensibly to inquire if the house was still available, but in reality, he was on a mission to rent it. He purchased 2 packs of cigarettes to bribe the doorman of the staff dormitory, seeking information about available rentals. "You are a student? What prompts you to rent a place?" The doorman remained vigilant. Chen Xu reiterated his family's approval, and upon hearing this, the doorman ceased his inquiries. True to his reputation, the doorman quickly found Chen Xu a one-bedroom apartment. After inspecting the place, he realized he could move in immediately with just bedding. The landlord initially quoted 100 yuan, but leveraging his status as a student, Chen Xu successfully negotiated it down to 90 yuan. He promptly paid 6 months' rent and took the keys. Exiting the staff dormitory, Chen Xu headed straight to the electronics market in the city, intent on procuring a second-hand laptop. He had saved over 200 yuan, accumulated from years of receiving lucky money. After spending over 600 yuan on rent, he had 600 yuan remaining, which should suffice for a second-hand device. With a pack of cigarettes in hand and a bold demeanor, Chen Xu began to inquire without making any purchases, quickly grasping the market prices. Finally, he resolved to spend 200 yuan on a ThinkPad T20, admittedly unsightly, yet functional. The laptop cannot be taken home, otherwise, Sun Hongmei would undoubtedly suspect that Chen Xu was indulging in games. Hence, he had no choice but to leave the laptop at the rental apartment. Upon returning home in the evening, he informed Sun Hongmei that the teacher had agreed to help and had even assisted with the move. Consequently, Sun Hongmei was fully convinced. The following day, after completing his homework at home, he refrained from going out to play with friends, as he needed to maintain a good impression in this new living arrangement. After all, if he did not behave well, Sun Hongmei might change her mind, which would spell trouble. After studying diligently for the entire morning, by noon, Chen Xu's appetite had indeed surged, consuming 3 large buns before Sun Hongmei urged him to stop. Alas, this child truly had a hearty appetite. It seemed that moving out was indeed the right decision. In a few days, you can return home, and I will prepare delicious food for you, she promised. Thank you, Mom, Chen Xu replied joyfully. Who wouldn't be delighted by the prospect of enjoying good food? Moreover, the distance from home was not far, making it quite convenient to return. Chapter 5. Master of CS on a Sunday afternoon. After finishing his meal, Chen Xu gathered his belongings and returned to school. Before leaving, he assured his mother that he would call his homeroom teacher later in the evenings, as parental consent was essential for him to stay out. It was inevitable that Lao Gao would confirm this with a phone call. Upon arriving at school, he was surprised to find Lu Jie had arrived even earlier than him. What? You've completed your homework already? Lu Jie gazed at Chen Xu in disbelief. Of course, Chen Xu replied with a flourish. You think everyone is like you? Did you finish your math as well? Let me take a look, Lu Jie said, clearly irked. Are you certain you want to see mine? Chen Xu retorted. Never mind, Wang Chao, let me see your math paper. Lu Jie decisively abandoned Chen Xu, as Wang Chao was among the top 10 students. Once Lu Jie completed his homework, he insisted on going out for a stroll with Chen Xu. A new internet CAF has opened to the west of our school, and they have CS to play. Come on, let us go have some fun, Lu Jie whispered. At that time, most families did not possess a computer, leading to the emergence of numerous small internet CAFs, typically equipped with around 10 computers primarily for playing games like Legend and single-player games. Curious to witness the current state of internet CAFs, Chen Xu accompanied Lu Jie outside the school gates. To their dismay, the CAF was already filled to capacity. It was the day students returned to school, and the patrons were predominantly students themselves. Chen Xu counted a total of 12 computers, all in use for gaming. Lu Jie was eagerly watching others play CS, pulling Chen Xu along to observe. What is the point of this? Chen Xu thought disdainfully as he watched the novices reveling in their gameplay. Players constantly cycled on and off the machines. Given that the internet fee was 10 yuan per hour, which was exorbitantly high, many students settled for just an hour of playtime to satiate their cravings. After Lu Jie took his turn, Chen Xu, feeling a twinge of excitement, decided to play as well, eager to showcase his skills. Adjusting his key bindings and sensitivity, he prepared to dominate the gameplay. They played on a map called Warehouse, with Chen Xu opting to be a terrorist, wielding a powerful sniper rifle aimed at the entrance. Some players were so inexperienced they could not even jump properly, resembling stationary targets, while those with a modicum of skill would still fall victim to Chen Xu's sharpshooting. After about 10 minutes, an excited voice from the police side exclaimed, "There's a master, there's a master." The surrounding crowd echoed in agreement. The CAF owner, overhearing the commotion, stood up to investigate whether there was indeed a skilled player present. He soon noticed a throng of onlookers gathered behind Chen Xu, all fixated on his gameplay. Leaning in for a closer look, the owner remarked, "Not bad." As another round concluded, the owner patted Chen Xu on the shoulder, stating, "How about a one-on-one match?" Lu Jie was thrilled. The owner was renowned as one of the best players in town, cautioning Chen Xu to be careful. Recognizing the owner's stature, Chen Xu nodded in agreement. The owner swiftly settled at his computer, created a room, and invited Chen Xu to join. This was a map designed for a gun-picking duel. As the game commenced, both players quickly grabbed powerful sniper rifles, dodging while exchanging fire. Bang, bang. Both parties fired almost simultaneously, and Chen Xu was struck down by a bullet, while the opponent, having leaped into the air, was only hit in the leg and managed to survive. Gasps of astonishment echoed around them, and Lu Jie remarked with a hint of regret as he observed Chen Xu lying on the ground. Chen Xu acknowledged the opponent's skill. After all, their jump and subsequent shot had found its mark, yet he felt that this adversary was not his match. Indeed, having adapted through the previous rounds, Chen Xu unleashed his full potential. With a single shot, he felled the severely weakened opponent, and as soon as the opponent revived and exposed themselves, they were swiftly taken down again. The boss, undeterred, attempted another daring maneuver, executing a backflip. The surrounding novices were left in awe of the boss's skills. Was it truly possible to perform such a feat? Chen Xu was momentarily deceived, reacting a fraction too slowly and missing his shot. The boss chuckled, puffing out his chest. Yet his counterattack against Chen Xu also failed to connect. Aware that Chen Xu had established his position, the boss confidently attempted the backflip once more. However, before the move could be completed, his character collapsed onto the ground. At that time, the internet was not yet widespread, and few were familiar with the iconic line from Saint Seiya: "A technique cannot be used against a Saint Seiya more than once." Regardless of how flamboyant the boss's maneuvers became, he could not escape the inevitability of Chen Xu's bullet. With a score of 45-7, the boss conceded defeat. "Brother, you possess quite a talent. How did you hone your skills?" Chen Xu chuckled and replied, "My brother has a computer, and we played all summer long." This was, of course, a fabrication. The boss, however, was astonished. "You achieved this level in just one summer? Impressive." Chen Xu shook his head. "I once played with my brother's classmate. In that match, I would be lucky to score 2 against 10, and that was only with a stroke of fortune." The disparity was immense. That classmate even tried out for a semi-professional team, but did not make the cut. The current internet CAF owner had yet to encounter such a professional realm, leaving him feeling perplexed. After listening to Chen Xu, he could only manage a wry smile. Who would have thought the gap between individuals could be so vast? The boss voluntarily refunded Chen Xu and Lu Jia's internet fees and treated them to cola. After chatting for a while, Chen Xu realized the time had grown late. As he prepared to leave, the boss asked, "Brother, do you have a QQ number? Let us exchange contact information." Having visited an internet CAF for the first time, Chen Xu did not possess a QQ account and regretted not having applied for one earlier. Thus, he could only respond in the negative. "Then choose one from this," the boss said, handing him a notebook filled with an array of QQ numbers. "Do you even have 5-digit numbers here? It seems you have quite an extensive internet history." Chen Xu remarked, "I compiled these during my idle times. If I had known, I would have applied for more back then. Now, they're hard to come by." The boss lamented. Chen Xu thought to himself, "You might be chuckling now, but in the future, acquiring a good 5-digit QQ number will cost tens of thousands." Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xu selected a 5-digit number and offered to pay the boss, who adamantly refused. Having successfully added the boss on QQ, he learned that the boss's name was Chen Tao. As Chen Xu was leaving, the boss reminded him, "I'll be here at this internet CAF. If you need anything, just come find me." It is likely that Chen Xu had previously mingled in such circles. However, he did not exhibit any fear. Instead, he merely smiled and agreed. On the way back, Lu Jia chattered incessantly, casting glances at Chen Xu repeatedly, marveling at the fact that Chen Xu was indeed a master. Chen Xu, wishing for silence, coerced Lu Jia into treating him to dinner. "On what grounds?" Lu Jia protested. "Why did they waive your internet bill and offer you a soda?" With no other choice, Lu Jia conceded and treated Chen Xu to 2 wraps. Observing the sizable wrap in his hand, Lu Jia could not help but exclaim, "Are you a pig? Do you think you can finish 2? This wrap stall catered primarily to students, boasting generous portions at reasonable prices. Lu Jia typically found 1 wrap sufficient. Yet, Chen Xu voraciously devoured both wraps, leaving Lu Jia in disbelief. "Chen Xu, you can eat, sleep, and well, I must admit, I'm impressed." Chen Xu playfully kicked Lu Jia's rear. "Where did I do that?" Lu Jia nimbly dodged, prompting Chen Xu to pursue him. Their playful antics continued until they reached the classroom, where they finally settled down. Having completed their assignments, they resumed their casual banter with others. When the evening study period commenced, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Gao, entered, bringing an immediate hush to the room. After ensuring that all were present, he nodded in satisfaction and retreated to his office. Presumably, after Mr. Gao returned to his office, Chen Xu greeted Lu Jia before seeking out Mr. Gao. Upon finding Mr. Lu, Chen Xu broached the subject of renting an apartment. Learning that Chen Xu's family had given their consent, Mr. Gao permitted him to call home directly. "Hello, Mom. It's me. Our homeroom teacher, Mr. Gao, is here and would like to confirm my plans to rent an apartment." After a brief conversation, Chen Xu subtly informed his mother about the discord between the political science teacher, Chen Haiying, and Mr. Gao, urging her to merely state that he was renting. This clever maneuver successfully concealed the matter. Once he hung up, Mr. Gao spoke earnestly to Chen Xu. "Although your family has agreed, you must refrain from engaging in activities unrelated to your studies. Should your academic performance decline, that would be unacceptable, understood? Mr. Gao was concerned that Chen Xu might indulge in internet distractions, hence his preemptive caution. Yes, sir, I assure you my grades will not suffer, Chen Xu replied. Well, you'll be living there for a couple of days before exams. We shall soon see, he added, still somewhat unconvinced. You are intelligent, but ensure that your intellect is applied wisely, understood? Understood, sir. Good, you may leave now. Once everything was settled, Chen Xu relayed the news to Lu Jie. On what basis did your family agree? My parents refused to let me live off campus this year, Lu Jie lamented, his expression one of discontent. Chen Xu replied, because your family knows that if you don't reside on campus, you would undoubtedly be out all night. Lu Jie muttered, not every night. After which he playfully grabbed Chen Xu by the neck. Why didn't you tell me sooner? No, I must discuss this with my family as well. The decision to withhold this information from Lu Jie had been made after careful consideration. If Lu Jie were to move out, it is highly likely that he would succumb to a life of debauchery, possibly staying out late every night. Therefore, in order for Lu Jie to focus on his studies, he must reside in the dormitory. Ultimately, Lu Jie dismissed the thought, knowing that his family would surely believe he had moved out for frivolous pursuits. Observing Lu Jie's despondent demeanor, Chen Xu felt compelled to cheer him up with 5 bottles of cola. After evening study sessions, Lu Jie assisted Chen Xu in carrying bedding and other belongings to the staff quarters. Upon ascending the stairs, he gazed enviously at Chen Xu's cozy abode. Rolling on the sofa and lamenting, I regret it. I regret the 5 bottles of cola. Chen Xu, with a hint of irritation, retorted, so what do you propose? It will cost more. Lu Jie, with a feigned air of righteousness, suggested 7 bottles. Scram. Once Lu Jie departed, Chen Xu tidied up before opening his computer. Indeed. The quickest way to earn some money now was to copy the assignments of the greats. After careful consideration, Chen Xu resolved to replicate the work of the esteemed author of returning to the Ming dynasty to become a princess. Without hesitation, drawing upon the advantage of having read it numerous times in his previous life, Chen Xu's thoughts flowed abundantly, and he wrote until midnight. He had penned nearly 10,000 words, though he found his efficiency lacking. He decided to draft an outline the next day. Having a clear structure would facilitate the writing process. With that determination, he turned off the light and drifted to sleep, awakening without Lu Jie's customary wake-up call. Chen Xu rose to the sound of his alarm. Upon encountering Lu Jie in the morning, he was unexpectedly struck by a sense of longing. Lu Jie, I miss you. I miss you too. The surrounding classmates expressed their utter disgust at the exchange. Chapter 6. Academic Progress. During the morning self-study session, Mr. Gao casually glanced in. Chen Xu, aware that Mr. Gao would not return after leaving in the morning, felt free to indulge in a peaceful slumber. Lu Jie, seated nearby, shook his head in disbelief, remarking on Chen Xu's ability to sleep in such a noisy environment, likening him to a livestock creature. Unfazed by Lu Jie's comments, Chen Xu succumbed to his drowsiness and enjoyed a rejuvenating nap. At breakfast, Lu Jie sighed, expressing his apprehension about the impending exam, uncertain of the question's difficulty. It was then that Chen Xu recalled the examination scheduled for that day, regretting his late-night study session from the previous evening. The monthly assessment was not conducted with the same formality. It would be completed in a day, followed by grading, with results released the next morning. That evening, the teachers were engrossed in grading papers and compiling scores, creating a chaotic atmosphere in the classroom. Class monitor Su Ying called for silence several times, yet her pleas fell on deaf ears. Lu Jie was engrossed in reading The Legend of the Chain, occasionally exclaiming in wonder, while Chen Xu busily scribbled notes and sketches on paper, preparing for his evening writings. Amidst the disorder, Mr. Gao appeared silently by the window. Lu Guoqiang at the back was the first to notice him, immediately straightening up. One by one, the students realized something was amiss, and the classroom gradually fell silent. Mr. Gao, displeased, chastised the class, asking, "Do you not realize how you appear? Have you no awareness of your own performance in the recent exam?" He continued, "Take a page from Chen Xu and his deskmate Lu Jie. From the moment I entered, they haven't lifted their heads. That is what true diligence looks like." The students were taken aback. What was happening today? Even Chen Xu and Lu Jie were receiving praise? Lu Jie, equally astonished, thought, "I was merely reading The Legend of the Chain, and now I am commended by the teacher?" Chen Xu surmised that his performance had likely been commendable, thus attracting Mr. Gao's attention. Otherwise, with so many students present, why would only he and Lu Jie be singled out? For instance, Wang Juwen, A diligent student who solely focused on academics and consistently ranked first must have been studying just moments ago. Had Chen Xu not performed decently, he would surely not have garnered such recognition over Wang Junwen. The classmates were puzzled by the turn of events. Zhao Xiaolong mused quietly, has Mr. Gao taken leave of his senses? That evening, Chen Xu studied diligently until 12:30 a.m., compensating for any inadequacies during the morning self-study session. The following day began with an English class, where teacher Wang Xia, with a beaming smile, unveiled the test results. Some students had excelled, clearly reflecting their hard work, while others needed to exert more effort. As she called out names to distribute papers, she announced, Wang Junwen, 142 points. A wave of astonishment swept through the classroom. Zhao Xiaolong, 125 points. Li Shui, 112 points. Lu Jie, 98 points. Chen Xu, 116 points. The noise erupted once more. Had Chen Xu truly made such significant progress? Ignoring the murmurs from his peers, Chen Xu stepped forward to collect his paper. His English textbook and exercise book remained unfinished, indicating there was still room for improvement. Zhao Xiaolong grumbled under his breath. He must have cheated. Otherwise, how could he score so high? Beside Chen Xu, Li Shui was equally incredulous. How could her diligent studying every day possibly be outdone by someone who merely slept? Their classmate Lu Jie glared at Chen Xu, exclaiming, You cunning beast. So you've been secretly studying behind my back. The classroom erupted into chaos after the English teacher distributed the exam papers. Smiling as she addressed the students, do not judge a classmate solely based on past performance. Remember, effort yields rewards. I would like to commend Chen Xu for his remarkable progress this time. He must have worked hard, and everyone should learn from him. Li Shui nearly shouted. He sleeps every day. I sit right next to him. Consequently, her gaze towards Chen Xu turned even more hostile. After English class, they proceeded to Mr. Gao's Chinese lesson. He promptly revealed the score sheets, declaring, in a month's time, we will see who has studied through their results. Let us distribute the papers first. Chen Xu scored 112 in Chinese, while Li Shui managed only 105, leaving her feeling disheartened. As Mr. Gao began to explain the exam, Li Shui found herself unable to concentrate. Just as the class was about to end, Mr. Gao handed out the score sheets. Zhao Xiaolong in the front row received his first, shouting, Impossible. He must have cheated. The others soon grasped that Zhao was referring to Chen Xu. Astonishingly, Chen Xu had ranked 14th in the exam. Li Shui glanced at her own score and noted she was in 21st place, feeling as if the sky had fallen upon her. As students prepared for their break, Zhao Xiaolong shouted, No way. He definitely cheated. Let us tell the teacher. Zhao Xiaolong was the type to stir trouble. He was shouting without specifying who he accused of cheating. Chen Xu, uninterested in engaging, rose to head out for the break. However, seeing that Chen Xu remained unfazed by his outburst, Zhao Xiaolong felt emboldened, believing he had struck a nerve. Stop, Chen Xu. I'm talking about you. Did you cheat? Zhao Xiaolong yelled, pointing at him. As Chen Xu was about to exit the classroom, he turned back and said, Didn't I tell you to keep your distance? What do you want? You think you can cheat and get away with it? Everyone knows your usual grades. Now you suddenly rank 14th. It must be cheating. Chen Xu's anger surged uncontrollably. He called out to Lu Jie, and together they dragged Zhao Xiaolong to the podium. While Lu Jie held him in place, Chen Xu forcefully pulled down his pants to his knees. Zhao Xiaolong let out a cry, and Chen Xu felt no remorse. Even thinking of Li Shui, the way Zhao Xiaolong cried was strikingly similar to hers. Classmates who had already left the room were called back by their peers, gathering to witness Zhao Xiaolong in his floral underwear. Coincidentally, students from other classes passed by, creating a bustling scene at the entrance of Class 9 in the senior year. Chen Xu held Zhao Xiaolong in his floral briefs on the podium for 10 seconds before releasing him. Zhao Xiaolong, sobbing, hurriedly pulled up his pants and dashed out. However, the entrance was surrounded by layers of people, and after struggling for quite some time, he still could not escape. The incessant cries of "Look at those flower-patterned shorts" echoed around him. As it was time for the break exercise, the crowd gradually dispersed, allowing Zhao Xiaolong to finally squeeze his way out. Chen Xu instructed Lu Jie to go to the exercise, saying, You go ahead. I will find Lao Gao later. You might just avoid trouble this time since he didn't call for you. Chen Xu then headed straight to Lao Gao's office to prevent him from sending anyone to summon him. Upon entering, he indeed found Zhao Xiaolong still in tears. Lao Gao had already grasped the general situation and was about to call Chen Xu over after the break exercise when he noticed Chen Xu had arrived on his own. With a thud, Lao Gao slammed his hand on the desk, exclaiming, Chen Xu, what do you intend to do? You just bullied Zhao Xiaolong a few days ago, and now you return? Chen Xu, confident in his reasoning, was unafraid of Lao Gao. Teacher, I have made progress through my own efforts. Surely all the teachers acknowledge this. Even the English teacher praised me this morning. Initially, the teachers had doubts about Chen Xu's excellent performance, but their concerns quickly dissipated during discussions, as none had witnessed any cheating during the examination. Moreover, the 4 students seated around him had performed worse than Chen Xu. If he had cheated, whose answers would he have copied? Hence, Lao Gao could only admit, your results are indeed sound, and all the subject teachers agree. This opened the door for Chen Xu to argue. Then why did Zhao Xiaolong point at my nose during the break exercise and accuse me of cheating? If he can so brazenly slander me without facing any consequences, then anyone could fall victim to such defamation, including you, teacher. Lao Gao finally understood that the conflict had arisen from Zhao Xiaolong's accusation of cheating. Internally, he berated Zhao Xiaolong, wondering why this small fellow would provoke Chen Xu. What a nuisance. Is it justifiable for you to publicly humiliate a classmate? I previously told you. One can be killed, but not insulted. Lao Gao had no choice but to address the matter from another angle. Are you suggesting that if he behaves this way again, I should find a secluded place to give him a good beating, and that would not be considered an insult? Lao Gao, infuriated, slammed the desk again. I never said such a thing. Maintain a proper attitude. Consequently, Chen Xu obediently lowered his head in a show of contrition, given that Zhao Xiaolong was at fault initially. Despite Chen Xu's reprehensible behavior, Lao Gao insisted that they both apologize to each other, with Chen Xu additionally required to write a 2,000-word reflection. Zhao Xiaolong appeared hesitant, clearly unwilling to accept the situation. However, Lao Gao had already concluded the matter and gestured for them to return. Zhao Xiaolong deliberately lagged behind, unwilling to walk alongside Chen Xu. Unbeknownst to him, after dawdling for 2 minutes, he was cornered by Chen Xu as he exited the office area. With swift ease, Chen Xu shoved him against the wall in the corridor, warning, let me tell you to keep your distance. Didn't he hear me? If you dare provoke me again, I'll strip you of your shorts. Go ahead, test me. Zhao Xiaolong was indeed frightened by the notion of being exposed. The humiliation of having his shorts removed would be unbearable. He nodded repeatedly, assuring Chen Xu that he would not provoke him again. Yet the resentment within him had not diminished in the slightest. He was resolute in his determination to make Chen Xu pay. Chen Xu, disregarding him, returned directly to the classroom. The room was vacant, as the recess exercises had yet to conclude. Shortly thereafter, the exercises came to an end, and students began to trickle back into the classroom. Words such as flower shorts and others continued to echo, as Zhao Xiaolong remained a topic of amusement among the onlookers for several days. Upon his return, Lu Jie surveyed Chen Xu and inquired, how are you? Everything all right? All is well. He instigated this matter, and we are in the right, Chen Xu replied. Did the teacher penalize you? Indeed, I was assigned a written reflection of 5,000 words, and you have a share in that as well. Lu Jie lamented, darn it, I thought I could evade this. Chen Xu grinned mischievously. You owe me 5 bottles of cola, and I shall assist you with your reflection. Lu Jie approached Chen Xu and playfully grasped his neck. Are you trying to deceive me? You rascal. Throughout the morning, Chen Xu remained in high spirits. After all, it had been years since anyone had praised him. Please excuse his momentary frivolity. Lu Jie, watching him, felt a pang of envy. He had secured the 31st position in the exams, a performance that was neither exceptional nor poor, merely consistent. At noon, as school let out, Chen Xu bid Lu Jie farewell, stating he would be heading home for lunch and would not be joining him. Lu Jie called out to the departing Chen Xu. Remember to bring me back some delicious treats. Chen Xu retorted, get lost. Chapter 7. Playing basketball and delivering beverages upon returning home this time. Chen Xu arrived at his residence in a leisurely manner, taking a mere 15 minutes. As he stepped through the door, he was greeted by the sight of a sumptuous meal already laid out. On the table was a large basin of fragrant stir-fried green beans, a bowl of homemade sauce, and a generous bundle of vibrant green scallions. His parents, accustomed to simplicity in his absence, had prepared a modest feast. Before any conversation could ensue, Chen Xu swiftly produced his report card. Sun Hongmei, his mother, quickly set down the steamed bun she was holding and eagerly snatched the report card, beginning her search from the 40th position. Wait, what? She couldn't find it. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she scanned further, reaching the 30th, then the 20th, and finally landing on the 14th position. Could it be that the sun had risen from the west? With a look of astonishment, she called for her husband, Chen Zhangwo, to come over. He, too, surprisingly wore a smile. You, my child, return without a word of warning. We are unprepared, and you should wash your hands before eating. Sun Hongmei gently tapped Chen Xu's arm, advising him to take his time as she went to prepare a fried egg for him. Cheerfully, she retrieved 6 eggs, contemplated for a moment, and then added 2 more, alongside 3 large steamed buns to reheat. Soon, 8 fried eggs were served. Chen Xu first served his parents each a pair of chopsticks worth before indulging heartily. However, the eggs he had plated were swiftly returned to his parents' plates. He devoured 3 large buns and polished off the eggs and green beans, once again validating his decision to reside away from home. After the meal, Sun Hongmei urged Chen Xu to rest for a while as she and Chen Zhangwo discussed the report card at the dining table. Make sure to bring back some meat from town the day after tomorrow, and perhaps some ribs as well. Let us have Chen Xu over for another meal then. She sighed, reflecting, it seems he truly understands the importance of studying now. He cannot be like his sister, Chen Yin. Chen Yin had excelled in her studies during her first year of high school, but her performance plummeted in her second year, ultimately landing her at the bottom of her class in the third year. Sun Hongmei had inquired numerous times, but the reasons remained unclear, leading her to conclude that as girls mature, their intelligence may diminish. Chen Zhangwo nodded, extinguishing his cigarette. Realizing the time was nearing, he stood up to head to work. Even though it was the National Day holiday, the factories in the village still operated without the allure of triple wages. Work was simply a necessity. Chen Xu enjoyed a few more moments of slumber, and it was not until 1:15 that Sun Hongmei roused him. The day after tomorrow, I'll have your father buy some meat. Remember to come home for lunch, she reminded him. Rest assured, mother, nothing is more important than a meal. Chen Xu replied with a grin as he mounted his bicycle. A neighboring resident observed Sun Hongmei, sending Chen Xu off, and inquired, is Chen Xu back home? Isn't that a distraction from his studies? Ah, he is currently residing in the family dormitory and can come home for lunch. He just scored 14th place this time. He hurried back so his father and I could see. This boy, such a minor achievement, yet he finds it worthy of a trip home. The neighbor, though somewhat displeased, patiently listened to Sun Hongmei's boasting before retreating indoors. Humph, what is there to be proud of? He'll surely fall back next time. In the classroom, there are many who harbor thoughts similar to those of Chen Xu, yet he remains unconcerned. The next examination will undoubtedly leave them astounded. Today, with no vegetables available at home, Chen Xu had no choice but to offer his cherished beef jerky to Lu Jie. As Lu Jie munched on it, he exhibited a look of disdain, clearly dissatisfied with the meager portion, which infuriated Chen Xu to the point of wanting to deliver a punch. During the third period, physical education class commenced, and to everyone's delight, the gym teacher was fortunate enough to be in good health, prompting cheers from the students. After jogging 2 laps, the teacher announced a focus on safety and then allowed the students to engage in free activities. Consequently, a group of boys swiftly made their way to the basketball court, splitting into 2 teams for a game. Chen Xu's team consisted of 10 members, perfectly balanced for a 5v5 match. I found myself in the same group as Lu Guoqiang. When it came time to select teams, Lu Jie shamelessly sought to cling to the more skilled players, prompting others to follow suit. Lu Guoqiang, towering at 190 centimeters, was not only a member of the school basketball team, but his presence alone ensured a considerable advantage. Unlike Zhang Wei, who also stood at 190 centimeters, he merely relied on his height, without any true skill. Under Chen Xu's disdainful gaze, the teams were finally set. Lu Jie happily joined Lu Guoqiang's team, while Chen Xu teamed up with Zhang Wei and others. On the very first defensive play, the opposing team scored 2 points. Lu Guoqiang drew in 3 defenders before passing the ball to Lu Jie, who scored with an easy layup. Lu Jie erupted with exuberant shouts. Having not touched a basketball in quite some time, Chen Xu finally got his hands on the ball. He dribbled a few steps, and the familiar sensation gradually returned. As he warmed up, he became increasingly adept, his natural talent for the game resurfacing after a period of neglect due to work commitments. Before long, the score stood at 26-10, with Chen Xu's team trailing. Despite the deficit, Chen Xu was pleasantly surprised to realize that although his innate ability could not guarantee every shot would be a swish, it did enable him to discern which zones offered higher probabilities of scoring and to gauge the appropriate force for his shots. It felt as if someone was guiding him with data-driven insights. Soon, he found his rhythm, sinking 3 consecutive shots from the right 45-degree mid-range. Lu Guoqiang quickly caught on, directing Lu Jie to seal off that area. Undeterred, Chen Xu shifted to the left, targeting the same 45-degree zone, and effortlessly made another basket. The score had risen to 28-18. In response, Lu Guoqiang instructed Zhang Xiaobo to occupy the left side. As the next play unfolded, Lu Jie and Zhang Xiaobo positioned themselves on either side, closely watching Chen Xu to anticipate his movements. Yet, Chen Xu gracefully approached the free-throw line, unguarded, and made an elegant shot, scoring again. "Wow, when did you become so accurate at basketball, Chen Xu?" Lu Jie exclaimed as he rushed over. "Keep it low-key. Just know this secret for yourself," Chen Xu replied, brushing off the comment. With the score gap narrowing to 8 points, Lu Guoqiang began to take the game more seriously. Yet Chen Xu continued to score 2 more baskets, reducing the deficit to just 4 points. It became evident to everyone on Chen Xu's team who the key player was, as all passes were directed to him. Although the girls may not possess a deep understanding of basketball, they were aware that today Lu Guoqiang faced a formidable opponent. With the score remaining close, a far cry from the usual one-sided and uninspiring matches. Consequently, a flurry of girls gathered to watch. I took on the responsibility of guarding Chen Xu. Lu Guoqiang, feeling the pressure as he observed Lu Jie and Zhang Xiaobo struggle against Chen Xu, had no choice but to step in himself. With his height and long arms, Lu Guoqiang effectively restricted Chen Xu's shooting opportunities, forcing him to pass the ball to the unmarked Zhang Wei. However, upon receiving the ball, Zhang Wei was startled by Lu Jie's presence, causing his shot to veer off course. Despite his towering stature, Zhang Wei's mental fortitude was lacking. Lu Jie seized the opportunity to fast break. Yet Chen Xu chose not to pursue him, instead keeping an eye on Lu Guoqiang to prevent any pass opportunities. With no defender in sight, Lu Jie attempted a 3-step layup, but his speed led to a misstep, resulting in the ball crashing against the rim and bouncing off him out of bounds. This exemplified the level of basketball played in the class. Aside from Lu Guoqiang and Chen Xu, the others displayed limited skills. As Chen Xu resumed the offense, he recognized Zhang Wei's ineffectiveness beneath the basket and called for a pick. When Lu Guoqiang maneuvered around Zhang Wei to guard Chen Xu, he was surprised to see Chen Xu skillfully pull the ball back and glide past him for a layup, igniting cheers from the surrounding girls. Lu Guoqiang felt a sense of resignation. The others were merely playing for fun, completely unaware of the importance of defensive collaboration, which allowed Chen Xu to penetrate the lane. On the next possession, Lu Guoqiang took matters into his own hands, muscling through 2 defenders to score. Just as he exhaled in relief, he noticed Chen Xu swiftly receiving the ball to initiate a fast break, effortlessly dribbling past the nimble Zhang Xiaobo for an easy 2 points. Following this, Lu Guoqiang attempted a strong shot but failed, allowing Chen Xu to evade him and sink a jumper from the right side 45-degree angle. Lu Guoqiang sighed, realizing he could only manage a 2-for-1 shooting percentage while Chen Xu seemed to score effortlessly. As the final bell rang, Chen Xu's team emerged victorious by a margin of 6 points. The girls erupted in cheers, and the team members embraced one another. Lu Guoqiang had rarely lost in class basketball, making this defeat a first for him. Chen Xu, unable to suppress a grin upon seeing Lu Jie's dismal expression, approached him to deliver a hearty mockery. A few classmates assisted the teacher in collecting the basketballs before they made their way back to the classroom. Along the way, Lu Guoqiang remarked to Chen Xu, "Chen Xu, how have you trained to achieve such accuracy? You are more than capable of making the school team." Chen Xu, having already contemplated this, replied, "Joining the school team is out of the question for me. My height limits my potential. Basketball is merely a pastime for me. Today, it feels as though I was possessed by some spirit, as every shot I took found its mark." The others, recalling the legendary Kobe Bryant, nodded in agreement with his sentiment. After some playful banter, they returned to the classroom. Chen Xu finished the remaining half of his water and was about to snatch Lu Jie's drink when he noticed Song Yuan entering with a bottle of cola. "Chen Xu, would you like a cola?" Song Yuan, who sat directly in front of him, was a familiar face, and Chen Xu graciously accepted her offer. As I was about to open my drink, I noticed Lu Ming entering behind me, also carrying a bottle. Upon seeing Chen Xu accept the cola from Song Yuan, she stood there, momentarily frozen. Chen Xu let out a hearty laugh. "Lu Ming, have you bought me a drink as well?" Thank you. After saying this, he stepped forward to take it from her. Only then did Lu Ming brighten up, flicking her ponytail joyfully as she returned to her seat. To my surprise, 3 more individuals approached, each holding a drink, and Chen Xu graciously accepted them without hesitation. He certainly did not expect such treatment. Observing Chen Xu take large gulps of the icy cola, Lu Jie, With a boldness that bordered on audacity, leaned in and remarked, "Chen Xu, if you can't finish your drink, could you spare me a bottle?" Chen Xu, with an air of righteous indignation, firmly declined. What a fanciful dream. That is not merely a beverage. It represents the camaraderie bestowed upon me by my classmates. What would it mean to give it to you? The peers who had presented drinks nodded in contemplation. Lu Jie, aware of the potential backlash, could only mutter softly, "Your shamelessness bears a resemblance to my own in my youth." "Leave me be," he added. In the front row, Zhao Xiaolong silently scoffed. What's so remarkable about it? It's just a game of basketball. Yet, deep down, he too harbored aspirations of becoming a figure akin to Rukawa Keat. With a sigh, he retrieved his textbooks to study, muttering to himself that a student's worth should ultimately be judged by their academic performance. Li Shui rummaged in her bag for the cola she had purchased, hesitating to take it out. Recently, Chen Xu had not been particularly cordial towards her. Did she still need to offer him a drink? The fourth period was a study session. 10 minutes had elapsed since the class began, yet there was no sign of Mr. Gao. Chen Xu, drenched in sweat, felt quite uncomfortable. A thought crossed his mind. He greeted Lu Jie and approached the class monitor, Su Ying, stating, "I need to find Mr. Gao for a matter. I'll step out for a moment." Without waiting for Su Ying's response, he exited the classroom. Others, upon hearing that he was going to see a teacher, paid him no mind. Only Lu Jie found it peculiar, having not heard Chen Xu mention any particular issue. Chen Xu jogged back to the rented apartment in the staff quarters and indulged in a refreshing shower after turning on the water heater. As the class neared its end, he made his way to the cafeteria, where he ordered 2 generous servings of food, placing them on a table beside the entrance while he awaited Lu Jie. Upon spotting Chen Xu, Lu Jie rushed over, exclaiming, "I knew you weren't actually looking for Mr. Gao. And have you changed your clothes?" Chen Xu hadn't anticipated Lu Jie would notice so quickly, so he admitted to having taken a shower at home. Lu Jie, while scolding Chen Xu for his lack of loyalty, insisted on taking a shower as well. With no choice, Chen Xu led Lu Jie back to his place to wash up, but after their shower, Lu Jie had no clothes to change into and had to wear Chen Xu's attire. "It seems I should keep a couple of your shirts here," Lu Jie shamelessly remarked. Chapter 8. The first fight during class. It is essential to focus on studying those topics one does not understand, while for those mastered, one should take out a pen and jot down an outline for the evening. After 7 days of diligent effort, I accumulated a substantial 10,000 words. Preparing to share my work online. Accessing the internet necessitated a visit to an internet CAF, as the cost of broadband was beyond Chen Xu's means. During the lunch break, I purchased a USB drive and, upon my return, transferred my work onto it. After school that evening, Chen Tao, spotting Chen Xu entering the CAF, exclaimed, "Hey buddy, it's been ages. Care for a couple of rounds?" "Sure," replied Chen Xu, "but I need to upload something first. Wait for me half an hour." Chen Xu reached for his wallet, but Chen Tao insisted, "Just come here next time. It's on the house." Gratefully, Chen Xu accepted Chen Tao's kindness and pocketed his money. He promptly registered on a website, published 3 chapters, and attempted to contact an editor. However, it was too late, and the editor was likely unavailable. So he resolved to return the following day. Once the necessary tasks were completed, the time for gaming arrived. After besting Chen Tao for a while, Chen Tao approached, inquiring about Chen Xu's skills. Chen Xu, still grappling with basic techniques, felt he had little to offer. Yet, recalling training videos of the renowned player Faker, he shared an idea. "My brother once mentioned that their professional team uses specialized training software. For instance, there's a small square that you must click on with the mouse. It gradually shrinks and the intervals quicken. Ultimately, this game boils down to positioning the mouse over the opponent's character's head and clicking the left button." Chen Tao paused, struck by the epiphany, and quickly replied, "I understand now. I should find someone to assist me in trying this out." After spending an hour, Chen Xu decided it was time to head home. A brief gaming session sufficed, and writing for profit remained the priority. The following evening, he returned and successfully reached the editor. Overjoyed, Chen Xu submitted 50,000 words. The editor, upon learning that Chen Xu was a student, expressed admiration and understanding. Chen Xu proposed to deliver 8,000 words daily, confident that with his 100,000 word reserve, writing 10,000 words each day would pose no issue. Yet, he recognized the necessity of visiting the CAF every 3 days to submit his work. After half a month, Chen Xu felt that venturing out to the CAF was an impediment to productivity. Thus, he requested an advance on his payment from the editor. Upon the editor's approval and submission of his new book's data, the leadership swiftly consented. As soon as the 3,000 yuan arrived, Chen Xu eagerly contacted his landlord to arrange for broadband installation. With broadband set up, he could access the internet from home, eliminating the need to venture out. In the days that followed, Mr. Gao announced the schedule for the monthly exams. After the exams, students were required to bring their report cards home for parental signatures. A collective sigh swept through the classroom. While Lu Jie expressed concern, Chen Xu remained unfazed, confident that having learned so much over the month, securing a place among the top 10 was well within reach. The exams concluded in a single day, and results were to be released the following day, heralding the start of the holiday. On Friday, during the first period after breakfast, Mr. Gao announced the results. What? I must be seeing things. My goodness. Chen Xu is remarkable. The classroom erupted into a buzz of astonishment as students processed the news. Upon witnessing the results, Zhao Xiaolong could hardly believe his eyes. Chen Xu, 5th place, Zhao Xiaolong, 6th place. A part of him yearned to shout that Chen Xu had cheated once more. Yet the painful lesson from before loomed large in his mind, prompting him to quell his thoughts and instead hope for the homeroom teacher to expose Chen Xu's supposed dishonesty. To his astonishment, Teacher Gao not only refrained from accusing Chen Xu, but also commended him for his commendable attitude towards learning. Was there any fairness left in the world? Of course, Chen Xu's results were beyond reproach. Following the previous suspicions, the invigilators for each subject had devoted at least half of their vigilance to monitoring Chen Xu. And yet, they discovered nothing amiss. Thus, his innocence was affirmed. Unbeknownst to Teacher Gao, who remained oblivious to Zhao Xiaolong's mutterings, he showered praise on Chen Xu and outlined the areas for future improvement. Chen Xu was acutely aware of his shortcomings. His deficiency lay in mathematics, where the top scorer achieved 135 points, while he managed only 105, leaving him trailing by a full 30 points. Consequently, despite excelling in the other 5 subjects, his overall ranking was merely 5th. It seemed he had outperformed Zhao Xiaolong by a position, which brought a smile to Chen Xu's face. When he glanced at Zhao Xiaolong, however, he found him staring back, only for Zhao Xiaolong to swiftly avert his gaze. Li Shui, seated nearby, was equally astonished. How had Chen Xu, previously languishing in the 40s, suddenly ascended to 5th place? He truly spent all day napping. Oblivious to the fact that he had nearly driven Li Shui to madness, Chen Xu patted Lu Jie, who had secured 29th place, on the shoulder and said, "No need to thank me." Lu Jie retorted angrily, "Damn it, this is the result of my hard work. It has nothing to do with you." The teachers showered Chen Xu with accolades, except for the mathematics teacher, who vowed to assist Chen Xu in improving his math scores. All other subjects posed no issue. It was merely math that hindered progress. Did the math teacher not have any pride? After school, an elated Chen Xu pedaled home with fervor. At home, Sun Hongmei had long prepared a feast, eagerly awaiting her son's return. Upon receiving Chen Xu's report card, her hands trembled with excitement. "Your father, come quickly. Chen Xu is placed 5th. How much?" Chen Zhangwo exclaimed, springing to his feet, unable to fathom that Chen Xu could achieve 5th in his wildest dreams. Witnessing their incredulous expressions made it evident how dismally Chen Xu had fared in the past. After washing his hands, Chen Xu called out, "Mom, let us eat. You can look at it later." Only then did Sun Hongmei cheerfully begin to serve the meal, soon filling the table with an abundance of dishes. Chen Xu and his mother sat down to eat, while his father, Chen Zhangwo, savored a drink with delight. After their meal, Sun Hongmei neglected to clear the table, instead taking the report card out into the neighborhood, quickly spreading the news of Chen Xu's 5th place finish. Chen Xu was left to tidy up the dining table by himself, and after finishing, he retreated to his room for some rest. When he awoke, it was already 5 o'clock, and soon Chen Zhangwo would be returning home from work. Chen Xu had enjoyed a refreshing nap. Just as he intended to help his mother with chores to bond, she shooed him away, urging him to focus on his studies. Reluctantly, Chen Xu returned to his desk, opened his notebook, and began his homework. Time slipped away during the break. After finishing his lunch on Sunday afternoon, Chen Xu returned to the school dormitory to write, continuing until shortly after 3 o'clock. He then made his way to the classroom, where he found Lu Jie diligently copying homework. "Lu Jie, why are you copying homework again? What did you do at home?" Chen Xu inquired with curiosity. "I'm merely catching up on my assignments." Lu Jie emphasized the word catching up. "At home, of course, I was resting. I stayed in bed all day on Saturday." "Are you really claiming you didn't go online?" Lu Jie, rarely showing embarrassment, admitted, I just wanted to practice my shooting skills, hoping to be as good as you. Perhaps you should reconsider. You can practice all you want once you reach university. Lu Jie quickly completed his homework and insisted on dragging Chen Xu to the internet CAF. Weren't you there just recently? Chen Xu remarked. This time, let's team up and show them who's boss. They called me a noob the other day. Chen Xu replied. You truly have a penchant for being a novice. Thus, the two made their way to the internet CAF. Upon seeing Chen Xu, Chen Tao greeted him. As Chen Xu observed the amusing antics of novice players, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder, followed by a waft of foul breath. You must be Chen Xu. Step outside for a moment. Taken aback, Chen Xu wondered if he had encountered some local ruffians. Noticing the situation, Lu Jie leaned in to ask Chen Xu what was happening. Probably just some thugs. I'll go check it out, Chen Xu replied with a smile. Lu Jie immediately became serious. I'm coming with you. At the entrance, around the corner, they spotted 3 individuals, one of whom was waving at Chen Xu. As Chen Xu approached, he realized he recognized all 3. The largest among them was a hefty fellow, approximately 175 centimeters tall and weighing around 200 pounds, making the 2 beside him appear like children. All 3 were former classmates of Chen Xu from middle school. The hefty one, Zhang Xian, had once shared a class with Chen Xu. After graduation, he failed to gain admission to high school and became a local delinquent, spending his days in idleness. However, they had not recognized Chen Xu. As Chen Xu and Lu Jie drew closer, one of them surprisingly recognized Lu Jie. Lu Jie? This doesn't concern you. You should head inside. Lu Jie also recognized them. Zhang Xian and Zhang Shuai? What are you up to? Since they were all from the same town and had been classmates, they quickly acknowledged their familiarity. This isn't your concern, Lu Jie. Just go inside, the thin one, Zhang Shuai, urged. That won't he do, he is my brother. Lu Jie asserted, taking a step closer to Chen Xu, signaling his unwillingness to back down. Seeing this, Zhang Shuai whispered something to Zhang Xian. After a brief discussion, they turned to Lu Jie. All right, out of respect for you, we'll let this slide today. Lu Jie was well known in town. His father owned a factory, making him someone not to be trifled with. Consequently, the 2 thugs decided to back down. As the 3 turned to leave, Chen Xu patted Lu Jie on the shoulder and said, It seems I owe you a treat tonight. Lu Jie grinned with satisfaction. Absolutely. As the 2 entered the internet CAF, within less than half an hour, Lu Jie and Chen Xu had just settled at their machines when someone called for Chen Xu to step outside again. Was this never-ending? Reluctantly, Chen Xu left with Lu Jie, only to encounter 3 individuals, all unfamiliar to Lu Jie. However, the young man who had been with Zhang Xian earlier was also present inside. Let us get to the point. If there's nothing to discuss, then be on your way. How much longer will this continue? Chen Xu spoke up before they could. Chen Tao had just exited the CAF and, curious about the commotion, overheard Chen Xu's bold remark. Is Chen Xu really that dazed? Not only him, but the onlookers who had just emerged from the CAF, as well as a few individuals across the street, were equally bewildered. This was not the expected script. Wasn't it supposed to be that they would first intimidate Chen Xu and Lu Jie and then decide whether to escalate things? Why had the tables turned? One young man quickly regained his composure and stepped forward, adopting a fighting stance as he threatened Chen Xu. Are you looking for a fight? However, Chen Xu had already discerned the feigned bravado. Without even flinching, he delivered a swift kick that sent the aggressor sprawling to the ground. The surrounding crowd was taken aback. Was the confrontation already underway? Another young man, witnessing his companion clutching his abdomen and groaning in pain on the floor, impulsively charged at Chen Xu and threw a punch. Yet, Chen Xu was prepared. As the punch approached, he deftly struck the assailant's wrist with his left hand, deflecting the blow, and followed with a precise right hook to the attacker's nose. While the technique might seem straightforward, executing such a counter against an incoming punch is not something just anyone can achieve. It was, in fact, the guiding force within Chen Xu that enabled him to do so effortlessly. He could accurately redirect blows and retaliate with precision. Although Chen Xu had never trained in boxing, striking the tender area of the nose caused immediate bleeding, leading his opponent to crouch in pain, clutching his face. The remaining individual, who had accompanied Zhang Xian, observed Chen Xu's gaze directed at him and quickly retreated a step, signaling that he was merely a bystander. The 2 troublemakers, having been swiftly subdued by Chen Xu, left the surrounding spectators in stunned silence. Even Lu Jie stood there, astonished, as if he no longer recognized Chen Xu. Chen Xu then delivered a swift kick to the one still on the ground, demanding, "Still want to fight?" The two, now fully aware of Chen Xu's formidable nature, dared not utter a word, enduring their pain as they scrambled to their feet and fled. Chapter 9 Farewell to the object of infatuation. The gazes directed towards Chen Xu from those around him were imbued with a newfound reverence, and hushed whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Following the incident, neither Chen Xu nor Lu Jie had the inclination to browse the internet any longer. They approached Qin Tao, the proprietor of the internet CAF, exchanged pleasantries, and then returned to school. On their journey back, Lu Jie cast furtive glances at Chen Xu, his lips moving without sound. Chen Xu, noticing this, became irate and playfully trapped Lu Jie's head under his arm, bouncing along merrily. Ouch, that hurts. Let go. You rascal, Chen Xu. Lu Jie finally regained his composure, prompting Chen Xu to release him. You troublesome Chen Xu, you nearly broke my neck. You owe me dinner tonight. Lu Jie exclaimed. Serves you right for making such a foolish face at me. Chen Xu retorted. I simply didn't expect it, Chen Xu. After all these years, I never knew you could fight. Lu Jie admitted, acknowledging that today's events had indeed surpassed his expectations. Was there never a chance? I've been waiting for this opportunity for many years. Chen Xu boasted with a hint of arrogance. Lu Jie, claiming a sore neck as justification, insisted that Chen Xu treat him to a meal. With no other option, Chen Xu relented, and the two indulged in meat sandwiches and cold noodles. While dining, Lu Jie inquired, Chen Xu, can you guess who came looking for trouble? Chen Xu speculated it might be Zhao Xiaolong, but lacked any evidence, so he suggested, we can ask Zhang Xian next time we see him. After all, we haven't suffered any losses. Back in the classroom, Lu Jie was bursting with excitement, eager to share Chen Xu's exploits with their classmates, yet fearful that news of their escapades might reach their teachers. Consequently, he suppressed his urge to divulge the story. That evening, Lu Jie was restless, his fidgeting possibly a result of the meat sandwiches or merely his pent-up excitement. Upon returning to his dormitory, Chen Xu powered on his computer and logged into QQ, where he was immediately inundated with friend requests. He accepted one, and the user, known as Lightly Dancing, sent a message. I heard you're quite skilled at CS? Haha, I suppose, Chen Xu replied modestly. Lightly Dancing, do you have time to play a game? Haha, no time. Lightly Dancing, I'll pay you. 10 yuan. Haha, still no time. Lightly Dancing, 20. Haha, I'm not one to be swayed by mere coins. Lightly Dancing, 50. If not, then forget it. Haha, fine, when tomorrow night. Lightly Dancing, tomorrow night at 11. Haha, sounds good. As their conversation concluded, Lightly Dancing's avatar dimmed. Chen Xu surmised that this was yet another contact arranged by Qin Tao. He had resolved that he would only accept payment before engaging. Otherwise, he would be inundated with random individuals wanting to play, leaving him no time for anything else. However, he found it peculiar that this individual was using a female account. It struck him as rather bizarre. The following evening, at precisely 10:55, Chen Xu stealthily approached the vicinity of the internet CAF. After a brief observation and determining that no one appeared to be lying in wait, he felt reassured enough to enter. His caution was not unwarranted. Should he indeed fall into an ambush, he would need to protect his handsome visage at all costs. Upon entering the CAF, he greeted Qin Tao, who gestured towards a girl seated at a computer by the window. Cui Xiaowan. Chen Xu was taken aback to discover that he recognized this girl sporting a voluminous hairstyle. Chen Xu, you are indeed quite difficult to invite, Cui Xiaowan remarked coldly. Cui Xiaowan was Chen Xu's classmate from the first year of junior high and the object of his early infatuation. Although it had been a long time since they last met, Chen Xu immediately recognized Cui Xiaowan's face. Had I known it was you, I would have come sooner, Chen Xu said joyfully. Seeing Chen Xu's genuine happiness, Cui Xiaowan finally relaxed her stern expression, recalling how he had nearly driven her to frustration during their negotiations the previous day. I've created a room. Hurry over, Cui Xiaowan commanded while guiding her character with a small knife. Chen Xu swiftly entered the room and engaged in a battle with Cui Xiaowan. Naturally, her skills were no match for Qin Tao's, placing her at a disadvantage against Chen Xu. Initially, Chen Xu did not hold back, but as he noticed Cui Xiaowan's face growing increasingly distressed, he intentionally eased up, allowing her to secure a couple of kills. All right, I'll stop playing. Cui Xiaowan could easily discern that Chen Xu was letting her win. If you're not playing, then I won't either, Chen Xu replied, standing up alongside her. They both left without settling the bill. Cui Xiaowan glanced at Chen Xu, asking, don't you need to pay? Chen Xu, aware of her familiarity with Qin Tao, chuckled and replied, I'm riding on your coattails. Cui Xiaowan retrieved 50 yuan from her pocket, But Chen Xu jumped back in refusal, saying, "Are you slapping me in the face? I didn't even know it was you." Cui Xiaowan then put the money away, remarking, "Chen Xu, you've changed so much." "You have changed as well," Chen Xu responded. Standing beneath the streetlight, an unexpected silence enveloped them. Cui Xiaowan reminisced about Chen Xu in their first year of junior high. Back then, he was quite short and could only sit in the front row, while she occupied the third. Chen Xu recalled Cui Xiaojuan's fiery temperament, recalling how she had flung a chair at a boy who had angered her. Realizing the hour was late, Chen Xu said, "It's time to head home." "It's getting late." Cui Xiaowan replied, "Whether I go home or not doesn't matter. I'm used to it." The statement revealed her lack of serious engagement in school. Yet Chen Xu hesitated to inquire further. "Let me walk you home, so I can return afterward," he offered. Cui Xiaowan declined, saying, "You can go back directly. I don't need you to accompany me." Chen Xu insisted, "But you're a girl." Suddenly irked, Cui Xiaowan retorted, "You mind your own business. I don't need your concern." With that, she turned and walked away. Chen Xu was at a loss as to what had triggered her anger and could only watch as she distanced herself. For several days afterward, Cui Xiaowan was absent online. Chen Xu sighed, recognizing that her current state suggested familial or emotional troubles, matters beyond his control. One day, as Chen Xu was typing away, he noticed his long quiet QQ notification chiming. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find a message from Cui Xiaowan. "Lightly dancing. Are you free?" "He. Yes. Lightly dancing. Can you come to that street light?" "He. I'll be there shortly." Chen Xu saved his document, donned his coat, and stepped outside. As the weather had turned cold, prompting him to retrieve his heavier attire. As I approached the door, I noticed the rain falling outside, prompting me to return for an umbrella. Stepping onto the street, I caught sight of Cui Xiaojun sheltered beneath the eaves by a street lamp, evading the downpour. Her petite figure appeared somewhat solitary and helpless on this chilly, rainy night. The orange glow of the streetlight illuminated the descending raindrops, creating a beautiful beam of light that enveloped her like a delicate veil. She stood there quietly, slightly tilting her head upward, gazing at the falling droplets as if lost in thought. The entire scene resembled a painting, brimming with poetic beauty. After a moment of admiration, Chen Xu quickly approached Cui Xiaojun, holding the umbrella over her head. "What is going on?" he inquired. "I wanted to see you," Cui Xiaojun replied in a nonchalant tone. Noticing her somewhat abrupt manner, Chen Xu was at a loss for words, and silence enveloped them once more. "You're quite skilled at fighting," Cui Xiaojun eventually remarked, her words now carrying warmth. "It's not that I'm skilled, it's that those individuals were rather weak," Chen Xu responded. "Have you ever fought before?" Cui Xiaojun asked again. "That was my first time," Chen Xu found himself confessing, despite initially intending to lie. Cui Xiaojun fell silent again, plunging them back into quietude. After a brief pause, just as Chen Xu was about to inquire about her intentions, she spoke directly. "Can I come to your house?" Chen Xu was taken aback. Seeing his hesitation, Cui Xiaojun turned and stepped out from under the umbrella. He hurried after her, pulling her back beneath its cover. "All right, let South go to my place." Thus, Chen Xu led Cui Xiaojun back to his residential building. Upon entering, he handed her the umbrella. "You go in first with the umbrella. Here is the key. The third building on the left, room 301. Noticing that Cui Xiaojun seemed poised to say something, he quickly reassured her, "Don't make a fuss. The security guard is quite observant. It won't matter to me. But as a girl, don't you want to maintain a good reputation?" Cui Xiaojun obediently entered under the umbrella. Chen Xu waited for 2 minutes before dashing into the complex. Upon reaching his door, he found Cui Xiaojun standing outside. Hesitating to enter, he reached out for the key, unlocked the door, and ushered her inside. "Do you want a shower?" "There is hot water," he offered, noting her coat was soaked, though he was unsure about her clothing underneath. "Yes," Cui Xiaojun replied. Chen Xu handed her a towel and pointed out the location of the shampoo and shower gel. The sound of running water soon filled the bathroom, allowing Chen Xu to settle at his computer desk to begin typing. He became so engrossed in his writing that he didn't notice when Cui Xiaojun finished her shower and emerged. When she approached the desk, Chen Xu was startled. Wrapped in his towel, her bare arms and legs were exposed, and her damp hair cascaded down, accentuating her alluring features. "Have some water while I find a hairdryer," Chen Xu said, regaining his composure. The apartment was well equipped, and logically, a hairdryer should be among the items. Searching beneath the TV cabinet, he indeed found one. Cui Xiaowan was seated in Chen Xu's chair, observing the writings of Chen Xu, who naturally plugged in the power to dry her hair. The hair was swiftly styled, and Chen Xu fashioned her frizzy locks into a ponytail. He then poured her a cup of warm water and presented her with one of his white t-shirts. "Would you like to try this on?" he inquired. Lacking a change of clothes, Cui Xiaowan accepted the shirt, yet continued to scroll through the document with the mouse. "Did you write all of this?" she asked. "Yes, I wrote it for fun during my free time," he replied. "Chen Xu, you have changed so much from before," Cui Xiaowan remarked earnestly as she set the mouse aside. After changing into the white t-shirt, which hung down to her thighs, Chen Xu felt a sudden shift within himself. While sipping warm water on the sofa, Cui Xiaowan began nibbling on the cookies Chen Xu had brought. Indeed, she had rushed out without having a proper meal. Bathed in the warm glow of the yellow lamp, she recounted her story between bites. At the tender age of 6, her mother had passed away, and she had lived with her father ever since. However, a woman had entered her father's life since the previous year and over the past 2 years. Despite her strong resistance, their relationship had progressed. Today, her father had brought this woman home to formally introduce her to Cui Xiaowan. Enraged, she had stormed out of the house. Cui Xiaowan understood all too well that while her father had always doted on her, he secretly longed for a son to carry on the family lineage, especially after her father had become involved with that woman. She often caught him gazing intently at other little boys playing, his eyes fixated. She frequently lamented her wish to be a boy, which was why she had been upset when Chen Xu had commented on her anger at feeling unsafe as a girl outside. Chen Xu listened quietly, allowing Cui Xiaowan to unburden her heart. Chapter 10. The first time as Cui Xiaowan spoke, her voice became increasingly faint, while her tears flowed more abundantly. Chen Xu finally embraced her, gently patting her back. Cui Xiaowan slowly wrapped her arms around Chen Xu's waist. Both were youthful and exuberant, gradually losing control. Chen Xu leaned down to kiss Cui Xiaowan's cool lips, accepting her clumsy response. Gradually, her teeth parted, and their tongues finally met. In the heat of the moment, Chen Xu's hands wandered to Cui Xiaowan's chest. A shiver ran through her, sending goosebumps across her skin. As Chen Xu's hands ventured lower, Cui Xiaowan seemed to regain her senses, quickly clenching her legs around his hand. "No," Cui Xiaowan murmured softly. Chen Xu felt a twinge of awkwardness. Realizing he was perhaps moving too quickly, just as he was about to apologize, he heard Cui Xiaowan say, "Turn off the light." Suddenly, Chen Xu understood her meaning, and in his delight, he swiftly lifted her and carried her to the bed. In the throes of passion, as Chen Xu exerted himself, he noticed Cui Xiaowan softly moan, holding him tightly. They continued until past 2 in the morning, when Chen Xu finally fell asleep, holding Cui Xiaowan close. The next morning, he was jolted awake by the alarm. Withdrawing his hand from Cui Xiaowan's chest, he turned on the light and playfully slapped her bottom, only to discover a crimson stain on the sheets. Cui Xiaowan, sleeping on her stomach, squinted at the sudden light and buried her head beneath the pillow. The sight of the red mark caused Chen Xu to sigh, but he soon noticed a small tattoo on her right buttock, a thorny rose. With a light slap on her bottom and a sigh, he donned his clothes and prepared to leave. Though reluctant to go, he felt compelled, for he was living alone in a rented apartment. If he didn't show up, would Lao Gao worry he had met with misfortune? What if he decided to come to his place? That would be disastrous. Thus, Chen Xu forced himself out the door. After completing the morning exercises, he planned to sleep, but the cold weather kept Lao Gao absent, filling Chen Xu with regret. Had he known, he wouldn't have come. He promptly lay down to catch up on sleep. Nearby, Li Shui observed him, her lips twitching in amusement. During breakfast, Chen Xu claimed he needed to return for something and didn't join Lu Jia, instead heading to the street near the school to buy 2 bowls of millet porridge and beef pies. When he returned to the rental apartment, Cui Xiaowan was still asleep. He gently nudged her awake. "Get up and eat first. After breakfast, you can sleep again. I'll bring back lunch later." Cui Xiaowan groggily got out of bed, still wearing Chen Xu's t-shirt, and stumbled to the sofa for breakfast. Chen Xu caressed her face, urging her to eat while it was warm. After a hurried meal, he kissed Cui Xiaowan goodbye and stepped out. Upon returning from morning exercises, Chen Xu noticed Lu Jia was staring intently at him, making him feel quite uneasy. "What is your problem? Why are you staring at me?" Lu Jia pondered for a moment and remarked, "I find you rather peculiar. Yet I cannot articulate precisely what feels amiss." Chen Xu was taken aback by Lu Jia's observation, thinking, this lad indeed possesses an unsettling aura. During lunchtime, Chen Xu once again feigned a desire to return home, departing the school gates alone. This time, his errands involved purchasing food for Cui Xiaowan and obtaining medicine from the pharmacy, prompting him to ride his bicycle. After their meal, Cui Xiaowan, with her legs bare, began clearing the table, inciting a surge of anger within Chen Xu, who promptly embraced her and brought her to the bed. Following the tempest of their passion, the two finally found solace in one another's company, leaning against each other for a moment's respite. Cui Xiaowan rested her head upon Chen Xu's chest, her right hand gently caressing his waist. Chen Xu, do you think I am shameless? She inquired. To be honest, had this been before yesterday, Chen Xu would have been skeptical. However, after the events of the previous night, he felt confident in assuring that she was indeed a virtuous young lady. What nonsense are you speaking? How could I not know what kind of person you are? Chen Xu replied. Do you know why I sought you out yesterday? Cui Xiaowan continued to probe. Why? Because undoubtedly, the two of us were engaged in similar activities last night, and I wished to experience what it felt like. This revelation made Chen Xu's heart race, as it hardly resembled the words of a rational individual. Nevertheless, considering Cui Xiaowan's genuine affection, a hint of a father complex was somewhat understandable. Yet, Cui Xiaowan's fixation was quite extreme. Chen Xu playfully tapped Cui Xiaowan on her rear, saying, Your father is barely in his 40s. He is still quite young. Do you wish for him to spend his life alone? As a devoted daughter, she found it difficult to utter anything cruel, leading her to hesitate. A father witnessing his child grow, such as attending school, naturally experiences a sense of loss. However, a child cannot remain forever sheltered beneath a parent's wing. This principle applies reciprocally. It is only natural for a child to feel a twinge of sorrow upon witnessing their father depart. Previously, Cui Xiaowan had been reluctant to share her father, believing that losing him would be akin to the sky collapsing. Yet now, reflecting on her current state, naked and entwined with Chen Xu, she felt a peculiar sense of fulfillment. It seems that men and women are indeed meant to be together. Finally, Cui Xiaowan let out a soft sigh. Do not overthink. I perceive you as merely idle. Noticing the relaxation in her expression, Chen Xu turned over, pinning her beneath him once more. During the afternoon class, Chen Xu felt particularly drowsy. In the first history lesson, he succumbed to sleep, resting his head on the desk. Although Ms. Su Wan, the history teacher, was nearsighted, she successfully spotted the sleeping Chen Xu and approached him, calling him awake. Chen Xu, from where to where did Emperor Xiaowen relocate the capital? Chen Xu, still groggy, pondered briefly before responding, from Pingqing to Luoyang. Indeed, now tell me, during which dynasty did the Xiongnu migrate westward, and what prompted this movement? The students erupted in astonishment, finding the teacher's leap in topics rather abrupt, as they had just been discussing the reforms of Emperor Wen of Wei. Zhao Xiaolong, struggling to recall the answer, cast a teasing glance in Chen Xu's direction. To Chen Xu's surprise, he pondered for a moment before responding. During the Eastern Han dynasty, the northern Xiongnu faced a devastating defeat in their wars against the Han, leading to their complete disbandment and a retreat from the Chinese borders as they began their westward migration. Except for Chen Xu, everyone else was taken aback. How could he possibly know this? Su Wan also did not expect Chen Xu to answer. Very well, you must be quite tired from studying. Please take a seat. Appreciating the teacher's thoughtfulness in providing an excuse for his fatigue, Chen Xu resolved to endure the remainder of the class. However, mere minutes later, he succumbed to slumber once more. As Su Wan passed by him, she instructed the class, everyone, turn to page 46 of your textbooks. Li Shui, sitting nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. Is the teacher pretending not to see this? Lu Jia was equally astonished. When will I ever possess such shamelessness? It was hard to fault Chen Xu. He had simply been exhausted from the day's activities. After a brief nap during history class, he felt rejuvenated and managed to stay awake through the subsequent periods. During the fourth period of self-study, he made his way to the mathematics teacher's office. His previous struggles with math had prompted the teacher to offer him extra help 3 times a week. The mathematics teacher was pleased to find that Chen Xu grasped concepts swiftly, learning rapidly whatever was taught to him. Yet, there was a frustrating aspect. Chen Xu's divergent thinking was lacking, causing him to falter when faced with slightly altered problems. The teacher thoughtfully remarked, you need more practice. Tomorrow, I will bring you a few math workbooks. With enough practice, you might just succeed. Chen Xu's spirits soared. With his excellent memory, he believed that tackling various types of problems would suffice. This was indeed a case of teaching according to individual needs. After informing the teacher that he had matters to attend to, he purchased a meal and returned to his rental apartment to find Cui Xiaowan. Cui Xiaowan had already donned the underwear Chen Xu had bought for her, brushed her teeth, and washed the clothes and bed linens, now hanging them out to dry. At that moment, she was browsing a forum with Chen Xu's notebook in hand. Upon noticing Chen Xu returning with food, She quickly tidied up the table in preparation for dinner. Observing the presence of both fish and meat in the evening meal, Cui Xiaowan couldn't help but ask, "Do you still have money? Am I being a burden to you?" Chen Xu chuckled, gently caressing her face. "Just focus on taking care of yourself. I can manage to support you." He then pulled out 100 yuan from his pocket. "In case I miss a meal, you can go out to eat. The exit is just outside." Cui Xiaowan grinned mischievously. "Are you planning to keep me? How much would that cost?" 50 yuan a month. Chen Xu laughed heartily. "Dream on." Cui Xiaowan replied, rolling her eyes playfully at him. Although she did not specify when she would leave, Chen Xu allowed her to stay as long as she wished. To avoid being discovered by Lu Jie and the teacher, Chen Xu decided to forego returning for breakfast and dinner during the tight schedule, letting Cui Xiaowan fend for herself while he returned home for lunch and dinner. A week passed in this manner, and one evening, Cui Xiaowan lay atop Chen Xu, informing him that she planned to leave the next day. "What prompts this sudden decision?" Chen Xu inquired, having grown accustomed to seeing her presence at home. "I have been avoiding it for too long. It is time to confront reality." "Thank you, Chen Xu. If it weren't for you, I might have ended up being supported by an older man," said Cui Xiaowan with a radiant smile. "To be honest, I have indeed transformed Cui Xiaojuan's life. On the day she arrived, she was so obstinate, yet now she is as gentle as a young bride. Her transformation is evident to the naked eye." Knowing that Cui Xiaowan would be leaving the next day, Chen Xu kept her company until the early hours of the morning, finally drifting off to sleep with her in his arms. When it was time for breakfast after the early study session, Chen Xu brought her a meal. Aware that she might not be there by the time he returned at noon, seeing her in a peaceful slumber, he still roused her from sleep. Cui Xiaowan, reluctant yet compelled, got up to eat. Throughout breakfast, neither of them spoke of parting. They simply engaged in light-hearted conversation. "Chen Xu, will you think of me in the future?" Cui Xiaowan asked, attempting to sound nonchalant. The moment Chen Xu heard those words, he sensed something amiss. "What are you thinking? How could I possibly forget you?" Yet, Cui Xiaowan fell silent, continuing to eat her meal in quietude. As time pressed on, Chen Xu had to leave. Just before stepping out, a silent Cui Xiaowan rushed up to him and embraced him tightly. Chen Xu realized that she might have made a significant decision. But being merely a student himself, he felt powerless to assist her, tightening his heart in distress. Finally, Cui Xiaowan released him and turned to return to her room. But Chen Xu distinctly noticed the tears glistening on her face. Leaving her behind, Chen Xu was left with a sense of his own inadequacy and an overwhelming urgency for time. Lu Jie noticed Chen Xu's low spirits and couldn't help but inquire about his troubles. "Lu Jie, do you think studying hard is beneficial?" "Of course it is. One must excel academically to gain admission to a good university," Lu Jie responded, puzzled by Chen Xu's odd question. "Then tell me, would a company recruiting at Peking University be the same as one recruiting at our city's open university?" "Certainly not. There's no comparison," Lu Jie remarked. "So, doesn't that imply we should study diligently?" Chen Xu stated earnestly. "Absolutely. Aren't I studying hard right now?" Lu Jie replied with a cheeky grin. Chen Xu found himself amused by Lu Jie's antics, but he couldn't entirely fault him. Without experiencing life and the harsh realities of society, one cannot truly grasp such life philosophies. Chen Xu resolved to spend less time out with him and more time guiding him in his studies, hoping to boost his grades a little. Yet, he also thought that Lu Jie had a considerable fortune to fall back on, making their situations vastly different. Why should I fret over such trivial matters? Chen Xu decided to take a nap during political class instead. Chapter 11. The Talent for Painting During the Lunch Break. Chen Xu returned home, only to find that Cui Xiaojun had indeed left without leaving any message. With a sigh, he lay down on the bed that still carried her scent and soon drifted into slumber. Upon returning home, Cui Xiaojun found the house empty and surmised that her father had gone to work. After changing her clothes, she ventured out once more, heading to the hair salon. When Cui Xiaojun returned home that evening, dinner was already prepared. Upon noticing her new hairstyle, her father, Cui Dad, slammed the table and scolded her. "You actually came back? Why don't you just stay at someone else's house?" Ultimately, Cui Xiaojun couldn't bear to be missing for an entire week, so she contacted a classmate via QQ, asking her father to fabricate a lie to cover for her absence. Once her father finished his tirade, Cui Xiaojun spoke up. "That apartment in the city is mine now. I'm no longer concerned with your matters." Cui Dad's face lit up with joy. He never anticipated such a transformation in his daughter after just one outing. As for the apartment, it was rightfully hers. "Xiaojun, are you truly serious?" "About me and Aunt Zhang," he stammered nervously, rubbing his hands together. Cui Xiaojun looked at her towering father, who at that moment resembled a child, cautiously seeking her approval. Overcome with emotion, she turned her head away to hide her tears as she hurried to her room to pack her belongings. "I agree. You both can be happy," she managed to say. After packing her things, she emerged with her suitcase, only to find her father beaming at the dining table, clearly having spoken to the woman on the phone about the news. However, instead of sitting down, Cui Xiaojun reached out for the keys. Upon seeing her with the suitcase, her father's expression shifted. "Xiaojun, why don't you eat first before leaving?" But Cui Xiaojun stubbornly held out her hand. Knowing her temper, Cui Dad reluctantly retrieved the keys from the drawer and handed them to her. "Remember to transfer it to me before you get married," Cui Xiaojun stated as she stepped out of the house. With tears streaming down her face, she walked towards the bus station, which was conveniently located next to the staff quarters of her school, allowing her to catch a glimpse of Chen Xu's room. She longed to visit him again, even if it meant waiting for him to finish his classes at the door. Yet, she ultimately steeled herself and boarded the bus. He ranks 5th in class. Surely, he will secure a place in a good university. He has a brighter future ahead. Cui Xiaojun was like a fleeting swan, swiftly gliding over the lake of Chen Xu's heart, leaving only ripples that continued to resonate. Chen Xu resumed his life as a student, dedicating his days to studying and writing. Soon, it was time for the first round of royalty payments. Although he received news from the editor, he waited until the next day to check his balance, finally feeling at ease. There was over 3,600 yuan in his account, and combined with the 3,000 yuan he had previously advanced, he had earned over 6,000 yuan that month. The editor informed him that his book was gaining popularity, and if he maintained consistent updates, surpassing 20,000 yuan the following month was entirely feasible. On his way back, Chen Xu presented Lu Jia with a packet of beef jerky, costing over 30 yuan, leaving Lu Jia utterly astonished. "Chen Xu, have you encountered some trouble? Please don't frighten me. This wouldn't be some sort of inheritance, would it?" Lu Jia sensed something was amiss. Typically, their meals cost merely 3 to 5 yuan. Yet this packet was over 30. "Enough chatter. If you won't eat it, hand it over," Chen Xu declared, reaching for the jerky but failing to seize it. "You are behaving so uncharacteristically," Lu Jia mused, unable to fathom Chen Xu's motives, yet undeterred in accepting the gift. Realizing he might have underestimated the purchasing power of 30 yuan, Chen Xu claimed it was a gift from his mother, which he was sharing with Lu Jia. Only then did Lu Jia believe him. "Well, from now on, your mother shall be my mother too," he said, stuffing the jerky into his mouth. The monotonous life of studying in their senior year was often disrupted by any deviation from the norm, capturing the attention of their peers. One evening, upon returning from dinner, Lu Jia rushed over to Chen Xu, exclaiming, "Hurry, Chen Xiaolin has arrived." Chen Xu, unenthusiastic, replied, "What about Chen Xiaolin?" "She is wearing shorts," Lu Jia responded, instantly invigorating Chen Xu, who hurried alongside Lu Jia to the entrance to catch a glimpse. Chen Xiaolin, the belle of Class 14's arts program, was adorned in shorts and sporting a ponytail, walking alongside her classmates. The arts program focused on subjects such as fine arts and music, and due to the lenient school policies, the girls in her class had learned to apply makeup and style themselves. Chen Xiaolin had grown accustomed to the attention from onlookers. Yet today, as it was her first time donning shorts, she felt a tinge of nervousness. As Chen Xu and Lu Jia continued to watch Chen Xiaolin's retreating figure, they heard someone shout, "Lu Jia, stop staring. You won't be able to unsee it." Lu Jia turned to find a familiar face. "Whoa, Lu Chao, you startled me." Lu Chao, also from the arts program and a classmate of Chen Xiaolin, suggested, "If you want to see her, just come to our class. Consider it a visit." Lu Jia was intrigued, for it was indeed rare to encounter beauties in shorts on campus. He glanced at Chen Xu, who, aware of Lu Jia's interest, nonchalantly replied, "If you wish to go, then do so, we still have time." Thus, Lu Jia linked arms with Lu Chao and strolled away, not forgetting to invite Chen Xu along. Class 14 was located at the far end of the corridor, a place Chen Xu had seldom visited. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the distinct ambience. The desks were sparsely arranged, while easels, paper, and various art supplies were scattered about, creating a truly artistic atmosphere. Lu Jia and Lu Chao engaged in lively conversation while stealing glances at Chen Xiaolin ahead, leaving Chen Xu to stand alone by an easel, observing a partially completed sketch. As he compared it with the reference image, the strokes and structure seemed to resonate with him, compelling him to pick up a pencil and continue the work. Lu Chao and Lu Jia, engrossed in their conversation, turned around only to discover that Chen Xu was now painting on Lu Chao's easel. Hey, that is my artwork. I've spent 2 lessons on that. Lu Chao leaped forward, intent on restraining Chen Xu's hand as he painted, only to be taken aback by the contents of the artwork. Is this truly my painting? Lu Chao found himself momentarily stunned. Lu Jia also rushed over to see, albeit clueless about the situation. Did I paint it incorrectly? Upon noticing the original artist's return, Chen Xu felt a twinge of embarrassment. No, it's painted quite accurately, Lu Chao exclaimed in astonishment. Have you practiced before? I've merely observed others paint. Chen Xu replied candidly. Oh my goodness, you possess an extraordinary talent for painting. You are truly suited for this. Lu Chao finally regained his composure and smiled at Chen Xu. What do you say, would you like to join our class? We don't have to study mathematics there. Before Chen Xu could respond, Lu Jia interjected with a dismissive expression. You can forget it. He's ranked 5th. Do you really think our homeroom teacher would agree? Lu Chao promptly fell silent. Nowadays, only those with poor academic records ended up in art classes. The diligent students were outright forbidden by teachers from joining. Just then, the class bell rang, prompting Lu Jia and Chen Xu to hastily depart. The other students in the art class gathered around, inquiring, Lu Chao, what happened? Lu Chao recounted the events, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Did he paint the lower half of that piece? Yes. Others grew increasingly agitated, including Chen Xiaolin. While not necessarily of the highest caliber, the skill displayed was certainly commendable, particularly given that he had completed half of it in just about 10 minutes. Was it truly this effortless for good students to learn painting? Or did he possess some unique technique? With a furrowed brow, Chen Xiaolin's long eyelashes fluttered as she pondered. Yet after a lesson's worth of contemplation, her curiosity prevailed. She scribbled a note and enlisted her classmate Wang Xia to deliver it. Wang Xia eagerly complied. Meanwhile, Chen Xu, engaged in idle chatter with Song Yuan, received the note adorned with a delicate border, which bore his name in elegant handwriting, Chen Xu. Amidst the teasing from his peers, Chen Xu unfolded the note. Why do you paint so quickly? Can you share your secret? Chen Xiaolin. The girl with long legs and shorts? Why so fast? Isn't it simply a matter of having hands? Upon reflection, Chen Xu realized he could not impart any wisdom. It was not something one could easily learn, dear girl. Consequently, he crumpled the note and discarded it. Pushing past Lu Jia's inquisitive expression, Chen Xu sighed. The burdens of being a handsome man like me are countless. It's all about studying. Lu Jia succinctly retorted, disgusting. Chen Xiaolin waited in vain for a response all evening, her frustration mounting as she chastised Chen Xu repeatedly. Everyone else seemed eager to engage with her, yet Chen Xu remained aloof. The more unattainable something is, the more one yearns for it. Thus, after finishing breakfast, Chen Xiaolin intercepted Chen Xu as he made his way back to class, with Lu Jia wearing a look of encouragement. Chen Xu and Chen Xiaolin stepped aside to a corner. Chen Xu, did you read my note? Why haven't you replied? Chen Xiaolin straightforwardly inquired. I've seen it. But you won't be able to use my method, Chen Xu replied. Why wouldn't I? Can't you teach me? Chen Xiaolin insisted. It's not something that can be learned in a single lesson, Chen Xu struggled to explain. He couldn't possibly admit that he had an innate talent for it. Then teach me more, Chen Xiaolin suggested. I can pay you. Upon hearing about money, Chen Xu perked up. How much can you offer? 20 yuan per lesson, Chen Xiaolin resolutely stated, pushing her budget to the limit. It wasn't as if she had an abundance of money. Forget it then, Chen Xu dismissed. As he considered that amount trivial, he had thousands saved up and was no longer the same person he once was. Chen Xiaolin, taken aback that this wouldn't sway him, finally made a decision. I'll be your girlfriend. As if I need a girlfriend now that I'm in college, Chen Xu retorted, leaving her with that remark. It took Chen Xiaolin a moment to grasp the meaning behind his words. Was she being rejected? In a fit of anger, she turned and returned to her classroom. Lu Jia, who had been watching from the doorway, noticed Chen Xiaolin leaving in a huff and curiously approached Chen Xu. What happened? Why did you upset her? She insisted on dating me, but I said I wanted to focus on my studies, and she got angry, Chen Xu explained. You really have no shame. Lu Jia scoffed, clearly unconvinced. Chapter 12. Teaching the class beauty to paint initially. It was thought that the matter would simply fade away. However, upon returning from the lunch break, Chen Xiaolin unexpectedly awaited him at the door, holding a bottle of cola. Upon seeing Chen Xu, she shyly thrust the cola into his hands and hurriedly turned to flee. Chen Xu was taken aback. The onlooking classmates were in a frenzy. Having never witnessed such an event before, the class beauty actively pursuing a boy. That evening, she presented Chen Xu with milk, and the following day, chocolate, which he could not refuse. What began as a modest reputation for Chen Xu soon transformed into something extraordinary. In the senior class 9, a student named Chen Xu was now being pursued by the class flower, Chen Xiaolin. Indeed, word spread, and Chen Xiaolin's status was elevated to that of the school beauty. The classmates were utterly astonished. Zhao Xiaolong cursed Chen Xiaolin for her shamelessness while simultaneously lamenting why he was not the one being pursued. Li Shui was left in a daze, pondering why Chen Xiaolin, who was marginally more attractive than herself, had chosen him. Chen Xu, feeling the pressure, finally called Chen Xiaolin aside during lunch. "What are you doing? I explicitly said I didn't want any gifts. You said I should pursue you," Chen Xiaolin responded, puzzled. "When did I ever say that?" Chen Xu retorted, exasperated. "I mentioned being your girlfriend, and you said I was dreaming. Doesn't that imply I should pursue you?" Chen Xiaolin replied, bewildered. Chen Xu was taken aback by her interpretation. "What I meant was never mind. You cannot continue like this. If our homeroom teacher finds out, you'll see what happens." Instantly, Chen Xiaolin's expression shifted. Indeed, she ranked among the top 5 in their class, while he was merely in the art stream. If she reported it to the teacher, the consequences were all too clear. Observing her sudden despondency, Chen Xu felt a pang of guilt. "All right then. A class costs 500 yuan. If you understand, great. If not, don't blame me." Chen Xiaolin's dim eyes sparkled with hope. "Really?" "Yes." After returning home, Chen Xu reflected on that day's experience and began sketching on paper. Shortly thereafter, Lu Jie approached and inquired, "Why are you drawing Chen Xiaolin?" In contemplating how to teach her, Chen Xu realized he had inadvertently sketched her likeness. It didn't seem too challenging after all. Chen Xu underestimated Chen Xiaolin's determination to learn. He had expected her to take her time gathering the funds, but to his surprise, she brought him the money that very evening. Holding a thick stack of cash that was clearly borrowed from various sources, he sighed. "Here's the plan. After class tonight, meet me at Building 4, room 301. You know the one, at the northeast corner." Chen Xiaolin nodded, indicating her understanding. That evening, upon arriving home, he indeed found her waiting for him. Once inside, Chen Xu organized his materials and laid out paper on the desk. "For something like a vase, first visualize its perspective, and then you'll understand proportions and sizes." However, Chen Xiaolin interjected, "What about when it comes to drawing people? They are inanimate objects like vases. For instance, when painting you, one must first conceive the perspective of your head before gradually rendering it stroke by stroke." As Chen Xu gestured, he skillfully brought Chen Xiaolin's likeness to life. In her astonishment, Chen Xiaolin inquired, "Have you painted me before?" "Indeed," he replied. With this reassurance, Chen Xiaolin relaxed. And in less than 10 minutes, her portrait was nearly complete. He had evidently practiced. Suddenly, Chen Xiaolin said, "Can you draw Lu Chao?" Chen Xu pondered for a moment and then began to sketch directly. Chen Xiaolin, standing by, found herself in a state of bewilderment. In less than 10 minutes, without even a photograph of Lu Chao, he had conjured an image from mere imagination. "See, it's quite simple," Chen Xu remarked, putting away his brush. Feeling a sense of accomplishment as a teacher, turning back, he noticed Chen Xiaolin gazing at him with a dazed expression. "How could you draw so quickly without a photo or a reference?" she asked in astonishment. "You just need to visualize it in your mind," he replied. However, upon seeing Chen Xiaolin's reaction, he realized he might have spoken too grandly. Chen Xiaolin felt as if struck by lightning. Was it truly so simple? For her, each detail required meticulous thought and careful delineation. Had he merely conjured the image in his mind? What was the purpose of her efforts? Her teacher had once mentioned that highly experienced artists could establish compositional points at a glance, but that was after years of practice, something she believed she lacked. The more Chen Xu spoke, the less responsive Chen Xiaolin became, prompting him to fall silent. Suddenly, she burst into tears, overwhelmed by the burden of her struggles. She had borrowed money to study, hoping to escape the turmoil of her family through university, yet now it seemed a futile dream. Chen Xu attempted to console her, but his words fell flat, and he offered her tissues, one after another. When Chen Xiaolin finally ceased her weeping, Chen Xu seized the opportunity to say, "Forget it. I'll return the 500 yuan to you later. Please stop crying." Chen Xiaolin, wiping her tears, sobbed, "It's not about the 500 yuan. Then what troubles you?" After contemplating, she finally confided, "My parents divorced when I was in the 1st grade. It turned out that after the divorce, Chen Xiaolin lived with her father while her sister stayed with their mother. However, her father soon remarried, introducing a stepmother into Chen Xiaolin's life. Initially, things were manageable. But as her stepmother bore children of her own, Chen Xiaolin became increasingly unwelcome. Upon entering high school, her academic performance began to decline, prompting her stepmother to demand that she drop out and work. Fortunately, her father remained somewhat reliable, agreeing to let her finish high school. Yet, when Chen Xiaolin joined the art class and began asking for financial support, her stepmother once again created difficulties for her. Chen Xu was aware of this situation. Pursuing an art education often required substantial financial investment for materials and outdoor studies, which many families would find burdensome. As her senior year approached, the expenses remained considerable. And even her father began to waver. "I believe my stepmother is right. Girls are destined to marry, and with the financial demands of today, gaining admission to a university is not guaranteed, especially considering Chen Xiaolin's previously poor academic performance." Chen Xiaolin could only plead with her father, vowing not to request further financial assistance from home, affirming her determination to enroll in university. She promised to bear her own expenses, and since he was her biological father, he consented. However, to manage her costs independently, she would need a scholarship. Without it, she could not even afford tuition. Thus, she seized every opportunity to secure funding. "How do you manage your living expenses?" Chen Xu inquired. "I asked my mother for some money and borrowed from my aunt and uncle, promising to repay them during my university years," Chen Xiaolin replied softly. Chen Xu patted her head, recognizing that this young girl was already shouldering so many responsibilities. He returned 500 yuan to her, and after much hesitation, she accepted it, saying, "Thank you, you're a good person." Chen Xu refused to accept this label of goodwill. "Forget it. I don't wish to be seen as a good person." Chen Xiaolin pondered this. If he did not reclaim his money, it would indeed be justified, as being a good person would cost him that 500 yuan. "All right, you should head back," he stated, realizing that no amount of effort could teach her otherwise. Chen Xiaolin glanced at the clock on the wall and lowered her head, saying, "I can't go back. The dormitory lights out at 11, and it's almost midnight now. Then you can sleep here. You take the sofa, and I'll take the bed." Chen Xu insisted, not wanting to play the role of a benefactor. Oh, the tear-streaked Chen Xiaolin went to wash her face while Chen Xu fetched her a blanket. He soon realized that her long legs hung awkwardly off the small sofa. "If you're not worried about me taking advantage of you, just come into the room." "I refuse to sleep on the sofa," he asserted. As Chen Xiaolin tried to turn over on the sofa, but found it impossible, she followed him into the room. Sensing that Chen Xu was not truly unkind, they lay on the same bed, each covered with their own blanket. Once the lights were out, moonlight bathed them in its glow. Chen Xu regretted not having written anything that day when he heard Chen Xiaolin's voice. "Chen Xu, do you look down on me?" Understanding her implication, he replied, "Not at all. You are one of the strongest and most independent girls I have ever met." "Thank you," she responded. As Chen Xu attempted to drift into slumber, Chen Xiaolin initiated conversation again. "Chen Xu, a few months ago, were you really in 40th place?" "Yes." "Chen Xu, be quiet. If you keep talking, I'll take advantage of you." Oh, Chen Xiaolin's drawn-out response immediately evoked an image of her expression in his mind. A wave of irritation washed over Chen Xu. Here he lay next to a beautiful girl, compelled to maintain a facade of benevolence while unable to sleep soundly, which was truly tormenting. Just as he settled down, ready to succumb to sleep, Chen Xiaolin's arm swung and struck her own body, followed by a muttered complaint. Enraged, Chen Xu leaned in and kissed her, his hand slipping beneath her clothing. Chen Xiaolin immediately struggled awake. "Who is it?" Chen Xu, what are you doing?" However, she quickly realized the situation and refrained from shouting aloud. Unable to reach her lips, Chen Xu resorted to groping, slipping his hand beneath the edge of her undergarments. As she squirmed, her clothes became disheveled. Frustrated, Chen Xu moved his hand downward, but the moment his fingers brushed against her shorts, Chen Xiaolin twisted away, causing the button to snap off. Her voice trembled with tears. "Chen Xu, what are you doing?" Chen Xu halted, his tone laced with irritation. "Didn't I tell you not to speak?" Tearfully, Chen Xiaolin replied, "I didn't say anything. I was asleep." His anger subsiding, Chen Xu turned on the light. "Were you talking in your sleep just now?" Me? Of course, Chen Xiaolin had no recollection. "Never mind." Chen Xu exhaled, regaining his composure. His gaze fell on the fallen brass button in her hand, and he muttered awkwardly, "Your shorts aren't very sturdy." Chen Xiaolin lowered her voice. "They were only 10 yuan. The quality isn't great." With that, the lights went out again, but neither of them could sleep now. Unsure whether speaking would provoke him further, Chen Xiaolin remained silent. After a while, a faint growl broke the stillness. Embarrassed, she whispered, "Sorry." Chen Xu couldn't help but chuckle, and soon, she joined in his laughter. He flicked the light back on. "You owe me for that interrupted attempt." Slipping into his slippers, he asked, "Are you hungry?" "Yeah. I didn't eat dinner." "Why not?" "I went to borrow money from a classmate." "Oh." Chen Xu headed to the kitchen, filled a pot with cold water, and lit the stove. Soon, the aroma of instant noodles filled the air, enriched by 2 eggs. "All right. Come eat." He set the bowl on the table. Seated, Chen Xiaolin savored the meal, praising his cooking between bites. Before long, she finished and washed the dishes. Glancing at the clock, Chen Xu noted it was nearly midnight. When she returned, he patted his lap. "Sit here." After a brief hesitation, Chen Xiaolin settled sideways onto his legs. Chen Xu pulled her close, capturing her lips in a kiss. She trembled but eventually reciprocated, unfamiliar with such intimacy. The electrifying sensation sent shivers through her body. Grasping his wrist through the fabric, she murmured, "Chen Xu, don't." Obliging, he gentled the kiss, his hands stilling. Gradually, she relaxed against him. When they finally parted, Chen Xiaolin rested her head against his chest, breath uneven. Once calm returned, Chen Xu gave her backside a light tap as she stood. Behave and sleep. Exhaustion eventually claimed them both. Chapter 13. The school sports meet awakened by the blaring alarm. Chen Xu washed his face and prepared to leave, gently tapping Chen Xiaolin's arm to remind her to wake up later. To his surprise, she replied, "You go ahead. I want to attend morning exercises." The art class was notoriously relaxed, with many students often venturing outside to sketch, leaving the actual attendance a mystery. Thus, morning exercises had become merely a formality. Chen Xu closed the door behind him, stepping out into the biting cold as he murmured, "When will these dreary days come to an end?" In the morning, Lu Jie noticed Chen Xu's drowsy demeanor and inquired, "What's the matter? Why do you look like this again?" Chen Xu explained, "I didn't sleep well. A cat was yowling all night." Lu Jie responded, "Oh, wait. Isn't yowling associated with spring? It can happen in autumn too, though, just occasionally." After a brief nap, while heading to breakfast, Chen Xu encountered Chen Xiaolin, who, unbothered by the cold, had bare legs. She glanced at Chen Xu from afar, her cheeks flushed, and walked past with her classmates. This little enchantress. Ignoring Lu Jie's incessant chatter, Chen Xu hastened his breakfast. The morning classes were largely devoid of academic necessity, so Chen Xu pulled out the practice book given by the math teacher. He intended to revisit problems he had struggled with the previous day. If he still found them perplexing, he would have to consult the teacher later. However, the math teacher would only arrive in the afternoon. So Chen Xu decided to seek help from Wang Junwen. Wang Junwen was surprisingly accommodating, readily accepting the book and explaining the problem succinctly within a minute. Chen Xu expressed his gratitude and returned to his seat. Lu Jie, curious, leaned over to see what was going on. Chen Xu handed him the book. But after a brief glance, Lu Jie awkwardly returned it. With Wang Junwen's assistance, Chen Xu's learning pace significantly accelerated, eliminating the need for long trips to consult the teacher. As the days passed, the autumn sports meet approached, and although the teachers had yet to announce it, students eagerly began discussing the event. Finally, during Chinese class, Lao Gao brought it up before the lesson. The autumn sports meet will take place this Saturday and Sunday. As we are now seniors, the foremost priority is to ensure safety and protect yourselves while striving for good results. Understood? Understood, came the chorus of responses. After class monitor Su Ying commenced the tallying of participants. Chen Xu, what event are you signing up for? I think I'll pass. But you play basketball so well. Aren't you going to register? If there were a shooting competition, I might consider it, but there isn't one. Lu Jie interjected, you should be fine with running. Although Chen Xu had improved physically since his rebirth, he was not at the level to clinch victory in a 100-meter dash. And long-distance running was too exhausting and required training. Noticing Lu Jie's persistent encouragement, Chen Xu decided that if he participated, Lu Jie should as well. Observing the eager expressions of their classmates, Lu Jie could not back down. Ultimately, they both signed up for the 1,500 meters, leaving the 5,000 meters for whoever wished to participate. Sitting at his desk, Lu Jie felt a twinge of regret, realizing that he had urged Chen Xu to join. Yet here he was, signing up himself. Regret is a fruitless endeavor now. After the evening study session, the two individuals made their way to the playground. Eager to gauge their physical prowess, Lu Jie held his watch confidently, urging Chen Xu to take the lead. As the minute hand pointed to 12, Lu Jie shouted go, and Chen Xu bolted forward. Previously, Chen Xu had merely sensed an improvement in his physical condition, but he had never formally tested himself. Their physical education teacher often fell ill, and when they did have class, it was usually spent playing casual games or taking leisurely strolls. Chen Xu began to mobilize his body, gradually accelerating after warming up. Upon completing 5 laps, Lu Jie glanced at the time, for minutes and 55 seconds. Is this fast or slow? Lu Jie inquired, showing the time to Chen Xu. Chen Xu calculated based on his performance in the 1,000-meter run during the entrance examination. If this were an assessment, it would likely meet the standard. Now it was Chen Xu's turn to check the time as Lu Jie ran. Gasping for breath, Lu Jie finished his 5 laps in 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Not bad, just 5 seconds slower than I was, Chen Xu remarked. Really? I'm not at my best today. Otherwise, I would have surely beaten you, Lu Jie replied, cheerfully throwing an arm around Chen Xu's shoulders. Let us grab a cola. Ah. The vitality of youth. One can indulge freely without counting calories. Unlike in middle age when one must meticulously calculate sugar intake and the duration of exercise required to burn it off, inevitably leading to a burgeoning belly. Thus, whenever they had free time, Chen Xu and Lu Jie, along with a few classmates who had signed up, would practice on the playground. After Lu Jie completed his 1,500 meters, he looked at Chen Xu in bewilderment. Chen Xu, how is your fitness so impressive? You hardly seem winded. Chen Xu was deliberately conserving his energy, not wanting to discourage Lu Jie. I'm controlling my breathing, intentionally keeping it steady to help my body adapt to the rhythm. Really? I shall give it a try, Lu Jie responded. The day of the sports meet arrived, and after the morning study session, the homeroom teacher reminded everyone to return promptly after breakfast to move the desks. They transported 4 desks, and the entire class relocated to the playground with their benches. Before the events commenced, class monitor Su Ying had already unveiled snacks and seeds. Chen Xu pinned his identification badge to his shirt and chatted with Lu Jie while munching on seeds. At 8:30, the sports meet commenced, and Chen Xu's group of over 10 students lined up to enter. Noticing Lu Jie's gaze fixed on the banner holder Li Shui, Chen Xu couldn't help but tease, "You're drooling." Lu Jie quickly wiped his mouth, realizing he had been tricked but remained unfazed, whispering to Chen Xu, "Li Shui looks best in jeans." Chen Xu shot him a disdainful glance. How vulgar. Yet, it must be said, Li Shui indeed possessed an enviable figure, curvaceous and perfectly suited for the snug jeans she wore. Lu Jie, unabashed, turned his attention to the banner holders from other classes. Look, it's Chen Xiaolin. In truth, Chen Xu had already noticed her. Today, Chen Xiaolin donned a light yellow dress, standing gracefully at the entrance of her class, drawing the gazes of many around her. The skirt obstructs the view, so I might as well focus on Li Shui. The 1,500-meter long-distance race is scheduled for the afternoon. Leaving Chen Xu with nothing to do in the morning but munch on sunflower seeds and sip beverages with Lu Jie, while they boast and critique the various female athletes on the track. Ah, Chen Xiaolin. Lu Jie pointed at the women's 100-meter sprint arena and exclaimed. Chen Xiaolin, with her long legs, astonishingly secured the second place, catching Chen Xu's attention. However, this was merely the preliminary round. One could only wonder how she would perform in the final. The morning passed swiftly with idle chatter, and after a lengthy wait post-lunch, it was finally time for Chen Xu and Lu Jie to compete in the 1,500-meter race. As they headed to the assembly point, their class leader, Su Ying, enthusiastically cheered them on. Lu Jie, brimming with pride, waved at everyone, exuding an air of confidence as if victory was merely within his grasp. Chen Xu, feeling embarrassed, quickly distanced himself from Lu Jie. Upon reaching the assembly point and confirming attendance, about 15 or 16 competitors formed a slanted line. At the sound of the starting gun, everyone surged forward in a flurry. Positioned in the middle, Chen Xu observed the 2 robust athletes in green shorts at the forefront. These were the school's dedicated sports students. Having not competed alongside others recently, Chen Xu was uncertain of his strategy and decided to focus on the 2 athletes, aiming to avoid falling too far behind. As the 3 laps progressed, Chen Xu found himself in 3rd place, just behind the 2 sportsmen. He sensed he still had some energy left, and even the leisure to acknowledge those cheering for him along the sidelines. Spotting Chen Xiaolin in her shorts at the turn, he playfully shaped his lips into a kiss for her. Startled, Chen Xiaolin placed a hand over her chest, questioning whether she had misinterpreted his gesture. Was he really attempting to blow her a kiss? As the final lap approached, the athletes ahead noticed Chen Xu and suddenly accelerated. Just as Chen Xu still had some energy left, he immediately matched their pace and surged forward. Closer, closer, Chen Xu successfully overtook the second-place athlete. In a moment of panic, the athlete reached out to shove him, but Chen Xu had anticipated this and kept a safe distance, unaffected. Upon crossing the finish line, Chen Xu gradually slowed down, only to be met by a throng of excited classmates. After all, these were athletes, yet they had been surpassed by Chen Xu. He awaited Lu Jie at the finish, relieved that he was not among the last three. As Lu Jie collapsed onto the ground, he looked up at Chen Xu with a grin, exclaiming, "Chen Xu, what the heck? How did you run so fast just now? Were you pulling a fast one on me?" Chen Xu, however, refused to concede, attributing his performance to a good day. The first place time was 4 minutes and 11 seconds, while Chen Xu clocked in at 4 minutes and 16 seconds, and Lu Jie at 5 minutes and 3 seconds. They proceeded to the podium to receive their medals and prizes. The first-place winner had his arm around the third-place contestant, seemingly mocking him, but Chen Xu chose to overlook the display. As the second-place winner, Chen Xu received a badminton racket as a prize. Lu Jie eagerly approached to take a look and, without returning it, laughed as he made his way back to their class, where classmates regarded Chen Xu with newfound respect throughout the journey. Chen Jiqiang and Chen Hongxia, both from the same village, made a special effort to approach Chen Xu, exclaiming, "Chen Xu, you're truly remarkable. Even the athletes cannot compare to you." Chen Xu humbly replied, "Oh, it's merely a good day. Perhaps tomorrow will not be the same." Upon returning to the liberal arts classroom, the number of well-wishers increased, with even Chen Xiaolin coming over to congratulate him. Offering him a piece of chocolate, "Chen Xu, you're incredible." Chen Xiaolin had placed second in the preliminaries but only managed to secure 7th in the finals. Chen Xu felt inclined to question where the remarkable aspect lay, yet he hesitated with so many people around. "Luck, just luck. I happen to be in good form today." After sitting down with the inquisitive Lu Jie, he was once again met with a barrage of compliments. The class monitor, Su Ying, regretfully shook her head, saying, "If I had known, I would have signed you up for the 5,000 meters as well. What a pity." Chen Xu rolled his eyes in response. "It seems you're not the one who is exhausted." Meanwhile, Zhu Xiaolong, laughing heartily with Chen Kaihua, remarked, "It's over for you, Chen Kaihua. Chen Xiaolin has gone to deliver something again. What she mentioned earlier might indeed be true. Old Chen, you're out of luck, haha." Chen Kaihua disdainfully swatted Zhu Xiaolong's hand away, having been ridiculed by others for not outperforming Chen Xu. After witnessing Chen Xiaolin conversing with Chen Xu, he was mocked once more. After the jests, Zhu Xiaolong didn't forget to caution, "You mustn't cause any trouble. After all, he is a good student." He had indeed inquired about Chen Xu, knowing him to be among the top students in their class. Zhu Xiaolong's well-meaning advice, however, twisted in Chen Kaihua's ears, causing his hands to clench involuntarily. Unbeknownst to Zhu Xiaolong, he left without noticing the shift in Chen Kaihua's demeanor, who remained rooted in thought before finally departing. The previously vibrant and relaxed atmosphere was abruptly shattered as the afternoon events neared their conclusion. An athlete, in an attempt to show off, failed to clear a hurdle and fell awkwardly, resulting in a severe leg injury. His agonizing cries sent shockwaves through the surrounding students. Lu Jie returned from outside with distressing news. "I heard that his pores are oozing blood. He'll have to stay in the hospital for months. And his chances for the college entrance exam are likely gone. What bad luck." Indeed, the athlete's misfortune was profound. The nurse had mentioned that even 10 more falls would not yield a more severe injury. In light of this incident, Old Gao reiterated the principle of safety first, opting to remain in the classroom on Sunday to safeguard against any mishaps. Consequently, Chen Xu and Lu Jie maintained a low profile throughout the day. Chapter 14. A fight. Once more the sports event concluded rather anticlimactically, and Chen Xu resumed his studies. His joyful academic life continued for 2 days until Chen Xiaolin sought him out once again. "Chen Xu, someone is looking for you," called a classmate, revealing the familiar face of his recent rumored girlfriend, prompting a few curious smiles among the others. "Is there something you need?" he inquired. "We're departing for the school in Weifang tomorrow and we'll be away for a while." "I came to let you know," she replied. "Is everyone from your class going?" he asked. "All the art students are attending." "All right." A moment of silence enveloped them, prompting Chen Xu to break it. "Do you still have some money? Please refrain from asking your family for more." Feigning nonchalance, Chen Xiaolin responded, "I have enough. Thankfully you returned the money to me." Noticing her demeanor, Chen Xu suggested, "Let's go to my place at noon. Help me pick out some clothes, as I have nothing suitable to wear." Chen Xiaolin instinctively hesitated but, upon meeting Chen Xu's gaze, relented. "Okay." During their lunch break, the two intentionally strolled through town, Chen Xu purchased a jacket for himself and an entire outfit along with a pair of shoes for Chen Stalin. Finally, he handed her 500 yuan. Spend it freely when you're out. Don't skimp. We shouldn't fall behind others, and be sure to take care of your health. You can repay me gradually, over the coming years if necessary. Chen Stalin's eyes glistened with emotion as she nodded in agreement. Later that evening, after their evening study session, Lu Jie went to fetch water to wash his hair while Chen Xu remained seated, engrossed in solving a recent math problem. Suddenly, he heard someone nearby calling his name. Are you Chen Xu? Looking up, he noticed 3 imposing figures blocking the light. He stood up. That's me. What is the matter? Upon standing, he realized the 3 were muscular men, their skin darkened by the sun, likely athletes. At the forefront stood Chen Kaihua, glaring menacingly at Chen Xu, while the other 2 scanned the classroom, causing everyone to lower their heads in fear. You went out with Chen Xiaolin at noon? Chen Kaihua asked, satisfaction evident in his eyes as the classroom fell silent. Chen Xu instantly grasped the situation. What is it to you? He casually picked up a small peeling knife from his desk. The 2 behind Chen Kaihua noticed Chen Xu's subtle movement and quickly nudged him. Enraged, Chen Kaihua noticed the knife but dismissed any fear, believing Chen Xu would not dare use it. If you want to die, just say the word. Just based on you? Chen Xu retorted defiantly, even dismissively cleaning his ears. Fury ignited within Chen Kaihua, and he pointed at Chen Xu. You dare, before he could finish. Chen Xu delivered a punch directly to Chen Kaihua's nose, causing him to bend over in pain. Following that, Chen Xu executed a swift kick, toppling both Chen Kaihua and one of his companions to the ground, along with a nearby desk that fell over. Try saying another word. Chen Xu commanded from his elevated position. The classmates in the classroom were taken aback by the formidable presence of Chen Xu. The only remaining standing athlete took a step back, assisting his fallen companions. Chen Kaihua covered his nose with one hand and his stomach with the other, unable to stand upright. As he listened to the whispers around him, believing they were mocking him, a surge of anger overcame him. He shouted and, bending down, charged at Chen Xu. Taken by surprise, Chen Xu did not expect Kaihua to strike back. In a panic, he swiftly kicked him aside and turned to flee. As the other 2 approached menacingly, the classroom erupted in shrill screams from the female students upon witnessing the altercation. Chen Xu maneuvered around the back of the classroom and escaped through the rear door, with the other 2 hot on his heels. Just as Kaihua, who had just regained his footing, decided to pursue through the back door, he was caught off guard when Chen Xu re-entered through the front, delivering a forceful kick to his waist and knocking him down once more. Falling onto a desk, Kaihua obstructed the path. As Chen Xu hesitated on how to get past him, the 2 pursuers caught up. In a moment of desperation, Chen Xu stepped onto Kaihua's body to get by, but as he hesitated, one of the pursuers grasped his jacket. Fortunately, Chen Xu had left his jacket unbuttoned and, with a vigorous tug, managed to break free. The individual clutching Chen Xu's jacket attempted to leap forward, but noticed Kaihua groaning and trying to rise. Unable to proceed, he decided to assist Kaihua instead. With his clothing stripped away, a sweat of anxiety broke out on Chen Xu as he reached the back door, only to find his adversaries had halted their advance. Seizing a nearby stool, he hoisted it above his head and hurled it at the trio. To their astonishment, the assailants realized Chen Xu was indeed serious about throwing the stool. The individual holding the jacket reacted just in time, raising his arm in defense, only to be struck on the arm and then on the head, causing him to crouch down in pain. Amidst the cacophony of his classmates' screams, Chen Xu launched 2 more stools, both successfully hitting their targets. Regrettably, they struck the first 2 attackers, while the third, sensing danger, retreated to the front. With no stools left at his disposal, Chen Xu advanced to the front row and lifted a stool, only to see Su Ying calling for their homeroom teacher, Mr. Gao. What is happening here? Mr. Gao shouted. In a moment of impulsiveness, Chen Xu flung the stool at the curled-up Kaihua, who cried out once more from the ground. The students were left in stunned silence. Chen Xu. Mr. Gao bellowed again, prompting Chen Xu to comply, clutching his head and groaning in pain. Observing that Chen Xu was also injured, Mr. Gao navigated around the 2 sprawled on the floor and approached him, asking, what happened? Where did they hit you? Could Chen Xu admit he had sustained no injuries? Certainly not. The squeaky child gets the milk. He claimed that while running, he had been struck on the head by an object they had thrown. Mr. Gao surveyed the chaotic scene in the classroom, choosing not to comment. Recognizing that Chen Xu was not seriously harmed, Mr. Gao summoned the involved students to his office. Upon inspecting the injured, the most grievously affected was Kaihua, whose nose was bleeding and chin bruised, with other injuries hidden from view. The individual behind him sported a large bump on his head and bruises on his hands. The third individual managed to distance himself and remained unscathed. After making a call to the homeroom teacher of the 3 students involved, he finally took a seat and inquired, "Now, please elaborate on what transpired." Chen Xu, without hesitation, recounted his tale of diligent study, interrupted by the trio of burly youths who confronted him, leading to a confrontation where he retaliated after enduring insults and blows. As Chen Xu narrated, the 3 individuals vehemently protested, each claiming innocence. "Who struck first?" "Clearly, it was you." Chen Xu retorted, "Are you all blind?" He jabbed his finger at my eye. Had I not dodged, my eye would have been gouged out. Chen Kaihua, with blood streaming from his nose, shouted in indignation, "I was merely pointing at your nose. How could my finger possibly reach your eye? I never even touched you. Had I done so, your eye would have been blinded." Listening to their bickering, Lao Gao began to grasp the day's events. Yet he knew that he must await the arrival of the other party's homeroom teacher to resolve the matter. Among the trio, 2 hailed from Class 7, while the other was from Class 6. As it was not yet time to extinguish the lights, both homeroom teachers were still present and soon arrived. Upon hearing Lao Gao's account, Zhang Wen, the teacher of Class 7, immediately chastised Chen Kaihua and his companion, berating them for ganging up on a single student and calling it disgraceful. He pointed at Chen Kaihua, stating, "He has been injured. Shouldn't we first ascertain the extent of his injuries?" Upon hearing Zhang Wen's sardonic remarks, Chen Xu could not contain himself. A typical homeroom teacher would admonish students for causing disturbances, yet this teacher seemed to view their inability to win as shameful and insisted on examining the troublemaker's injuries first. Unable to hold back, Chen Xu was about to voice his thoughts when he noticed Lao Gao subtly shaking his head, prompting him to silence himself. Once the other party had finished speaking, Lao Gao turned to Lu Guohua, the homeroom teacher of Class 6, and asked, "Do you share this sentiment?" Although Lu Guohua found Zhang Wen's earlier comments somewhat biased, he recognized that his class was also at fault and thus replied that he had no objections. Lao Gao declared, "Very well, you may take your students to assess their injuries. I shall contact the principal." Upon hearing this, both teachers initially felt pleased. But upon realizing the latter part of his statement, they immediately erupted in protest. "Teacher Gao, please, why involve the principal over such a trivial matter?" Lao Gao retorted, "Trivial? 3 burly athletes invaded my class and assaulted our second-ranked student. Is that what you deem trivial?" Zhang Wen then realized that Chen Xu held the second position in the class, which only fueled his anger further. "You athletic students can play among yourselves. Why target a diligent student for no reason? With one student being the second best in class and the other 3 being athletes." Zhang Wen understood that the authorities would undoubtedly favor the latter. Consequently, he was compelled to adopt a more conciliatory tone. "Teacher Gao, they are all seniors preparing for the college entrance examination. Surely we can resolve this amicably." Lao Gao cast a disdainful glance at the trio, while Zhang Wen, feeling frustrated yet powerless, quickly gestured to Lu Guohua for support. Although Lu Guohua generally held a low opinion of these individuals, he could not turn a blind eye to the current situation and thus attempted to mediate. "Teacher Gao, these are all third-year students. Delaying their college entrance examination could potentially ruin their futures. How about this? Let them offer a sincere apology and compensate this student for his losses, and we can consider the matter settled." Teacher Gao indeed harbored similar concerns. Should this incident escalate and result in a student's expulsion, it could have lifelong repercussions. "Very well. You all stay here while I converse with my student." After saying this, he called Chen Xu, who was clutching his head in feigned pain, aside. They moved to a corner, with Teacher Gao positioning himself in front of the office door to prevent any eavesdropping. "Now, tell me, where exactly are you hurt? You've covered different spots twice." Chen Xu, with a cheeky grin, lowered his hands. "Teacher, I'm just considering that a child who cries will receive milk, right? If I were completely unscathed, you wouldn't have much leverage in the argument, would you?" Teacher Gao shot him an exasperated glare. "You've got quite the cunning mind. Since you're all right, let us resolve this privately. Just have them compensate a bit more. Otherwise, anyone could stir up trouble in our class. I will follow the teacher's guidance." Chen Xu replied. Upon returning to the office, Teacher Gao spoke directly. "The 3 of them must apologize to Chen Xu in front of our class and compensate him 3,000 yuan. The leader, Chen Kaihua, erupted. "What? I've been beaten to this state, and now I have to pay?" Chen Xu was unyielding. "You can hit my head, but I'm still feeling dizzy." The trio protested vehemently. "We didn't hit him. We really didn't." Chen Xu countered. "You did. Our classmates can testify. It wouldn't be hard to get Lu Jie to provide false testimony, would it?" "What? Lu Jia isn't here? Who says he wasn't he? He was clearly watching as I was being beaten. The homeroom teacher, Zhang Wan, was astute enough to grasp the implications. It was no secret that if he were to confront this issue in another class, they would undoubtedly lean in favor of their own students. Thus, he interrupted Chen Kaihua. If you agree to my handling of this, then keep quiet. If not, just say so. Hearing that teacher Gao intended to involve the principal, Chen Kaihua fell silent. Noticing the lack of dissent from him, Zhang Wan declared, tomorrow, you will apologize in their class. Chen Kaihua will pay 2,000 yuan. And the two of you will each pay 500. Any objections? Chen Kaihua instinctively wanted to voice his disagreement, but upon meeting Zhang Wan's fiery gaze, he thought better of it. The other two, though feeling aggrieved, dared not provoke the homeroom teacher over a mere 500 yuan, and thus remained silent. Silence will be taken as agreement, Zhang Wan concluded decisively. With the matter finally resolved, Teacher Gao waved his hand dismissively. All right, it's settled then. You may all return. The lights are about to go out. Chapter 15 Farewell to Cui Xiao and the two homeroom teachers led the students away, and Lao Gao instructed Chen Xu to gather his belongings and return to rest, suggesting that other matters could be discussed tomorrow. Zhang Wan dismissed the others to their dormitories, keeping Chen Kaihua behind. Once alone, he swiftly struck Chen Kaihua across the face. Uncle, what are you doing? Chen Kaihua was taken aback. You still remember I'm your uncle? You fail at academics, you fail at sports, yet you find time to stir up trouble. Is there something wrong with your brain? How dare you cause a ruckus in someone else's classroom? Chen Kaihua wanted to explain that he often acted this way, only this time he had encountered formidable opposition. However, the fierce expression on Zhang Wan's face silenced him. 3 against 1, and you still ended up like this. You're truly useless. Zhang Wan was infuriated, lecturing Chen Kaihua for a full 30 minutes. All right, let us put this behind us. Apologize sincerely, and I will cover the expenses. After the college entrance examination, I will discuss this with your mother. How she handles it will depend on your performance. With that, he dismissed him to the dormitory. Watching his silent nephew walk away, Zhang Wan sighed, pondering how to manage such a relative. Could he simply ignore him? Chen Xu was eager to return to the classroom, but with the lights already dimmed, he knew no one would be there, so he headed straight back to the staff quarters. Upon arriving at the base of his building, he noticed a figure in the shadows, startling him into taking a step back. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Lu Jia. Chen Xu approached and kicked him lightly, saying, You scared me. Don't you know that scaring someone can be deadly? Lu Jia groaned. I heard you took on 3 people in the classroom? How come I missed that? I only found out when the lights went out, so I rushed over to see you. I had no idea when they would arrive. Chen Xu replied, gesturing for Lu Jia to come upstairs. Let us talk. Once inside, at Lu Jia's insistence, Chen Xu recounted the events in detail. You really dared to throw the first punch? Lu Jia scrutinized Chen Xu as if he were a stranger. You never acted like this before. Once they entered our class, I had no reason to hold back. Wash your feet. You're sleeping on the sofa. No way. I want the bed. Lu Jia eyed the tiny sofa with disdain. In the end, Chen Xu and Lu Jia ended up sharing the bed. After Lu Jia washed his feet, he climbed onto the bed under Chen Xu's disapproving gaze. Chen Xu sighed, reminiscing about nights spent with fragrant, soft girls like Cui Xiaowan and Chen Xiaolin, now replaced by Lu Jia, a hefty male companion. The next morning, Chen Xu and Lu Jia arrived at the classroom, finding the desks and chairs returned to their original state, though some books lay scattered about, remnants of the previous day's chaos. As soon as the classmates spotted Chen Xu, they swarmed around him, bombarding him with questions. Those who had witnessed the events eagerly recounted the heroic display of Chen Xu to the captivated audience. Soon after, the homeroom teacher arrived, bringing an end to the excited whispers. Lao Gao surveyed the room, and seeing everyone settled, he departed. The classroom was soon filled with a hum of chatter. Chen Xu ascended the podium, tapping the desk with an eraser to signal for silence. He had noticed that Zhang Chuyu's cup was missing from the diagonal front, undoubtedly broken during the scuffle yesterday. Dear classmates, he began, yesterday, 3 athletes came to our class and engaged in a fight with me, causing quite a mess by knocking over many desks and chairs. I wish to extend my sincerest apologies for the inconvenience this has caused you all. Shortly, I will come down to assess the damages. Please inform me directly of what has been broken. Those 3 athletes compensated me with 3,000 yuan, which is sufficient to cover the losses. Rest assured. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Chen Xu not only triumphed over the 3 athletes, but also displayed remarkable generosity, deserving of high praise. After Chen Xu stepped down from the stage, he picked up a notebook to begin tallying everyone's losses. When everyone arrived in the morning, they were aware that Chen Xu had been approached by someone and that the situation was not his fault. However, seeing their belongings in disarray undoubtedly left them feeling unsettled. Thus, it was imperative for Chen Xu to express his sentiments. Zhang Chuyu, how much did your cup cost? Chen Xu first inquired about Zhang Chuyu. Zhang Chuyu, feeling shy, was hesitant to ask for money. After much internal struggle, her deskmate Feng Yu interjected, "It's over 80 yuan. She mentioned it to me before." Zhang Chuyu nudged Feng Yu slightly, seemingly annoyed that she revealed the truth and concerned that Chen Xu might doubt the price of the cup. Indeed. Before Chen Xu could respond, the surrounding classmates gasped in astonishment, which made Zhang Chuyu even more embarrassed, causing her to bury her head down. Chen Xu, having encountered such situations before, understood that an 80 yuan cup was quite ordinary. All right, let's consider the cup as 90. Is there anything else that is broken? Zhang Chuyu raised her head, seemingly unable to believe Chen Xu's words. Her deskmate, Feng Yu, nudged her, prompting her to come to her senses. There is nothing else. All right, let us make it an even sum, 100 yuan. What about you, Feng Yu? The surrounding classmates were astonished. Is it possible to do it this way? Chen Xu meticulously took stock of the situation as he arrived at Li Shui's desk. Yesterday, her table had been knocked askew, causing her to scream in fright. Li Shui, what has been broken? It had been quite some time since the two had last conversed. Li Shui shook her head, indicating that she bore no ill will. The compensation for emotional distress is 20 yuan. Your deskmate, Song Qian, owes the same amount. Naturally, Song Qian held no animosity towards Chen Xu. Chen Xu, what exactly is emotional distress compensation? He explained, it pertains to the fear you experienced during yesterday's altercation. What fear? That sounds rather unpleasant, Song Qian retorted, raising her fist as if to strike Chen Xu. Li Shui couldn't help but smirk slightly, quietly muttering, "A dog's mouth cannot produce ivory." As they engaged in casual banter while tallying the amounts owed, they finally completed the calculations just as the morning self-study session concluded. Now we simply await those three individuals to deliver the funds. Chen Kaihua and his companions arrived only during the evening study period. As the sum they needed to gather was not insignificant, Chen Xu accepted their rather insipid apologies along with the tangible compensation, thus allowing the matter to be laid to rest. Once the teacher departed, Chen Xu began distributing the money. With a swift motion, Zhang Chuyu brushed aside Lu Jie's outstretched hand, while Song Qian distributed one note to each of the 5 individuals present. The following afternoon, Chen Xu discarded his torn attire from the brawl and purchased a complete new outfit along with a pair of shoes, accompanied by a large bag of sweets, which he then brought back to school. He first shared the treats in the homeroom teacher's office before returning to the classroom to distribute them among his classmates. Ultimately, Chen Xu produced the remaining sum of over 200 yuan and handed it to the class monitor, suing. "Monitor, let us use this money for a gathering after graduation," he proposed. The students, savoring the candy, were taken aback. "Are you certain? That's over 2,000 yuan." Suing stammered. "Absolutely. Let us save it for our reunion after graduation. After all, it's unexpected windfall," Chen Xu replied, feeling no remorse. As he had incurred no loss this time, and had also acquired a new outfit, yet he felt a twinge of guilt holding such a large sum. Suing, hesitant to make a decision, took the money to consult with Lao Gao in the office. After pondering for a moment, Lao Gao concluded, "Let us proceed as Chen Xu suggested. We shall gather after graduation." Returning to the classroom with a relaxed demeanor, Su Ying announced the news, prompting applause from her classmates. Chen Xu could only gesture for them to keep it low-key. Meanwhile, Li Shui observed the man beside her, her heart stirred with turmoil. On another front, Chen Kaihua found himself cornered in the dormitory by 2 individuals. "Chen Kaihua, are you really not going to return the 500 yuan? They pressed. Chen Kaihua lowered his head and replied sullenly, "It's not that I refuse, I simply don't have the money. I'll repay you once the college entrance examination concludes." The other 2 were skeptical of his assurance. Who would they chase down for repayment after the exams? However, knowing he was the nephew of the homeroom teacher, Zhang Wen, they dared not resort to force. As a result, Chen Kaihua's reputation continued to decline. As the end of the month approached, examinations loomed once more. Lu Jie remarked to Chen Xu, "I feel as though I've improved since learning from you. I haven't gone out much lately." This was undoubtedly true. During their second year, the 2 often ventured out for leisure. But now they had both become much more subdued, having not engaged in any mischief for quite some time. Chen Xu patted Lu Jia on the shoulder. No need for gratitude. Lu Jia retorted. Damn you, who is thanking you? The monthly exam concluded swiftly, and everyone awaited the release of their results before returning home for the holiday. On Friday morning, during the first class, the homeroom teacher, Lao Gao, approached with the report cards in hand. When the report cards were distributed, many students first sought to discover Chen Xu's score rather than their own. Zhao Xiaolong in the front row exclaimed in disbelief, impossible. The classroom erupted in excitement, and when it was Chen Xu's turn to view his results, he found himself in second place. Not too shabby, he mused. Lu Jia placed 24th, a notable improvement indeed. Lao Gao beamed with satisfaction, as Chen Xu's sudden academic success translated into an additional opportunity for college admission, especially considering his previous struggles even to enter a vocational school. He moderately praised Chen Xu, encouraging the other students to emulate his example, as achieving second place from a rank of 40 was quite a rare feat. He also offered some criticism to those who had fallen behind. Although he refrained from naming anyone, Li Shui felt a mix of shame and indignation. Having once again slipped to 25th place, falling short of surpassing Lu Jia, Zhao Xiaolong, on the other hand, maintained stability with a commendable 6th place. Merely observing Chen Xu's achievement of second place filled his heart with discomfort. He resolutely decided that he would seek someone to thoroughly deal with him this time. At noon, the eager students returned home. Chen Xu also rode his bicycle back, where a sumptuous feast awaited him as per usual. Sun Hongmei received Chen Xu's report card, exclaiming in delight, has he made further progress? Chun Jiangua, his father, joined Sun Hongmei in reviewing the report card, and upon seeing that Chen Xu had secured second place, they were both exhilarated. It seemed the ancestral grave of the Chen family was indeed flourishing. Previously, they had feared that Chen Xu's rapid advancement might leave his foundation unstable, but now they felt entirely reassured. In the midst of their joy, Sun Hongmei poured herself a glass of wine. The family enjoyed their meal with laughter, and Sun Hongmei subsequently took the report card to share with the neighbors, which had seemingly become a customary ritual for the Chen household. After the meal, Chen Xu lay on his bed, troubled by thoughts. Occasionally, he pondered the whereabouts of Cui Xiaojun, and at other times, whether Chen Xiaolin had arrived. What a scoundrel! He berated himself before drifting off to sleep. Let others be the good people. I shall not take on that role. Having thoroughly studied the textbooks and exercises, Chen Xu found little left to learn. He yearned to visit the city to purchase a few supplementary books for continued study. After informing his mother of his plan to buy books in the city, he boarded a bus alone. Initially, he considered inviting Lu Jia, but recalling Lu's recent focus on studies, he suspected any trip would devolve into aimless wandering. So he opted not to ask. Upon arriving at the Xinhua bookstore, he quickly gathered 10 supplementary books, spending nearly 200 yuan. Feeling a pang of regret over the expenditure, he exited with a stack of books in hand. Everything had gone remarkably smoothly, and with time still on his side, he decided to peruse the electronics market. After a brief exploration, he merely inquired about prices without making any purchases. As lunchtime approached, Chen Xu sought a restaurant, when suddenly, a throng of students poured out of a nearby school, resembling a swarm of locusts. Disregarding the fact that he was also a student, Chen Xu couldn't help but mock them. Suddenly, amidst the crowd, he spotted a familiar figure. She had changed her hairstyle, and her attire was vibrant and eclectic, accompanied by a girl whose hairstyle was even more flamboyant. Nearby, a boy animatedly gestured and laughed. Chen Xu contemplated whether to call out to her, but ultimately decided against it. Ever since Cui Xiaojun departed, there had been no communication between them, as if they had mutually erased each other from their lives. Just as he was about to turn away, he noticed that Cui Xiaojun was being blocked by the boy, and a quarrel ensued. Surely that man wouldn't resort to violence. Chen Xu thought, moving closer, ready to intervene if necessary. Yet, before he could fully position himself, he witnessed Cui Xiaojun launch a kick that sent the boy crashing to the ground. Chen Xu's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Is it normal for a girl approximately 165 centimeters tall to kick a 180 centimeters tall boy down to the ground? I await your response with urgency. Chapter 16. The King of Fighters, 97. Cui Xiaowan had just kicked down a boy, who then lay sprawled across the path. She furrowed her brow, turned, and circumnavigated him, only to encounter Chen Xu, who was carrying a stack of books. Cui Xiaowan, seeing her momentarily at a loss, Chen Xu felt an urge to inquire why they had not been in contact, but recognizing his lack of standing, he settled for a simple greeting. Hi. The weather is quite pleasant today, isn't it? As the boy on the ground clambered to his feet, He noticed the bookish fellow engaging Cui Xiaowan with such banal words. He couldn't suppress a chuckle, but the pain in his backside only allowed him a pained exclamation. To his astonishment, Cui Xiaowan lowered her head, clasped her hands together, and said, "Did you see that? There's a scandal." The boy hastily scrambled to her side. Chen Xu nodded towards him, saying, "Long time no see. You seem to be in good shape." Cui Xiaowan had not anticipated that her first act of aggression would be witnessed by Chen Xu, and she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She shot a disdainful glance at the boy, stepping aside as she remarked, "He follows me everywhere. I'm nearly at my wit's end with him." Engrossed in their conversation, the boy, with a remarkable lack of shame, interjected, "Xiaowan, if you won't befriend me, you certainly shouldn't associate with someone like him." He cast a scornful look at Chen Xu. Chen Xu found the situation amusing and retorted, "Someone like me? Surely. I am preferable to a fellow who has been bested by a girl." Furious, the boy, Lu Zhenglong, could hardly believe that this country bumpkin dared to respond. He advanced, raising his fists, intending to intimidate Chen Xu. Chen Xu, undaunted, especially in front of Cui Xiaowan, aimed at the imprint of her shoe and promptly delivered another kick. The girls nearby gasped, while Cui Xiaowan erupted into laughter, fully expecting such an outcome. "Lu Zhenglong, it's time to give it a rest. You should just head home." Lu Zhenglong struggled once more to regain his footing, finally recognizing that Chen Xu was not to be trifled with. "You just wait, if you have the guts. Don't leave." Chen Xu replied, "I'll wait here for an hour. If you don't show, I'll take my leave. Make haste." Upon realizing Chen Xu's resolve to wait, Lu Zhenglong hurried back to school to rally a group of 20 to confront him, eager to demonstrate his prowess. Cui Xiaowan exclaimed, "What are you doing? Are you really going to fight here? You should leave now." Noticing her anxious demeanor, Chen Xu playfully teased, "I'm just here to teach him a lesson, so he doesn't bother you every day." "Oh, no need for that. Just go quickly, or there might be dozens of people showing up." As she spoke, she observed Chen Xu's carefree laughter, which betrayed no hint of anxiety. "You can't be. Haha, you're not as foolish as you appear. If I didn't say this, he might cling to me like a leech." Chen Xu chuckled. Cui Xiaowan shot him an exasperated glance, which reminded Chen Xu of that fateful night, igniting a warmth within him. Chen Xu finally said, "Let us go eat. Let this fool wait here." After their conversation, the three individuals departed, chatting and laughing. Half an hour later, Lu Zhenglong arrived with a group of people. Chen Xu, noticing the plump girl beside Cui Xiaowan, presumed she had a fondness for meat and invited both of them to indulge in barbecued delights. Cui Xiaowan looked at Chen Xu in astonishment, exclaiming, "Have you started earning money?" Chen Xu replied with a smile, "I've made a little." Cui Xiaowan playfully punched his arm, saying, "You're impressive, Chen Xu." Observing the gleam in her eyes, Chen Xu modestly responded, "Let us keep it low-key. As long as I know." Cui Xiaowan rolled her eyes in response. How virtuous! Though their living conditions had improved, for students, enjoying a hearty meal was still a rare treat. Both Cui Xiaowan and her classmate Wang Yu savored their food with gusto. Chen Xu, having just enjoyed a lavish meal at home the previous day, was not particularly hungry and soon felt satisfied. While sipping complimentary tea, he watched the two girls relish their meal. As they neared the end of their meat platter, Chen Xu signaled the waiter for another serving. Wang Yu gratefully acknowledged him, while Cui Xiaowan seemed to want to say something, but ultimately held her tongue. After finishing the newly arrived platter of meat, Wang Yu finally set down her chopsticks. Seizing the opportunity while Chen Xu went to settle the bill, she turned to Cui Xiaowan and remarked, "Thanks to you today, I've benefited from this encounter. This guy is quite something," and she made a cheeky expression. Cui Xiaowan playfully hit her, saying, "With how much you've eaten, you should keep your mouth shut." Once the bill was settled, the trio exited the establishment. Wang Yu waved goodbye to the two and headed back to school. "Aren't you worried about school?" Cui Xiaowan lamented, as if blaming Chen Xu for bringing up the topic. She was acutely aware of the disparity between her academic standing and Chen Xu's, which left her feeling somewhat inferior. Chen Xu, sensing her discomfort, patted her head and shifted the conversation. "Why don't you show me around? I haven't explored the city much." This perked Cui Xiaowan up. "All right. There's an arcade in the nearby shopping mall. Let us go play claw machines." Meanwhile, within the school, Lu Zhenglong finally spotted Wang Yu and rushed over to inquire, "Where did that boy go? And what about Cui Xiaowan?" Wang Yu replied, "They went out to eat, and I don't know where they went afterward." Lu Zhenglong's frustration grew. He had called over 20 people only to find they had all gone to dine instead. How infuriating! He fumed, vowing to teach Chen Xu a lesson the next time they met. Chen Xu and Cui Xiaowan walked a few hundred meters and turned a corner. She pointed to an old four-story building, saying, "Let us leave your books here. This is where my dad practices martial arts." Chen Xu examined the aged structure, noting a weathered sign that read, XX City Jinhua Martial Arts School. It appeared another sign had once been present, but only the frame remained. Cui Xiaowan led Chen Xu to the fourth floor, opened a room, and placed his books inside. "Shall we go?" Chen Xu asked. "Is that all? Aren't we going to greet anyone?" Cui Xiaowan waved her hand nonchalantly and said, "No need. My master must have gone out to eat. He will be back shortly. Do not worry, there aren't many people around." Indeed, it was unlikely that anyone would wander into a martial arts studio without purpose. With this thought, Chen Xu felt reassured. However, he inquired, "Master, did you also practice martial arts here?" Cui Xiaowan anticipated this question ever since she had kicked Lu Zhenglong to the ground. "Yes, my father trained here, and later, I learned as well." "Then this building has quite a history," Chen Xu remarked. "Indeed, my father was here in his youth." "At least 20 years ago," Cui Xiaowan replied while counting on her fingers. "Has this place not been rented out? I haven't seen anyone around." "It cannot be rented. It is not located on a main street, and the geographical position is not favorable. It was rented for half a year last year, but it has been vacant ever since," she explained. "Whose property is this?" "It belongs to my master's elder." "This way, the martial arts studio does not have to pay rent. Otherwise, it would be unsustainable," Cui Xiaowan sighed. Chen Xu intended to start a business once he had sufficient capital, so he habitually paid attention to anything that might be useful. Setting down his book felt like a relief. The two young individuals walked and conversed, covering a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers until they arrived at the arcade Cui Xiaowan mentioned. The arcade was as raucous as ever, filled predominantly with young people sporting vibrantly dyed hair, all shouting and laughing. Chen Xu instinctively hesitated to enter, which Cui Xiaowan immediately noticed. "How about we go watch a movie instead?" Her evasive gaze suggested a hint of insecurity. Chen Xu feigned confusion. "Didn't we just arrive? Why leave already?" Cui Xiaowan thought she had misjudged his reaction, and her mood brightened again. Chen Xu sighed inwardly, realizing he needed to find her something engaging to do. Otherwise, frequenting such places could lead her astray. Currently, game tokens were priced at 2 for 1 yuan, and Chen Xu purchased 20 yuan worth. He carried a small basket containing the tokens to the claw machine. After several unsuccessful attempts, Cui Xiaowan urged Chen Xu to give it a try. "Switch to this machine." "Mine isn't working well," she complained about the machine. Chen Xu understood that claw machines operated on probability. Thus, despite her earlier failures, her chances of success would increase. He chose not to change machines and succeeded in grabbing a toy after 2 attempts. "Chen Xu, you are truly impressive," Cui Xiaowan exclaimed, taking the toy and becoming the life of the gathering. "Try to grab another one." Chen Xu switched to a different machine, this time needing 8 tokens to secure another toy. Cui Xiaowan joyfully held both toys, exhilarated. "If we were to buy these at a wholesale market, we could get 6 or 7 for 10 yuan. But for now, as long as Cui Xiaowan is happy, that is what matters." The two of them wandered about, sampling various games. Noticing that their tokens were running low, Chen Xu intended to exchange for a few more, but Cui Xiaowan held him back, saying, "Let us not buy any more. After we finish these, we should leave." Chen Xu nodded in agreement, and as they played through the last token, he suggested that Cui Xiaowan use it freely, but she insisted he take the turn. Upon noticing that the arcade game The King of Fighters 97 had become available, Chen Xu took a seat. He selected Iori Yagami, Chizuru Kagura, and Mai Shiranui, embarking on his quest. Although it had been quite some time since he last played, his proficiency returned swiftly with the aid of a cheat device. He navigated through the stages with ease until he reached the final boss. Amidst the exuberant cheers of Cui Xiaowan, the audience began to swell, and Chen Xu triumphantly defeated the formidable Orochi, achieving a 1-credit clear. The crowd erupted in admiration. With a gleeful smile, Cui Xiaowan wrapped her arms around Chen Xu's, and he, satisfied, prepared to depart with her. "Hey, how about a one-on-one?" called out a young man from the gathering. He stood around 180 centimeters tall, with a square face and spiked bangs, clearly emulating a popular hairstyle. Chen Xu found no objection, though he had run out of credits. The young man seemed to notice this and said, "Come, sit at this machine." He proceeded to insert 7 or 8 coins with a clatter. Chen Xu patted Cui Xiaojuan's hand and moved to the other side. Once again, he chose Iori Yagami, Chizuru Kagura, and Mai Shiranui, while his opponent selected Iori Yagami, Kyo Kusanagi, and a baton. This guy certainly enjoys showing off, Chen Xu murmured to himself, noting his opponent's choice of stylish characters. As the match commenced, Chen Xu quickly discerned his opponent's skill level. He was merely a slightly above-average player, lacking the ability to seize opportunities and execute special moves with certainty. By the second round, Chen Xu had already eliminated the entire opposing team with my Shiranui. He showed no mercy, dominating the young man for 5 or 6 consecutive rounds, making the disparity in their skills abundantly clear. After yet another sweeping victory, the young man sat in stunned silence for a moment before rising with a wry smile to shake Chen Xu's hand. Now I understand the saying, there is always someone better out there. The young man accepted his defeat graciously, which earned him Chen Xu's respect. However, the atmosphere was soon interrupted by another boisterous voice. Su Haitao, you're not good enough. Let me take your place. A young man with a middle-part hairstyle stepped forward, demanding Su Haitao to step aside. Su Haitao was not inclined to yield. Chen Sanner, get lost. Who do you think you are? Chen Sanner, unfazed, chuckled and replied, after being bested so many times, you still have the audacity to linger here. Scram, you're not even in my league. That remains to be seen. Su Haitao, eager to witness Chen Sanner falter, relented and stepped aside. Go ahead, let the expert teach you a lesson. Chen Sanner, grinning, took a seat and patted Chen Xu on the shoulder, adopting a mocking tone. Expert, I hope you'll go easy on me. Upon hearing this, Su Haitao shifted as if to interject, but ultimately held his tongue. Chen Xu merely smiled, remaining silent as he readied himself for the match. Meanwhile, Cui Xiaowan felt a twinge of anxiety. As anticipated, Chen Sanner proved to be inferior to Su Haitao, and Chen Xu effortlessly defeated him with a single character. On one side, Su Haitao, filled with delight, erupted into laughter. Oh, Chen Sanner, you should play with me next time. You couldn't even surpass the first person, while I've at least encountered the second one. Haha. In moments like this, comparisons are most disheartening. Initially, Su Haitao felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, but upon witnessing Chen Sanner's inferior performance, he was instantly convulsed with laughter. Chen Sanner was acutely aware of his own limitations. He had come merely to intimidate Chen Xu, hoping to elicit some leniency, but was met with utter indifference. Enraged and humiliated, he rose abruptly, glaring fiercely at Chen Xu, only to find Chen Xu unfazed, seated calmly, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Observing Chen Xu's unyielding demeanor and knowing Su Haitao was present, Chen Sanner comprehended that he would gain nothing today and, with a dismissive gesture, departed. Haha, brother, why don't you give him a chance? Su Haitao inquired. I simply dislike him, Chen Xu replied. Su Haitao recognized that Chen Xu had discerned the underlying threat in Chen Sanner's words, yet remained resolute. He was uncertain whether Chen Xu was genuinely oblivious or confidently unbothered. However, their exchange suggested the latter. Su Haitao then guided Chen Xu and Cui Xiaowan aside, purchasing some cola for them. I am Su Haitao. Just wandering around this area all day. What do you go by, brother? I am Chen Xu, still a student, came the reply. Su Haitao, having already surmised Chen Xu's student-like appearance, was taken aback by his maturity. His demeanor was anything but that of a typical student. After engaging in idle chit-chat for a while, Chen Xu decided it was time to leave, prompting Su Haitao to stand and accompany them out. Chen Xu, I hang around here. Do come find me to play sometime. Chen Xu nodded in agreement, promising to return. As a young man approached Su Haitao after Chen Xu had walked away, he remarked, Big brother, why are you being so courteous to a student? Su Haitao took a puff from his cigarette and replied, You know nothing. Have you ever met a student so astute? Aside from his attire and face, he is unlike any student I've encountered. Chapter 17. Recently encountering trouble as Chen Xu and Cui Xiaowan exited the arcade, Cui Xiaowan suggested they attend a movie, prompting them to embark on a leisurely stroll. Chen Xu remarked, Isn't it better to take a vehicle? It's quite a distance. With a cheerful smile, Cui Xiaowan, holding his hand, replied, I simply wish to walk with you. Left with no choice, Chen Xu acquiesced and accompanied her. However, they had not traversed far when they were intercepted by Chen Sanner by the roadside. Upon spotting Chen Sanner blocking their path, Cui Xiaowan immediately felt a surge of anxiety and clung to Chen Xu's arm. Noticing there were only 3 individuals present, Chen Xu patted Cui Xiaowan gently, signaling her to remain calm. Chen Sanner approached with an air of arrogance, flanked by 2 younger companions. So, brother, have you finished your conversation with that someone? You seemed to disrespect me earlier. What do you propose we do about it? Chen Xu maintained his indifferent demeanor, replying, Why should I show you any respect? The two young men behind Chen Xu stepped forward, pointing accusingly at Chen Xu. What did you say? Repeat that. It was then that Chen Xu discerned the objects in their hands, bicycle locks. Effective for inflicting pain, they were also convenient to carry, and the police would hardly intervene. Disregarding the two subordinates, Chen Xu focused his attention on Chen Xu. The threat posed by these two was insignificant compared to that of Chen Xu. Thus, he kept a careful watch on him. Seeing Chen Xu's apparent lack of fear, Chen Xu began to doubt his own assessment. Was this young man genuinely foolish or simply audacious? Reluctantly, Chen Xu instructed his henchman to step back and approached Chen Xu himself. It's ill-advised to provoke us without reason. Chen Xu retorted, what else is there to do? Get beaten by you? Shall we test that? Upon hearing this, Chen Xu realized that the individual before him was undoubtedly trained. With a sinister glint, he drew a spring-loaded knife. So, you truly aren't afraid. Chen Xu extricated his arm, guiding Cui Shaoan behind him. You might stab me once, but as for the consequences, well, why don't you give it a try? Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chen Xu knew he couldn't show weakness, especially with Cui Shaoan at his side. While he could endure a blow from a lock, a knife posed a different peril. He needed to seize the opportunity to restrain Chen Xu's arm. Confident that with his abilities, he could manage it. Noticing Chen Xu's cautious yet unyielding demeanor, Chen Xu sensed he might be up against a formidable opponent, causing him to waver. If the confrontation escalated to knife play, victory would land him in prison, while defeat could tarnish his reputation. Such a fruitless endeavor was not worth pursuing. Moreover, it was evident that this individual was far from an ordinary student. Though begrudgingly, Chen Xu sheathed his knife. Today, consider yourself fortunate. We shall take our leave. With that, he disregarded the protests of his companions and departed. Once Chen Xu and his crew had retreated, Chen Xu relaxed and turned to Cui Shaoan, saying, in the future, refrain from visiting places like arcades or billiard halls. They can be perilous for a girl like you. Suddenly recalling Cui Shaojuan's earlier remark about not wanting to be called a girl, he quickly glanced at her. Cui Shaoan understood Chen Xu's intention and playfully nudged his arm, saying, all right, that matter is behind us. I've long ceased being so obstinate. Chen Xu gazed at their retreating figures and remarked, just like that Chen Xu from earlier. He exudes a sinister demeanor, akin to a venomous snake. In the future, steer clear of such individuals. He is certainly not a benign character. Cui Shaoan replied sullenly. I know, just like my father. Chen Xu was indeed correct. Chen Xu's nickname was Viper. At that moment, he had just returned home with two of his subordinates. Third brother, why didn't you let us teach that kid a lesson earlier? One of them inquired. Yeah, third brother, we could have easily snatched that kid's woman too. Another chimed in, only to receive a sharp slap from Chen Xu on the head. Be more astute and avoid provoking those who should not be provoked. Did you see that kid today? He wasn't even afraid of knives, which indicates something is amiss. Normally, students would have been terrified by such a scene. This kid is definitely not ordinary. Chen Xu and Cui Shaoan arrived at the cinema, where Chen Xu expressed a desire to watch Kekexili, while Cui Shaoan favored 2046. Ultimately, they settled on 2046. All right, let us consider it a chance to see the stars. Chen Xu conceded. However, the cinema was quite crowded, leaving them without seats. Noticing Cui Shaojuan's eagerness, he purchased tickets for the evening show. He used a public phone to call home, informing his mother that he would be staying at a classmate's house for the night. When the time arrived, they bought drinks and popcorn before entering the theater. Chen Xu was not particularly interested in Wong Kar-wai's film, as his thoughts were solely on Cui Shaoan. As the movie progressed, Cui Shaoan lost interest in the film as well. Once the credits rolled, they hurried to Cui Shaojuan's residence. After a period of absence, Cui Shaoan had become noticeably more vibrant, and the two of them did not retire until the early hours of the morning. The next morning, after completing their morning exercises, they lay in bed chatting. Chen Xu inquired, what are your plans after graduation? Cui Shaoan rested her chin on Chen Xu's shoulder and replied, I'm not sure. With no commitments after school, Chen Xu couldn't help but envision Cui Shaoan as a female delinquent. He playfully patted the tattoo on her backside, asking, when did you get this? Cui Shaoan responded, I got it 2 years ago with some classmates. I started with a small one, but it hurt too much. So I haven't gone back since. You really ought to plan for yourself and consider what you want to do in the future. Opening a shop could be quite nice, he suggested. I know, you sound just like my dad, she retorted. Such advice is typically unwelcome. So Chen Xu chose to remain silent. After breakfast, they went to collect their books, and Chen Xu bid Cui Shaoan farewell before heading home. Upon his return, Sun Hongmei noticed the stack of books in Chen Xu's arms and felt assured that her son had engaged in serious business the previous day, thus refraining from further inquiry. After lunch, upon returning to school, Lu Jie, as usual, dragged Chen Xu to the internet CF. What is the point of the internet CAF? Why do you keep insisting on going? Chen Xu questioned. You only find it dull because you're a seasoned player. I haven't yet reached your level. Lu Jie shamelessly flattered Chen Xu to persuade him to join. Seeing Lu Jie as shamelessness, Chen Xu had no choice but to accompany him. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Xiaolong observed their departure with a sly grin. Chen Xu, who could navigate the internet and play games without competition, merely watched Lu Jie play. After a while, finding it dull, he stepped outside for some fresh air. At that moment, a group of individuals approached, and Chen Xu, thinking they were also there to surf the net, subtly moved aside. You are Chen Xu? The leader, a short and stout man, glared menacingly at him. It dawned on Chen Xu that these individuals had come to cause him trouble, with several of them brandishing sticks. Zhao Xiaolong, Chen Xu exclaimed in feigned surprise, greeting them over his shoulder. The group instinctively turned to look, but found nothing, realizing they had been tricked. When they turned back, they saw Chen Xu had already sprinted several meters away. It appeared they had conspired beforehand, as none of them shouted. They simply pursued him in silence. Chen Xu initially intended to return directly to school, but, not wanting to appear so disheveled, opted instead to run towards the river to the east. These individuals were not from their town and were unaware of any shortcuts, relentlessly chasing after him, feeling they would soon catch up, yet always falling just short. They ran for over a kilometer, and soon the distance between them widened. Chen Xu glanced back and noticed only one tall, lean figure was close behind, while the others lagged 20 meters behind. As Chen Xu veered into a narrow path, the tall pursuer, Zhao Wei, called out to alert the others that Chen Xu had taken that route. However, as Zhao Wei rounded the corner, he tripped over something and fell forward uncontrollably. He braced himself with his hands, but still hit the ground hard, crying out in pain, and then felt a kick to his ribs, causing him to curl up like a shrimp. Chen Xu, in a burst of adrenaline, kicked him 7 or 8 times, sensing the others were nearly upon him. Before he continued his escape, the second fastest pursuer, Wang Feng, rounded the corner only to find someone sprawled on the ground. He quickly halted and, upon closer inspection, realized it was Zhao Wei. What happened to you? Zhao Wei groaned, pointing at Chen Xu, implying that he was the assailant. Wang Feng, seeing Chen Xu about 10 meters ahead, bent over, gasping for breath, and disregarding Zhao Wei, picked up a stick and pursued. At another turn, Chen Xu employed the same trick again, tripping Wang Feng and seizing his stick to unleash a barrage of strikes. Wang Feng's cries echoed, inciting the others to hasten their pace. Chen Xu landed another brutal blow to Wang Feng's leg before he took off running once more. The stout leader, Feng Chao, finally caught up after what felt like an arduous kilometer. Witnessing Chen Xu's tactic of defeating 2 of their number, he urgently directed the remaining Zhang Kai and Feng Tianming to pursue together, instructing them not to separate. As they cautiously advanced, they realized Chen Xu had already crossed the river and seemed to be heading back. The 2 individuals finally grew anxious and hurriedly pursued from the distant bridge. Upon spotting Chen Xu resting on a stone bench ahead, seemingly oblivious to their presence, they felt an immediate surge of joy and rushed towards him. Just as they were about to seize Chen Xu, he turned around and hurled a clod of dirt at them. The clump struck Zhang Kai squarely in the face, causing him to yelp in surprise and slow down, covering his face. In that moment, Chen Xu delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, sending him tumbling into a nearby thicket. Feng Tianming, trailing behind, was momentarily stunned. By the time he contemplated a reaction, it was too late. He swung a stick at Chen Xu, only for it to miss as Chen Xu deftly dodged, subsequently tripping him and sending him sprawling to the ground, where he received a thorough beating from Chen Xu. With no one in pursuit, Chen Xu took the opportunity to unleash further punishment on Zhang Kai, who lay in the bushes, leaving both men thoroughly battered before he finally strolled back with a sense of refreshment. Though Feng Chao could not cross the river, he could clearly see the 2 being beaten, his heart racing with frustration as he watched Chen Xu leisurely make his way back. Resolute, he followed along the riverbank, planning to chase after the next bridge. Little did he know that the next bridge lay 3 kilometers away. When he saw Chen Xu reach the bus stop to catch a ride, he was left in utter disbelief. In a fit of urgency, Feng Chao prepared to swim across the river. However, before he could even touch the water, his weighty frame sank into the mud at the riverbank. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xu had been observing him from the corner of his eye, unwilling to let down his guard, and suffer a reversal. Witnessing the short, stout figure ensnared in the mud, he could not help but exclaim, "Is this fool truly so dim-witted?" Observing the portly figure struggling in the mire, Chen Xu felt a surge of anxiety that he might inadvertently cause the man's demise, thereby bearing some responsibility. He rushed over and shouted, "Do not struggle. Remain still and lay flat on the ground. Otherwise, you will sink deeper." As the man continued to thrash about, Chen Xu raised his voice again, "The more you move, the deeper you'll sink. If it goes over your head, you are doomed." Finally, the increasingly submerged Feng Chao grasped the gravity of his predicament and complied with Chen Xu's advice, flattening himself against the earth. Chen Xu then sought out the two individuals he had recently bested in a skirmish, urging them to hurry across the river to rescue the man in peril. Zhang Kai and Feng Tianming, still nursing their bruises and cursing Chen Xu, quickly fell silent and huddled together upon his return. Once pointed towards the ensnared Feng Chao in the mud, they hastened across the bridge to render aid. Gathered beside Feng Chao, the quartet attempted to pull him free but could not reach him. Even a slight forward motion would lead them into the mire. In a state of frantic confusion, they resorted to tormenting a nearby sapling in hopes of breaking it. The resilient little tree, however, remained steadfast, prompting an involuntary chuckle from Chen Xu. They decided to remove their trousers and tie them together as a makeshift lifeline. The four exchanged glances, but their desire to save the man outweighed any modesty, and they proceeded with their plan. After a brief mishap when the trousers came undone, they successfully rejoined them and ultimately managed to pull Feng Chao from the clutches of the mud. With Feng Chao safe, Chen Xu finally felt a sense of relief and returned directly to school. Alas, the excitement of the day was known only to him, leaving him unable to share the tale. He lamented that had he shouted in the internet CF earlier, perhaps others would have joined in the spectacle, amplifying his enjoyment of the unfolding drama. Before long, Lu Jie returned and immediately scolded Chen Xu for being absent. "Where was I? I was just chased and beaten by 5 people, Chen Xu retorted, casting an irritated glance at Lu Jie. However, he couldn't help but recount the events that had transpired. Observing Chen Xu sitting there unscathed, Lu Jie naturally deduced that he had merely experienced a fright without real danger. What a pity. Such an intriguing incident. And I missed it. Lu Jie lamented with a wistful expression. Chen Xu muttered, "Damn it, it would have been even more interesting if I had been caught." He had already surmised that these individuals had been sent by Zhao Xiaolong. Initially, he had intended to teach them a lesson. But seeing how battered they were, especially the leader who had nearly faced a life-threatening situation, Chen Xu felt a pang of sympathy and decided to let it go. Disheveled, Feng Chao and his companions made their way to the riverbank to clean themselves. The stone steps there alleviated their worries about sinking into the mud. Fortunately, there were few spectators, or Feng Chao would have been filled with despair. Although he contemplated seeking revenge on Chen Xu, memories of Chen Xu's earlier assistance flooded his mind. Sighing deeply, Feng Chao led his group back. After all, Zhao Xiaolong had already provided the funds, and if they didn't enjoy a good meal and drinks that evening, their team would surely disband. Indeed, upon hearing they were returning to drink and revel, the group's spirits lifted, and the pain from their injuries seemed to fade. Feeling as though he had been somewhat cursed in recent days, Chen Xu resolved to be more prudent for the time being. He took out a newly purchased mathematics workbook and began working on the problems. As he was engrossed in his work, Song Yuanyuan turned around with her test paper in hand. "Chen Xu, could you help me with this question?" she asked. Chen Xu couldn't help but chuckle. He had always been the one asking others for help, and now someone was seeking his assistance. Upon examining the question, which pertained to the Earth's rotation and revolution, he quickly recalled the solution and shared his thought process with Song Yuanyuan. She blinked in surprise. "Oh, it's that simple." Chen Xu could only smile, unable to say much more. From that moment on, he became quite popular, with classmates flocking to him for help with difficult questions. After all, compared to the top student Wang Junwen, Chen Xu was far more approachable. Chapter 18. Zhao Xiaolong faces adversity, observing Chen Xu tirelessly explaining concepts to everyone. Li Shui felt a pang of envy. She admired not only Chen Xu's improved academic performance, but also the ease with which her classmates sought his assistance. Following a verbal altercation with Chen Xu and the subsequent incident of physical confrontation, their relationship had somewhat improved. However, as Chen Xu continued to excel, Li Shui became increasingly aware of her own shortcomings, which only deepened her discomfort. After much contemplation over several days, Li Shui resolved to take the initiative and extend an olive branch to Chen Xu. During evening study hours, She discreetly excused herself to the restroom and placed a note on Chen Xu's book as he engrossed himself in his studies. Recently, Chen Xu had not been particularly warm towards her, a consequence of her previous unfounded accusations. After enduring a prolonged period of silence between them, she found herself compelled to write him a note. Contemplating her actions, she eventually opened the note, which read, "I have a question about a problem. Could you please explain it to me?" Chen Xu initially assumed that she was about to offer an apology, but was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, leading her to discard the note immediately. Upon her return, Li Shui noticed Chen Xu's lack of response and decided to write another note. However, Chen Xu, without even glancing at it, threw it away once more, causing Li Shui's eyes to well up with frustration. Li Shui persisted and wrote yet another note, but Chen Xu remained indifferent. Consequently, when class ended, Li Shui boldly addressed Chen Xu in front of their peers, saying, "Chen Xu, please step outside for a moment." The surrounding students, particularly Lu Jie, cast curious glances, fueling the atmosphere with intrigue. Reluctantly, Chen Xu followed her outside. They found themselves in a secluded corner beneath a large tree in front of the building. "Chen Xu, why do you refuse to read my notes?" Li Shui inquired. Li Shui still couldn't bring herself to apologize. "If there's something to discuss, I'll go back to reading. I'm quite busy." Chen Xu showed no inclination to empathize with her. "You are not sorry." Li Shui watched Chen Xu prepare to leave and, gritting her teeth, finally spoke up. "I cannot accept this," Chen Xu shamelessly retorted. Li Shui was taken aback by Chen Xu's response, and tears immediately welled in her eyes. "Then how can you ever forgive me?" Chen Xu pondered for a moment, then leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Why not accompany me for a nap?" Li Shui could no longer contain herself. She swiftly swung her hand and slapped Chen Xu, dashing away in tears. Feeling dejected, Chen Xu returned to his seat, surprised that a mere jest would lead to such a reaction. Observing Li Shui, who was sobbing with her head resting on the table, a rare twinge of guilt stirred within him. However, having just been struck, he found it difficult to lower his pride and apologize to Li Shui. Thus the two lapsed back into their state of silent conflict. Lu Jie, seated nearby, inquired of Chen Xu, "What is going on between you two? Why did she start crying as soon as she returned?" The disheartened Chen Xu remarked, "Women, you see, experience discomfort for nearly 20 days each month, and I cannot quite comprehend it. Alas, what were you saying just now? I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss." Observing Chen Xu's indifference towards him, Lu Jie, as if uncovering a new realm, exclaimed, "Something's not right. Your complexion appears rather peculiar." Ignoring Lu Jie's inquisitive gaze, Chen Xu shielded himself with a book, resolutely continuing his studies. Li Shui seemed to have abandoned any desire to befriend Chen Xu, not even casting a glance in his direction. After several attempts to engage in conversation, Chen Xu ultimately decided to relinquish the matter. As the weather grew increasingly chilly on that day, just as Chen Xu donned his cotton shoes, Chen Xiaolin returned. Chen Xiaolin requested someone to summon Chen Xu. "Chen Xu, did you single-handedly scare off 3 athletes?" Chen Xiaolin gazed at her with wide eyes. "When did you return? Was there a fight? One of them was even your suitor. I must say, I've suffered an undeserved calamity." Chen Xu feigned a woeful expression as he spoke. "Is that true? But I don't know any athletes," Chen Xiaolin replied, equally oblivious to the situation. "Alas, holding hands is such a daunting pressure. With such a physique, I even hesitate to take that step." Chen Xiaolin playfully shot a glance at Chen Xu, causing warmth to bloom in his heart. Chen Xiaolin insisted that Chen Xu recount the events, and he obliged, sharing the story once more. "Wow, I didn't expect you to be so formidable." Chen Xiaolin clasped her hands to her chest, her gaze intensely fixed on Chen Xu, rendering him somewhat bashful. She then retrieved a small gift box from her pocket and handed it to Chen Xu, who exclaimed in surprise, "You returned and brought me a gift?" "Of course, I had to pay you a visit upon my return," Chen Xiaolin smiled gently. "I bought it casually on the way. It wasn't very expensive." Upon unwrapping the box, Chen Xu discovered a keychain adorned with a Taishan motif, perfectly suited for his keys. He gave it a little shake to indicate his delight. Chen Xiaolin, seeing his enjoyment, felt a surge of happiness. "We dashed through 3 schools. I picked this up in Taiyan," she chattered animatedly about her journey. "Chen Xu, about the money I borrowed from you. Oh, there's no need to keep mentioning it. I said I borrowed it. Don't rush to repay me. You can return it in 30 or 50 years. Out of our friendship, I 1T charge you interest. But 500 now is not the same as 530 years later." Chen Xiaolin surely understood this principle. She glanced at Chen Xu but suppressed the words she wanted to say. Chen Xu's silent gaze made her unexpectedly recall what had transpired in his room, causing a sudden warmth to wash over her. Rolling her eyes, she declared, "I'm leaving, goodbye." Chen Xu, feeling a mix of emotions, reflected on the fleeting moment of seeing Chen Xiaolin's lips in the earlier scene, realizing how perceptive she was. Upon returning to his seat, he unexpectedly noticed Li Shui staring at him, but he was still lost in thought about the taste of her lips, too preoccupied to acknowledge her. After a moment, Li Shui huffed and turned away. Lu Jie, sitting nearby, incessantly jabbered, "Chen Xu, why has your luck with romance been so flourishing lately? Teach me your ways." "It's all about looks," Chen Xu replied succinctly. "Pot shameless." The next afternoon, after finishing his lunch and preparing to return to the staff quarters, Chen Xu encountered his sister, Chen Yin, downstairs. "Sister? What brings you here?" Chen Xu, who had not seen his sister since his rebirth, rushed forward in surprise. At that moment, Chen Yin was only in her 20s, untouched by the tribulations of the future, her face still radiant with youthful collagen. Seeing her brother approach, she beamed and playfully patted his shoulder. "Mother mentioned that you are now capable of achieving second place in your studies, which is quite impressive, far surpassing my own abilities." Chen Yin brought a box of milk, several pounds of fruit, a pack of beef jerky, and a few packets of biscuits for her brother Chen Xu. He took the items and led his sister upstairs. Upon entering, Chen Yin glanced around the room, causing Chen Xu to feel a surge of anxiety, fearing that something belonging to Cui Xiaojun or Chen Xiaolin might unexpectedly appear. After a brief survey, he quickly urged her to sit down. Chen Xu poured her a glass of water and inquired, "Sister, I recall mother saying that you excelled in your studies during your first year of high school. What happened that caused your performance to decline in the second year?" Chen Yin looked at her brother, who had remarkably risen from 40th to second place, significantly outperforming her. Thus, she began recounting her past. It turned out that during her time in the dormitory, a girl claimed to have lost some money. The homeroom teacher suggested searching each person's belongings. In a moment of youthful defiance, Chen Yin boldly accused the teacher of violating human rights, resulting in her being labeled a thief and subjected to the cold stares of her classmates. Fortunately, the girl later found her money, which cleared Chen Yin's name of the theft accusation. However, from that moment on, Chen Yin lost all respect for the teacher's methods and refused to attend her classes, even though the teacher was her mathematics instructor. With each missed opportunity, her academic performance plummeted. Others often questioned her decline, but out of pride, she refrained from explaining. Yet, she eventually came to realize her folly. Punishing herself for another's mistake was indeed foolish. Chen Xu, sensing his sister's newfound clarity, chose not to press further, simply giving her a reassuring pat on the arm. Seeing her brother's support lifted Chen Yan's spirits once more. "I truly cannot believe you scored second place. I only accepted it after seeing your report card. Our family is finally on the verge of having a college student. Study diligently, and once you enroll in university, I'll buy you a new phone." Chen Xu recalled how, in her previous life, his sister had changed jobs several times over the course of a decade before finally opening her own clothing store. Presently, she was working as a sales assistant at a cosmetics counter. He suggested, "Sister, you should keep an eye out for business opportunities, like selling clothes or cosmetics. If we identify a good opportunity, we could start our own shop." "Opportunities do not come easily," Chen Yin retorted with a glance at her brother. "Even if they did, starting a business isn't simple. Where would we find the capital?" Nevertheless, Chen Xu persisted, "Just focus on researching the opportunities. If I manage to get into a good school and receive a reward of 100,000 or 200,000, I can use that money to help you start your business." Chen Yin scrutinized her brother, sensing he was serious, and considering his remarkable achievement of second place, she thought it might be worth exploring. "All right, I will research it when I return, eagerly awaiting your scholarship to start our business." Naturally, Chen Yin possessed the capability to succeed, and Chen Xu felt reassured about her entrepreneurial aspirations. After exchanging a few more words, she prepared to leave, instructing Chen Xu to take a nap. Despite her insistence, he found it difficult to fall asleep after she departed. He calculated the expenses for his sister's business, rent, and inventory would likely require around 50,000, while 100,000 would provide a comfortable cushion. However, now my sister is selling cosmetics, not clothes. There shouldn't be any issues with selling cosmetics, right? My sister's store requires an investment of 50,000 to 100,000 yuan. What can our parents do? Chen Xu recalled the northeast corner of another intersection north of the school, which is still a traditional Chinese medicine shop, but will soon transform into a motorcycle dealership. Is there a chance to seize this opportunity? However, starting this business requires considerable capital. Currently, Chen Xu has over 20,000 yuan from his manuscript fees. But he spends quite a bit, and launching a business would quickly deplete those funds. As November draws to a close, Chen Xu has completed 3 out of 10 mathematics workbooks. He feels that his math skills have finally developed a reliable foundation and are no longer so inadequate. In the recent monthly exam, he secured second place, scoring 118 in mathematics, still significantly trailing behind Wang Junwen, who scored 135. As soon as the holidays began, Chen Xu thinks of Cui Xiaojun. He wonders what she is doing at this moment. They have not been in contact, as if they had mutually agreed upon it. Chen Xu can roughly understand Cui Xiaojun's feelings. He is set to attend college away from home, while she remains here. Perhaps it is better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged one. Chen Xu feels powerless in this situation. If he truly goes to study in another city, he will be unable to care for her in the short term. He might be able to ensure she has enough to eat, but there would be little time for companionship. With a sigh, he suppresses the urge to seek out Cui Xiaojun. With nothing to occupy his time at home, Chen Xu rides his bicycle to town, intending to observe the operations of the traditional Chinese medicine shop. He wonders when it will change ownership. Upon arriving at the shop, he claims to have strained his eyes and wishes to purchase some chrysanthemum for tea. The experienced pharmacist responds, "You shouldn't just drink chrysanthemum. Let me add some goji berries, honeysuckle, cassia seeds, and hawthorn for you." Recognizing these familiar herbs, Chen Xu agrees. While the pharmacist prepares the medicine, they engage in casual conversation. The pharmacist laments the declining business, noting that fewer people are seeking traditional Chinese medicine, and there is no one to carry on the trade. Chen Xu feels helpless about this situation. When he inquires about the rent, the pharmacist replies, "We don't pay rent. This building belongs to the government. We are a state-run entity." It turns out to be a state-run establishment, which explains its long-standing presence despite meager profits. Now, it seems straightforward. As long as he has the funds, he should be able to secure this location. Chen Xu feels reassured. During dinner, Chen Xu asks his father about electric bikes. Chen Jiangwo reflects, "There are a few people in our village who ride them, but they are too slow. Motorcycles are faster. But with speed comes danger. Have you forgotten your previous fall? That was just to avoid that dog." Chen Xu envisions the electric tricycles that will soon become ubiquitous in every household in the village. Their appeal far surpasses that of two-wheeled vehicles, as they can not only be ridden but also carry substantial loads, quickly making them fashionable. He plans to research electric bike manufacturers online when he returns. Once he identifies the manufacturers, it should be simpler. Upon returning to school, Chen Xu is approached by Lu Jie, who mysteriously asks, "Was it you?" Chen Xu was perplexed. "What did I do? Wasn't it you who hit Zhao Xiaolong? He got beaten? Hey, you must not have seen it. Zhao Xiaolong's face is all swollen. He definitely got attacked. I bet it was back when he was in middle school. Someone must have robbed him of his pocket money." Chen Xu chuckled. "You're truly merciless. Is he really that short?" They laughed. In their middle school days, it was common for older students to extort pocket money from younger ones, but thankfully, such behavior had diminished in recent years. Chen Xu's comment was a playful jab at Zhao Xiaolong's height, likening him to a middle schooler. After a while, Zhao Xiaolong arrived. His face indeed red and swollen. "Zhao Xiaolong, what happened to you?" asked class monitor Su Ying. "It's nothing, just got bitten by something," Zhao Xiaolong hastily concealed. Quickly returning to his seat, he touched his throbbing cheek, feeling a surge of resentment towards Chen Xu. It turned out that after Feng Chao returned home last time, he had not sought trouble with Chen Xu but had instead taken his anger out on Zhao Xiaolong, who had suggested the idea. Seizing the opportunity during the holiday, Feng Chao had given Zhao Xiaolong a thorough beating and demanded 200 yuan for medical expenses. Zhao Xiaolong was on the verge of tears. Spending money not only failed to resolve the situation but also led to him being assaulted by his own employer. Was there no justice, no law? However, given Zhao Xiaolong's character, he naturally did not dare to inform his parents and secretly took money from home to pay Feng Chao, hoping to put the incident behind him. Chapter 19. Speech and Evening Gala. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Gao, approached and said, "Chen Xu, you will speak after the flag-raising ceremony on Monday morning. Prepare well." The students erupted in applause, and those in the front row turned to glance at Chen Xu. Lu Jie, standing nearby, whispered, "Chen Xu, you're really something. On Mondays, Speeches are reserved for particularly significant occasions, sometimes delivered by teachers as well as students. Hence, it is a rare honor for any student to speak. Now that Chen Xu had this opportunity, the entire Class 9 felt a sense of pride. After the students' enthusiasm had finally waned, Chen Xu seized the moment to open his notebook and draft his speech. The reason for his address was undoubtedly due to his considerable progress, so his discourse would naturally center around his studies. After struggling for a while, he managed to pen over 200 words, but Lu Jie leaned over to mock him. Before Chen Xu could retort, Mr. Gao strode in and promptly called Lu Jie outside. Chen Xu couldn't help but wonder if Mr. Gao had been eavesdropping at the window. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he hurriedly followed them out, only to hear Lu Jie arguing with Mr. Gao. "Teacher, I was just asking Chen Xu about the questions." Interrupting Lu Jie, Chen Xu earnestly addressed Mr. Gao. "Sir, we were in the wrong earlier. We assure you it won't happen again, and our grades will not decline." Mr. Gao was momentarily speechless, as Chen Xu had voiced all his expectations. Not only should they avoid slipping back, but they must also strive to improve. Chen Xu offered a wry smile, saying, "I will certainly work hard." "Very well, you may return to class," Mr. Gao replied. Once back in the classroom, Lu Jie asked, "Why did you go out when you weren't called?" Chen Xu replied, "I was worried you'd argue with Mr. Gao, and in a fit of anger, he might change my seat." "Come on, am I that bad?" Lu Jie retorted. "You just found out?" Chen Xu spoke the truth. He genuinely feared Mr. Gao would separate him from Lu Jie. Given this second chance at life, he hoped they could both improve and gain admission to a better university together. Lu Jie grumbled, "I wish we could just switch seats, move to the wall, so no one would see me." Chen Xu playfully punched him. "You should focus on studying." As the weather grew colder, the students donned thick clothing. During dinner, Lu Jie handed Chen Xu a roasted sweet potato, warm and perfect for keeping hands toasty. "Does the school sell these?" Chen Xu inquired, intrigued. "No, there's an old man selling them by the small south gate of the school, so I bought two," Lu Jie replied. They peeled the potatoes and began to eat, enjoying the comforting warmth. After finishing and rinsing their mouths, Lu Jie, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, said, "Today I treated you to sweet potatoes. Tomorrow, I want beef pies." "Seriously?" Chen Xu spluttered, spraying a mouthful of water onto Lu Jie's face. The next day, Chen Xu announced he would go out to buy pies and asked his classmates if anyone wanted anything. In an instant, he was overwhelmed by a throng of eager students. In the cafeteria, the daily offerings have become rather monotonous, and we have long since had our fill. However, the school's strict entry regulations make it a rare occasion for us to venture outside, and the options available beyond the school gates are not always accessible. When tasked with collecting 45 pastries, Chen Xu could hardly contain his amusement. Initially intending to enjoy them for breakfast, he soon realized that such a plan was impractical. He decided to inform the vendor in the morning and defer the meal until noon. Naturally, his classmates had no objections. At midday, Chen Xu called Lu Jie to wait at the school entrance while he fetched 25 pastries to deliver to him for an early bite, planning to retrieve the remaining 20 afterward. Even with preparations made in advance, he found himself waiting for over 10 minutes for the complete order. Alas, being a delivery person is no easy task. As Lu Jie finished his pastry, beaming at Chen Xu, the latter blurted, "No way, get lost." Lu Jie, feeling wronged, retorted, "I didn't ask you to bring me food. I just need a piece of paper. Do I look like someone who carries paper?" Chen Xu replied irritably, "You miser." Lu Jie shot back. Amid their banter, they failed to notice Li Xuan nearby, who cast a disapproving glare at her classmate Song Qian, who was also indulging in a pastry. No loyalty, humph. After his first experience with food delivery, Chen Xu felt a bit intimidated. Henceforth, thoughts of bringing fried rice or noodles would be out of the question. He pulled out his notebook and began drafting his speech, setting aside fanciful ideas to focus on a more conventional approach. Keep pushing forward. A beautiful life awaits in college. After surpassing 1,500 words, he decided to call it a day. Monday arrived as scheduled. During the morning exercise break, Chen Xu stood beside the podium, observing the thousands of students on the playground and the principal and other officials seated on stage. His heart raced with anticipation. When it was his turn to take the stage, he approached the microphone and began delivering his speech according to his notes. Surprisingly, he strayed from the script. Some in the audience noticed the deviation. Halfway through his address, Chen Xu realized he was not even moved by his own words, let alone his peers. And he decided to take a bold step. Dear students, the greatest advantage of studying diligently is the opportunity to experience romance in college. Why do our teachers discourage us from dating? Firstly, It distracts from our studies. Secondly, since most of us are locals, there isn't much to gain from it. However, college changes everything. The academic dean on the podium was taken aback and quickly glanced at the principal, only to find him still smiling and listening attentively, which eased her concerns. Imagine this. A senior approaches, clad in a short black skirt and high heels, addressing you as junior. Can you help but feel a flutter? If you're stuck on a construction site all day, your only companions will be grizzled laborers. And ladies, please don't think my words are crass. Once you enter university, you'll realize that makeup often takes precedence over academics. The audience's emotions were fully engaged, oscillating between laughter and contemplation. Even the high schoolers were filled with aspirations for college life. See you all in university. Thank you. My speech has concluded. Chen Xu saluted and handed the microphone to the host as he stepped down. Chen Xu walked towards his classroom, greeted by smiles and curious glances from his peers along the way. Upon entering the classroom, Lu Jie immediately embraced him, exclaiming, "Wow, Chen Xu, you're incredible. Daring to teach us about romance on a Monday." Chen Xu, taken aback, retorted, "What do you mean, teaching you about romance? I was clearly discussing college entrance exams." Observing his classmates, it was evident that romance was on their minds, with terms like black silk being tossed around. Lu Jie even leaned in to inquire how many black silks Chen Xu had seen. Never mind, at least it sparked their curiosity, Chen Xu thought optimistically. Even after they returned to class, the discussions continued unabated. Song Yuanyuan turned around to ask, "Chen Xu, is makeup really that important?" "Of course," he replied. "Makeup can transform you into someone like Gao Yuanyuan, believe it or not." "That is quite an exaggeration," Song Yuanyuan scoffed. "You young people." During class, Lao Gao arrived, casting a couple of glances at Chen Xu but saying nothing, as he too had once been young and reckless. On Tuesday, Chen Xu received a notification from his editor that his salary for the following month had been issued, adding over 30,000 yuan to his account. He wondered how his sister's research was progressing. 50,000 yuan should suffice to open a small shop. Seizing the opportunity during lunch to inquire about his sister, he asked his mother, "Mom, hasn't my sister been home lately?" "Your sister works as a sales assistant. She doesn't earn anything if she doesn't show up for work, and there is no one to cover for her. When would she have time to come back?" The last time he had seen her was when she brought him milk, nearly half a year ago. "Sigh, how much can she earn working like this? Perhaps during the next holiday, I should visit her and see her business firsthand. After all, the academic pressure isn't too great right now." Chen Xu resolved not to call his sister for now, as such matters were often complex and could not be explained easily. That day, his mother had prepared a large pot of lamb stew. As he left, Chen Xu took a food container, bringing a portion of lamb soup for Lu Jie. Upon returning to the classroom, he handed Lu Jie the soup, instructing him to wrap it in clothing to keep it warm. Lu Jie was almost in tears. Chen Xu initially thought he was touched, but it turned out he was simply hungry. "You should have told me you were bringing lamb soup. I wouldn't have eaten lunch if I had known." Chen Xu shot him an annoyed glance. "How was I supposed to know what my mom would make at home? I just have to take whatever I get." In the evening, Chen Xu prepared a portion of bean sprouts and potato slices to share with Lu Jie. Having eaten a hearty lunch, he was not particularly hungry and preferred a light dinner. The lamb soup remained warm, and Lu Jie added hot water to it, enjoying it with steamed buns. After they finished their meal, they sat chatting until suddenly, Zhang Wei rushed in, exclaiming, "Wow." Zheng Haiqiang and his friends went out for a meal and ended up in the hospital. The surrounding crowd quickly gathered to inquire about the details. It turned out that Zheng Haiqiang's glasses had become somewhat ineffective, so he asked Lao Gao for a leave note to go out. His deskmate Lu Qi, along with Zhang Xiao and Pan Wenkai behind him, wanted to stretch their legs too, so they added their names to the leave note and accompanied Zheng Haiqiang outside. Zheng Haiqiang ventured out to procure a pair of glasses, while Lu Qi and the others sought solace in a humble roadside eatery, indulging in lamb soup. After a brief interlude, Zheng Haiqiang joined them. However, as they made their way back to school, each was suddenly afflicted by stomach pains, prompting a collective visit to the infirmary. The nurse, upon observing their shared symptoms, swiftly deduced food poisoning and promptly alerted the authorities, arranging for their transportation to the hospital. Upon learning of the incident, Lao Gao rushed to the hospital as well. "Goodness, could these individuals have been tempted by our lamb soup?" Chen Xu murmured. Yet Lu Jie dismissed the thought, asserting, "That is impossible. I stowed away my portion, and we only began eating after you returned with the food." Reassured that he bore no responsibility, Chen Xu felt a sense of relief. The four individuals faced a collective predicament. leaving Lao Gao in a state of disarray. Meanwhile, students debated whether the lamb had spoiled or if someone had maliciously poisoned it, creating quite a commotion, with classmates from adjacent classes arriving to inquire about the news. By evening, Lao Gao returned with confirmed information. Preliminary tests indicated nitrite poisoning, but thankfully, the students were no longer in danger. The proprietor of the lamb soup shop had been apprehended. Lu Jie, with a mischievous glint in his eye, turned to Chen Xu. "Why do you look at me with such a repugnant expression?" Chen Xu inquired, unable to tolerate the insinuation. "Hiki, after this incident, dining out will likely become even more challenging. It seems we will have to rely on you," Lu Jie chuckled. "Get lost," Chen Xu retorted, genuinely impressed by Lu Jie's ability to conjure such thoughts, pondering why he didn't apply that cleverness to his studies instead. Following the incident, Lao Gao surely faced reprimand, and 3 days later, upon the return of the 4 students, each was assigned a punishment of a 3,000 character reflection. Lu Jie, amused, observed the others, grateful that Chen Xu had brought him lunch. Otherwise, he too might have ventured out for lamb soup, finding himself among the afflicted. The school tightened its regulations on outings, making it increasingly difficult to request leave. Chen Xu, a day student, refrained from casually bringing food for others, understanding the potential consequences should anything go awry. The owners of surrounding eateries likely vented their frustrations upon the lamb soup shop's owner, whose business had diminished by at least half. As New Year's approached, the homeroom teacher announced an afternoon celebration, encouraging students to prepare their own performances and use class funds to purchase treats, promising a delightful time within the classroom. The announcement was met with enthusiastic cheers, as the burdens of recent academic pressures made the prospect of relaxation particularly appealing. Lu Jie inquired of Chen Xu, "Do you have a performance in mind? Shall we attempt a rendition of Avalokiteshvara?" This piece had captivated the nation during the closing ceremony of the Athens Paralympics, and Lu Jie was eager to replicate its splendor. Chen Xu responded, "Are you certain? I believe it involved over 20 performers and intricate choreography. Can you assemble enough participants? Will there be time for rehearsals?" Lu Jie, reflecting on the complexity, reluctantly conceded the impracticality of the idea. However, he quickly regained his optimism and decided to prepare a rendition of Jay Chou's Common Jasmine Orange. Observing the enthusiastic Lu Jie, Chen Xu felt a pang of realization regarding his own somber disposition. It is often stated that the final year of high school is a beautiful reminiscence of youth. Yet, if one's experiences are merely a monotonous cycle of study, what memories could possibly emerge? Resolute, Chen Xu decided to take action. Reflecting on his own vocal abilities, he felt a lack of uniqueness and resolved to choose a song that possessed distinctiveness. Suddenly, the song Young for You by the Gala Band sprang to mind. He wondered if it was still available and resolved to check online upon returning home. That evening, he discovered the song indeed existed and promptly downloaded the lyrics, beginning his practice alongside the music. The following day, as the program list was compiled, Chen Xu registered to perform an English song. "Chen Xu, you can sing in English too? That's truly impressive," exclaimed Song Yuan, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Chen Xu smiled modestly, thinking of the audience's reactions to his performance, which only fueled his excitement further. "Wow, Chen Xu, are you really going to sing?" Lu Jie, who thrived on excitement, felt a surge of urgency upon witnessing Chen Xu's registration. "How about you dance? You could accompany me perfectly," he suggested. "Come on, I can't do that," Chen Xu replied. "Then you sing. Didn't you say I sounded like a 7-mile fragrance when I sang?" Lu Jie retorted. "Perhaps you should just cheer for me from the audience," Chen Xu countered. Although skits and comedic performances yield great results, they require significant rehearsal time from multiple participants. The most ideal scenario is one like Chen Xu's, where a single individual can captivate the audience. Noticing Lu Jie's anxious demeanor, Chen Xu opted to leave him be, understanding the importance of not dampening his enthusiasm. Chapter 20. Returning home for the new year at long last. The final day of 2004 arrived. Around noon, class monitor Su Ying, accompanied by 2 male classmates, Chen Xu and Lu Jie, ventured out to procure an assortment of snacks, including sunflower seeds, peanuts, beverages, and candies for the afternoon festivities. Several bags were scattered about, filling Chen Xu's bicycle to the brim. As soon as the nap time concluded, the students awoke and began to enthusiastically decorate the classroom. With so many hands at work, the task was swiftly accomplished. Noticing that there was still ample time, Su Ying took to the computer with the intention of screening a film for the class. At the insistence of her classmates, She commenced the playback of Stephen Chow's Flirting Scholar. The students, already well-equipped with snacks, settled into their seats and began watching. The sheer number of viewers heightened the enjoyment, and the film's inherent humor elicited peals of laughter throughout. At some point, Lao Gao quietly entered through the back door and stood at the rear, engrossed in the show. It was not until the film concluded that the students in the front row realized their homeroom teacher had been present all along. With a cheerful demeanor, Lao Gao approached the front and began directing the rearrangement of desks. In no time, a substantial area in the center of the classroom was cleared, and the desks were arranged in a circle to form a makeshift stage. Wang Chao took the lead as the opening act, performing Chinese People, which garnered enthusiastic applause from the audience. Su Ying, now acting as the host, announced, "Next, please enjoy a song by classmate Chen Xu." Titled Young for You, Lu Jie exclaimed from below. Chen Xu is truly impressive. Dressed in his school uniform, Chen Xu stepped into the center, awaiting the accompaniment to commence. "Sunday's in. I want to drive my car to your apartment with the present like a star. Forecaster said the weather may be rainy hard." The classmates below nearly choked on their laughter. Wasn't Chen Xu's English supposed to be better? Why did it sound like this? Even Lao Gao furrowed his brow, clearly unable to appreciate this artistic expression. "For camera, your smile's so sweet, palm trees so lush. Would you believe my host California?" The students began to notice something amiss. The song became increasingly melodious, losing its initial awkwardness, and some even began to hum along softly. As the performance came to a close, the classmates erupted into a fervent round of applause, astonished that such pronunciation could sound so delightful. They eagerly inquired, "Chen Xu, was that pronunciation intentional? It actually sounded quite nice." "Not at all. The original artist sings it this way on purpose. This is a song by the Gala Band. You should listen to it when you have the chance." In his previous life, Chen Xu always believed that this song was performed by a foreign artist, only to later discover that it was penned by a Chinese musician. He was instantly mesmerized, thus unearthing this treasure of a band. Many individuals took out paper and pen to jot down the song title, eager to listen to it again in the future. Following Chen Xu's rendition, the atmosphere in the classroom ignited with fervor. Lu Guoqiang, Zhang Wei, and others performed a skit titled Selling a Crutch. Although it was a mere imitation with many flaws, it still garnered waves of laughter. Lu Jie also took to the stage to sing, choosing the Manon song Only by Striving Can One Succeed, which he surprisingly performed quite well. Chen Xu remarked to Lu Jie, "You should steer clear of the conventional path. You are more suited for the unconventional." Lao Gao left shortly after, allowing everyone to relax. Noticing Lao Gao's departure, Lu Jie whispered to Chen Xu, "Let us sneak out and go to the internet CAF. Goodness. Just as you seem to be behaving for a few days, you're already plotting mischief again. If Lao Gao catches you, it will be disastrous." "It's fine. Lao Gao will definitely head home. There's nothing much happening in class today. What if he returns? He might even come back for evening study. Surely, he wouldn't be that heartless." Lu Jie was left speechless. This successfully dispelled Lu Jie's desire to sneak out, and they returned to watching the performances, which had largely consisted of conventional singing without any standout characters. "Next, please enjoy the dance Bamboo Under the Moonlight presented by classmate Li Shui." At this point, both Chen Xu and Lu Jie perked up. There was indeed a dance? Li Shui, lacking a costume, wore her jeans, which accentuated her long legs. Despite having quarreled with her, Chen Xu found no hindrance in appreciating her beauty. He watched, slack-jawed, as the classroom erupted into the most enthusiastic applause it had ever witnessed. Upon returning to her seat, Li Shui's face was still flushed, and her deskmate, Song Qian, whispered, "Chen Xu was watching you the entire time, even drooling." Aware of the tension between the two, Song Qian often brought them up in conversation. Li Shui playfully nudged Song Qian but couldn't help glancing at Chen Xu, only to meet his gaze, prompting her to shoot him an annoyed look. This girl was peculiar. Chen Xu felt bewildered. What was wrong with admiring beauty? Although evening study was skipped, the program could not extend into the night. Thus, after dinner, they resumed with Stephen Chow's classic film, A Chinese Odyssey. The film's brilliance was beyond dispute. When Zhixiao Fairy died, soft sobs echoed throughout the classroom. In front, Song Yuanyuan declared, "This is what love is." Lu Jie chimed in, "I too wish to experience a love that is unforgettable." Chen Xu glanced at Lu Jie, pondering whether his past aversion to marriage stemmed from this very sentiment. As the New Year's celebration concluded, the year 2005 had dawned. Lao Gao urged everyone to refocus their minds and return to their studies. reinstating an atmosphere of intense academic diligence in the classroom. The end-of-term examinations swiftly approached, conducted strictly according to the college entrance examination procedures, and both teachers and students regarded them with utmost seriousness. Chen Xu, naturally unfazed, completed the 2-day exams calmly, awaiting the results from the teachers. Chen Xu, first place. Old Gao, beaming with delight, announced the results from the podium. The students were once again taken aback. Wang Junwen had dominated the class for over a year, but this time, Chen Xu had finally snatched the top position. The classroom erupted into a flurry of chatter. Chen Xu felt a sense of satisfaction. After diligently completing 5 math practice books, he had finally improved his math scores. His efforts had not been in vain. With the results out, preparations for the holiday began. That evening, Chen Xiaolin called Chen Xu outside. Chen Xu, you're definitely spending the new year at home, right? Could I possibly stay in your apartment for a while? Chen Xiaolin directly inquired. You want to stay? Aren't you going home for the new year? Observing Chen Xiaolin's silence, Chen Xu bypassed the question. All right. I'll pack my things and after school, you can come over, and I'll give you the keys. Thank you. Chen Xu, Chen Xiaolin replied, her smile returning. During the last class of the morning, Old Gao announced the important reminders for the holiday. Don't think you can relax just because it's the new year. How long do we have until the college entrance examination? Just over 120 days. When you return from the holiday, there will be nearly 20 fewer days. While others are striving, if you don't progress, you will regress. Once Old Gao finished his motivational speech, the students joyfully rushed out, with Lu Jie even exclaiming that he wanted to return home for a feast. Come over to my place to hang out. You'll have nothing to do anyway. Sure. We'll talk later. Lu Jie, knowing that Chen Xu was going back to his apartment to collect his belongings, headed straight home. Chen Xu arrived at the apartment building, tidied up his clothes, and took his notebooks. After all, he couldn't spend the entire holiday idly. He needed to write for a few days. Soon, the doorbell rang, and Chen Xiaolin stood outside with a suitcase. Chen Xu let her in and guided her through the various items in the apartment. This is the gas switch, which I keep off most of the time. Turn it on when you need it. This is the water valve. This is the electric meter. And this is the washing machine. Once he had introduced everything, Chen Xu slung his bag over his shoulder. You can stay here now. I'm leaving. Chen Xu sensed that Chen Xiaolin was striving to maintain her dignity, and he had no desire to exploit that. Independent women like her were rare, and every step they took was a challenge. After Chen Xu left, Chen Xiaolin silently watched him depart, her hands clasped in front of her. He smiled brightly, showing no reluctance and not taking advantage of the situation, walking away quietly as if he were the guest and she the host. In the afternoon, Chen Xiaolin ventured out to buy some supplies. Besides the usual ingredients for meals, she specifically purchased 2 packets of frozen dumplings, as dumplings were a must during the new year. Hello, Dad, are you eating? Yes, I'm doing well. I wanted to tell you that I want to be coming home for the new year this year. Our class has supplementary lessons during the holiday. Yes, Dad. Please take care of your health. All right, goodbye. Listening to the sounds of children playing in the background, Chen Xiaolin could no longer hold back her tears. Wiping her eyes, she picked up her bags and returned to the apartment. Fortunately, there was a television in the rental unit, and as she watched the programs, she momentarily forgot the discomfort of earlier events. Chen Xu returned home holding his report card, leaving Sun Hongmei and Chen Zhangwo in a state of astonishment. How could their son have truly achieved first place in his class? Was the ancestral grave of the Chen family truly emitting green smoke? Consequently, Sun Hongmei and Chen Zhangwo conspired to bring more firecrackers and joss paper for their ancestral offering this year, expressing their gratitude for the blessings of their forebears. Chen Xu watched in silent bemusement. At least he did not have to exert any effort, and as long as his parents were happy, that sufficed. On the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, known as the Little New Year, Sun Hongmei prepared dumplings and steamed meat, treating Chen Xu to a hearty meal. After dining, Chen Xu devoted himself to his studies, with Sun Hongmei forbidding him from engaging in any household chores. This treatment was indeed a stark contrast to what he had previously experienced. On the 30th day of the 12th lunar month, after affixing spring couplets in the mornings, Chen Zhangwo gathered firecrackers and joss paper, calling for Chen Xu as they set out. They made their way to Uncle Chen's house, which was situated at the village entrance and served as a gathering point for ancestral offerings. Upon entering, Chen Xu's older cousin, Chen Gang, greeted him with a smile. Chen Xu, I hear you've come in first? Chen Xu was aware that this was a result of his mother Sun Hongmei's efforts. Before he could respond, however, Chen Jiangwo interjected, "It's just an occasional first place. It's nothing remarkable." Yet, the corners of his mouth betrayed a sense of pride. Understanding his uncle's sentiment, Chen Gang cheerfully offered Chen Jiangwo a cigarette and insisted on giving one to Chen Xu as well. When Chen Xu waved it off, Chen Gang pressed it into his hands. "You're about to enter university. You must learn these things." Surprisingly, Chen Jiangwo remained silent, allowing Chen Xu to accept it. Naturally, Chen Xu knew how to smoke. His practiced demeanor left Chen Jiangwo momentarily stunned, prompting him to quietly ask, "Have you been smoking at school?" Chen Xu, realizing the implication, chuckled and replied, "Just occasionally." They exchanged a knowing glance. As more people arrived, Chen Xu became the center of attention, with everyone inquiring whether he had truly achieved first place. Upon noticing the firecrackers and joss money that Chen Xu and his father had brought, the crowd displayed warm smiles. Returning home, Chen Xu saw Sun Hongmei making dumplings and suddenly thought of Chen Xiaolin, the teacher renting an apartment from them. Days had passed, and he wondered how she was faring. "Mom, could you make a few extra dumplings?" "What's the matter?" "The teacher who rents my room isn't going home this year. She'll be spending the new year alone in the staff quarters. I thought I could prepare some dumplings for her, so she can enjoy a proper meal during the festivities." Sun Hongmei had always assumed that the apartment was offered to Chen Xu by the teacher free of charge, especially with Chen Xu's recent academic achievements. It was plausible that the housing arrangement had contributed to his success. Therefore, she generously replied, "Of course, I'll make 50 or 60 dumplings. I'll freeze them outside, and you can take them to the teacher this afternoon." "Great." Once again declining Chen Xu's assistance, Sun Hongmei completed one batch and began on another. Before long, the tray was filled with dumplings resembling little pigs. By afternoon, the dumplings were frozen solid, and Chen Xu packed 60 of them, hanging them on his bicycle handlebar. After a moment's thought, he decided to bring along a case of beer. "What do you need beer for? You should take some white liquor instead. It's winter." Sun Hongmei remarked upon seeing him. "It matters not. Our teacher abstains from white liquor, and at most indulges in a bit of beer." Having appeased his mother, Chen Xu mounted his bicycle and swiftly made his way to the residential building. Along the journey, he purchased several packs of cigarettes from a shop, gifting 2 to the elderly gentlemen residing in the building, which delighted them immensely. They insisted on presenting him with a large bag of sunflower seeds as a token of appreciation, which Chen Xu had no choice but to accept and carry upstairs. Upon knocking on the door, Chen Xiaolin peered through the peephole and, upon recognizing Chen Xu, joyfully opened the door. "Chen Xu, what brings you here?" she exclaimed. Clad in cartoon-patterned pajamas and fuzzy cat slippers, her surprise evident. "I came to check on you. I wouldn't want to bear the responsibility if you were to starve," he replied, stepping inside with his offerings. "I brought some dumplings filled with pork and cabbage that my mother made. You can eat them while watching the evening show." "Just pop them in the fridge," he suggested. "Oh, how thoughtful of your mother. But I actually bought some myself." Chen Xiaolin responded as she examined the contents of the bag. "That is hardly comparable. On such a festive occasion, one must indulge in something special," he insisted. Chen Xu placed the beer in the corner and set the sunflower seeds on the table. "What have you been up to lately?" he inquired. "What else could I be doing?" "Just practicing my painting since there's little else to occupy me, especially with the cold weather discouraging me from venturing outside. This apartment is quite cozy now that the heating is on," she answered. While Chen Xiaolin busied herself washing a cup and brewing tea for him, Chen Xu began to crack the sunflower seeds. He was fortunate to have received them from the elderly gentleman, for there was nothing prepared on Chen Xiaolin's end. It seemed she hadn't conversed with anyone for quite some time, as she spoke more freely than usual. As they chatted and munched on seeds, the hour approached 5. "We should wrap this up. It's getting dark," Chen Xu remarked, glancing at the wall clock. He stood up, ready to leave. Chen Xiaolin, observing the encroaching evening, hesitated and suggested, "Why not stay for dinner?" Chen Xu donned his gloves and surveyed the kitchen. "But you haven't prepared much," he noted. "How about we just boil some dumplings? After all, it's customary to eat dumplings during the new year," she proposed. Understanding that Chen Xiaolin might be feeling a bit lonely, Chen Xu nodded in agreement. "Very well, let me just call home and inform them." He called Sun Hongmei to let her know that his teacher had invited him to stay for dinner, to which she readily consented, only asking him not to return too late. Chen Xiaolin filled a pot with hot water to boil, and from a nearby paper bag, she revealed a roasted chicken she had purchased the previous day, perfectly complementing the dumplings. "That is splendid," Chen Xu laughed, heading to the kitchen to prepare garlic for dipping. As Chen Xiaolin stood by the stove with a spatula, Watching Chen Xu crouched on the floor preparing the garlic, a profound sense of homeliness enveloped her, prompting her to turn away, her eyes misting slightly. Soon, the dumplings were ready. Chen Xu mentioned he would need to return home for a late-night meal. So he only took 10 dumplings, while Chen Xiaolin served herself 15. He opened the beer he brought and offered her one. "Care for a drink?" he asked. Chen Xiaolin, unreserved, replied, "It's the new year. Let us indulge a little." The dumplings prepared by Sun Hongmei were nearly all meat, with only a hint of cabbage. And Chen Xiaolin praised their deliciousness as she savored each bite. The roasted chicken was rather rich and greasy. The two indulged in their meal, and before long, one had consumed 3 cans of beer. "Can you still drink?" Chen Xu inquired, observing Chen Xiaolin's flushed face. She shook her head. "No more, or I shall be inebriated." Consequently, Chen Xu opened another can for himself, as the roasted chicken was excessively oily today. The dumplings had already been devoured, leaving only a few scraps of the chicken. Chen Xu had not intended to eat so much, yet he found himself quite satiated after the feast. Chapter 21. New Year Affairs. After finishing their meal, the two settled onto the sofa to watch television. Chen Xiaolin soon found herself feeling drowsy. "If you're tired, you should lie down and sleep," Chen Xu suggested, shaking her gently. They still needed to wait for the Spring Festival Gala to begin. Chen Xiaolin murmured, resting her head against Chen Xu's shoulder, making an effort to keep her eyes wide open. Seizing the moment, Chen Xu began to play with her delicate hand. Her slender fingers were warm, and he found it hard to let go. Noticing Chen Xiaolin's drowsiness, Chen Xu felt himself growing sleepy as well. As their heads inadvertently leaned together, they both exclaimed in surprise, followed by a shared chuckle. Chen Xu playfully patted her thigh. Even through the thick pajamas, he could sense her softness. "If you can't stay awake, just sleep. The gala can be watched on replay tomorrow," he said. Chen Xiaolin wrapped her arms around Chen Xu's, responding, "I'm not sleepy. Just stay with me a little longer." It was a simple request from a beautiful woman. Feeling the warmth of her heart, Chen Xu embraced her and, unable to resist, leaned in for a kiss. Chen Xiaolin, having had a bit to drink, became particularly affectionate, her nimble tongue playfully engaging with Chen Xu's. He reciprocated, and soon they were entwined on the sofa. As Chen Xu's hand gradually slipped beneath Chen Xiaolin's shirt, he remembered that she wasn't wearing a bra after spending so long at home, making it quite convenient for him. Yet, mindful of her previous strong objections, he exercised restraint. Before long, Chen Xiaolin had melted into his embrace, her body softening against him. After exchanging kisses for several minutes, he finally pulled away. Chen Xiaolin kept her eyes closed, but Chen Xu could feel her heart racing beneath his touch. Slowly, she regained her awareness and playfully swatted his arm. With a grin, Chen Xu withdrew his hand from her clothing. "You tease," she exclaimed bashfully, turning to nestle closer into his arms. Chen Xu gasped as he felt her body pressing against him. I'm sorry," she hurriedly said, sensing his reaction, and reached out to soothe him. "It's all right," Chen Xu replied, taking a few deep breaths. He playfully swatted her rear, saying, "Just be gentle." Chen Xiaolin giggled, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Captivated by her rosy mouth, Chen Xu leaned down to kiss her once more. After another round of tender kisses, Chen Xiaolin felt herself grow weak, leaning languidly against him. Chen Xu's hand roamed along her smooth back as she relaxed against him. "Is it uncomfortable?" she inquired. "Do I even need to answer that?" Chen Xu inhaled deeply. "Would you like me to help?" After a moment of internal struggle, Chen Xiaolin finally lifted her sparkling eyes to ask. Chen Xu felt a surge of joy and eagerly inquired, "How would you like me to help?" With a playful disdain, Chen Xiaolin swatted his hand resting on her rear, yet she did not pull it away. Instead, she slipped her own hand beneath his shirt. Chen Xu's body tensed at her boldness, and he couldn't help but loosen his clothing. He leaned in to kiss Chen Xiaolin again, who responded, albeit a bit clumsily, as they continued to explore one another. Although Chen Xiaolin felt quite uncomfortable, she successfully assisted Chen Xu in resolving his issue. With a roll of her eyes at him, she reproached him for not mentioning it sooner. Chen Xu merely chuckled, allowing Chen Xiaolin to tidy up the aftermath. Once she returned, the two squeezed onto the sofa, this time in silence, embracing one another until, surprisingly, they both drifted off to sleep. When Chen Xiaolin stirred, she inadvertently roused Chen Xu. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already past 10. He playfully tapped her on the rear, saying, "Let us head to bed. I must return home." Although Chen Xiaolin initially intended to stay up until midnight, having eaten and drunk well, she felt overwhelmingly drowsy, so she nodded and got up. Chen Xu dressed and gently kissed Chen Xiaolin before heading out. Upon returning home, he finally discovered that his sister, Chen Yin, was there. "Sister, when did you come back?" Chen Xu gazed at Chen Yin, who was diligently preparing dumplings on the calm, with astonishment. Sun Hongmei interjected. "She won't return until after 5 in the afternoon. One wonders what keeps her so occupied. If one were unaware, they might think she is the mayor, oblivious to how much she has earned." Chen Yin stuck out her tongue and exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Xu, fully aware that her late return today warranted silence. "And you," she added. "What brings you home at this hour?" Sun Hongmei once again directed her criticism towards Chen Xu. "Did we not have a meal with the teacher and engage in conversation? Today is the new year. Ordinarily, I would have returned much earlier." As Chen Xu made progress in his studies, Sun Hongmei refrained from further comments. And together with Chen Yin, they began wrapping dumplings while watching the Spring Festival Gala. At midnight, Chen Xu lit the firecrackers, and with a series of crackling sounds, the year of the rooster had officially arrived. The dumplings were served, and the 4 of them commenced their feast. According to local customs, coins, dates, and cakes were wrapped inside the dumplings, symbolizing wealth and prosperity. Finding a coin meant financial gain, a date signified fortune, and a cake represented advancement. Chen Xu and Chen Zhangwo raised their glasses for another toast, and Sun Hongmei sipped a little as well. As the meal progressed, Chen Xu discovered a single coin in his dumplings, and so did Chen Zhangwo, while Chen Yin, to her great fortune, unearthed 4 coins and a date. Sun Hongmei, who had only found a single date, muttered, "Those who can't earn money sure can eat well." Chen Xu interjected, "Mom, how do you know my sister won't make a fortune? Perhaps next year my sister will have made a fortune." Sun Hongmei snorted softly and continued to savor her dumplings. After finishing her meal, she hurried off to bed, as the morning would bring the custom of paying New Year visits. Upon returning from the morning festivities, Chen Xu pulled his sister aside to inquire about the progress of her observations regarding opening a store. Naturally, Chen Yin believed that opening a shop was a splendid idea. With our establishment employing 6 cashiers, it would not be unreasonable to expect sales in the range of several 100,000 each month. Even if the profit margin were not half, a third would certainly be achievable. The cosmetics market still holds vast potential. "That's wonderful," he replied. "Once you return, please investigate whether there are any new brands looking to enter the market. New brands seeking to establish themselves are likely to offer very favorable conditions. Additionally, take a closer look at potential locations. If an opportunity presents itself, we shall seize it. But where would the capital come from?" Chen Yin was well aware of the advantages of opening a store, yet she was acutely conscious of her family's financial circumstances. "Since my high school graduation, the conditions at home have gradually improved, and in just a few short years, we barely had any savings. I have a classmate whose family is quite affluent. Recently, he expressed a desire to invest around 80,000 to 90,000 yuan in some business venture. If a suitable opportunity arises, we could let him take a share while we contribute our efforts. However, borrowing money for business is risky. What if it fails?" Chen Yin was not in agreement. Chen Xu understood that people's mindsets are still rather conservative, and most would feel embarrassed about borrowing money. "Rest assured, my studies are progressing remarkably well. Didn't I just achieve the top rank this year? Our teacher mentioned that with my grades, gaining admission to a prestigious university should be quite feasible. Who knows? If I were to rank first in the city, a reward of 100,000 yuan would be entirely possible." "Really? Is there such a substantial reward?" "Certainly. Only 2 subjects have the top rank in the city, and 10,000 is not excessive at all. Can you truly attain first place?" "Sister, I was ranked 40th in class before the semester began." This revelation struck a chord with Chen Yin. The world of high achievers was something she did not fully comprehend. "All right, I will return and inquire further." With a backup plan in mind, Chen Yin became bolder. "If your colleagues have good connections, we can start making contacts." Chen Xu continued to offer suggestions to his sister. With a free afternoon, Chen Xu found himself reminiscing about Chen Xiaolin from the previous night. Unable to resist temptation, he hopped on his bicycle and set off. The town's supermarket had reopened on the first day of the new year. Chen Xu made a special trip inside to purchase some prepared dishes, a piece of pork rib, a dozen eggs, and a few vegetables before heading to the checkout. Upon entering, Chen Xiaolin was once again taken aback and delighted to see Chen Xu. He greeted the somewhat dazed Chen Xiaolin. "What's the matter? Didn't he expect me to come?" Chen Xiaolin, who had shed a few tears upon waking that morning, could hardly find words for her surprise and instinctively embraced him. Chen Xu had no choice but to set down his bags and hold her tightly. After a few minutes of embracing, Chen Xiaolin finally released him, kissing Chen Xiaolin gently. Chen Xu inquired, "Have you eaten?" "Yes." "What did you have?" "The dumplings you brought last night." "Then I'll cook these vegetables for you tonight." Naturally, Chen Xu and Chen Xiaolin found themselves entwined once more, unable to resist the allure of each other. Do all men feel comfortable after that? Chen Xiaolin couldn't help but ask about physiological health. Of course, Chen Xu seized the opportunity to enlighten her about sexual health, leaving Chen Xiaolin blushing. After an afternoon of intimacy, Chen Xu began to prepare dinner. With the prepared dishes at hand, he decided to make pork rib soup, stir-fried tomatoes with eggs, and heated a few buns. The two of them sat down to eat. It was evident that Chen Xiaolin hadn't had a proper meal in quite some time, as she ate even more than Chen Xu. "I'll do the dishes." Chen Xiaolin shyly put down her chopsticks and went to wash up. "There are still ribs left. You can fry some vegetables tomorrow to continue enjoying them. If you really want to take it easy, just chop some potatoes and throw them into the rib soup to stew. Remember to eat the other things as well. I'll be visiting relatives in the next couple of days, so I might not be able to come back," Chen Xu reminded her before leaving. "Understood. Take care on your way back," she replied. Chen Xiaolin fussed at the door like a dutiful daughter-in-law. Upon returning home, Chen Xu was indeed met with a torrent of nagging from Sun Hongmei. He quickly suggested he would go study, which successfully granted him a temporary reprieve. On the day of the third lunar month, he arrived at his grandfather's house and discovered that his aunt's family had already gathered. "Hey, sister, why did you arrive so late? If you had come any later, we would have started eating without you," Chen Xu's aunt, Sun Hongli, remarked in a sarcastic tone towards Sun Hongmei. Sun Hongmei and her sister Sun Hongli were only a year apart and had been competing since childhood. From marriage to raising daughters and sons, always subtly vying against one another. Their encounters were rarely devoid of barbs, a dynamic to which Chen Xu had long grown accustomed. Sun Hongmei lived a considerable distance away, 40 li from here, while Sun Hongli resided just 6 li away in town, making it customary for Sun Hongli's family to arrive first each year. After greeting everyone, Chen Xu sought out his cousin Lu Chao to play. Lu Chao, now in his second year of high school, was a perfect companion. Meanwhile, their younger cousin, still in 3rd grade, eagerly followed them. When their grandfather returned from outside, he saw Chen Xu and the others setting off firecrackers. Chen Xu hurried to take the basket his grandfather was carrying. "Grandfather, Happy New Year. Where have you been?" he asked. Grandfather smiled at the attentive Chen Xu. "Old Tion's family in the East Village slaughtered a pig. I went to get some fresh meat." Entering the house with his grandfather, Chen Xu took the basket to the kitchen. Outside, his grandfather inquired, "Chen Xu, how did you fare in your exams this year?" Chen Xu remained silent, knowing Sun Hongmei would undoubtedly respond. "Our Chen Xu did fairly well this year. He ranked first in his class and second in the grade level." As she spoke, she cast a glance towards Sun Hongli. Sun Hongli, initially pleased by the first part of the statement, soon shifted her demeanor. "What? Chen Xu came in first? That's quite the exaggeration." She was well aware of Chen Xu's previous academic standing. To her surprise, Sun Hongmei had brought along the report card, pulling it from her pocket and presenting it to their grandfather. With his poor eyesight, he could hardly discern the details. Doubting the claim, Sun Hongli rushed over, and there, prominently displayed, was Chen Xu's name at the top of the list. This. Sun Hongmei, akin to a game character unleashing a powerful move to eliminate adversaries, taunted Sun Hongli, "Your Lu Chao must have done well too. What was his rank this year?" Lu Chao, feeling the sting of collateral damage, lamented, "Do we have to be caught in this crossfire during a family visit?" He looked helplessly at Chen Xu, who merely returned a sympathetic expression. Previously, both Chen Xu and Lu Chao had been average students, neither outshining the other, but with Chen Xu's recent academic ascent, Lu Chao immediately felt the sharp gaze of his mother upon him. After receiving several piercing looks from his mom, he knew he would face a harsher reality upon returning home. Unable to contain himself, he whispered to Chen Xu, "How did you suddenly become so studious?" Chen Xu, deciding against further discouraging his cousin, concocted a tale of struggling with his studies and working tirelessly, leading to his newfound determination. "There's nothing wrong with working. My sister stopped school after middle school, yet she still managed to bring back 10,000 yuan this new year." Lu Chao spoke of his elder sister, Lu Yuan, who, after graduating from middle school, endeavored for a considerable time before establishing a nail salon that flourished remarkably. If you managed to gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, you could potentially earn 10,000 a month. Can you believe that? Chen Xu remarked, draping an arm around Lu Chao's shoulder. Lu Chao longed to counter with skepticism, but ultimately chose silence. Consequently, the festive firecrackers lost their allure, and the two found themselves basking in the sun. Though Sun Hongmei and Sun Hongli were embroiled in a quarrel, it hardly affected the others. During their youth, Chen Xu frequently spent his summer and winter vacations at Lu Chao's home for an entire month. Thus such disputes held little weight in their camaraderie. A grand feast was prepared for lunch, with the men seated at one table and the women and children at another. Uncle Sun Hongqi beckoned Chen Xu. Come sit at this table. Unable to refuse, Chen Xu was drawn away from Lu Chao, who lowered his head to evade Sun Hongli's piercing gaze. Fortunately, the pretext of studying spared him from the obligation of drinking, and Chen Xu breathed a sigh of relief amidst the jubilant atmosphere of the new year. Particularly with Chen Xu having achieved the top rank, much of the conversation at the table revolved around him. Chen Xu found himself fabricating various tales to appease the curiosity of those around. Although Sun Hongli felt overshadowed that day, she nonetheless added an extra 200 yuan to the red envelope she presented to Chen Xu, totaling 400 yuan. After all, considering that Chen Xu had topped his class, a mere additional 200 seemed insufficient. Chen Xu recognized that excelling academically had its rewards, even in the form of increased New Year's gifts. During recent visits to relatives, he noticed that his red envelopes had significantly surpassed those of previous years. On the journey home, Chen Xu exchanged a reassuring glance with Lu Chao before riding back with his parents on their motorcycle. Look at Chen Xu. He can ride a motorcycle now. You can't even compete with that in your studies. Sun Hongli vented her frustration at Lu Chao. Lu Chao inwardly grumbled. Didn't you say it was dangerous and forbade me from riding? Nevertheless, he wisely kept his thoughts to himself, already anticipating another lecture upon returning home. On the fourth day of the new year, Chen Xu accompanied his sister to the town to catch a bus. Afterward, he made a quick turn and returned to the family quarters. He spent a tender afternoon embracing Chen Xiaolin, who, as he prepared to leave, shyly inquired, Chen Xu, will you be free on the 8th? I should be. Why do you ask? He replied, by that day, I will have visited all my relatives, so I should have time. It's my birthday that day. Chen Xiaolin whispered, a hint of shyness in her tone. Oh, your birthday is quite significant. Celebrating on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year is considered a grand birthday. So, you were born in 87, huh? That makes you younger than me. Yes, that is correct. Noted, I will definitely be there, Chen Xu said, grinning as he planted a kiss on Chen Xiaolin before stepping out. Chapter 22. Chen Xiaolin's birthday. When it comes to birthdays, one must present gifts. After much contemplation, Chen Xu resolved to make a trip to the city, for the town offered too few options. He refrained from inviting Chen Xiaolin to accompany him, fearing an encounter with Cui Xiaojun could lead to an uncomfortable situation. Although he had not been in contact with Cui Xiaojun, a chance meeting would undoubtedly create a scene. I am indeed a scoundrel. Chen Xu chastised himself for a full minute before dozing off against the seat. The vehicle halted at the electronics market, where Chen Xu intended to purchase a small trinket for Chen Xiaolin, opting for convenience over the hassle of selecting a gift. After wandering about, he settled on an MP3 player, a relatively novel gadget, owned by only a couple of classmates who treated it like a prized possession. He chose a red one, and on a whimsical impulse, also picked up a purple one. Chen Xu had no intention of using it himself, so he decided to keep the extra for the time being. After meandering through the market, he found it quite challenging to discover anything particularly desirable. With a sigh, he took the bus back home, relieved not to have encountered any acquaintances along the way. On the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, friends of Chen Jiangwo gathered for a drinking session, and Chen Xu was once again summoned to recount his academic progress. The only consolation was the receipt of some lucky money, and gazing at the stack of cash in his hands, he thought, well, I suppose this is akin to earning a wage. By the 8th day, Chen Jiangwo's factory commenced operations, and it was time for him to return to work. Chen Xu retrieved his bicycle, preparing to visit Chen Xiaolin. Observing his frequent outings, Sun Hongmei inquired, have you completed all your homework? Why do you go out every day? It's all done, Mom. Don't worry, I won't be home for dinner, Chen Xu replied as he hopped onto his bicycle and sped away. Dining out for both meals? You've really changed. You never used to be so outgoing, Sun Hongmei murmured to herself. However, she felt it inappropriate to meddle in Chen Xu's studies and busied herself with her own tasks. Chen Xu first stopped at the supermarket to buy some ingredients. Uncertain if Chen Xiaolin had prepared anything herself, but he thought it prudent to bring some supplies along. The bakery had just opened, so he hurried to order a small cake, arranging to pick it up later that evening. Upon arriving at Chen Xiaolin's home and knocking on the door, he was surprised to see her wearing light makeup, which caused him to gaze at her intently. "Why are you staring at me?" Chen Xiaolin asked, feeling a bit embarrassed. "You look particularly beautiful today," Chen Xu remarked, well aware of the truth that women adorn themselves for the sake of those they wish to impress. "How annoying!" Chen Xiaolin exclaimed, her cheeks flushing, before turning and darting away. With a cheerful smile, Chen Xu changed into slippers and carried the groceries into the kitchen. To his astonishment, he discovered that the ingredients for cooking were already prepared: stir-fried garlic shoots with pork and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. "Are you going to cook?" Chen Xu called out to Chen Xiaolin. "Yes, I'm coming," she replied, rushing over and indicating that Chen Xu should let her handle the cooking. He took 2 plates and arranged the marinated pig ears and beef, then turned to observe Chen Xiaolin as she cooked. "Don't watch me. You should go watch some television," she said, feeling nervous under his gaze. Reluctantly, Chen Xu retreated to the sofa, awaiting the dishes she would serve. After a considerable wait, Chen Xiaolin finally emerged with 2 plates of food, though her expression seemed somewhat less than cheerful. Chen Xu glanced at the dark stir-fried garlic shoots with pork, estimating that they had been cooked without blanching, resulting in their charred appearance. Nevertheless, they looked appealing, and taste was paramount. Chen Xiaolin, feeling a bit embarrassed, sat down and admitted, "I just learned this, and it's not quite right." When Chen Xu took a bite of the garlic shoots, he was pleasantly surprised by their flavor. In contrast, the seemingly attractive tomato scrambled eggs were unbearably sour. Chen Xu grimaced after tasting the dish, and Chen Xiaolin conceded that it was indeed too acidic. "We ran out of sugar at home," she explained. After all, she didn't often cook, so missing a few essential ingredients was unavoidable. Despite the sourness, Chen Xu managed to finish the dish, making Chen Xiaolin smile with delight. After dinner, Chen Xiaolin went to wash the dishes while Chen Xu reclined on the sofa, feeling more comfortable than at home. After completing their chores, the two naturally indulged in a moment of intimacy, and they surprisingly fell asleep. When they awoke, the sky was nearly dark, prompting Chen Xu to hastily get up and head outside. "Where are you going?" a groggy Chen Xiaolin inquired from the bed. "I'm going out to buy something. I'll be back soon," Chen Xu replied, donning his hat and gloves before stepping out. He hurried to the bakery to pick up a 6-inch cake and swiftly returned home. "Oh, you bought a cake." Upon returning, he found Chen Xiaolin busy in the kitchen. She exclaimed in surprise at the cake he had brought. "Thank goodness your birthday is on the 8th. If it were on the 7th, the bakery wouldn't have been open. There was only one bakery in the entire town." Hence Chen Xu's comment. "Thank you, Chen Xu," Chen Xiaolin said, her warm lips brushing against his. For dinner, Chen Xu prepared braised ribs and stir-fried cauliflower, his culinary skills slightly surpassing Chen Xiaolin's. She praised his cooking. "Chen Xu, you must have practiced cooking." "Of course, when my parents worked in the fields, I cooked at home and gradually learned," he replied. They hardly touched their meals, saving room to indulge in the cake. After lighting the candles on the cake and singing a birthday song, Chen Xiaolin smiled as she blew out the candles. "Chen Xu, did you know this is my first birthday celebration?" she said, leaning against him as he cut the cake. It was hard for Chen Xu to fathom how a girl could live in a broken family. He could only hold her tighter, unable to offer solace. After a moment of melancholy, Chen Xiaolin brightened up and began enjoying the cake with Chen Xu. Chen Xu then presented her with the MP3 player he had purchased. Chen Xiaolin, having seen her classmates with similar devices, waved her hands and insisted, "No, I can't accept it. It's too expensive." She was aware it cost several hundred yuan. Chen Xu feigned anger. "Are you measuring our feelings with money?" Being young, Chen Xiaolin was taken aback by his intensity and reluctantly accepted the gift, opening it. "Wow, it's so beautiful." She was instantly captivated by the shiny MP3 player, unable to take her eyes off it. Chen Xu opened his laptop and connected the MP3. "Let me show you how to download songs," he said. Chen Xiaolin sat on the chair, quickly downloading over a dozen songs under Chen Xu's guidance. "You like Jay Cho too?" Chen Xu remarked, reaching under Chen Xiaolin's clothing. Chen Xiaolin cast a sidelong glance at Chen Xu and remarked, "Of course I like him. Jay Cho is both handsome and talented. Isn't that just like me?" Chen Xu chuckled in response. "You certainly have a thick skin." Chen Xiaolin felt a warm flush creep across her cheeks. By 8 o'clock in the evening, Chen Xu had to make his way home. After all, it was not a festive occasion, and his family usually retired by 10. If he returned late, he would undoubtedly face a reprimand. Chen Xiaolin accompanied him to the door, her eyes brimming with affection that seemed almost palpable. With a heavy heart, Chen Xu descended the stairs and mounted his bicycle to depart. As he exited the community, He habitually greeted the elderly security guard, only to find the guard raising a hand to stop him. "Is there something on your mind, sir?" Chen Xu inquired cheerfully. The guard, with an air of mystery, whispered, "Are you perhaps in a romantic relationship?" Chen Xu was taken aback. The guard's powers of observation were astonishing. No wonder the instructor emphasized the importance of mobilizing the collective. The community was indeed remarkable. "Sir, you mustn't jest. I am still a student," Chen Xu protested. The guard, with a knowing look, replied, "I am well aware that you are a student. I wouldn't disclose it to anyone." "Thank you, sir. Tomorrow, I'll bring you some fine cigarettes," Chen Xu said, relieved, and bid the guard farewell with a smile. The following day, Chen Xu brought cigarettes for the guard, who graciously offered him some peanuts in return. The guard was indeed a person of dignity. Chapter 23. The transfer student's deskmate in the days that followed. Chen Xu visited whenever he had a moment to spare, almost to the point of being blissfully neglectful of his other responsibilities. Had someone not previously suggested that he seek out companionship with Lu Jie? Regardless, he dismissed the thought. The days of carefree enjoyment passed swiftly, and soon it was time to return to school on the 16th day of the new year. After seeing off Chen Xiaolin from the family dormitory, Chen Xu arrived at the classroom with his bag in tow. Upon seeing Chen Xu, Lu Jie rushed over and embraced him. "At last, I get to see you alive." It turned out that Lu Jie's father had learned of Chen Xu's remarkable achievement of ranking first in the exams. "If you, sitting at the same table as him, can make such progress, why can't you?" Consequently, he had arranged for Lu Jie to have a tutor, who subjected him to over 8 hours of study each day throughout the holiday, leaving little room for leisure. While he could afford to slack off at school, home proved to be a far harsher environment. Lu Jie sobbed as he clung to Chen Xu, who promptly pushed him away. "You are truly unaware of your good fortune. How many in our class can even afford a tutor?" Lu Jie retorted, "You have no sympathy at all. Didn't you invite me to hang out? Why haven't I seen you until now?" It was only then that Chen Xu recalled the matter. "I've been studying at home too. I've hardly ventured outside for days. Just look at how pale I've become." Lu Jie, observing Chen Xu's slightly tanned complexion, found it hard to believe. With the supervision of his tutor, Lu Jie had already completed his homework, so he insisted on dragging Chen Xu out to the internet CAF. With no other choice, Chen Xu acquiesced. After such a long time, the owner, Chen Tao, seemed to have gained a few pounds. "Brother Chen, how much have you put on during the new year?" Chen Tao lamented. "Oh, don't even mention it. It's been nonstop eating and drinking since the holiday began." "Huh, no wonder." After a long hiatus from playing CS, Chen Xu joined in for a while, effortlessly dominating the game and finally allowing Lu Jie to revel in a moment of glory. However, after some time, the game lost its charm, and Chen Xu opted to step aside, watching Lu Jie and the others engage in their friendly competition. On their way back to school, the two bought beef pies to enjoy, and Lu Jie, spotting some boiled eggs, excitedly purchased 4. "Chen Xu, do you want one? They smell delightful," Lu Jie exclaimed, showing Chen Xu the peeled egg. "Enjoy it yourself. I can't stomach it." Chen Xu waved his hand in refusal. The fluffy texture was simply unappetizing to him. Upon returning to class, most of the students had already arrived, the air filled with lively chatter and laughter. Even Li Shui, upon seeing Chen Xu after a long time, appeared more amiable. Chen Xu glanced at her. To his surprise, she not only refrained from glaring but even smiled, leaving him perplexed as to what fortunate event had befallen her. Their homeroom teacher, Mr. Gao, entered and emphasized the need for everyone to refocus their attention on their studies, reminding them that the college entrance examination waits for no one. Chen Xu took his seat, realizing that he hadn't studied since the holiday began. Having spent his time on dates with Chen Xiaolin, women truly do have a way of hindering one's academic progress. Observing his classmates diligently studying, Chen Xu retrieved his notebook and began drafting an outline. Had he not prepared some material before the holiday, he would have been at a loss for content afterward. During class, Chen Xu feigned attentiveness while mentally reconstructing past events, yearning to return to the familiar rhythm of school life. The following morning, had it not been for the alarm set in advance, he might have struggled to rise. After a languorous holiday where he could sleep in at will, the arduous routine of academic life had resumed. After completing morning exercises, Lu Jie complained of sore legs, a testament to his prolonged confinement at home. With the recent return from holiday, the students exhibited a palpable restlessness, Chen Xu included. He exerted considerable effort during morning self-study, yet found it impossible to focus, ultimately succumbing to the temptation of slumber. After class, Chen Xu and Lu Jie ventured to the cafeteria for their first school meal of the term. to the school's credit. Breakfast was quite satisfying, featuring millet porridge, eggs, and pickled vegetables, leaving Chen Xu thoroughly satisfied. Upon returning to the classroom, they overheard Lu Guoqiang announcing, "I saw our class teacher escorting a girl. It seems we are getting a transfer student." Lu Jie, instantly invigorated, forgot his earlier discomfort, darting over to Lu Guoqiang. Eager for details, "Old Lu, what was she like? Is she pretty?" Lu Guoqiang nodded, albeit hesitantly. "I couldn't see her clearly as someone blocked my view. But she appeared tall and likely quite beautiful, resembling someone from the city." Lu Jie's eyes widened with excitement, shedding his earlier lethargy. Chen Xu couldn't help but chuckle at Lu Jie's enthusiasm. Recognizing that such infatuation was typical for their age, he had been no different. Pondering the previous day's encounter with Chen Stalin, he shook his head, reminding himself to focus on his studies. As class commenced, the sound of footsteps outside hushed the classroom. Soon, old Gao entered, followed by a tall, slender girl. She stood at approximately 170 centimeters, clad in trendy lilac jeans, a white cropped-down jacket, and white sneakers. Her hair styled in a ponytail. Yet, upon entering, she kept her gaze lowered, obscuring her facial expression. Lu Jie, brimming with excitement, nudged Chen Xu. "Look, she really is a beauty." The surrounding students buzzed with speculation. Although her face remained hidden, her figure and attire hinted at her attractiveness. Observing the girl before him, Chen Xu recalled a similar incident from his previous life. There had indeed been a transfer student, strikingly beautiful, who had left for unknown reasons shortly thereafter. This memory had faded until now, rekindled by her presence. Old Gao, noticing the sudden silence, addressed the class. "This student has transferred from the city and will be joining our class. I trust you all will get along well." He gestured for the girl to introduce herself. "Hello everyone. My name is Su Xinyuan. I look forward to your kindness." She finally lifted her head. With an oval face, large eyes, and a notably high nose, her expression remained cold and distant. As soon as she finished speaking, she lowered her gaze again. Lu Jie exclaimed, "Wow, she is truly stunning." Chen Xu nudged him. "What else with the theatrics? Just because she is beautiful doesn't mean you need to act out." Nevertheless, he too acknowledged her beauty, aligning her visage with the blurred memory from his past life. Listening to such a brief self-introduction, Lao Gao couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, questioning his earlier decision. However, recalling the request from his previous cherished one, Zhang Xiaoxia, he softened his stance. "Su Xinyuan, please take a seat." "Yes." "Sit beside Chen Xu." "Lu Jie, could you step back a bit?" Lu Jie's excited expression instantly froze, while Chen Xu couldn't suppress a chuckle, quickly hiding behind the books on the table. Lu Jie, having heard Chen Xu's laughter, cast a resentful glance at him, but resignedly stood up to tidy the table with the others. Chen Xu merely smiled at Lu Jie's overconfidence, but soon felt a tinge of disappointment, rising to assist in the cleanup. He remembered that in his past life, he had not shared a table with Lu Jie. He must have been influenced by the flutter of his own butterfly wings. Seeing Chen Xu's expression, Lu Jie finally broke into a grin, nudging Chen Xu with his elbow. Chen Xu promptly retaliated, yet refrained from being too unruly under Lao Gao's watchful gaze. As Lu Jie settled into the seat diagonally behind him, he adopted a pitiful demeanor that repulsed Chen Xu. Unbeknownst to him, Li Shui beside him wore a look of complex emotions. Lao Gao gestured for Su Xinyuan. "Su Xinyuan, please sit over there." The girl on stage then descended, placing her bag on the table and taking a seat. "All right, let's begin class. Open your textbooks to page 53. Lao Gao glanced at Su Xinyuan, noticing that Chen Xu had positioned his textbook in the center of the table, which eased his mind as he commenced his lecture. Chen Xu had no choice. It seemed Su Xinyuan hadn't even brought her textbook, and he couldn't deny her the chance to look at his. After one class, Chen Xu nodded in satisfaction. Although he hadn't studied much over the winter break, he retained all the knowledge he had previously acquired, quite commendable. As class concluded, Lao Gao addressed Chen Xu. "During the break, you and Su Xinyuan will collect the textbooks and bedding. Su-ing, please help her set up her bed." Both Chen Xu and Su-ing responded affirmatively. However, Lao Gao called Chen Xu over once more. He led Chen Xu to a corner of the hallway and pondered for a moment before saying, "Chen Xu, I need to discuss the matter of your desk partner with you." It turned out that Su Xinyuan was the daughter of Lao Gao's university classmate, who, upon transferring, hoped Lao Gao would look after her. Moved by her request, he chose the capable Chen Xu as her desk mate. A university classmate? Could it be of a romantic nature? Chen Xu guessed correctly. Su Xinyuan's mother was indeed the white moonlight in Lao Gao's heart, albeit without any romantic entanglement. After years of separation, how could he refuse when his goddess returned with her daughter seeking his assistance? Seating her beside Chen Xu was an intention for her to benefit from his positive influence, similar to Lu Jie's significant progress. Do not bear any psychological burden. Help her if you can, and if not, it's fine. Should you wish to change partners later, just let me know. After all, Chen Xu was the top student in his class. It was preferable for him to assist if possible, but he could not let his position be compromised. Seeing Lao Gao's sincerity, Chen Xu had no reason to refuse and could only nod in agreement. However, he still inquired, "Teacher, why did she transfer?" Lao Gao's face was utterly splendid, yet he still spoke the words, "Fight." Goodness, it turned out he was indeed a thorny rose. Chen Xu's fleeting thoughts were promptly extinguished. Observing Chen Xu's lack of dissent, Lao Gao finally permitted him to return. Chen Xu's emotions were quite intricate. While arranging seating was undoubtedly Lao Gao's prerogative, he felt the need to explain himself, which brought Chen Xu a sense of satisfaction, though Lu Jie's feelings remained unacknowledged. Upon returning to the classroom, Lu Jie still wore a look of betrayal. Chen Xu glanced at Su Xinyuan, who had her head bowed in silence. So he resorted to passing a note to Lu Jie. "I'll bring you lunch." The note quickly returned, with an insertion between the words "bring lunch," stating 10 meals. Chen Xu struck out the 10 and wrote 3 instead. When it was returned, 3 had been crossed out, replaced with 8. Chen Xu then crossed out 8 and pinned 5, sending it back once more. The reply came adorned with a smiley face and a thumbs up. Chen Xu shot Lu Jie a fierce glare, while Lu Jie, brimming with self-satisfaction, shook his head in delight. Chapter 24. Accompanying the transfer student out of school, the next class was English, yet Su Xinyuan's textbook remained unusable. Chen Xu continued to place the book in the middle for a collective view. After class, while others dispersed for physical exercises, the 3 of them made their way to the academic affairs office. Lao Gao had likely already given the necessary notices, and they swiftly received the textbooks upon presenting the payment slips. Chen Xu cradled a stack of books, gesturing for everyone to proceed to the logistics office. Oblivious to Su Xinyuan, who softly murmured her gratitude, her voice barely audible, meant only for herself. The logistics office contained an abundance of supplies, including bed sheets, quilts, mats, thermoses, and basins. Chen Xu combined the quilt and mat, placing all the books atop them before lifting the entire bundle. At last, Su Xinyuan found her voice. I can carry it." However, Chen Xu had already reached the door. "No worries, this way is easier." He motioned for the 2 girls to carry the remaining items. Thus, one girl balanced a basin while the other grasped a thermos. Upon reaching the girls' dormitory, the vigilant dormitory supervisor halted Chen Xu, preventing him from entering the building. Alas, he had hoped for a glimpse of the girls' living quarters. Instead, he stood guard over Su Xinyuan's books, awaiting the return of the 2 girls. Before long, they descended the stairs, and Chen Xu hurriedly gathered the books, departing with them. As they reached the main road, they encountered classmates returning from their physical exercises, forming a regimented line. Had they been walking leisurely, they would have attracted the attention of all. Chen Xu shouted, "Run fast," and sprinted ahead. Su Ying quickly caught on and followed suit, while Su Xinyuan glanced aside, finally realizing the urgency and hastened to catch up. With a stack of books in his arms, Chen Xu could not run swiftly, yet he did not lag far behind the 2 girls as they all rushed into Class 9. He placed the books on Su Xinyuan's desk, observing her flushed cheeks and slight breathlessness, a stark contrast to her usual aloof demeanor, which brought a smile to his face. Soon, classmates began to stream in. Lu Jie passed by Chen Xu, discreetly poking him, and Chen Xu understood the implication, casting a sharp glare at Lu Jie's smirking face. Turning back, he noticed Li Shui seemingly casting him a resentful glance. However, upon closer inspection, he saw that Li Shui had already taken out her textbook and begun to read. Su Xinyuan, following suit, attempted to stand her books upright, only to realize she had no bookstand. Chen Xu was inclined to suggest she lean her books against his, yet seeing her return to her usual cold demeanor, he ultimately refrained from speaking. The bell for the end of the 4th period rang swiftly, prompting the students in the class to dash out for their meals. Chen Xu glanced at Lu Jie, who signaled to save the 5 meals for later and followed suit out the door. After all, having just returned from the holiday, their stomachs were far from empty. In an instant, only a few individuals remained in the classroom. As Chen Xu stood to leave, he noticed that Su Xinyuan had not moved, realizing that she was unfamiliar with the surroundings. The cafeteria was directly to the west of the square. They had passed its entrance on their way back with their blankets. If you wish to eat, you should go there, he suggested. Su Xingyuan was sparing with her words, but still revealed the snacks in her bag, indicating that she would not go hungry. Oh, by the way, you haven't bought a lunchbox yet, have you? Chen Xu then remembered that Su Xingyuan seemed to have many items still to purchase. He approached Lu Jie's desk at the back, retrieved his second-year mathematics textbook, and extracted a leave request from it. This leave request bore the red seal of the Academic Affairs Office. It could be used to leave campus if filled out with a reason and the homeroom teacher's signature. These requests were limited in issuance from the academic office, making the process of leaving campus quite challenging. This particular leave request had been acquired the last time Lu Jie went home. He had inadvertently received 2 copies due to a misunderstanding, having only used one. The remaining request had been preserved in his book. Chen Xu unceremoniously took it, wrote down the reason, and signed it with the name of their teacher, Gao Wei. Then, he quietly told Su Xingyuan, "Let us go. I'll take you to buy some things that you can't find in school." Su Xingyuan observed Chen Xu impersonating their homeroom teacher's signature and thought he must not be a diligent student. She initially considered declining, but upon reflecting on her rushed arrival, she realized she was indeed lacking in several essentials. Thus, she shouldered her backpack and followed Chen Xu outside. Upon reaching the vicinity of the school gate, Chen Xu scanned the area and, not spotting their teacher, felt relieved that he would not encounter him. He confidently handed the leave request to the gatekeeper, successfully leading Su Xingyuan out of the school. Throughout their journey, Su Xingyuan remained silent, leaving Chen Xu to make the decisions. "Let us eat first," he declared, guiding her into a nearby seafood pancake shop. It was the beginning of the school term, and with students unable to venture out, the establishment was nearly empty. "Boss, 2 bowls of seafood pancakes, to eat here." "All right, please take a seat. They will be ready shortly." The shopkeeper's wife couldn't help but glance several times at Chen Xu, who had brought a lovely girl to dine. Chen Xu tore off a piece of napkin and wiped the table in front of him. Su Xingyuan, observing his actions, imitated him by cleaning her own side of the table. The 2 bowls of pancakes were quickly served. Initially, Su Xingyuan found the greasy little eatery unappealing. But after her first bite, her eyes lit up. Despite having enjoyed plenty of delectable dishes during the new year, these pancakes were truly delicious. Combined with the sight of the attractive Su Xingyuan across from him, Chen Xu savored his meal even more. If only she wouldn't keep that cold demeanor. Although Su Xingyuan ate slowly, her bowl gradually neared its end. Chen Xu was surprised by her substantial appetite, pondering why she remained so slender. Noticing that Su Xingyuan was almost finished, he set down his chopsticks and went to settle the bill. Upon returning, Su Xingyuan had already taken out her wallet, intending to pay him. Chen Xu waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Today, allow me to extend my hospitality. You may treat me another day." Seeing that Chen Xu would not accept her money, Su Xingyuan withdrew it. Once they were satiated, Chen Xu guided Su Xingyuan to purchase some items. "Do you wish to replace your blankets and mattress? The school provides those made of inferior cotton, and many students bring their own from home." This was a realization Chen Xu had come to only after reading reports about substandard cotton after starting his job. He recalled that the cotton filling from his high school days was indeed black. "Well," Su Xingyuan replied, "for the sake of my health, I certainly ought to replace them." How succinct she is, Chen Xu mused. They purchased blankets, mattresses, a lunchbox, a toothbrush, and a variety of other essentials, then ventured next door to acquire a bookstand and notebooks for studying. Chen Xu glanced at the clock on the store wall. They still had half an hour before the lunch break concluded. Thus, he and Su Xingyuan settled in the shade by the store entrance to wait. "Organize your items. Let me know which ones you will take to the dormitory, and I shall assist you with the remainder to the classroom," Chen Xu instructed Su Xingyuan. Once she had arranged her things, Su Xingyuan hesitated for a moment before retrieving her phone from her bag. "I need to call my dad." "Go ahead," Chen Xu replied, watching over their belongings as Su Xingyuan stepped aside to make the call. Nowadays, students primarily use phone cards at public payphones, and Chen Xu was no exception. This street boasted 2 such booths. The fact that Su Xingyuan owned a mobile phone indicated her family's decent financial standing. Were it not for his rebirth, Chen Xu would surely feel envious. However, at this moment, glancing at the unrecognizable Nokia model, he felt little desire. "Sigh, when will I be able to use a smartphone?" After about 10 minutes, Su Xingyuan returned, and Chen Xu dashed to a nearby store to purchase 2 bottles of cola. Su Xingyuan sat on a stool outside the store, while Chen Xu squatted beside her. They drank their colas in silence. observing the flow of pedestrians. Tossing the empty bottles aside, Chen Xu inquired, "What time is it?" Su Xingyuan produced her phone and showed him, "It's 1:20. "Then let us depart," he replied. By the time they reached the dormitory, it would be nearly time for students to wake. This way, Su Xingyuan could drop off her items and proceed to class. If they arrived later, and students spotted Chen Xu carrying Su Xingyuan's blankets, it would certainly incite gossip. As they approached the dormitory entrance, the wake-up bell rang. Chen Xu handed the blankets over to Su Xingyuan and departed under the watchful gaze of the dormitory matron. Does she think I resemble a villain? She always scrutinizes me upon each visit. At noon, Lu Jie came over from the dormitory, observing Chen Xu and Su Xinyan, sensing something amiss but unable to articulate it. So he simply scratched his head and sat down. When the class bell rang, Su Xinyan retrieved a large piece of chocolate from her bag, seemingly imported, and tucked it into the drawer of Chen Xu's desk. Just as Chen Xu moved to decline, he heard Su Xinyan softly say, "Thank you." With the political science teacher having entered the classroom, Chen Xu accepted the gift. After class, Chen Xu went to retrieve the chocolate, only to discover 5 yuan beneath it. He placed the 5 yuan back into Su Xinyan's desk drawer and softly remarked, "There's no need for the money. The chocolate suffices." Su Xinyan paused momentarily, then resumed her studies, leaning over her desk once more. Chapter 25. The counterfeit currency incident in the final afternoon period, designated for self-study. Chen Xu prepared to head to the cafeteria, retrieving his lunchbox. As for Su Xinyan, he felt he could not concern himself with her for the time being. The school maintained a stringent stance on romantic relationships. While couples were not entirely absent, they remained a rarity. If Chen Xu were to assist Su Xinyan occasionally, it might be acceptable, but frequent assistance would inevitably lead to rumors of a romantic liaison between them. Having already faced rumors regarding his association with Chen Xiaolin, he was reluctant to invite further scrutiny from classmates or the risk of being summoned by the stern Mr. Gao for a reprimand, which would be an unwelcome hassle. To avoid causing discomfort for both himself and Su Xinyan, Chen Xu decided to join Lu Jie and the others for lunch instead. As the bell rang, Chen Xu, poised to leave, heard Su Xinyan utter a soft hum. He turned to see her scrutinizing a 20 yuan banknote. After a moment's contemplation, she extended the note to him. Upon taking it, Chen Xu could immediately discern its counterfeit nature, prompting recollections of a similar encounter in his past life. Back then, during the surge of SHE's popularity with their hit song Superstar, he had purchased stickers from a store, handing the proprietor a 100 yuan note. It was only upon returning to school that he discovered one of the 20 yuan notes in his change was counterfeit. At that time, his timid disposition prevented him from confronting the shopkeeper, so he attempted to spend it himself. Yet, sensing the note's dubious authenticity, he resorted to tracing over it with a pen, resulting in a rather conspicuous landscape painting that rendered it utterly unspendable. "Is this the change you received from your purchases at noon?" he inquired. "Yes. I visited 2 stores, a general goods store for a mattress and a stationery shop for bookends and notebooks," Su Xinyan confirmed. "It must have been the stationery store that provided this note," Chen Xu deduced. "Indeed. I used coins at the general store and the 100 yuan note at the stationery shop," she replied. "Hand it over to me," Chen Xu instructed. Just then, the bell rang signaling the end of class. He quickly informed Lu Jie that he would skip lunch, leaving Lu Jie no time to inquire further as he rushed off with the others. As his classmates noticed Chen Xu remaining at his desk, one remarked, "Chen Xu, aren't you going to eat?" "I'll go later," he replied. Once everyone had departed, he rose and made his way out, foregoing the need to request leave from a teacher. He approached the gate, presenting the counterfeit note to the duty officer. "Sir, I stepped out at noon to purchase some items, and they gave me this fake note as change. I need to go back and confront them," he explained. With the homeroom teacher absent, he could not formally request leave. The officer examined the obviously counterfeit bill, rubbed it between his fingers, and waved Chen Xu through the gate. "Where are you headed?" came a voice from behind. Turning, he recognized Guan Xueqiang, a student from the neighboring class. Although they were not in the same class in high school, they had shared 2 years together in middle school, forging a strong friendship. "Are you heading home for lunch? Would you mind giving me a ride?" Chen Xu asked, hoping Guan Xueqiang would take him on his bicycle, sparing him the need to walk. Guan Xueqiang's residence lies just north of the school, scarcely 500 meters away, making it convenient for him to return home for meals daily. Chen Xu, seated in the back of Guan Xueqiang's bicycle, pointed out a stationery shop and informed him of his intention to return to exchange counterfeit currency. "Ah, that shop. I am acquainted with it. I received a counterfeit bill there last time I visited," Since then, I have not returned, he remarked. What? You two received one? Did you confront the owner? Guan Xueqiang's expression reflected his surprise. It appears that the shopkeeper is indeed a habitual offender. Guan Xueqiang hesitated to respond. Yet Chen Xu understood the situation all too well. It was no wonder that they had been good friends. Both shared a timid disposition, forming a pair of unfortunate companions. In merely 1 minute, they arrived at the shop. Guan Xueqiang decided to accompany Chen Xu inside, hoping to lend some encouragement and bolster his friend's confidence. However, Chen Xu had resolved to act differently this time. Upon entering, he proclaimed, "Boss, I received a counterfeit bill when I came here to purchase supplies around noon." The shopkeeper, who had been leisurely sipping tea, was taken aback by the student's bold declaration. He hastily set down his cup, glanced outside to ensure no one was eavesdropping, and spat out the tea leaves, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? Where did you get that counterfeit bill to blame me?" Chen Xu would not allow him to evade responsibility. At approximately 1 p.m., I came here with a girl to buy books and notebooks. I handed you a 100 yuan note, and you returned a counterfeit bill. He recounted the details of their earlier visit and then pulled Guan Xueqiang forward. "And here is my classmate, Lao Guan. Perhaps you should explain your experience with the counterfeit bill." Guan Xueqiang was caught off guard by the sudden involvement of his own situation. Yet seeing Chen Xu's fervor reassured him. He proceeded to recount his own ordeal. "Additionally, I have another classmate who bought several SHE stickers on a previous visit, also paying with a 100 yuan note and receiving a counterfeit 20 yuan bill in return. It seems you are indeed a habitual offender." Chen Xu included his previous experience as well. The shopkeeper, however, was unwilling to concede, retorting, "Stop slandering me. Produce evidence." "Ah, so you dare not acknowledge it," Chen Xu interjected, pulling Guan Xueqiang closer. "Lao Guan, am I mistaken? Aren't you from the 3rd Brigade? Isn't your uncle the secretary there? Why do you remain silent about receiving counterfeit currency? You ought to inform him so that this shopkeeper faces the consequences." The town is comprised of several villages, designated as villages 1 through 4, and many still refer to them by their former names as production teams. The school and the stationery shop are both situated within the territory of the 3rd Brigade. Guan Xueqiang was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, left speechless as he lowered his head, embodying the image of a victim too intimidated to speak up. "Come, let us ride to your home for dinner. After our meal, we shall not return to school. We will seek out your uncle and clarify this matter." With that, he grasped Guan Xueqiang and exited the shop, mounting the bicycle in preparation to depart. As it was officially the start of the school term, only students with leave or those commuting were allowed outside. The shopkeeper, noticing Guan Xueqiang's bicycle, recognized him as a day student and quickly approached, seizing Chen Xu's arm. Hey, boss, are you attempting to strike me?" Chen Xu exclaimed, bracing himself against the handlebars while pointing at the shopkeeper. Lao Guan quickly shouted out, "This boss is assaulting me." Startled, the proprietor quickly released his grip. "Young man, let us discuss this calmly. No need to shout, all right? You can speak? Then please, come inside, both of you." He ushered the bewildered Guan Xueqiang into the room and shut the door behind them. "Now, young man, please tell me how we can resolve this." Chen Xu wasted no time, stating, "We require the 40 yuan from the two of us, along with the 20 yuan my fellow townsmen spent on the stickers, totaling 60 yuan. Please hand over the money." The proprietor readily complied, producing the 60 yuan and giving it to Chen Xu. Chen Xu handed 20 yuan to Guan Xueqiang, pocketing the remainder, yet fell silent, unable to restrain himself. The proprietor interjected, "Young man, as you can see, I've compensated you. Is there not?" Chen Xu, however, turned to Guan Xueqiang and inquired, "I have heard that our class's football has gone missing." Guan Xueqiang, confused by Chen Xu's tone, replied, "Ah? The football? Yes, it's indeed lost." Observing their clumsy act, the proprietor quickly seized a nearby football, declaring, "Consider it my sponsorship, my sponsorship." Chen Xu accepted the football graciously, saying, "Thank you, boss. By the way, Guan, wasn't our basketball also misplaced?" "Yes, the basketball is also gone." This time, Guan Xueqiang, though simple, grasped Chen Xu's implication. The proprietor's smile turned more strained than a frown. "Very well, I will sponsor the basketball as well." Yet, Chen Xu declined the basketball. "That won't do. I prefer the one over there, the softer one." The proprietor's grin became increasingly rigid. The door swung open, and Chen Xu exited, cradling both balls. He thought to ask for a net bag from the proprietor, but, upon seeing the proprietor's distressed expression, refrained, not wanting to provoke him further. All right, Guan, you should hurry home for dinner, Chen Xu finally suggested as they stepped away from the stationery store. I want to go home. Let me treat you to dinner instead. This 20 yuan is for your help in retrieving it, Guan Xueqiang replied, excited, feeling that the events of the past few minutes were worth years of learning. Your mother has prepared dinner at home. If you don't return, she will worry about you. Perhaps another time, Chen Xu countered. Guan Xueqiang realized the truth of this statement. Very well, he conceded, but lingered, expressing, Chen Xu, you've truly become impressive. One cannot help but grow adept when faced with such situations. Now, you should head back. We shall converse properly another time. As the dinner hour approached, Guan Xueqiang reluctantly parted ways, mounting his bicycle and riding off. Inside the stationery store, the proprietor observed Guan Xueqiang as he departed, returning to school about 10 minutes later. He must have gone home for dinner, the proprietor concluded, extinguishing the thought of teaching the two a lesson. Their claims seemed genuine. Who would dare to trust students who spoke so earnestly if their words were false? On his way, Chen Xu purchased 2 beef pies, but, contemplating further, decided to add another 2. He indulged in them as he walked, having consumed both by the time he reached the school gate. By the time they returned to the classroom, most of the classmates had already arrived, either standing or sitting, engaged in conversation. Upon seeing the 2 balls in Chen Xu's possession, Lu Jia rushed over first to examine them. Wow, these are new. Where did you get them? The quality is quite impressive. For students, the quality was indeed commendable. If purchased, they would cost around 150 yuan. The homeroom teacher provided them, Chen Xu casually remarked. Why would old Gao buy us balls? Lu Jia genuinely believed him. What a good homeroom teacher we have. Why don't you go and ask her yourself? Lu Jia immediately fell silent, seizing the moment while Lu Jia and his group took the balls to the door to test them out. Chen Xu quickly pulled 2 warm meat pies from his pocket and handed them to Su Xinyuan. Eat up while they're hot. Su Xinyuan, who was rummaging for cookies in her desk, suddenly had her hands filled with 2 warm meat pies. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Chen Xu had dashed outside to join them in playing with the ball. After comparing the cookies and the meat pies, it seemed an effortless decision. Su Xinyuan gently opened the packaging, took a bite, and squinted her eyes in delight. This is far tastier than the dry cookies. As class was about to begin, everyone came back in, leaving Su Xinyuan with only 1.5 pies left. Lu Jia, sitting behind her, immediately caught a whiff and, with his keen nose, deduced it was Su Xinyuan's. A note flew towards Chen Xu. Did you bring meat pies for Su Xinyuan? Lu Jia's sharp senses had indeed picked up on it. Chen Xu chose to ignore him. Another note soon followed. Why didn't you bring me any? Chen Xu could not resist writing back. Haven't you already eaten? The note returned to him, stating, I can still fill the gaps. Chen Xu decided not to engage with this fool any further. There was no way around it. In such a small circle, any act of bringing food for a classmate would be quickly discovered, making it difficult to keep anything a secret. Chen Xu pulled out 20 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Su Xinyuan. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you really going to bring it back? Just as Chen Xu was about to respond, he noticed old Gao had entered the classroom, prompting him to bury himself in his studies, leaving Su Xinyuan lost in thought. Once class ended, Su Xinyuan stared intently at Chen Xu. With no choice but to share the entire story with her, he recounted the events. Su Xinyuan clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes shining brightly. Though she said nothing, it felt as if she had conveyed everything. Chen Xu's heart swelled with pride. After a while, Su Xinyuan slipped a box of milk into Chen Xu's desk. In this day and age, milk was a precious commodity. Students typically spent only a couple of yuan on a meal, while a box of milk would cost over a yuan, which meant that many, including the former Chen Xu, had not developed the habit of drinking milk. However, now that Chen Xu had money, milk was a constant indulgence, not one to be polite. He immediately opened and drank the milk after class. Lu Jia, who had seen this from behind, insisted on having a sip. Yet, since it was a gift from Su Xinyuan, he feared she might have other thoughts, so he gulped it down in one go, promising to bring him a new one in the morning. Damn it, your family's milk is still stealing mine. Lu Jia chuckled. Yours is definitely tastier. Enough. The two engaged in a verbal sparring match, oblivious to the rosy hue adorning Su Xinyuan's previously pallid face. By all accounts, that was my milk. What was I even thinking? These two were rambling nonsensically. How I longed to give them a good thrashing. Fortunately, the class bell rang, halting Chen Xu and Lu Jia just in time to spare them from a potential beating. Turning around, Chen Xu was taken aback by the flush that graced Su Xinyuan's cheeks. What was the matter with this girl? Why had she abandoned her usual icy demeanor? Once evening classes concluded, Su Xingyuan reverted to her cold, unapproachable self. Chen Xu cast a sidelong glance and mused to himself. She truly has two distinct personas. As they made their way back, Lu Jie draped an arm around Chen Xu's neck. Chen Xu, what's brewing between you and your deskmate? I can't shake the feeling that something's amiss. You're out of your mind. I've exchanged no more than 5 sentences with her, barely 10 words in total. Where on earth would such intrigue arise? Chen Xu retorted while playfully elbowing Lu Jie. Lu Jie grimaced in response. Could it be that I'm mistaken? Then why did you bring her a stuffed pancake? I merely picked it up on my way back from running errands. If you're hungry, I can buy you one too. Chen Xu, wary of Lu Jie's probing about his errands, hastily offered him food as a distraction. Let me think. How about a stuffed egg pancake? It's been ages since I've had one. Lu's appetite was piqued by the sight of others enjoying their meals, though he noted that this did not count towards the 5 meal occasions. You truly are something else. Chen Xu playfully punched Lu Jie on the arm before parting ways with him. Chapter 26. The food outside campus is truly delightful in the morning. When Chen Xu went to buy food, he refrained from shouting, for if his classmates were to discover it, he would be burdened with meals for 20 or 30 people, which was no trivial task. Thus, Chen Xu and Lu Jie sat together, enjoying stuffed pancakes, while Su Xingyuan, seated before them, continued to nibble on her cookies. I'm going to get some stuffed pancakes. Why can't you fetch a bowl of millet porridge? Chen Xu grumbled as he ate. These egg-stuffed pancakes are delicious. Though a tad too salty, they would pair perfectly with millet porridge. You should have mentioned it earlier. I never thought of that, Lu Jie replied, echoing the sentiment. By the way, didn't you say you'd bring me some milk this morning? Where is it? Damn it, I went to buy pancakes. I had no time to return for the milk. Couldn't you just buy a couple of boxes from the shop next door? Isn't it expensive to buy them separately? Why should I waste my money? You are truly stingy. This is called living wisely. On the side, Su Xingyuan munched on her cookies, listening to their incessant chatter, and felt a twinge of disdain. So childish. They can prattle on about trivial matters all morning. Yet, reflecting on how her desk mate cared for her, she felt somewhat guilty for her judgment, leading her into a state of inner conflict. The two soon finished their meal, and after snatching a tissue from Lu Jie to wipe his hands, Chen Xu intended to fetch a cup of water, only to discover that his thermos was empty. Upon checking Lu Jie's, he found it equally dry. Can't you go and get some water? You're so lazy, Lu Jie exclaimed, his mouth still full of pancake, his eyes widening at the accusation. Are you not also guilty of not fetching water? After pondering that Chen Xu would surely retort about his pancake purchase, he opted for silence and merely rolled his eyes. Chen Xu then approached Song Yuanyuan's desk and, to his delight, found water. He poured himself a glass. Su Xingyuan, observing Chen Xu's search for water, felt an urge to inform him that her thermos contained some, but ultimately held her tongue. Once Chen Xu had found water, he settled down to drink his milk. Seeing that Chen Xu had only consumed half a cup of water, Lu Jie reached over and gulped it down in one go. Damn! Chen Xu realized too late what had transpired. Lu Jie, with a playful grin, returned the cup to Chen Xu. You didn't finish it. There's still a sip left, see? He tilted the cup, indicating the remnants at the bottom. Chen Xu took the cup back, feigning a punch at him, and Lu Jie chuckled as he sat down. Watching Chen Xu refill his cup from Song Yuanyuan's thermos again, Su Xingyuan felt a sudden pang in her heart. No longer perceiving their antics as childish, but rather envying their camaraderie. How wonderful it would be to have someone to engage in such playful banter with. She touched her own thermos, which still held half a jug of water. Indeed, Song Yuanyuan soon noticed that her water supply had diminished. She shook her empty thermos and surveyed her surroundings, spotting the ever-suspicious Chen Xu behind her. He was whistling innocently, his eyes turned skyward, a clear indication of his mischief. Chen Xu, is it you? Chen Xu widened his eyes in feigned innocence. Song Yuanyuan, how could you so unjustly tarnish my reputation? Can you honestly claim you didn't take my water? Is it truly considered theft among scholars? The conversation soon devolved into incomprehensible phrases, such as a gentleman remains steadfast in adversity, prompting a chorus of laughter that filled the classroom with a joyous atmosphere. Su Xingyuan recalled the incident where he mimicked the class teacher's signature, realizing that his deskmate, though not a model student, possessed an amusing charm. Unable to resist, he joined in the laughter but quickly became aware of the inappropriateness of his actions. Glancing around, he noticed his classmates were all laughing, which allowed him to relax. Song Yuanyuan was equally entertained, raising her fist in a playful gesture towards Chen Xu before sitting back down. The following morning, Chen Xu asked Lu Jie to fetch water using both his and Song Yuanyuan's water bottles, while he himself went to buy breakfast. I need to get my own water too. Am I supposed to carry 3 bottles? Lu Jie protested. Did you not drink from their water yesterday? Chen Xu retorted, knowing full well that Lu Jie had indeed taken half a cup. Lu Jie stubbornly insisted on carrying 1 bottle each, claiming it would be cumbersome. Well, that's easily arranged. Chen Xu replied, picking up Su Xingyuan's bottle, which happened to be nearly empty. Now we have 2 bottles on each side. Muttering under his breath, Lu Jie followed Chen Xu outside, insisting that Chen Xu should carry 2 bottles first and hand one over when they reached the water source. Just as Su Xingyuan was about to grab some water, she exclaimed, "You can't just take it without asking me." On their way, Chen Xu poured the water from both Song Yuanyuan's and Su Xingyuan's bottles onto the roadside, planning to refill them with hot water later. As Chen Xu rode his bicycle, he unexpectedly encountered Guan Xueqiang. "Chen Xu, I invite you to lunch. How about noon? I'm bringing lunch for someone this morning." Seeing Guan Xueqiang's insistence, Chen Xu agreed. "All right, we'll meet at noon." That morning, Chen Xu set out to buy fried dough sticks and pan-fried buns, and after some thought, he ordered 3 servings of tofu pudding, 1 bowl without cilantro, and the other 2 normal. Got it. This breakfast vendor, located near the school gate, was renowned for its delicious offerings, and even with ready-made items, it took several minutes to receive the meal. Lu Jie was already impatiently waiting in the classroom, while Su Xingyuan leisurely snacked on some treats. Chen Xu first handed a serving of tofu pudding to Lu Jie and then turned to Su Xingyuan, asking, "Do you eat cilantro?" Like a hamster nibbling on food, Su Xingyuan hesitated but eventually nodded. "Then this one is for you. Grab a food container." Su Xingyuan was about to decline when she noticed that Chen Xu held 1 serving of tofu pudding in one hand and several bulging plastic bags in the other. Not wanting to delay him, she obediently retrieved her food container. When Chen Xu placed his food container to hold the tofu pudding, Su Xingyuan realized that his portion did not contain cilantro. Only then did she comprehend the implication of his earlier question. If she did not eat cilantro, that serving was indeed meant for her. Chen Xu selected a fried dough stick, a tea egg, and a pan-fried bun for Su Xingyuan, saying before she could protest, "No need to be polite. Today, Lu is treating. Just consider giving him your milk as thanks." Chen Xu then handed Lu Jie the unopened milk that Su Xingyuan had brought. "Hey, isn't today your turn to pay?" Lu Jie protested with his mouth full of fried dough stick. "Yesterday was my turn. Today it's yours. Remember to pay me later, 10 yuan." Chen Xu also sat beside Lu Jie to share a meal. "Tomorrow, I desire a sumptuous feast. I wish to indulge in 3 beef pies. However, I might not be able to make it tomorrow due to a stomach ache," Chen Xu remarked after taking a sip of tofu pudding. "How can you predict your stomach ache for tomorrow?" Su Xingyuan said, observing her breakfast arrangement. She felt a mix of resistance and gratitude, and their conversation evoked a faint smile. "Ah, if only I had such friends." Shortly after, Song Yuanyuan returned, noticing her water bottle was full, and she realized it must have been Chen Xu who filled it. "Chen Xu, you refilled my water, thank you." "No need for gratitude," Chen Xu replied, unapologetically taking credit for Lu Jie's effort. "You poured out the previous half bottle, right? If it was all hot water, it could last a day." "Yes. I poured it out, fed it to the dogs by the roadside," Chen Xu winked. Song Yuanyuan was incensed. Her water bottle had been used for the dogs, which felt like an insult to her. She stood up to strike Chen Xu, but he deftly dodged. "You pest, I'll slap you if you keep this up," Song Yuanyuan threatened, though her bravado was shaky. "Hee, I'm not your husband. Why would you slap me?" As Song Yuanyuan got up to chase him, Chen Xu quickly fled, leaving the short-legged Song Yuanyuan unable to catch up, and soon the classroom was in disarray. Unbeknownst to them, Li Shui was blushing on the side. "I did slap him once. Could he be? Oh dear, what am I doing?" During high school, it was common for female students to admire academically gifted boys, and if that boy was attractive, his allure was magnified. Previously, Li Shui had looked down on Chen Xu for his poor grades, but now that he had become the top student, she found him increasingly appealing. Chen Xu intentionally allowed Song Yuanyuan to catch him, receiving a light slap before settling back into his seat. However, he noticed that Su Xingyuan on his left seemed a bit off, and Li Shui on his right appeared strange as well. What was going on? Women are so complicated. At noon, Chen Xu met Guan Xueqiang at the school gate as agreed. "So, what shall we eat?" Guan Xueqiang waved his hand grandly. "Are you planning to spend all 20 yuan? What a life." Chen Xu teased. "It was you who got it back for me. It feels like I'm getting it for free." Let us spend it all. Guan Xueqiang was quite carefree. Being a local, his family was in business. While not as affluent as Lu Jia's, they were certainly better off than average families. He was generous, albeit a bit soft-hearted. Much like the previous version of Chen Xu. Let us go for meat buns. We mustn't miss out today. This was considered a delightful meal, freshly made bread filled with meat and green peppers. Chen Xu, being a young man, would require 3, along with a serving of cold noodles, totaling around 5 yuan. This was quite a lavish meal. Let us go, let us go. Guan Xueqiang followed Chen Xu out. 1 serving of cold noodles, 3 meat buns, and a bottle of soda cost 12 yuan in total. Guan Xueqiang paid with a cheerful smile. Guan Xueqiang decided not to return home. After finishing his meal, he sat in the shop with Chen Xu, engaging in light conversation. Their discourse meandered to the subject of academics. With a hint of envy, Guan remarked, Chen Xu, you have changed remarkably during your senior year. How did you manage it? Chen Xu felt compelled to exaggerate his tale of laborious summer work, for it was the most believable narrative. You have no idea. The vegetable baskets weighed 70 or 80 pounds. 2 of us had to carry hundreds of them continuously. The scorching sun was unbearable, and the rain made it even worse. Not only did we have to work, but we also worried about the vegetables rotting. When that happened, we had to remove them, which was both filthy and exhausting. From that moment on, I promised myself to study diligently so that I would never have to endure such work again. Guan blinked, believing Chen Xu's words wholeheartedly. He pondered whether he should also seek out a similar opportunity. Perhaps he could have an epiphany like Chen Xu. Aware of Guan Xueqiang's circumstances, Chen Xu recognized that while the desire to study existed, it was rather lackadaisical. After Chen Xu went to university, Guan would repeat his senior year for 2 consecutive years, ultimately securing a place in a vocational college. If it's really difficult, you could take a week off to try it out. Your family is well off. So you lack the urgent motivation to study hard and change your fate. Perhaps one attempt could yield positive results. If it doesn't work out, it's not a big deal. You'd only miss a week of classes, and now it's all revision anyway. Encouraged by Chen Xu's suggestion, Guan Xueqiang resolved to approach his mother about taking a leave of absence to give it a shot. Remember, if you wish to avoid the hardships of studying, you must endure the hardships of life. If you are to undertake laborious and dirty work, such as on a construction site, you must persevere for a whole week. Quitting after just half a day will yield no results. The mention of a week made Guan's heart skip a beat, yet he nodded resolutely. I will accomplish this. When the wake-up bell rang, the 2 entered the school gate, only to coincidentally encounter Chen Xiaolin. Hey, Chen Xu, she called out while running towards him, prompting Guan Xueqiang to discreetly step aside. With a smile, Chen Xiaolin teased, I heard you have a beautiful deskmate now? She is far inferior to me. Chen Xu casually replied, his heart racing at the sight of Chen Xiaolin's figure. Understanding his thoughts, Chen Xiaolin shot him a playful glare. Hypocrite. You men. Recognizing her tendency for mischief, Chen Xu knew she was being unreasonable. If they were at home, he might have playfully embraced her to quiet her. But in the school setting, he opted to humor her instead. Yes, we men are all big oafs. What does big oaf mean? Chen Xiaolin inquired, puzzled. It's hard to explain. Just know it's not a compliment. Can't you use a word that I would understand? She retorted, dissatisfied. How about you replace oaf with cucumber? Chen Xu suggested mysteriously. So you men are all big cucumbers? What does that mean? Chen Xiaolin asked, utterly confused. It means both delicious and useful, Chen Xu whispered. Delicious is accurate, but why useful? After pondering for quite some time, Chen Xiaolin suddenly comprehended her feelings and raised her hand to strike Chen Xu, exclaiming, You annoying brat. Chen Xu, sensing the impending trouble, dashed away, with Chen Xiaolin in hot pursuit. They raced into the teaching building, and upon finding the vicinity devoid of onlookers, Chen Xiaolin managed to catch up with him. As she landed a few playful blows, she inadvertently brushed against Chen Xu, causing her cheeks to flush a deeper shade of crimson. How bothersome, she huffed. Fully aware that their classmates would soon arrive, she retreated to her class, her face still aglow. However, a thought nagged at her. Wasn't her intention to inquire about his deskmate? How had their interaction veered so off course? Should she seek him out in the staff quarters? Ultimately, she decided against it, knowing that such a visit would only sway her from her true intentions. When Lu Jia entered, he noticed Chen Xu in high spirits and couldn't help but inquire, What's got you so cheerful? Did you find some money? Chen Xu responded with a dismissive smirk, It's an adult matter. What do you know, child? Later, after the 3rd afternoon class, Lu Guiqiang approached Chen Xu with an invitation. Hey, want to play basketball? He had spotted Chen Xu with a new ball, and was eager to join in the fun. Sure, with the second semester underway, the senior students had lost their physical education classes, with the sole opportunity for recreation occurring during the fourth period every Friday afternoon, when they engaged in a thorough cleaning of the classroom, allowing for free time afterward. What a disloyal fellow, Chen Xu mused, considering that it was Lu Jie's turn to be on cleaning duty today, which meant he had to finish tidying up before he could enjoy the new ball. What a shame to miss out on it right at the start. Chen Xu, how about we switch? I'll cover for you next week. Chen Xu was indifferent but intrigued by the prospect of trying out the new ball, so he remained silent. I'll throw in a meal. Lu Jie sweetened the deal. Deal. Chen Xu thought it was worth it. After all, why not seize the opportunity? Each column in their class represented a group, so Chen Xu ended up sharing the cleaning duties with Su Xinyuan. Chapter 27. Arbor Day. Chen Xu picked up a broom. Initially expecting Su Xinyuan to refuse to help, to his surprise, she obediently took up a broom as well, mimicking Chen Xu as they began sweeping the floor at the back of the classroom. Others joined in, dragging mops and wiping tables. Once the floor was cleaned and the debris collected in a metal bin, Chen Xu directed Su Xinyuan, grasping a broken mop handle, as the two lifted the garbage bin together. Although Chen Xu could have managed this task alone, he deemed it prudent to maintain the tradition of teamwork, ensuring that Su Xinyuan would not feel idle. Carrying the bin to a distant garbage disposal site, Su Xinyuan attempted to tip the bin over to empty it. Chen Xu stopped her, saying, "Let me do it. You wouldn't want to soil your new clothes." Today, Su Xinyuan wore a lovely light yellow down jacket, her fourth such garment, revealing her affluent taste. On their return journey, they continued to carry the bin in silence. Yet Chen Xu found himself regarding Su Xinyuan with newfound admiration. As a city girl, she exuded an air of arrogance, seemingly looking down upon others. Though she might be oblivious to this, Chen Xu perceived it clearly. However, the fact that such a proud individual could diligently engage in cleaning without disdain took him by surprise. Upon returning with the garbage, he spotted Zhang Wei, who had come to wait for him after a basketball game. "Chen Xu, we have a match against Class 3. Hurry up," Zhang Wei urged. "Has it started? What's the score?" Chen Xu inquired, suddenly intrigued. "It just began. Lu Guoqiang sent me to fetch you. The losing team must buy drinks for the winners," Zhang Wei explained. "Then there's no rush. I'll finish quickly." With little left to clean, they completed their tasks in merely 20 minutes. Chen Xu hurried to the basketball court, eager to join the game for a while longer. Song Yuan, along with her desk mate Wang Chao, decided to watch the boys play basketball, causing a noticeable decrease in the number of girls left in the classroom. Su Xinyuan, initially reluctant to join the commotion, found herself inexplicably drawn to the basketball court as she had nothing else to occupy her time. Standing at a distance, Su Xinyuan quickly identified her location through the cheers of the girls. The game featured Class 9 against Class 3, with Class 9 trailing by 4 points, 12-16. However, as Chen Xu entered the game, the dynamics shifted dramatically. From the right side of the mid-range area, Chen Xu made 3 consecutive shots, tying the score at 18-18. As the opposing team began to focus their attention on him, he swiftly scored 2 more baskets from the left side. "Well, this is quite remarkable," noted Jiang Tianwei, the physical education representative of Class 3, growing increasingly frustrated as he watched Chen Xu's 5 successful shots out of 5 attempts. The cheers from the girls in Class 9 only intensified his embarrassment. "See, I told you we have a sharpshooter in our class," Lu Guoqiang, also a member of the school basketball team, remarked with a smile, patting Jiang Tianwei on the back. Jiang Tianwei, playing center, found it impossible to guard Chen Xu, and with the others lacking skill, they could not effectively limit his scoring opportunities. A slight screen was all it took for Chen Xu to find open shots. Engaging in solo play may yield points, yet the efficiency is notably lacking, while the opposing team boasts an almost flawless accuracy rate. Such circumstances render the game futile, leading to an ever-widening score gap. As both teams comprise members from the school, and given their familiarity, Jiang Tianwei felt disinclined to resort to any underhanded tactics, ultimately conceding in a rather straightforward manner. The girls from Class 9 erupted in cheers, and with Class 3 already having fewer girls, the impending defeat caused many to depart, resulting in a decidedly one-sided atmosphere. Through the introduction by Lu Guoqiang, Jiang Tianwei and Chen Xu became acquainted. Jiang Tianwei remarked to Chen Xu, who was sipping soda, "You excel at basketball, why not join the school team?" Chen Xu, with a belch and a grin, replied, "It's fun to play casually, but to pursue it professionally would be futile. My height limits my prospects. He mused that even if a professional career was unfeasible, competing in the school league was still a possibility. Jiang Tianwei couldn't help but imagine the immense space they could create together if they teamed up. With him inside and Chen Xu outside, it would be a splendid sight. Lu Guoqiang chimed in with a chuckle. Oh, please. He asked the top student in our class. He hardly has time for basketball. Top student? Jiang Tianwei's expression shifted dramatically. In this era, academic excellence undoubtedly takes precedence. And it was evident that Chen Xu would never sacrifice his position as the top achiever for the sake of basketball. Such priorities were all too clear. Jiang Tianwei, feeling somewhat disheartened, fell silent. It was indeed a bitter pill to swallow that one could excel in both sports and academics. After taking a shower at Lu Jie's residence, he returned to the classroom to discover several bottles of beverages on his desk. Chen Xu glanced over at Su Xinyuan, who likely knew the source of the drinks but chose not to inquire. Su Xinyuan acknowledged Chen Xu's prowess on the basketball court, yet regarded it merely as a case of athletes overpowering ordinary students. Soon, March 12th arrived, bringing news that the first and second-year students would partake in tree planting, while the third-year students were to remain home studying. A collective sigh resonated among the classmates. Arbor Day was typically a minor observance. However, the previous town administration had launched a timber factory with a hefty investment of $3 million, naively anticipating significant profits. They gravely overestimated their capabilities, whether due to corruption or sheer incompetence, leading to persistent losses. In the latter stages, the town government even mandated that villages cut down their towering trees, purchasing them at a low price to minimize costs, yet profits remained elusive, culminating in bankruptcy. When the factory failed, the leaders promptly departed, leaving the town in disarray. Once adorned with grand trees lining the roads, the village now bore only saplings the size of a child's arm, and the villagers expressed their discontent vocally. Consequently, the newly appointed town mayor placed considerable emphasis on reforestation. Each Arbor Day, all local institutions and schools were required to participate in tree planting, transforming it into a significant community event. Students were enthusiastic about the opportunity, not just for the chance to enjoy a day outdoors, but also to buy snacks and dine outside, effectively granting them half a day off. Excluding the third-year students, many lamented the situation. Fortunately, old Gao entered to deliver the definitive news. The previous announcement had been erroneous, and the third-year students would indeed participate in tree planting. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers. Students living nearby were dispatched to fetch tools from home: buckets, shovels, pickaxes, anything would suffice. For the school possessed only a scant few implements for the thousands of students. Thus, Chen Xu returned home at noon. Oh, why are you back today? Isn't it Sunday? Sun Hongmei, surprised to see Chen Xu, thought she had misremembered. Tomorrow is Arbor Day. The teacher asked me to retrieve some tools, Chen Xu explained. Your teachers are quite demanding, Sun Hongmei remarked, unabashedly criticizing the school. Previously, as Chen Xu resided on campus, he had no need to bring tools home, making this his first occasion to do so. Despite her complaints, Sun Hongmei promptly prepared a meal for him. After dining, Chen Xu glanced at the pile of tools his mother had gathered. Mom, there's no need for so many. I can't carry them all. Just a few will suffice. Observing her produce rakes and hoes, Chen Xu felt somewhat speechless. In the end, he selected 2 buckets, 2 shovels, and a pickaxe, binding them with rope on the back seat. Before departing, he remembered to take 5 pairs of gloves that belonged to old comrade Chen. Bicycles were prohibited on campus, so Chen Xu begrudgingly carried the tools to the classroom. Upon arrival, he discovered that Lu Jie had already returned with 2 buckets and 2 shovels. Once everyone had gathered, Lao Gao counted the tools. Combined with those already in the classroom, they had amassed 12 buckets, 14 shovels, and 2 pickaxes. It was likely that the school would need to distribute another batch, which would be more than sufficient. Let us express our gratitude to our classmates Chen Xu, Lu Jie, and Li Shui for acquiring such an abundance of tools, Lao Gao declared, prompting applause. Initially feeling a twinge of resentment, Chen Xu thought to himself, do they believe we are still toddlers? Why would I care about this? Turning his head, he caught sight of Lu Jie grinning broadly, while Li Shui blushed and lowered her gaze. Childish. Nevertheless, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. After class, as per the homeroom teacher's instructions, they affixed labels with their names on the tools using tape. Lu Jie finished early and came to check on Chen Xu, only to find him attaching a note reading "handsome guy" to his bucket. Goodness, how shameless! Lu Jie exclaimed, genuinely surprised by Chen Xu's choice. However, upon reflection, he realized that with everyone else writing their names, the label handsome guy would surely prevent any mix-up. Lu Jie hurried back to remove his own label, preparing to replace it. After Chen Xu completed his labeling, he watched as Lu Jie tore off his note, and once Lu Jie finished, Chen Xu said, "You could have just placed a new label over the old one. Why tear it off?" Lu Jie, crouched in his task, felt as though struck by lightning. "Why didn't I think of that?" he exclaimed, rising to grasp Chen Xu by the neck. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Chen Xu protested. "I was waiting for you to realize it yourself." Su Xin Yuan, observing this exchange, couldn't help but chuckle, hastily concealing her face with a book to maintain her aloof persona. The next day, after breakfast, the classmates gathered on the main road and, in a grand procession, exited the school grounds in groups. The town, being quite small, necessitated the separation of the three departments, with the senior students assigned to a desolate hill on the eastern edge of the town. Each class was allocated a designated area to commence digging, and soon, a truck arrived bearing saplings, with each class receiving 100. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Gao, shouted, "Divide into groups and prioritize safety. Safety is paramount." Due to the limited number of tools, the students were divided into 3 smaller groups based on gender, ensuring that the equipment was evenly distributed. The boys began digging while the girls fetched water from the river, armed with shovels. The boys commenced their labor on the barren land, which had recently succumbed to winter's frost, eliciting groans of discomfort and resulting in sluggish progress. Chen Xu, donning gloves, began to excavate with a pickaxe. Indeed, as the saying goes, a craftsman must sharpen his tools. Chen Xu first broke up the hardened clumps of earth, allowing others to continue with shovels, thereby efficiently creating the requisite holes for planting. However, the task proved to be quite taxing. Zhang Wei, observing Chen Xu's commendable efforts, could no longer contain himself and stepped in to take over as soon as he noticed Chen Xu's fatigue. Chen Xu, feeling the heat, sank to the ground, grateful for his daily exercise routine that had sustained him thus far. Just as he caught his breath, he spotted the returning girls, with Chen Xiaolin wearing the gloves he had gifted her, casting a playful glance his way before giggling and joining her classmates. The surface layer of the soil was frozen solid, impervious to the pickaxe, of which there was but a single piece, causing the digging process to lag. The girls, upon returning with water, found the boys stripped of their outer layers, wielding the pickaxe, and they laughed heartily, as if on a spring outing. Chen Xu mused that he should have brought some snacks, perhaps a moisture-proof mat and a thermos of hot tea. Before long, Zhang Wei, too weary to continue, plopped down beside Chen Xu, gasping for breath. "Goodness, I thought you were out of shape, but trying it myself proved just as exhausting," Zhang Wei remarked after a moment of recovery. "Ah, this is what we call the truth speaking for itself. Just wait and see the others falter. They are likely to fare worse than us," Chen Xu replied. Indeed, the next in line was Lu Jie, who, upon hearing Chen Xu's words, could not resist the urge to assert himself. Yet, Lu Jie was even less prepared than Chen Xu, having never wielded a pickaxe before. As anticipated, Lu Jie soon found himself overwhelmed and relinquished the tool to a more eager classmate. The atmosphere shifted into a spectacle. Each time someone grew too weary to continue, a throng of classmates would assign scores. Zhang Kunming, 8 points. 8, 5 points. 9 points. Before long, all the boys in Chen Xu's group had taken their turn with the pickaxe, leaving only Zhao Xiaolong. Zhao Xiaolong had previously been fetching water due to a shortage of tools. Hearing his name being chanted by those around him, it felt as though they were cheering him on, and he, unwilling to shy away, stepped forward to accept the pickaxe. However, what appeared simple soon proved challenging. Zhao Xiaolong, standing at a mere 168 centimeters and weighing just 90 jin, lacked the strength required for the task. Coupled with the painful recoil from the pickaxe handle, he succumbed to exhaustion in less than 2 minutes. Zhao Xiaolong, 2 points. 2 points. 2. 5 points. Lu Jie joined in the raucous teasing. Laughter erupted all around, a cacophony that echoed in the open air. Zhao Xiaolong had never experienced such derision under the sun, and tears streamed down his face as he fled towards the riverbank. Before departing, he cast a fierce glare at Chen Xu. "You wretched fool," Chen Xu cursed inwardly, for he had uttered not a single word moments before. As Zhao Xiaolong wept and the crowd erupted in laughter, a wave of discomfort washed over the onlookers. The ever-kind Su Ying was absent from this group, leaving no one to retrieve Zhao Xiaolong. Chen Xu felt a strong urge to intervene. However, he feared his presence would be misconstrued as mockery, and thus he chose to remain silent. "Wait, It was his turn again. Rising to his feet, Chen Xu resumed wielding the pickaxe. After the group completed their tasks, they drifted to observe the other two teams, the sounds of scoring resonating in a lively crescendo, transforming Class 9 into a jubilant sea of excitement. Other classes, witnessing the fervor, quickly followed suit. As Zhao Xiaolong gazed at the fervent scene in the distance, his sorrow deepened. Not only did no one come to coax him back, but even his deskmate, Yang Jiejia, remained absent. Meanwhile, Yang Jiejia, who had been diligently working, pondered, something seems amiss. Chapter 28. The unforgettable instant noodles. As the atmosphere grew lively, the work progressed swiftly. The pits were quickly dug, and the girls busily transported water back and forth from the river. Su Xinyuan put forth great effort today, for this was her first time participating in such an activity. Particularly in this buoyant environment, where everyone worked joyfully, she found herself unwittingly influenced by their enthusiasm. After returning with another bucket of water, Su Xinyuan sensed something amiss with her hand. She removed the gloves Chen Xu had gifted her to examine it, discovering a small blister the size of a fingernail on her palm. Furrowing her beautifully shaped brows, she realized it was her first encounter with a blister. However, she said nothing, carefully avoiding the blister as she put her gloves back on. When she returned with another load of water, despite her efforts to evade it, she accidentally bumped into the blister, causing her to recoil in pain. The stick slipped from her grasp, spilling water from the bucket onto her feet. "Oh no!" exclaimed Lu Xia, who was fetching water alongside her, drawing the attention of those nearby. Chen Xu, hearing the commotion, turned around and noticed that one of Su Xinyuan's pant legs was completely soaked, and her shoes were likely wet as well. Observing that the head teacher and others were absent, Chen Xu pondered for a moment before approaching Lu Jingming from their class. "Old Lu, do you have a lighter?" Lu Jingming was startled. "If I don't smoke, how would I have a lighter?" "Enough with the chatter. The head teacher is not here." Lu Jingming glanced around to confirm the absence of the teacher, then relaxed, pulling a box of cigarettes and a lighter from his pocket. "Let me borrow the lighter." Chen Xu made his way to a sheltered spot by the barren hillside, where a thick layer of leaves had accumulated. He gathered a handful of twigs and began to kindle a fire. The flames quickly roared to life, and Chen Xu quietly beckoned Su Xinyuan over. "Take off your shoes and warm your socks by the fire." Seeing the fire, Su Xinyuan's spirits lifted significantly, despite the tears still lingering in her eyes. No. Everyone is here. What does that matter? You've gotten your feet wet from working. You should warm them. Quickly, take them off. On such a cold day, if you don't dry them, you risk frostbite. Feeling uncomfortable, Su Xinyuan, influenced by Chen Xu's insistence, sat down to remove her shoes and socks. To her surprise, her toes were painted, accentuating the softness of her feet, and her 5 toes were unusually neat, prompting Chen Xu to steal a few more glances. Noticing Chen Xu's gaze fixed on her feet, tears welled up again in Su Xinyuan's eyes. "Could you please not look?" Her weepy tone startled Chen Xu. "This is in ancient times. Just because I look at your feet doesn't mean I have to marry you. Why can't I look?" However, recalling the tears that had just been in her eyes, he understood her vulnerability. "I'm sorry, I'll go gather some firewood." Su Xinyuan's tears finally ceased. Today had been utterly embarrassing, especially in front of so many people. Chen Xu could only sigh at the delicate nature of girls and obediently went to collect branches. As Chen Xu tended to the fire, Su Xinyuan soon dried her socks, and her shoes and insoles were nearly dry as well, prompting her to eagerly put them back on. He stepped onto the ground, feeling the warmth envelop him. At that moment, Su Xinyuan revealed a smile, but soon noticed Chen Xu approaching and quickly adopted a more aloof expression. "Is it ready?" "Yes, it is." "Don't push yourself. You shouldn't wear it while it's still damp. You'll be the one suffering." "It's really fine." "Well then." Chen Xu turned to fetch a shovel, contemplating extinguishing the fire, yet hesitating. What child doesn't wish to play with fire? He glanced at the homeroom teacher, who was still absent. Returning to the crowd, Chen Xu inquired, "Who brought a lunchbox?" Song Yuanyu timidly raised her hand. "I did." Chen Xu noticed her carrying her backpack, which indeed contained a lunchbox. Upon inspecting it, he exclaimed with delight, "You even brought instant noodles. Aren't we supposed to eat out for lunch today? Why did you bring instant noodles?" Chen Xu was aware that Song Yuan came from a well-off family, thus it was unlikely she brought them to save money. "I've gained a bit of weight lately." Trying to lose some, Song Yuan's voice trailed off. "What are you talking about losing weight? If Lu Chao from class 11 sees you, he'll surely have a fit." The name Lu Chao is common, encompassing both boys and girls, so it was customary to specify the class to avoid confusion. Lu Chao from class 11 was a girl weighing around 150 pounds. Song Yuan chuckled. No, really, I just think I need to lose weight. Lose weight? Your meal has been commandeered. Join me for lunch. I'll treat you. Chen Xu turned to the others. Who else brought something? I started a fire over there. Let us all cook instant noodles together. The mention of cooking instant noodles invigorated everyone, and to their surprise, some had indeed brought lunchboxes. Although there were only 2 packets of noodles. Additionally, there were several sausages, 3 packets of biscuits, and various snacks. What a pity. Had I known, I would have brought more for our picnic, Chen Xu lamented. Subsequently, he assigned tasks while the others continued with their chores, and Song Yuan, Su Xingyuan. And he prepared the noodles. Finding a few stones to serve as a support, he placed the lunchbox atop them, poured in some mineral water, and gently stirred the kindling to revive the flames. You two keep an eye on the lunchbox. I'll be back shortly. Remembering the hint of green he had seen earlier, Chen Xu hurriedly grabbed the shovel and went to verify. There are green vegetables. He returned, brimming with excitement, to show the 2 girls the wild scallions he had gathered. Su Xingyuan and Song Yuan inspected the green, onion-like plants, noting the bulbous root resembling a solitary clove of garlic. This is wild scallion. Indeed it is. It's rare to find wild vegetables in the dead of winter. Quite splendid. The 3 of them quickly cleaned the wild scallions, rinsing them lightly in water and cutting them into segments for later use. The instant noodles would be divided among the boys and girls, with the sausages apportioned equally as well. If only we had an egg. Chen Xu couldn't help but remark. The 2 girls nodded in agreement. After a minute of boiling, Chen Xu added the wild scallions, waited a moment, and then sampled a strand of noodles. They were perfectly chewy and delicious. Looking up, Gao was still absent. Chen Xu quietly called everyone over. They stealthily entered the village, avoiding any gunfire. The girls used chopsticks while the boys wielded forks, forming 2 circles of nearly 20 individuals, all partaking in freshly cooked noodles. Wow, what is this green thing? Someone inquired, noticing the verdant hue in the lunchbox. It's wild onion, Chen Xu explained, and some among them recognized it and chimed in. Chen Xu, you go first. Zhang Wei handed his fork to Chen Xu, and others nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, Chen Xu selected a few strands of noodles, savored a piece of ham sausage, added some chopped onions, and took a sip of the broth. Delightful. According to future standards, Chen Xu would be ideal for a food live stream. His expressive actions left Lu Jie and others salivating. The noodle eating proceeded in turns, and Chen Xu had purposefully added extra water while cooking, allowing everyone to relish the broth, prompting a chorus of compliments. Why does this noodle taste so good today? Let us come back for lunch, someone suggested. These are cooked noodles. Where will you find fire to cook again? A nearby person immediately countered. Ah, indeed, what a pity. They lamented, smacking their lips in reminiscence of the delightful taste. One person shared a few biscuits, and soon everyone was nodding their heads, as if indulging in a gourmet feast. Naturally, with more than 20 people dining, they could not escape notice. As onlookers approached and discerned that Chen Xu and his companions were enjoying boiled noodles, their eyes widened in envy. How enviable. Who wouldn't want a taste of those noodles, especially in such an atmosphere? The other 2 groups began deliberating whether to follow Chen Xu's example and start a fire to cook noodles. Lu Guoqiang, familiar with Chen Xu, approached and asked, Chen Xu, could we borrow your lunchbox? We have instant noodles, but no container. Of course, Chen Xu replied, and they quickly finished their meal. But you'll need to start the fire yourselves. Su Xingyuan and her group of girls were enthusiastically tending to the fire, occasionally adding twigs, their laughter ringing out continuously. They couldn't simply shoo them away. Thanks, Lu Guoqiang said, patting Chen Xu on the shoulder as he took the lunchbox and headed back to start the fire. The third group, seeing Lu Guoqiang's actions, decided to follow suit. Su Ying felt it inappropriate to intervene, especially since she, too, was eager to try it. In no time, excitement surged among Class 9, when suddenly someone shouted, Gao is back. Everyone stood up to see Gao indeed returning, already at the bridge, approximately 200 meters away, accompanied by other homeroom teachers. Chen Xu swiftly grabbed a shovel and directed everyone to extinguish the fire. Fortunately, there were plenty of shovels. Each person quickly buried the fire pit, and they hurriedly returned to their original positions to continue planting trees. Lu Guoqiang and the others sighed as they gathered their belongings. It was unfortunate that the teachers arrived just as they had started the fire. Chen Xu's group felt relieved for having acted swiftly, glancing at others with a sense of superiority. Lu Jie, in particular, would have much to boast about upon returning. Old Gao observed the atmosphere in his class, sensing an unusual tension that he could not quite articulate. He noted that the completion of the 100 trees was nearly at hand and offered praise to everyone. Turning his gaze to the other classes, he found them to be lagging behind, which filled him with satisfaction. Ah, Chen Xu, your group is exceedingly swift, commendable indeed, he exclaimed with a chuckle, clapping his hands twice. Chen Xu and his companions laughed and applauded, while the other two groups exchanged bewildered glances, reluctantly joining in the applause. Zhao Xiaolong, having wept enough, noticed the homeroom teacher's return and hurried back, feeling rather sheepish. Upon his return, he was met with curious stares from his group members. Is there something on me? Zhao Xiaolong mused, surveying himself for any anomalies, finding none. Meanwhile, Chen Xu's group pondered. Oh, right, we still have Zhao Xiaolong. No wonder something felt amiss. Feeling the odd looks from his peers but too timid to inquire directly, Zhao Xiaolong approached his deskmate, Yang Jiejia. Where have you been? Zhao Xiaolong? We haven't seen you around, she remarked, having been engrossed in her work with a pickaxe when he had dashed off. Zhao Xiaolong felt a pang of injustice but hesitated to admit he had fled in tears, opting instead to explain that he had been occupied with a matter concerning a teacher. What a pity. Your group just made fire to cook instant noodles. Oh, how it made us crave it. Yang Jiejia licked her lips, as if recalling the taste herself. Zhao Xiaolong felt as though he had turned to stone, and the realization deepened his sense of grievance. All he desired was to return to that moment and weep for another half hour. Chapter 29. Returning home, the remaining work was swiftly completed, and the 100 saplings stood vibrant and lively, glancing at Chen Xiaolin's class in the distance, which was still laboriously toiling away. Chen Xu realized he could not assist them at this point. He decided it was best to let the students from her class exert themselves gradually, considering Chen Xiaolin was a girl. Lao Gao, observing the uneven progress of other classes, opted not to wait any longer and instructed everyone to line up and return to the classroom. He directed them to put away their tools, reminded them to prioritize safety, and then waved them off, dismissing the class. The students cheered and then dispersed in small groups to wander the streets. Song Yuan, let us go eat, Chen Xu called out. Song Yuan, holding Wang Chao's hand, turned back and suggested, why not skip it? I'm really trying to lose weight. You need to eat well to have the strength to lose weight, Wang Chao chimed in. Then he glanced at Su Xinyuan, who had already stood up, preparing to leave alone. Su Xinyuan, you should join us too. Initially, Su Xinyuan intended to return to the dormitory alone, but upon hearing Chen Xu call her name, she reconsidered. Observing that Chen Xu was accompanied by Lu Jie, Song Yuan, and Wang Chao, all of whom were her classmates, she agreed to join them. Today, with a slightly larger group, Chen Xu led them to a restaurant specializing in stir-fried dishes, typically dining alone or with just one other person. He felt this was an unsuitable choice due to the portion sizes. When inquiring about their preferred dishes, the girls were indifferent, while Lu Jie expressed a desire for meat. Boss, we'll have chicken stewed with mushrooms, shredded pork with green peppers, home-style tofu, and 5 bowls of rice. Please serve it all at once. We're not in a hurry, Chen Xu ordered. All right, replied the boss. The dishes were freshly prepared, unlike later times when restaurants had streamlined their processes, pre-cooking the chicken. If they didn't request everything at once, by the time the chicken stew arrived, the 5 of them would likely be full from the other 2 dishes. Sipping on warm tea, they engaged in light conversation, occasionally pointing out other classes that had just returned, relishing in their sense of superiority. Gradually, more students began to arrive, some recognizing each other, filling the restaurant with a lively atmosphere. Interestingly, those who arrived later were served before Chen Xu's group. Watching others eat only intensified their hunger. Fortunately, the 3 dishes were soon presented, and each of the 5 quickly dug into their rice. Lu Jie poured chicken broth over his rice, prompting the others to follow suit. Su Xinyuan took a bite of her chicken broth rice and exclaimed, this is really delicious. Indeed, nothing beats the flavor of meat, Lu Jie boasted, discarding a chicken bone with a smug glance at the adjacent table. With their mouths full, no one had the time to acknowledge him. The 3 girls had modest appetites, and despite Chen Xu and Lu Jie's hearty eating, they could not finish all 3 dishes. Lu Jie meticulously picked out the meat, leaving behind a bit of tofu and green pepper. All right, I'll go settle the bill, Lu Jie announced, ready to disperse the group. Though he wanted to tease Chen Xu, the presence of several girls, especially Su Xinyuan, made him hesitant, so he simply rose to take care of the payment. The others waited for Lu Jia at the door. Upon his return, Wang Chao inquired, Lu Jia, how much did it cost? A total of 25 yuan for 2.5 hours of internet fees. Let us reimburse you, they replied. Wang Chao began to rummage through his wallet, while the two girls also took out their money. Song Yuan did not need to contribute, so Wang Chao and Su Xinyuan each provided 2 yuan. Chen Xu remarked from the side, 2 yuan is sufficient. You can repay us later. Ah, Song Yuan, I shall buy your lunchbox for you later. So you need not purchase it yourself. Chen Xu then draped his arm around Lu Jia's shoulder and walked away. The 3 girls had no choice but to tuck their money back into their bags. Su Xinyuan, would you like to join us for shopping? Song Yuan felt uneasy leaving Su Xinyuan alone. Sure, Su Xinyuan responded, as she was just about to buy some snacks, and thus the 3 girls set off together. Are those 2 heading online? Wang Chao inquired, observing the duo ahead. Certainly, there is an internet CAF behind that building. They will undoubtedly turn right soon. Look, am I not correct? Song Yuan gestured triumphantly. Online. It seems my deskmate's academic performance isn't as commendable as I thought. Su Xinyuan mused inwardly. To quell Lu Jia's anger over the meal invitation, Chen Xu felt compelled to treat him to internet access and a bottle of cola. However, upon arriving at the CAF, they found it already packed. Goodness, do these people never eat? Lu Jia exclaimed in indignation. Haha, who needs to eat when one can surf the web? Perhaps next time. Chen Xu chuckled, patting Lu Jia on the shoulder as he ushered him away. Given the current crowd at the CAF, both of them would have to attend class later that afternoon. They first purchased 2 lunchboxes, forks, and chopsticks. Lu Jia also procured some snacks to take home. And the 2 eventually returned to their respective abodes. In the afternoon, upon seeing the 2 new lunchboxes, Chen Xu's group reminisced about the instant noodles from that morning. And the classroom buzzed with excitement once more. Perhaps, many years hence, these individuals would still recall the delightful taste of that bowl of instant noodles. Zhao Xiaolong, feeling increasingly frustrated, contemplated reporting to the teacher but ultimately decided against it. It was too late to bring it up now that they had all returned. Su Xinyuan, seated at her desk, also found herself reminiscing about the flavors of the noodles and ham sausage from the morning. Although she was not hungry now, her mouth still watered at the thought. Who would have thought instant noodles could be so delectable? She pondered, glancing at the boys nearby who were hurling playful insults at each other. Sigh, boys are truly immature. As time passed steadily over the next few days, one morning, Guan Xueqiang approached her. Old Guan, goodness, how have you become so tanned? Chen Xu immediately noticed the change in Guan Xueqiang's appearance. Guan Xueqiang extended his hands, revealing them covered in blisters. I took your advice and worked at a construction site, moving bricks for a week, he declared proudly, puffing out his chest as if he were a soldier returning from victory. Chen Xu felt a twinge of guilt. He had been quite close to Guan Xueqiang, yet he had been completely unaware of his friend's week-long endeavor. So, did you gain anything from it? Chen Xu asked, grasping his hands to examine them. I believe you were right. Compared to manual labor, studying is truly a comfort. Chen Xu also recognized the transformation in Guan Xueqiang, as if he had gained newfound confidence. That is well. I will first consult the teacher and devise a plan before proceeding with my studies. Should you have any queries, feel free to approach me. Chen Xu was naturally pleased for Guan Xueqiang. Yet, he must consult the teacher. Guan Xueqiang's chest sank momentarily. Of course, the teacher is most familiar with your situation. There is little I can assist you with. If you can manage a construction site, how can you possibly fear approaching the teacher? After all, one's nature cannot be altered overnight. Guan Xueqiang must take his time. Very well, I shall seek the teacher's counsel. I will treat you to lunch at noon. Guan Xueqiang declared. All right, I will treat you at noon to celebrate your safe return. Chen Xu shook his head as he returned to his seat, taken aback by Guan Xueqiang's resoluteness. Considering the blisters on his hands, he understood that he must have endured considerable hardship. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, and he noticed a similar mark on Su Xinyuan's left hand. You, Chen Xu involuntarily uttered. Su Xinyuan followed Chen Xu's gaze, quickly concealing her hand in the desk. It's all healed. Chen Xu said nothing, merely giving her a thumbs up, causing Su Xinyuan to shyly lower her head. Previously, he had assumed that Su Xinyuan was unapproachable due to her transfer from fighting, yet now it seemed otherwise. Could Lao Gao have been mistaken? At noon, Chen Xu and Guan Xueqiang encountered each other at the school gate, both fine to treat the other. After all the hardships you've endured, how could I not treat you? Let us go have some stir-fried dishes. Chen Xu felt guilty for not noticing Guan Xueqiang's absence for work previously. Thus he insisted on treating this time. Very well, Guan Xueqiang conceded, for he had already been spoiled by his mother's cooking upon his return. Let us have stewed pancakes instead. Very well then. The stewed pancakes may lack in meat, but they are plentiful and filling. As they dined, they conversed about Guan Xueqiang's work experience. I pushed a cart on the construction site, moving sand and gravel. To be honest, I could barely endure half a day. But recalling your words, I gritted my teeth and persevered. Chen Xu was surprised to discover that he had become a source of inspiration for another, and his heart was stirred. You should have seen those workers. They consume buns of such size. Guan Xueqiang gestured. They could eat 4 or 5 in one meal, whereas I could manage only 2 at most. From that moment, I realized that the hardships I faced were trivial compared to their daily toil. Guan Xueqiang gazed into the distance. It was from that point I truly understood your words. If one wishes to avoid the suffering of study, one must endure the suffering of life. Truly, a profound truth. Observing that Guan Xueqiang had genuinely grasped this lesson, Chen Xu felt a sense of joy. Surely, he would not have to repeat another 2 years. Whenever you are free, come to my home for dinner. My parents would surely wish to express their gratitude. Guan Xueqiang said while sipping soda. Oh no, that one tea do. A meal at the school gate is sufficient. Chen Xu had no intention of visiting someone's home directly. That is unacceptable. My parents must thank you in person. What day in the next few days works for you? They have already prepared the dishes. Guan Xueqiang insisted. Chen Xu could no longer refuse. So they settled on the day after tomorrow at noon. Did you ask the teacher? The two sat together, engaging in casual conversation. I did, and to my surprise, the teacher not only declined but also praised me. Who would have anticipated that? A radiant glow appeared on Guan Xueqiang's face. Today's educators exhibit a remarkable dedication. And who could remain indifferent upon seeing Guan Xueqiang's hands covered in blisters? That's wonderful. As long as one is willing to learn, success is assured, concluded Chen Xu. Yesterday's meal was delightful. Today's outing for food was enjoyable. Tomorrow I shall dine at home, and the day after that, I will visit Guan Xueqiang's residence for a meal. My recent dining experiences have been quite splendid, mused Chen Xu, unsure if he had gained a few pounds. Upon returning home on Sunday, Sun Hongmei continued to prepare an extravagant feast. With Chen Xu's academic performance improving, she was increasingly generous in providing him with delicious treats. Chapter 30. The school's pride. Sun Hongmei had already discerned that her son possessed a good friend, as he consistently brought him delightful treats. Thus, she had preemptively set aside a portion. As Chen Xu filled the bags, he suddenly recalled Su Xinyuan. He promptly sought out another bag, extracting the small ribs from the pork and adding a few slices of beef. As for Lu Jia's bag, it merely contained a few large bones salvaged from the leftovers, but he was not one to be picky. Upon returning to the classroom that afternoon, he first handed Lu Jia's portion. Lu Jia beamed as he placed it into his lunchbox, delighted at the prospect of a supplementary meal that evening. The other portion, Chen Xu discreetly placed in Su Xinyuan's desk drawer, accompanied by a note. Rest assured, it has all been prepared in advance. A quick soak in hot water will suffice for consumption, and it can also be warmed with congee tomorrow morning. It won't spoil in this cold weather. Su Xinyuan found her words of refusal stifled, as he had taken every aspect into consideration for her. Reluctantly, she pinned a large thank you on the note and returned it, placing a chocolate from her own bag into Chen Xu's desk drawer. That evening, while dining with Lu Jia, he grumbled, Chen Xu, the ribs your mom bought this time are subpar. They're all large bones. What about the small ribs? Will you eat them? Chen Xu shot him a glance. Of course, large bones are still quite tasty, Lu Jia replied, grinning as he gnawed on a bone. Meanwhile, Su Xinyuan savored a dish of shredded potatoes, accompanied by a steamed bun at her seat. The ribs in her bag were all small, easily coming apart with a gentle tug. They were truly delectable. The following noon, Chen Xu and Guan Xueqiang gathered at the school gate before heading to Guan Xueqiang's home. Despite his protests, they purchased a large bag of apples as a gift. Being an only child, Guan Xueqiang's parents were relatively young, in their 40s, with a well-to-do appearance. Upon seeing Chen Xu arrive with the bag of apples, Guan Xueqiang's smile grew even brighter. Though their household did not particularly need the apples, the gesture was genuinely appreciated. Aware of the limited time Chen Xu and his friends had during lunch, Guan's mother had already prepared the meal. Soon after their arrival, they began dining. The table was laden with an abundance of delicious dishes. Chicken, duck, fish, meat, and seafood filled the expansive spread. Please, eat without reservation, Guan's father urged Chen Xu. expressing regret that they could not drink alcohol. They are students. They have classes in the afternoon. Not everyone can indulge in 2 meals a day, Guan's mother countered, leaving Guan's father speechless as he quietly sipped his drink. Chen Xu, unperturbed by the notion of politeness, dived into the meal, ultimately finishing a full bowl of rice. Prompting nods of approval from Guan's mother. Chen Xu, your uncle and I truly owe you our gratitude. Since Guan Xueqiang returned, I have noticed a remarkable change in him. Not only has he taken to his studies, but he has also begun assisting with household chores. You wouldn't believe it. Yesterday, I saw him sweeping the floor, and my heart just as Guan's mother spoke, tears began to stream down her cheeks, leading those around her to offer words of comfort. Auntie, you must be feeling elated. Mom, why are you crying? Hey, what are you doing? Woman. Mother Guan wiped her tears and held Chen Xu's hand, expressing her gratitude profusely, to which Chen Xu nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, Auntie, we will treat each other well from now on. After finishing their meal, Mother Guan even prepared a takeaway of meat and vegetables for Chen Xu, just as she had done at home, and Chen Xu felt compelled to accept it, carrying it out alongside Guan Xueqiang. Once outside, Guan Xueqiang awkwardly spoke to Chen Xu. I apologize for my mother. Chen Xu understood his implication, and despite feeling somewhat overwhelmed himself, replied, Old Guan, having a mother like that is a blessing. Guan Xueqiang was taken aback by Chen Xu's words, sensing a disparity in their levels of understanding. Upon returning to the classroom, Lu Jie immediately noticed the bag in Chen Xu's hand and dashed over. Wow, Chen Xu, did you go home again? No, someone sent it. Who sent it? Does it matter who sent it? Are you going to eat or not? Of course I'm going to eat. During dinner, Lu Jie fetched 2 servings of vegetarian dishes and steamed buns to share with Chen Xu. The large bag of meat and vegetables was distributed among their peers. Although Su Xinyuan initially declined, she was nonetheless pressed to accept 2 chicken feet. Having eaten heartily at noon, she wasn't very hungry, and most of the food ended up being consumed by Lu Jie. When Lu Jie returned after disposing of the trash, he expressed his satisfaction. If only it could be like this every day. Chen Xu shot him a glance. Stop daydreaming. Focus on your studies. The exams are just around the corner. This remark not only silenced Lu Jie, but also startled Su Xinyuan, who was nibbling on chicken feet. A few days later, the exams arrived as scheduled. Chen Xu breezed through them, feeling quite pleased with himself. With the absence of distractions, he hadn't dozed off during self-study sessions in quite some time. Surely a sign of improvement. The papers were quickly graded, and the next day, Old Gao entered the classroom with a beaming smile. The way his lips curved upward hinted to the students that their class had performed well. Our class has done remarkably well, indicating that everyone has been diligently studying during this period. Let us keep up the momentum. Of course, I must particularly commend our classmate Chen Xu. Not only did he secure the top spot in our class, but he also achieved the highest score in the entire grade. Let us give him a round of applause. The classroom erupted in applause for Chen Xu, who felt a bit embarrassed by the attention, suddenly aware that someone was watching him. He turned to find Su Xinyuan staring at him with wide eyes. How could he achieve the top score? Isn't he an athlete? Su Xinyuan's worldview appeared to be crumbling. Noticing Chen Xu looking back at her, she quickly turned away, her heart racing with a tumult of emotions. This girl. I know I'm handsome, but you can't just keep staring at me like that, Chen Xu thought to himself, reveling in the moment. Upon receiving his report card, Chen Xu noted his scores, 131 in English and 130 in mathematics, both indicating significant potential for further improvement. Looking further down the list, he saw Lu Jie ranked 20th, an improvement indeed. Su Xinyuan, 45th place? He looked at Su Xinyuan in astonishment. How could such a well-behaved student score only 45th? To be frank, Su Xinyuan was indeed quite obedient, perhaps due to her recent arrival and lack of friends. Spending her days diligently studying in the classroom without causing any trouble, entirely unlike what Lao Gao had described about her transferring due to fights. Chen Xu had initially thought her to be the quintessential good student. Su Xinyuan stared blankly at her grades, a whirlwind of emotions washing over her. She had once been a good student. How had she fallen to such a state? Should she blame others, or should she blame herself? Then there was her deskmate, whom she had assumed to be just a lively boy with a talent for basketball, perhaps even a sports student, only to discover he was the top of their grade. Thankfully, she hadn't looked down on him. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. After class, Lao Gao called Chen Xu into his office. He provided a thorough analysis of his strengths and weaknesses. Scoring 122 in Chinese was commendable, and his performance in comprehensive subjects was satisfactory. However, His English and mathematics scores lagged significantly behind those of the top students. Do you know the highest scores in the city for the upcoming final exams? English scored 142, and mathematics 150. Therefore, even though you have achieved the top rank in your grade, you should feel pleased, but absolutely must not grow complacent. Understood? Chen Xu sincerely appreciated Lao Gao's guidance. Having attained the first position, Lao Gao was the first to caution him, directly pointing out his existing flaws. Indeed, Chen Xu sensed a tinge of arrogance within himself, feeling somewhat superior, as if he could dismiss others simply because he had effortlessly secured the top spot. Yet, he had not realized that he was merely a frog at the bottom of a well, compared to students from the city, province, or even the nation. He still had a long way to go. Rest assured, teacher, I will continue to strive for excellence in my studies. Lao Gao, noticing that Chen Xu grasped his message, felt even more content. Ah, that is splendid. Students like you require little further admonition. You must already have a good sense of your own progress. Now, you may return. Lao Gao picked up his teacup and savored a sip, reveling in the fact that the top rank had finally been secured for his class. He pondered what expression he would wear when facing others at the upcoming meeting, chuckling to himself. Initially, Chen Xu had planned to complete the 10 math workbooks he had set aside, but it seemed he had underestimated the situation. There was still much ground to cover. He would have to make another trip to the bookstore. The following day, after school, Chen Xu did not head home. After a quick phone call to his mother, he boarded a bus to the city. As he entered the bus, he spotted Su Xinyuan seated at the front, gazing out the window, with earbuds in. Seemingly lost in music, Chen Xu approached her, but then turned back to gently tap her on the shoulder. Come sit in the back. Su Xinyuan was startled when someone tapped her, but she relaxed upon seeing it was Chen Xu. Although she hesitated for a moment, she eventually followed him to the back. Once settled, Chen Xu explained to Su Xinyuan, there are quite a few elderly people who board the bus here. If you sit at the front, you'll certainly have to give up your seat. It's better to sit in the back to avoid that. Su Xinyuan suddenly understood, realizing there was indeed wisdom in this suggestion. Just then, the bus was ready to depart, and it began to move. Seated together, Su Xinyuan felt a sense of shyness and found herself at a loss for words, ultimately choosing to remain silent. Chen Xu, perceiving the awkward atmosphere, decided to break the ice. Your home is in the city, right? Which community? Henlin Garden, she replied. Oh, I'm quite familiar with that, Chen Xu remarked, recalling that he had once rented an apartment in that very community in a previous life, surprised to discover that Su Xinyuan resided there as well. Then you must be getting off at the Jilegia stop? Yes, she confirmed, after exchanging a few more words, noticing Su Xinyuan's reluctance to speak. Chen Xu shifted the conversation. You enjoy listening to music, right? Who do you listen to? At this, Su Xinyuan perked up a bit. Jay Chou. Indeed. Most individuals of Chen Xu's generation adored Jay Chou, yet he harbored a preference for S.H.E. Su Xinyuan then offered him a headphone, which he accepted and placed in his ear. The taste of mackerel, the cat and you both wish to know. The fragrance of first love is thus reclaimed by us. The bus swayed gently, carrying the harmonious melodies of the two as they journeyed into the city. Chapter 31. The King of Fighters Challenge on the way. Su Xinyuan indeed encountered a group of elderly individuals, and the front row of the carriage was graciously offered to them. She couldn't help but feel fortunate to have met Chen Xu today. As the vehicle gradually entered the city, nearing the Jilegia station, Chen Xu returned the headphones to Su Xinyuan. Upon receiving the headphones, she finally mustered the courage to inquire, what are you planning to do? I'm heading to the Xinhua bookstore to purchase some books. My mathematics and English skills are lacking, so I need to buy some tutorial materials, Chen Xu replied. Su Xinyuan felt that Chen Xu was showing off, yet his expression was earnest, leading her to ponder that this might be the very difference between herself and him. Thus, they parted ways. Su Xinyuan alighted from the vehicle, while Chen Xu continued on to the bookstore. After disembarking, Su Xinyuan walked a few hundred meters and soon arrived home, where her mother, Zhang Xiaoxia, had already prepared a meal. Mom, Su Xinyuan called out, setting down her backpack. There's also a soup. It will be ready shortly. Zhang Xiaoxia replied as she returned to the kitchen, soon bringing out a bowl of soup. Su Xinyuan washed her hands and waited until Su Li sat down before they began to eat together. Once Su Xinyuan had nearly finished her meal, Zhang Xiaoxia spoke up. About the transfer to another school that you mentioned before, why have you changed your mind? Su Xinyuan paused, holding her bowl, but maintained a casual demeanor as she responded. I've somewhat adapted to the second high school. Let us not change it again. If I switch to a new school, I'll have to adapt all over again. But the teaching quality at the second high school cannot compare to the first, Zhang Xiaoxia countered. Mom, could you please not mention the first high school? Su Xingyuan said, surprisingly irritated. Chen Xu would surely be taken aback by this reaction. All right, I want to bring it up. Sigh, my child, Zhang Xiaoxia remarked. Noticing Su Xingyuan's strong resistance and deciding not to press further, considering that the college entrance examination was approaching and the differences might not be significant. Are you certain you want to transfer, then? Zhang Xiaoxia asked after Su Xingyuan had finished her meal. I won't transfer. Su Xingyuan thought of Chen Xu inexplicably, reflecting, well, at least here, it's not bad. Very well then. If you're not transferring, I'll speak to Aunt Zhang to alleviate her concerns, Zhang Xiaoxia conceded, unable to persuade her daughter further. Meanwhile, Chen Xu disembarked and made a special trip to the nursing school where Cui Xiaowan studied. But he could not find that familiar figure. Realizing the odds were slim, he decided to seek a place to dine. After a casual meal, Chen Xu proceeded to the Xinhua bookstore, where he purchased 5 mathematics workbooks and a set of materials for university English and graduate entrance exam preparation. Looking at the stack of books, he decided to leave them at the bookstore's front desk while he wandered outside, intending to retrieve them later. Strolling aimlessly, he found himself standing before a familiar 4-story building. Isn't this the building where Cui Xujuan's tutor resides? How did I end up here? Chen Xu chastised himself for his folly, thinking of a woman yet failing to reach out, hoping for a chance encounter instead. What a foolish notion, he mused. For now, his focus should remain on his studies. Shaking off thoughts of Cui Xiaowan, Chen Xu resolved to visit the arcade he had frequented before. Upon entering the arcade, Chen Xu was immediately enveloped by the deafening music. As he stepped inside, a throng of people caught his attention, all gathered around something, with those at the back even standing on stools to get a better view. Driven by curiosity, Chen Xu made his way through the crowd and discovered 2 individuals engaged in a fierce bout of King of Fighters 97. One player had just lost a round, causing the surrounding spectators to release a collective sigh. It was then that Chen Xu recognized the defeated player as Su Haitao. A burly man adorned with a large gold chain ridiculed Su Haitao, saying, Taozi, you're not doing too well, are you? Your skills are so lacking that you can't even defeat one of my underlings. It's rather embarrassing to still be hanging around an arcade at this level. Su Haitao appeared to be utterly defeated, unable to muster a single defiant retort, merely insisting, let us have another round. The hefty man chuckled, another round is fine, but it'll cost you. How about a wager of 1,000 yuan? Su Haitao found himself in a quandary. Agreeing seemed certain to lead to further loss, yet refusing would undoubtedly ruin his reputation. Just as he was caught in this dilemma, a voice rang out from the crowd. Tao Gu, sorry for being late. Let me give it a shot. The crowd parted, and Su Haitao, visibly elated, stood up to see his younger brother. Why did you take so long to arrive? Su Haitao nearly wept with joy. Fortune had smiled upon him. He turned to the burly man. Hey Wu, my brother has arrived. Let him take a turn. With a new contender, Hey Wu grew slightly more cautious, yet knowing that Su Haitao was still no match, his caution was somewhat limited. Whether it's your brother or your cousin, the stakes are still 1,000 yuan. He declared confidently. No problem, Su Haitao replied, brimming with assurance. Chen Xu scrutinized his opponent, a frail boy wearing black-framed glasses, likely a student as well. While Su Haitao was confident in Chen Xu's abilities, his expression soon darkened. Chen Xu had only managed to defeat one character of the opponent, and that advantage seemed minimal. Tao Gu, let me try again. This time I can win. Chen Xu exclaimed in a panic, grabbing Su Haitao's arm. Su Haitao, drenched in sweat, realized something was amiss. Chen Xu had shown no fear when facing Chen San'er previously, and having lost just one round didn't he warrant such desperation. He then felt Chen Xu's grip fluctuate between tight and loose. You incompetent fool. Are you really sure you can do it again? Su Haitao questioned. I absolutely can. Chen Xu responded, standing at attention with naive determination. Hey Wu could hardly contain his laughter. In response to Su Haitao's request for another round, he raised the stakes to 5,000 yuan. Su Haitao felt as if he had wrestled with his own conscience for an eternity before finally shouting, Fine, let us do it. But first, show me the money. Hey Wu, cigarette in one hand, extended his other hand expectantly. Su Haitao promptly produced 10 100 yuan bills. The surrounding crowd erupted in murmurs of excitement. Silence, Su Haitao commanded, and the area fell quiet. The match between Chen Xu and the bespectacled boy resumed, and this time, Chen Xu focused intently. With his third character, Iori, still at half health, he managed to defeat all three of his opponent's characters. As the events unfolded, Hei Wu was momentarily taken aback, glancing towards Si Yin for reassurance. Si Yin, naturally indignant, turned to Chen Xu and insisted, "Let us have another round." However, Chen Xu remained silent, directing his gaze towards Su Haitao. Finally relieved, Su Haitao suppressed his overwhelming joy and echoed Hei Wu's words, "Let us proceed, but it shall be 5,000 yuan." Hei Wu looked to Si Yin, who nodded affirmatively in agreement. "Very well, 5,000 it is," Hei Wu declared, willing to stake it all. Su Haitao extended his hand, prompting Hei Wu to retrieve the previous sum and count out his 40 bills, presenting them together. Thus, Chen Xu and Si Yin squared off once more. With deft precision, Chen Xu managed to seize victory yet again, leaving Si Yin with scarcely half his life remaining. Si Yin, filled with fervor, shouted, "Let us go again," but was swiftly silenced by a slap from Hei Wu, an all too familiar reaction of a gambler blinded by loss. Hei Wu, resigned, handed over another 5,000 yuan, leading Si Yin and his companions away in defeat. In stark contrast, Su Haitao clutched the 10,000 yuan with unrestrained glee. Having narrowly avoided a complete loss of face earlier, he now reveled in not only restoring his dignity, but also in securing a windfall, truly a double blessing. He threw an arm around Chen Xu's shoulders, dispersing the surrounding crowd, and summoned his underlings, instructing, "Kai Zi, book a room at the Great Era and invite a few ladies. My brother and I shall arrive shortly." Kai Zi acknowledged and darted off, ignoring Chen Xu's protests. Su Haitao insisted on expressing his gratitude, displaying an attitude that suggested he would carry Chen Xu if necessary. Reluctantly, Chen Xu acquiesced and followed him. The Great Era, a KTV establishment, was conveniently located adjacent to the arcade, and within moments, they arrived. Upon entering, Kai Zi awaited them, promptly ushering the group into a private room. Before long, an abundance of fruits, beverages, snacks, and spirits flowed in. Su Haitao enthusiastically urged Chen Xu to partake. Though Chen Xu felt no hunger, he picked up a toothpick to sample a morsel of fruit. Su Haitao, animatedly recounting Chen Xu's performance earlier to his subordinates, sparked a lively discussion, and the group soon began pouring drinks for themselves. With a firm grip around Chen Xu's shoulders, Su Haitao continuously expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Brother, had it not been for you today, my pride would have been irrevocably tarnished. The winnings are entirely yours." With that, he thrust the 10,000 yuan into Chen Xu's hands. However, Chen Xu was reluctant to accept, firmly declining as he considered the money to be a product of gambling. "Tao Gu, if you regard me as a brother, you should return the money. Should we speak of finances when our bond is at stake?" After multiple attempts to insist, seeing Chen Xu's resolute refusal, Su Haitao relented. "Fine, let me shamelessly call you little brother today. I shall drink one for my brother's honor." He then downed an entire bottle of beer in one go, much to the applause of his companions. At that moment, among these rascals, pride outweighed the allure of money, and Su Haitao felt especially dignified, expressing profound appreciation for Chen Xu. "Kai Zi, have the ladies arrived yet? Why is it taking so long?" "Almost there, almost there," Kai Zi replied, hastily exiting to hasten their arrival. Before long, 5 young women entered, each exhibiting an air of youthful innocence, yet adorned with heavy makeup and styled hair, presenting a distinctly alternative appearance. Su Haitao urged Chen Xu to select one, but Chen Xu, wary of potential consequences, hesitated, fearing they might not yet be of legal age and wishing to avoid any legal troubles. Consequently, Su Haitao designated the 2 most beautiful girls to sit beside Chen Xu, explicitly instructing them to attend to his needs. Desiring not to appear overly naive and become the subject of ridicule, Chen Xu, with a lack of other pursuits, decided to assess the quality of the 2 young lady stockings. The fishnet variety seemed quite satisfactory. Meanwhile, the girls appeared to be hungry, prompting Su Haitao to order food for them, after which they began to persuade Chen Xu to drink. Although Chen Xu was capable of holding his liquor, he was reluctant to become inebriated without cause. Thus he explained that he needed to return home, as his family would not permit him to stay out. However, Su Haitao was insistent, declaring, "Brother, stay the night and allow me to treat you. You can leave tomorrow." With that, he instructed someone to arrange a hotel. Chen Xu, unable to refuse such warm hospitality, reluctantly acquiesced, contemplating the need to make a phone call home shortly thereafter. Chapter 32. A day in the city, the lively atmosphere persisted until dinner time, when Su Haitao once again shifted venues, leading the group to a quaint farmhouse. Brother, this is a rural retreat I co-own, specifically catering to visitors from the city. The cuisine is quite delightful. You shall taste it shortly. Su Haitao genuinely wished to express his gratitude to Chen Xu, although he had already inquired about Chen Xu's school and hometown. His humble beginnings did not overshadow the impressive abilities and intentions that warranted a strong camaraderie. Before long, an array of dishes featuring chicken, duck, fish, turtle, snake, and seafood was brought to the table. The group, having enjoyed a considerable amount of alcohol, eagerly dug into the meal, their appetites insatiable. Once they had relished the feast, Su Haitao engaged Chen Xu in a discussion on mastering the art of the king of fighters. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Xu replied, "Firstly, offense is paramount. You must understand a character's moves and how to execute them. This is fundamental. Combos cannot be executed haphazardly. For instance, knowing how to perform the lily slasher, the sunflower, these moves must be executed precisely, marking the completion of the first step. The second step involves defense, specifically blocking. Each character's skills have startup and recovery animations, subtle movements. With practice, you can discern the skill being used by observing the startup animation, which informs you on how to block. Except for throws, all attacks are blockable." Chen Xu meticulously deconstructed Iori's abilities, advising Su Haitao on defensive strategies. "Isn't that exceedingly difficult? A special move can unleash numerous strikes. How can one defend against that?" murmured a bystander. Chen Xu smiled faintly. "Last year, a player named Daigo Omihara showcased remarkable skill in Street Fighter. You might find videos online. During one match, he faced a near-defeat situation with barely any health left against an opponent using Chun-Li, who executed her special move Senritsukiyaku, delivering 15 consecutive hits. Remarkably, Daigo managed to block all of them within a fraction of a second, countering with a decisive comeback, thus cementing his legendary status. The group listened in awe, astonished by such extraordinary prowess. Su Haitao diligently noted down Daigo Omihara's name, intending to research it later. He then handed a bag to Chen Xu, saying, "Brother, I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. Please accept this phone." As Chen Xu began to decline, Su Haitao waved his hand dismissively. "This is not a mere thank you. I implore you. Should anyone challenge us again, I may need to reach out to you. Having your number would be invaluable." Upon sharing his number, Chen Xu realized the merit in accepting the phone. Upon opening it, he discovered it was a Nokia 7610, a rather expensive device. He recalled that a classmate in his previous life had owned one during university. After powering it on, he saved Su Haitao's contact information. After the meal, the group returned to the city's arcade. After quenching their thirst with a jug of water, Su Haitao gestured towards a nearby hotel, signaling the two young women to escort Chen Xu there. Chen Xu hesitated, having discreetly learned that the girls were merely 15 and 16 years old, still students. As they were leaving the arcade, a familiar voice pierced the air. "Humph." Chen Xu turned around and realized that the person he had longed to encounter was right before him. Cui Xiaowan, seeing Chen Xu surrounded by two younger sisters, snorted and turned to leave. Chen Xu smiled broadly. "All right, Tao Ge, we won't be needing the hotel anymore. I'm off," he said, breaking free from the two girls and swiftly pursuing her. Su Haitao chuckled, waving his hand to summon his sisters to his side. "This is just like a variety of vegetables. Everyone has their own preferences." Chen Xu jogged along, quickly catching up to the walking Cui Xiaowan, reaching out to grasp her hand, only to have her shake him off. Chen Xu chuckled softly, not pressing the matter, but instead quietly following behind her. They walked for over 2 kilometers, and Chen Xu started to complain internally. Just as he contemplated taking some action, he noticed that Cui Xiaowan had come to a halt. "You silly creature, why don't you go embrace those two girls of yours?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xu realized that Cui Xiaowan's annoyance had dissipated. "What girls? I haven't embraced anyone." Cui Xiaowan glared at him. "But weren't you just holding them?" "It was they who held me. You must distinguish between the two." "What difference does it make?" Chen Xu questioned. "Oh, there is a significant difference. If I were holding them, I would have been asleep in the hotel by now." "Then go sleep in the hotel," she retorted. "I don't like hotels. I prefer the Eastern Mingyuan residence." The Eastern Mingyuan was Cui Xiaojuan's neighborhood. She shot him a disdainful glance but did not evade him any longer, allowing him to grasp her hand. As they strolled hand in hand, Chen Xu inquired how Cui Xiaowan happened to be there. "During dinner, I overheard a boy talking about a master at the arcade. someone who was exceptionally skilled and had defeated Su Haitao's challengers. I just knew it had to be you. So, you waited at the arcade the entire time? Chen Xu touched Cui Xiaojuan's cool cheek. Not the whole time. I also waited for a bit outside the KTV, she replied, leaning against him. Silly girl, Chen Xu said, pulling her into an embrace. Eventually, Chen Xu could no longer continue walking and hailed a cab to take him to Cui Xiaojuan's home. Is there hot water? I'd like to take a shower, he said, feeling unwell after drinking quite a bit. Yes, Cui Xiaojuan replied, leading him to the bathroom. After a quick wash, she urged him to hurry into the bedroom, where the air conditioning was already on. Didn't you turn on the heating? He asked while still drying off. It's just me. I'm often away from home, so the air conditioning suffices. The bed was cold, and Chen Xu wanted to warm it up before diving in. Waiting for Cui Xiaojuan to return from her shower. When she came back, Chen Xu had already warmed the bed and beckoned her to join him. The moment their bodies made contact, they could no longer restrain themselves. After a while, Chen Xu asked Cui Xiaojuan, who was lying on him, "Are you still in school? Do you have any plans after graduation?" "I am still attending. Honestly, I could skip it, as the teachers tend to turn a blind eye." "What plans do you have?" "I'm just taking it one step at a time." Thinking about the idle people on the streets, Chen Xu sighed. "Is there an internet CAF near your school?" "Yes, there are several." "Take me to see it tomorrow," she said. "Sure. Are you going to surf the internet?" "No, I just want to take a look." The next morning, after breakfast, Chen Xu and Cui Xiaojun headed to the internet CAF near their school. Cui Xiaojun frequented the place and was quite familiar with it. After visiting several small, informal internet CAFs, Chen Xu began to formulate a plan, feeling that there was potential to be explored. On their way back, Cui Xiaojun pressed him. "Why did we come here so early?" "I'm looking for a job for you." "For me? What would I do at an internet CAF?" "Sell lunchboxes." "You know, that's actually a brilliant idea. With so many people at the CAF, there will surely be customers at mealtime." After pondering this, Cui Xiaojun became quite intrigued. "Then you can ride a tricycle to sell lunchboxes at each CAF." Chen Xu retorted, slightly annoyed, "That won't work." "Wait, are you trying to fool me?" Seeing the smile on Chen Xu's lips, Cui Xiaojun attempted to grab him, but Chen Xu swiftly darted away. They playfully chased each other all the way home. After their playful tussle, Chen Xu remarked to Cui Xiaojun, "I've been contemplating an idea lately, but it's still in the works. I'll share it with you once I've refined it." Naturally, Cui Xiaojun, curious and persistent, wanted to know what it was. Chen Xu had no choice but to reveal a snippet, opening an internet CAF. "That sounds quite promising, with so many people around, but where would we find the funds?" Cui Xiaojun agreed. "Thus, we must think it through carefully. Remember, do not discuss this with anyone else. Once I have some free time, we can explore it further." Cui Xiaojun understood that Chen Xu was preparing for the college entrance examination and nodded obediently. After parting ways with Cui Xiaojun, he went to the Xinhua bookstore to pick up some books and then boarded a vehicle to return home. Upon his arrival, he was met with a scolding from Sun Hongmei, suddenly recalling that he had forgotten to call home the previous day, and he could only endure the reprimand. Fortunately, considering Chen Xu's status as the top student in his class, Sun Hongmei's tirade subsided after a while, allowing Chen Xu to breathe a sigh of relief. "You went to the city to buy books, yet you didn't return until evening?" she queried. "I was discussing summer work plans with a classmate. We intend to start a small business together and aim to earn 10,000 yuan over the summer," Chen Xu fabricated. "Oh, what kind of business?" Sun Hongmei's interest peaked at the mention of 10,000 yuan. "Nothing is confirmed yet. Selling socks, grilling skewers. These ideas are feasible, though it might be a bit tiring. Regardless, nothing is set in stone. Well, focus on your studies first. You can think about these things after the examination." "Understood." During lunch, due to his late return, Chen Xu faced some more remarks from his father, Chen Zhangwo, and could only listen with a forced smile. Back at school, having spent the entire day in the city, Chen Xu hurried to catch up on his homework, leaving Su Xingyuan in astonishment. Even the top student in the class copies homework? After completing his assignments, Lu Jie insisted that Chen Xu treat him to an internet session, and this time, Chen Xu readily agreed. While Lu Jie indulged in gaming, Chen Xu engaged in discussions about opening an internet CAF with the owner, Chen Tao. Chen Xu spoke of a relative's interest in starting an internet CAF and sought detailed information from Chen Tao, who shared insights generously. To operate an internet CAF, one must first acquire a cultural business license, which is seemingly issued by the Cultural Bureau. Additionally, there are requirements from the Industrial and Commercial Administration, taxation authorities, and public security, They all have a say in the matter. In any case, without connections, one would find it quite challenging to embark on such a venture. As for the cash register software, what is it? Chen Tao stepped aside, allowing Chen Xu to inspect it himself. It was much as he had anticipated, prompting a nod of acknowledgement from Chen Xu. Before departing, he discreetly left a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes for Chen Tao. Ah, that rascal. Upon returning to school, Chen Xu was pleasantly surprised to find that his deskmate, Su Xinyuan, had saved some delicacies for him. What? Braised pork with preserved mustard greens? Did you bring this yourself? Chen Xu exclaimed, his eyes wide with delight at the sight of the dish in the lunchbox. This was not a local specialty, and despite his rebirth, he had never tasted it before. Su Xinyuan, succinct as always, felt a secret joy at Chen Xu's appreciation. Having already dined out with Lu Jie, Chen Xu closed the lunchbox, saying, I'll take it home. There will be something delicious for tomorrow. Thank you. After all, it is best to savor fatty meat while it is still warm. Su Xinyuan, filled with delight, waved her hand, signaling that no thanks were necessary. Chapter 33. The recruitment of the basketball team. Gathering his thoughts, Chen Xu commenced his studies anew. He decided to begin with the basics of English. During the previous examination, he had discovered unfamiliar words, realizing that his vocabulary was somewhat lacking. Thus, he resolved to enhance it this time. After memorizing a lesson's worth of vocabulary in the evening, a sense of fatigue enveloped his mind, the effects of mental exertion becoming apparent. Hesitant to continue, he allowed himself a brief respite, succumbing to slumber. It had been a long time since he felt such weariness. After savoring the chocolate that Su Xinyuan had gifted him, Chen Xu felt a bit more at ease and contemplated indulging in another meal that night. He longed to relish the pork belly with preserved vegetables. Yet he lacked a staple to accompany it. He could not subsist solely on vegetables. Thus, he resolved to dine outside the campus, saving the meat for lunch. Upon the conclusion of his class, Chen Xu ventured off campus, surveying several eateries. In the frigid air, he opted for something warm, ultimately selecting a wonton shop. Boss. 1 bowl of wontons, a grilled sausage, and a fried egg, please. Coming right up, the proprietor replied. Relishing his meal, Chen Xu felt invigorated and, after finishing, rose to settle his bill, carrying his takeout box as he departed. As he made his way back, he passed through a narrow alley and heard a commotion in the distance, as if someone were being dragged into the shadows. Alarmed, he thought, could it be a case of assault? In an instant, his palms grew clammy with sweat. After a moment's contemplation, he hastened towards the source of the noise, realizing he could not turn a blind eye to potential wrongdoing. The deeper he ventured, the dimmer the surroundings became, the oppressive darkness heightening his anxiety. Just as he was on edge, he heard sounds ahead, akin to the sound of a scuffle. Upon reaching the corner, he peered inside and witnessed a group of individuals attacking 2 men who lay on the ground, encircled and being beaten. The fallen men, however, remained resolute, uttering not a word. A wave of relief washed over Chen Xu. It was not an assault case, merely a brawl among local ruffians. He thought it best to distance himself from the situation. Just as he turned to leave, he overheard someone speaking. Zhang Xin, I didn't expect you to be so tough. The stout Zhang Xin was still on the ground, shielding his head, yet remained silent. All right, let us see how tough you really are. Hold him down. And pass me the stick, commanded the leader. Zhang Xin and his companion had anticipated a mere beating, but the aggressors seemed intent on inflicting serious harm. Realizing that pleading for mercy would be futile, they began to struggle and hurl insults. Damn it, Wang Rong, don't let me catch you again. It was Wang Rong, a figure known to Chen Xu, who was a few years senior to Zhang Xin and also a local thug. It appeared to be a case of dog-eat-dog this evening. Though Chen Xu wished to remain uninvolved, the prospect of a life being lost weighed heavily on his conscience, and he was loath to take risks. After a moment of deliberation, he positioned himself within the shadows of the alley, securing his takeout box at his waist. His choice of concealment was deliberate, as he stood in the shadow of the wall, ensuring that his face remained hidden from view. Who is there? What are you doing? Police. As the group held Zhang Xin down, preparing to deliver a severe blow, they were suddenly interrupted by the shout. Instantly, all activity ceased. Following the direction of the voice, they could discern a figure in the shadows of the alley, the arm seemingly reaching towards the waist. Everyone turned their gaze towards Wang Rong, who, with a commanding voice, shouted, "Police! Raise your hands!" The crowd unmistakably heard the word police, rendering any further attention to Wang Rong unnecessary, as they swiftly fled in the opposite direction. Wang Rong, feeling a surge of panic, hastily joined the fray. On the ground, Zhang Xin and his companion struggled to rise, expending considerable effort to regain their footing. Just as they steadied themselves, they noticed the police officer had already approached. A thought flickered through Zhang Xin's mind. If apprehended, he could claim to be a victim, perhaps only receiving a reprimand. Thus, he decided against fleeing and simply regarded the officer. Upon closer inspection, he realized something was amiss. You are Chen Xu? Seeing that Zhang Xin and his companion were battered but not severely injured, Chen Xu pointed in the direction opposite to where Wang Rong had fled. You two would be wise to head that way. Otherwise, should you encounter that group again, you would be in dire straits. Had Zhang Xin not struggled to stand, he would have undoubtedly followed Wang Rong and company, potentially facing another beating. His face flushed with embarrassment. He intended to express his gratitude, but the intensity of the earlier scuffle had rendered him momentarily voiceless. After speaking, Chen Xu picked up his lunchbox and turned to leave. Had it not been for this serendipitous encounter, he would have preferred to remain uninvolved in such matters. Thank you, Zhang Xin finally managed to call out. Chen Xu waved his hand dismissively before disappearing around a corner. The other individual present was none other than Zhang Shuai, who was rubbing his stomach. Xin, go. Let us hurry. We don't want Wang Rong and the others returning. Zhang Xin quickly realized the urgency of the situation and departed with Zhang Shuai. On their way, the two reflected on the unexpected turn of events. None of them had anticipated that Chen Xu would come to their aid. Damn it. Let us gather a few of our friends and take unified action. I refuse to believe there is no one on their side left behind. Understood. Upon returning to the apartment building, a warm breeze greeted Chen Xu as he comfortably removed his clothing and reclined on the sofa. He would need to write soon, striving to earn money, as he had numerous business ventures to attend to. The next day, Chen Xu took the opportunity to obtain a mobile phone, thus entering the ranks of those equipped with one. He called Su Haitao to share his new number before bringing the phone back to the apartment building. It would be best to keep it there. Taking it to the classroom would only necessitate lengthy explanations. Yet another Friday arrived, and as the third period concluded, Lu Guoqiang dashed to Chen Xu's desk. Chen Xu, let us go play basketball. All right, Chen Xu replied, but before he could finish his sentence, Lu Guoqiang had already dragged him away. Lu Jie hurriedly packed his belongings. Hey, wait for me. Chen Xu sensed something was amiss. Hey, what is the rush? There is no need to be this hasty, he inquired as they ran. Don't worry, it's just basketball. You'll see when we get there, Lu Guoqiang assured him, not slowing his pace. Upon arriving at the basketball court, they discovered a large group of tall individuals warming up on the sidelines. It turned out the school basketball team was present. Lu Guoqiang pulled Chen Xu over to a middle-aged man at the edge of the court. Coach Zhang. This is the Chen Xu I mentioned. Before Coach Zhang could respond, Jiang Tianwei approached. Chen Xu, you've made it. Chen Xu thus greeted Jiang Tianwei and Coach Zhang. Chen Xu, I've heard from Lu Guoqiang and Jiang Tianwei that your shooting is quite precise. Would you be interested in playing a game with the basketball team? Coach Zhang, whose head was already balding with only a fringe of hair remaining, appeared quite astute. Coach Zhang, I just play basketball for fun. Joining the school team is out of the question. Chen Xu was aware of their intentions to recruit him. It's no problem. I'm just playing now. Albeit with teammates and opponents of a higher caliber. Encouraged by Lu Guoqiang and Jiang Tianwei, he ultimately agreed. Thus, Lu Guoqiang, Jiang Tianwei, Chen Xu, and two others formed one team, while the other 5 were members of the school team. The jump ball commenced, with Jiang Tianwei tapping the basketball to Lu Guoqiang, who dribbled past half-court. Under the basket, Zhang Han and Jiang Tianwei were vying for dominance. Old Jiang, is this kid really as impressive as you say? Just wait and see, Jiang Tianwei smiled, though his body remained tense. Lu Guoqiang assessed the opposing formation and signaled for Chen Xu to position himself at the right side 45-degree angle. Chen Xu comprehended the cue, utilizing Lu Guoqiang's dribbling to draw attention as he maneuvered into position. Lu Guoqiang executed a handoff pass to Chen Xu while simultaneously setting a screen for him. Upon receiving the ball, Chen Xu leaped immediately into his most familiar zone, feeling as if he could score with his eyes closed. Indeed, with a swish, the basketball found the net. The surrounding female spectators erupted in excitement, and Jiang Tianwei shared a triumphant smile with Zhang Han. Just lucky, Jiang Tianwei muttered. He and Zhang Han often clashed as they played the same position and competed for a starting role. Given Chen Xu's lack of height, he faced no resistance from the opposing shooters and could only afford to allow them to drive rather than shoot. As Chen Xu closely guarded his opponent, Yang Lu easily surpassed him in a single step, only to be thwarted by Jiang Tianwei's timely help defense. Yang Lu passed the ball to Zhang Han, who effortlessly banked it in. Yes, Zhang Han exclaimed, raising a fist in triumph while provocatively glancing at Jiang Tianwei. However, Jiang Tianwei turned to Chen Xu and said, "Number 8's shooting isn't strong. Let him shoot. He won't make it. Focus on preventing his drives." Chen Xu acknowledged the strategy with a nod toward Yang Lu. In a similar play, Chen Xu utilized Jiang Tianwei's screen, receiving the ball and immediately shooting, landing another clean basket. Coach Zhang, observing from the sidelines, nodded in approval. The praise was well-deserved, indeed. During the next offensive play, Chen Xu heeded Jiang Tianwei's advice, giving Yang Lu some space to encourage him to shoot. Amidst the laughter of teammates, Yang Lu felt a flush of embarrassment. After a single dribble, he launched a shot that went cleanly in, albeit from beyond the arc. Yang Lu's face turned red as he glared at Chen Xu, as if blaming him for his humiliation. Chen Xu, lacking advanced dribbling skills, found it challenging to navigate past defenders and could only rely on screens to create shooting opportunities, although occasionally stymied by the defense. As long as Chen Xu could find an opening in his familiar spots, his shooting accuracy approached perfection. Coach Zhang marveled at the impressive shooting percentage. This was merely a casual player. Yet, it must be noted that Chen Xu was not without his flaws. In summary, aside from his remarkable accuracy, he was riddled with shortcomings. However, is not the most crucial aspect of basketball the shooting percentage? Coach Zhang, while observing, mentally devised several strategies. Oh, the thought of this scene is simply exquisite. Gradually, Coach Zhang discovered another remarkable trait of Chen Xu, his exceptional learning ability, coupled with a tendency not to repeat mistakes. Having observed other screens and defensive rotations, he began to emulate them on the court, quickly becoming quite adept. The pace at which he learned was astonishing. Leaving Coach Zhang in awe, this prompted him to ponder Chen Xu's academic prowess. Could it truly be that a student excelling in studies finds mastering basketball so effortless? After a half, the game had become overwhelmingly one-sided. The reason was clear. Chen Xu single-handedly elevated the entire team's shooting percentage, achieving 20 successful shots out of 30 attempts, while the opposing team managed a meager 8 out of 28. Amidst the cheers of the girls on the sidelines, Jiang Tianwei handed Chen Xu a bottle of drink, exclaiming, "Well done." The other members of the team also extended their goodwill toward Chen Xu. He smiled and nodded at everyone, wiping the sweat from his brow as he took a hearty sip from the bottle. Competing against professional opponents was indeed a different experience. Had it not been for his enduring stamina, he might have succumbed to fatigue within just 20 minutes. Understanding that Chen Xu would unlikely join the school team, Coach Zhang nonetheless extended an invitation. "Have you ever considered joining the school team? Train with me, and who knows, the NBA could be within your reach." Just like Yao Ming, Chen Xu rolled his eyes in disbelief, thinking, "You truly dare to dream. NBA? Why not just reach for the heavens?" Seeing Chen Xu shake his head in refusal, Coach Zhang remained undeterred. After all, Chen Xu was the top student in his department. If only he were a lackluster student, perhaps he could have been persuaded to join. Chapter 34. The basketball team's 4-8 in the first half. He had already demonstrated his prowess, rendering the second half unnecessary. After bidding farewell to everyone, he called Lu Jie and departed. "My heavens, Chen Xu, would you be tempted to play in the NBA if given the chance?" Upon hearing Coach Shang's words, Lu Jie's heart stirred. That was a mere tease. "Do you think anyone can just waltz into the NBA? With my petite frame, I would be nothing but a minnow, a slight nudge, and I would be sent flying." Chen Xu had no intention of harboring unrealistic dreams. "But your shooting is precise," Lu Jie countered. "They can leap over a meter. What right do I have to shoot in front of them? Do you think Nash from the Suns is tall?" "Nash? Not particularly tall," Lu Jie recalled. "He's 191 meters, weighing 80 kilograms, much like Lu Guiqiang. If I had Lu Guiqiang's physique, perhaps I could entertain such thoughts. But players like Nash are rare. It's exceedingly difficult for someone of shorter stature to make it." Lu Jie clicked his tongue, seemingly lamenting the loss of a potential NBA star friend. Chen Xu believed the matter had been settled, only to be summoned to the office by their homeroom teacher, Mr. Gao, days later, who unexpectedly brought it up again. "Chen Xu, the school basketball team wishes to borrow you for the city interschool competition. Are you willing?" Chen Xu gazed incredulously at Mr. Gao and Coach Zhang, struggling to believe his ears. "Teacher, you approve of my participation in the basketball competition?" Chen Xu had not anticipated Mr. Gao would make such a proposal. He had assumed Mr. Gao would unequivocally decline under any circumstances. "Mr. Gao, sensing that this was somewhat out of character for him, felt a bit awkward. This is for the honor of the school, after all, and the administration supports it. I cannot overtly refuse. Of course, this decision lies with you. Take your time to contemplate. Coach Zhang seized the moment, showering Chen Xu with praise, clarifying that it was merely a temporary assignment for a few matches, and as long as they secured a spot for advancement, he could return immediately after the games. He even presented Chen Xu with a bag, revealing a pair of Nike basketball shoes. Chen Xu felt a bit conflicted. Accepting the shoes would obligate him to assist, and he hesitated to take them without reciprocating. How many matches will I play? When do they conclude? Chen Xu remained apprehensive, especially since it was already mid-March. With the college entrance exams looming just weeks away, you only need to play 2 matches against the experimental school and number 1 high school. We can manage the rest ourselves. Coach Zhang had initially hoped for Chen Xu's full participation, but upon sensing his reluctance, he limited it to 2 matches, fearing rejection. Very well, 2 matches are manageable. 1 match a day, and it will be over in 2 days. I can spare that time. To his surprise, he had truly become the foreign aide for the basketball team. Coach Zhang was overjoyed, shaking Chen Xu's hand vigorously. Seeing that they had reached an agreement, Mr. Gao allowed Chen Xu to take the shoes home. Thank you, Mr. Gao. It seems having an old classmate really pays off in crucial moments, Coach Zhang remarked. Taking a sip of his tea, reflecting on the situation. It turns out that the 2 were classmates in high school, and after graduating from university, they both found themselves teaching at the same institution, thus maintaining a close relationship over the years. Despite your persistent efforts, your position has failed to rise, and I cannot simply stand by and watch. Lao Gao has also pondered this deeply. Had it not been for this connection, he would have declined long ago. Coach Zhang sighed, expressing his bewilderment at the difficulties of life. He expressed envy for the current generation of students, who seemed free from worry, needing only to focus on their studies. Chen Xu returned to the classroom with the shoes, where a group quickly surrounded him. Lu Guiqiang inquired, Chen Xu, is it about the competition? Have you agreed? Indeed, I have consented to play in a couple of matches, Chen Xu replied. That's reassuring. You are likely to compete against experimental school and number 1 high school, both of which are formidable opponents, Lu Guiqiang noted. Having played for 3 years and knowing well the strengths of various schools. What is this? Lu Jie reached for the bag and opened it, revealing basketball shoes, LeBron James 2nd edition. Lu Guiqiang, with a discerning eye, recognized them immediately. Oh, how much did they cost? Lu Jie asked on behalf of Chen Xu. At least around 1,000 yuan, I suppose. Lu Guiqiang replied, uncertain of the exact price. Chen Xu was taken aback. Why was Coach Zhang investing so much? Sensing Chen Xu's confusion, Lu Guiqiang elaborated, well, it's all about the title evaluation. The basketball team has achieved much success, and Coach Zhang has struggled to secure his title. This year, seeing your potential, he likely decided to invest. This made sense. It seemed that Lao Gao must have received some benefits as well, or he would not have agreed. Chen Xu had not anticipated that the 2 were old classmates. Regardless, with Chen Xu's addition, the basketball team had gained a significant boost in strength, much to Lu Guiqiang's delight. During the 4th period, which was originally history class, Lu Guiqiang went to practice, and Chen Xu was permitted by Lao Gao to accompany him, prompting no objections from the history teacher. Wearing the basketball shoes gifted by Coach Zhang, Chen Xu arrived at the indoor basketball court in the gymnasium, where players who had previously played came to greet him, welcoming him to the team. Jiang Tianwei cheerfully remarked, "You finally arrived. I'll look out for you." "I appreciate it," Chen Xu replied with a smile. Zhang Han, standing nearby, scoffed slightly. Coach Zhang had specifically devised 5 tactical plays for Chen Xu, hoping he could master them. Remarkably, after just one explanation, Chen Xu grasped the concepts, and Coach Zhang instructed the players to take to the court to practice executing the strategies alongside him. Wait, he got it on the first try? Initially, Coach Zhang planned for Chen Xu to learn the tactics over 4 or 5 classes, but to his astonishment, he had mastered them all within a single lesson, leaving Coach Zhang utterly speechless. Was Chen Xu truly a genius? Coach Zhang felt an increasing sense of regret. If only he had noticed Chen Xu's talent earlier. Perhaps he could have nurtured a potential national team member. Coach Zhang could only instruct Chen Xu to continue practicing these 5 tactics with the others, planning to return home that evening to devise additional strategies. However, confidence in their chances for the upcoming matches continued to grow. Throughout the entire lesson, Chen Xu diligently rehearsed tactics with the substitutes, relishing the treatment of being the tactical core. Well, let's leave it at that for today. I will introduce a few new strategies for you to practice tomorrow. Now, go and rest, Coach Zhang remarked, increasingly satisfied with Chen Xu's progress. Chen Xu casually returned to the classroom, even skipping his shower, thinking to himself how simple basketball was. Over the course of 3 consecutive days, Coach Zhang had Chen Xu practice 13 sets of tactics before halting the sessions, not due to Chen Xu's inability to keep up, but rather because the other players struggled to match his pace. The previously rehearsed strategies had become second nature to the team, allowing for seamless collaboration with Chen Xu. However, as they delved into new tactics, which were unfamiliar to everyone, Chen Xu's quick comprehension left the others behind, necessitating a pause in their practice. The seasoned player Jiang Tianwei scratched his head and said, "Coach, I think we've done enough. We won't need this many tactics for the experimental game." Coach Zhang shot him a disapproving glance. "How can you say that? Chen Xu just arrived and has grasped the strategies so swiftly, while you, an experienced player, lag behind." Jiang Tianwei, unfazed, retorted, "He's the top player in his division. What do I have to compare with him?" This rebuttal left Coach Zhang speechless. Upon returning to the classroom, Lu Jie and the others had moved past their initial curiosity and no longer trailed behind asking questions, granting Chen Xu a rare moment of peace. After 3 days, Coach Zhang informed Chen Xu that they would be playing a match at Experimental High School the following day and advised him to prepare. In truth, there was little to prepare. After lunch, Chen Xu donned the newly issued number 15 jersey and packed a change of clothes. With Lu Jie looking on enviously, he effortlessly boarded the bus to Experimental High School alongside Lu Guoqiang. Initially, the bus was filled with chatter, but it quieted within minutes. Chen Xu even managed to take a nap, awakening to find they had already arrived at the gates of Experimental High School. The bus parked at the entrance of the gymnasium, and Chen Xu followed the group inside. The basketball team from Experimental High School had long been present, already warmed up. Coach Zhang approached their coach for a handshake and exchanged a few words, after which the opposing coach waved, granting Chen Xu and his team half the court to warm up. While retrieving the basketballs, Chen Xu overheard unmistakable laughter and looked up to see several players from the opposing team pointing and seemingly mocking his stature. Chen Xu stood as the shortest player on the court, barely reaching 180 centimeters, while the smallest player on his team, Yang Lu, was already 187 centimeters tall. The players from Experimental High School were even taller. Though Chen Xu maintained his composure, irritation bubbled within him, solidifying his resolve to prove himself on the court. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the match commenced. The gymnasium was sparsely populated, with only a few teachers in attendance and no students, an unfortunate sight that left Chen Xu feeling somewhat disappointed. Coach Zhang did not start Chen Xu. Instead, he had him sit beside him to observe the opposing team's tactics. Recognizing Chen Xu as a cerebral player, Coach Zhang focused on nurturing his strategic understanding. As Chen Xu listened attentively to Coach Zhang's guidance, the seemingly chaotic situation gradually became clearer. He realized that he could now discern the essence through the phenomenon, marking his entry into a new level of understanding. In the first 10 minutes, Chen Xu had not yet taken the court, and his team was already trailing Experimental High School by 8 points. However, Coach Zhang remained unperturbed, and Chen Xu continued to sit with composure. When Jiang Tianwei attempted a solo drive but failed to score, Coach Zhang called for a timeout, substituting Chen Xu for Yang Lu. Chen Xu, seize the opportunity to shoot. As the game progresses, you will undoubtedly draw defensive attention, so trust your instincts, Coach Zhang advised. Turning to Jiang Tianwei, he inquired, "How are you holding up? Feeling fatigued?" Indeed, Jiang Tianwei was exhausted. Yang Lu had been of little assistance, leaving him to fend for himself against double teams, which had proven quite arduous. Yet with Chen Xu stepping onto the court, he was determined not to let Zhang Han gain the upper hand. Thus he asserted that he was perfectly fine. "That's excellent. Pay close attention to Chen Xu's signals. He will be in charge of executing the strategy," Coach Zhang instructed. Everyone recognized Chen Xu's sharp intellect, and there was unanimous agreement on this point. Chapter 35. Striking at one's own hands, having successfully defended against an onslaught from the opposing team. Chen Xu seized the opportunity presented by their unfamiliarity with him, receiving the ball on the right side and executing a swift shot, effortlessly securing 2 points. The players on the bench erupted in cheers. "This kid is truly precise," Coach Zhang mused contentedly. The opposing team recognized that Chen Xu and Yang Lu were not of the same caliber and thus closely marked him, denying him the chance to shoot freely. Chen Xu signaled for a three-pointer, and in that instant, Jiang Tianwei emerged from the paint to set a screen. Su Tao, the defender assigned to Chen Xu, was immediately obstructed by Jiang Tianwei's formidable physique. As Chen Xu maneuvered to position himself, Lu Guoqiang's pass arrived just in time, and he raised his hand to shoot. Swish! Another 2 points. The opposing center stepped up to set a screen, but no one anticipated Su Tao's alert to his team's center, as he fixated on the diminutive number 15 before him. Damn, how dare he play basketball at that height? Just wait, I'll block him. Su Tao seethed, determined to humiliate Chen Xu, who he believed relied on teammates for assistance. However, as he gestured to number 15 and began to run, he lost track of him altogether. In a moment of confusion, he realized that Chen Xu had jumped to shoot unchallenged. Swish! Another 2 points. Su Tao, feeling a twinge of indignation, pointed at his teammate, urging him to guard against Chen Xu's potential shots. When it was his turn to attack, he sought to retaliate with a tactical play, signaling a 2-pointer to indicate a bullhorn play. Dribbling forward, Su Tao attempted to break through, but Chen Xu allowed him a step, knowing the challenge was not insurmountable. Spotting a screen emerging from the paint, he seized the moment to advance past Chen Xu. Noticing the opposing center and a corner player closing in on him, he recklessly tossed the ball behind him, executing a no-look pass. Gasps echoed from the sidelines, and Su Tao basked in his moment of glory. Huh, did that stun you, my friend? Yet when he turned to glance back, he was taken aback to see his teammate Wang Jingjing hastily retreating, chasing after the ball. Confused, he looked ahead, only to discover that it was the opposing number 15 who had seized possession. The scene became somewhat comical, as 9 players had crossed half court, leaving Su Tao standing bewildered. Chen Xu passed the ball to Lu Guoqiang, executing a seamless 2-on-1 play that yielded yet another 2 points. The opposing coach, observing the absurdity of the situation, sprang to his feet, calling for a timeout. Su Tao, what on earth happened? How did you pass the ball to their number 15? What? My no-look pass went to their number 15? Su Tao was flabbergasted. Indeed, even the coach assumed Su Tao had deliberately attempted to show off by relinquishing possession. But Su Tao understood his predicament. Wang Jingjing's defender had clearly come to guard him. It was not an error on his part to pass to Wang. Why then? Had the opposing number 15 appeared in that position? It had to be sheer luck on the opponent's part, a blind cat stumbling upon a rat. Upon returning from the timeout, Su Tao once again took possession of the ball. He signaled for a 1, indicating for everyone to position themselves, then called for another screen to maneuver past Chen Xu. Su Tao passed the ball to Wang Jingjing, then darted behind the opposing center, anticipating the perfect pass for an easy layup. However, just as he lifted the ball to shoot, a hand surged forth and swatted it away with force. Su Tao was jostled by his opponent, stumbling slightly before realizing it was the petite figure of number 15. A rush of blood surged to his face, igniting a fiery sensation. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the possession to experimental high school, prompting Su Tao to hasten his serve. He again sent the ball soaring, aiming for his center, yet the aggressive maneuver fell short, leading to a swift change in offense. Chen Xu signaled with a 4, beckoning Su Tao to the corner as the other players shifted positions. Upon returning, Chen Xu utilized Jiang Tianwei's screen to receive the pass. As the opposing center approached to block, Chen Xu cleverly dished the ball to a ready Jiang Tianwei, who executed a beautiful bank shot for 2 points. Splendid. Jiang Tianwei and Chen Xu exchanged triumphant high fives. Su Tao was somewhat bewildered by this strategy. Was the tactical acumen of the second team truly this refined? Were they executing a strategy with every play? A competitive spirit ignited within Su Tao, prompting him to employ the bullhorn strategy once more. However, his earnest pass to the corner was intercepted by Chen Xu, leading to a rapid counterattack and score. Su Tao felt on the brink of despair. He dashed in front of Chen Xu, questioning, "Have you discerned my strategy?" Chen Xu, with a look of confusion, replied, "What strategy? Could it merely be coincidence?" Su Tao, refusing to succumb to superstition, attempted the bullhorn once again, this time initiating from the opposite side. After maneuvering past the screen, he passed to the corner. "Blast it!" Su Tao exclaimed in frustration as the ball was snatched away once more by number 15. With reddened eyes, he glared at Chen Xu, who responded with a bewildered expression. Surely, it couldn't still be mere coincidence. Su Tao felt himself nearing a breaking point. Meanwhile, Chen Xu reveled inwardly, all the while maintaining a facade of confusion, which was quite exhausting. As the first half concluded, Chen Xu's team held a 6-point lead, buoyed by soaring morale. "Chen Xu, how can you intercept him so many times?" inquired Lu Guoqiang, intrigued. "He keeps recycling the same few strategies, which I have thoroughly deciphered," Chen Xu replied, wiping away beads of sweat. You've figured out all his strategies? But each strategy can have numerous variations. Lu Guoqiang exclaimed in astonishment. Then just adapt to his variations, Chen Xu suggested. This player, who preferred to challenge him tactically rather than physically, struck Chen Xu as somewhat amusing, as if he were bringing a battle to his own hands. Is it truly that simple? Am I really so dim-witted? Lu Guoqiang found himself ensnared in self-doubt. Meanwhile, Su Tao was grappling with deeper turmoil. He had failed to grasp his coach's instructions, his mind engulfed in chaos. Su Tao, can you hear me? Finally, Su Tao snapped back to reality. But he had not caught any of the conversation and could only mumble in agreement. Little did he know that his meager strategies had been entirely unraveled by Chen Xu. Following 2 failed offensive attempts, he was promptly substituted by the coach. The coach bellowed, Su Tao, do you lack ears or a brain? You haven't heard a single word I said. Su Tao genuinely had not heard anything, so he lowered his head in silence. Replacing him on the court, guard Song Dahai urged everyone to spread out. He aggressively challenged Chen Xu and, remarkably, managed to penetrate and score a basket. You can't be serious. Song Dahai cast a disdainful glance at Chen Xu, chuckling derisively. Just having scored a single goal, he already exuded an air of arrogance. Song Dahai's strategy faltered. After a screen and roll, he resembled a headless fly, allowing Chen Xu to effortlessly sink a wide-open shot. You are not up to par, Chen Xu retorted. Mirroring his earlier words back at him, Song Dahai's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind seething with thoughts of vengeance against Chen Xu. Chen Xu signaled for his teammates to tighten their defense, confident that the opposing team lacked significant three-point shooting skills. Indeed, Song Dahai struggled to penetrate the defense. And after passing the ball, his teammates failed to score, their shots falling short. Observing his teammates' ineptitude, Song Dahai attempted to force a shot against Chen Xu twice. Managing to luck out with a single successful attempt, Coach Zhang noted the opposing team's repeated assaults on Chen Xu, clearly exploiting his smaller stature. Considering that Chen Xu had already seen considerable playing time, he decided to rest him after one more successful shot. By this point, the score gap had widened to 12 points. Barring a catastrophic collapse, victory seemed assured, and it was imperative to safeguard Chen Xu. In the final 5 minutes, the opposing team narrowed the margin to 6 points. Upon Chen Xu's return to the court, he swiftly extended the lead back to 10 points with 3 consecutive baskets. What is the shooting percentage of number 15? Su Tao suddenly inquired. 11 out of 13, replied an assistant coach. A collective gasp rippled through the audience. Such performance was indeed extraordinary. As the match concluded, the jubilant victors contrasted sharply with the silent losers. After exchanging handshakes, the players boarded their vehicles in preparation for departure. While shaking hands, Chen Xu noticed the number 3 player, who had previously mocked him, appeared dejected and disoriented. Having settled into the vehicle, they were startled by someone shouting from outside. Chen Xu? Chen Xu. Chen Xu parted the curtains to find it was the number 3 player. May I have a word with you? He asked. Unable to open the window, Chen Xu exited the vehicle. What is it? Su Tao seemed to muster great resolve. Could you tell me how you managed to intercept my passes consistently? Since they would not face experimental high school again. Chen Xu decided to speak candidly. I am familiar with your strategies. I simply positioned myself to receive your passes. You've mastered my tactics? There are only a few. But countless variations, Su Tao replied, astonished. Roughly speaking, if you had a few more strategies, it might confuse me. Chen Xu refrained from stating the obvious, as it would come off as boastful. Su Tao, taken aback, could only give a thumbs up in response. Chen Xu, it's time to go, called Coach Zhang from the vehicle. Coming, Chen Xu replied, bidding farewell to Su Tao before boarding. My name is Su Tao, he shouted after Chen Xu's retreating figure. Chen Xu nodded, acknowledging the introduction. His willingness to accept defeat had significantly improved Chen Xu's perception of him. With a triumphant debut, having triumphed over a formidable rival from previous years, the team buzzed with excitement on the return journey, their chatter unceasing. That evening, the entire team gathered for a celebratory dinner. After the meal, Chen Xu returned to the classroom, where Lu Jia, resembling a relentless hyena, pursued him with questions. So, did you win? We won, 72-60, Chen Xu replied nonchalantly. Tell me more, tell me more. Lu Jia found Chen Xu's casual and effortless demeanor rather unappealing, despite the throng of girls around them. Discussing the competition proved to be a daunting task, as boasting was never his forte. At that moment, Lu Guoqiang returned, and Chen Xu gestured for him to take the floor. Undoubtedly, the hero of the day was Chen Xu. Lu Guoqiang, brimming with enthusiasm, began recounting the events of the competition. He described the scene at the gymnasium of Experimental High School, where a gust of excitement filled the air upon entering. Just as he was delving into the narrative, the school bell rang, abruptly interrupting Lu Guiqiang's storytelling. Regretfully, he announced, "We'll continue after class." A collective sigh of disappointment echoed among the listeners, who silently cursed the bell for its ill-timed intrusion. Shortly thereafter, Teacher Gao entered, casting a glance at Chen Xu, who was engrossed in solving math problems, and feeling satisfied, he strolled away. With Teacher Gao's departure, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Lu Jie, fidgeting in his seat, was unable to settle down. He recalled that Chen Xu had made 3 successful shots in a row, but what followed next? Chapter 36. The first illness having effortlessly triumphed over Experimental High School, the prospects of advancing to the inner city league across the island appeared significantly brighter. After a brief period of approximately 10 days, another match would conclude his obligations. Following class, Lu Guiqiang continued to share his narrative, while Chen Xu, despite his friend Lu Jie's insistence to accompany him to the restroom, chose to remain. To his surprise, Chen Xu discovered Lu Guiqiang possessed a knack for storytelling. However, it was regrettable that the current era lacked platforms like TikTok for him to showcase his talent. Although Chen Xu was physically fit, the repercussions of intense exercise began to manifest, as he inexplicably found himself drowsy while typing. During a brief stretch, he leaned back in his chair and succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, a wave of dismay washed over Chen Xu. Finding the room stifling, he had opened the window to work, and now, he sensed a discomfort in his throat. A search through his drawer yielded no cold medicine, and with it being past midnight and number 24-hour pharmacies nearby, he resorted to consuming a large cup of hot water before retreating to bed, hoping for a swift recovery by morning. The following day, he indeed felt somewhat improved. Relieved, he hurried to procure 2 servings of millet porridge. The second class of the morning was English, during which Chen Xu struggled with perplexing vocabulary for his postgraduate entrance exams, only to find his head growing increasingly heavy. As he deliberated whether to partake in the morning exercise, Lu Jie promptly pulled him along. Resolved, he joined the others. As he ran, his head felt progressively heavier. Despite his efforts, he completed 3 laps, but just as he exhaled in relief, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Fortunately, surrounded by peers, he was swiftly assisted back to consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself in the infirmary, struggling to sit up as a nurse entered with a lunchbox. "Ah, you're awake," she remarked, placing the lunchbox down to examine him. A brief assessment revealed no serious issues. It appeared he had merely overexerted himself. After administering glucose, she suggested he rest further. The alluring aroma wafting from the lunchbox was irresistible, and Chen Xu couldn't help but swallow. "Well, you might as well eat," the young nurse, likely in her 30s, understood the appetites of students well. She opened the lunchbox and handed it to him. Gratefully, Chen Xu accepted and began to indulge. The meal was far superior to the typical student fare, consisting of rice accompanied by stir-fried beef with potatoes and green peppers. Within minutes, he had devoured it all. Upon returning, the nurse noticed the empty box and promptly brought him a glass of water. "Goodness, you've polished it off in the time it took to make a phone call. You certainly have an appetite. Stay a bit longer. Your homeroom teacher will arrive shortly." As the nurse's portion was modest, Chen Xu found himself still hungry. After rinsing his mouth with water, he reclined, awaiting the arrival of his homeroom teacher, Mr. Gao. Indeed, Mr. Gao arrived swiftly, and upon seeing Chen Xu alert and in decent spirits, he broke into a smile. "You scared everyone half to death. What on earth happened? Did you sustain an injury during yesterday's match?" Chen Xu quickly clarified, assuring that it was unrelated to basketball, but rather the result of late-night studying which led to him catching a chill. Lao Gao felt considerably relieved, should it pertain to the basketball match. He resolutely could not allow Chen Xu to attend. "You see, you must not overexert yourself in your studies. If your health falters, what use is there in excelling academically? Furthermore, if you're feeling unwell, simply skip the calisthenics. Resting in the classroom would suffice." Chen Xu hurriedly replied, "But I can't just blatantly refuse to attend. If you must not go, then do not. Later, you can request a leave note from me. When you have the time, come to collect a few, and once you've used them, return for more." Upon hearing Lao Gao's arrangement, Chen Xu was left dumbfounded. Was this truly the same Lao Gao who had always emphasized discipline? After finishing his conversation with Chen Xu, Lao Gao returned to consult with the nurse. Upon his return, he was even more at ease. "You were simply overthinking. For the next couple of days, Refrain from studying and just rest. Will you be resting here or heading home? Naturally, Chen Xu opted to return home to rest. Very well, wait a moment. I will call someone to assist you. Teacher, that's unnecessary. I've finished my meal and can manage walking. Seeing that Chen Xu's lunchbox was empty, Lao Gao felt reassured. Should I inform your family? Absolutely not. It would only cause them unnecessary worry. I just need to rest for a day. Chen Xu quickly declined. All right then. You should rest for 2 days and return to class the day after tomorrow. As Lao Gao and Chen Xu exited the infirmary, he felt relieved to see Chen Xu walking without issue. Having eaten a sufficient amount, Chen Xu regained some strength. After purchasing cold medicine from the infirmary, he left the school and bought 2 beef pies before finally returning to the staff dormitory. After finishing the pies and taking the medicine, Chen Xu lay on his bed and soon fell asleep. When he awoke, he heard a series of knocks at the door, summoning his energy. He got up to answer it, only to find Lu Jia waiting outside. I thought you had perished in there. I've been knocking for 3 minutes. Lu Jia, looking anxious, relaxed upon seeing Chen Xu. Could you not wish me well for once? Chen Xu let Lu Jia in. He then instructed Lu Jia to pour him some water. One should not shy away from utilizing the services of a visitor. Although Lu Jia grumbled, he complied and poured the water, which Chen Xu drank in one go, gesturing towards the refrigerator for some cola. You should have mentioned it sooner. Lu Jia rushed to fetch the cola. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll go buy it. Lao Gao is quite generous. He provided me with a leave note that lasts 3 days. Lu Jia placed the leave note on the table. Chen Xu glanced at the note, noting that Lao Gao had specifically marked the dates, allowing him to go out today, tomorrow, and the day after. Ultimately, Lao Gao remained concerned. Hence, Lu Jia was instructed to check on him regularly. Then could you buy some wontons and 2 baskets of soup dumplings? Be sure to add extra chili oil. Got it. Lu Jia declined Chen Xu's money, taking the leave note and heading out. After consuming the spicy wontons and meat buns, Chen Xu broke into a sweat, feeling significantly better. You should continue resting. I'll come by tomorrow morning. Lu Jia grabbed the trash and prepared to leave. Tomorrow morning will be too rushed. There is no need for you to come. I'll manage to make some porridge myself. Come over at noon, and don't forget to bring wontons and 2 egg pancakes. Lu Jia said. After Lu Jia left, not long after, Chen Xu, who was taking his medication, heard another knock at the door. It was strange. Hadn't Lu Jia just been given the keys? Upon opening the door, he was pleasantly surprised to find Chen Stalin standing there. What brings you here? I thought you were off for an exam. Chen Xu exclaimed with delight. I finished early. I heard that our class's top runner fainted during the drill, so I couldn't resist coming to check on you, Chen Stalin replied, entering with 2 plastic bags in hand. Chen Xu peeked inside the bags and found millet porridge and beef pies, though they felt somewhat cool to the touch. I just bought them, but seeing someone at your home, I didn't dare to come in, Chen Xiaolin explained bashfully. No wonder she arrived just as Lu Jia was leaving. She had been waiting outside. Chen Xu's heart swelled with affection, and he patted his thigh, signaling her to sit down. Chen Stalin playfully rolled her eyes at him. You should behave yourself. You're still unwell. Chen Xu, feeling helpless, decided to ignore her teasing. Have you eaten yet? He inquired. Not yet, Chen Xiaolin replied timidly. Silly girl, Chen Xu instructed, heat the porridge in that rice cooker. Chen Xiaolin complied, and soon returned with a bowl of steaming porridge. Although the pies had cooled slightly, the hot porridge made for a satisfying meal. After Chen Stalin devoured 2 pies, Chen Xu encouraged her, if you can eat, then finish them all. If you can't, I'll have breakfast sorted for tomorrow. I can't possibly eat that much, Chen Xiaolin said, glancing at the remaining pies on the table. Those are all for you. Noticing that Chen Xu seemed a bit fatigued, she tidied up the table and stood up. Why don't you take a nap? I'll head back now. Chen Xu, surprised that he still felt sleepy after a day of rest, replied, then help me over to the bed. Chen Stalin shot him another playful glare but assisted him nonetheless. Upon reaching the bedside, Chen Xu flopped onto the bed and, in a swift motion, pulled Chen Stalin down beside him, inhaling her comforting scent. Chen Stalin gasped but soon found solace in his stillness. After a moment, she stood up to help him remove his outer jacket. All right, you rest well. I'm leaving now. Chen Xu felt his eyelids grow heavier and, with a soft agreement, drifted into slumber. The next morning, Chen Xu awoke to find it was just past 4, with the sky still shrouded in darkness. Feeling significantly lighter, he dressed and got out of bed. With nothing to occupy his time, he decided to compose a few words, only realizing he was hungry when his stomach growled, prompting him to heat up the leftover meal from the previous day. Around noon, Chen Stalin returned, inquiring what Chen Xu desired for lunch. You don't need to buy anything. Lu Jie will be here soon, and I'll have him fetch the food. Oh, then I should leave, Chen Xiaolin said, suddenly flustered. No need to go. What are you afraid of? Lu Jie is quite discreet, Chen Xu replied, feeling slightly guilty about the last remark. Should I hide then? Chen Xiaolin asked uncertainly. No, just act naturally. Knowing the two were good friends, she felt reassured. Where did you go for the art exam? Chen Xu inquired. I went to Weifang XX College and Island City XX University. How did you fare? It feels rather acceptable, though I cannot ascertain the specifics at this moment. As the two conversed, Lu Jie entered, and upon spotting Chen Xiaolin, his mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg. You too, have merely come to see me. What is there to be alarmed about? Chen Xu retorted with irritation. Oh, I see. Lu Jie regained his composure and placed the meal he had purchased upon the table. Chen Xu seized Lu Jie's wontons to share with Chen Xiaolin, also offering her a pancake filled with egg, while the remainder was consumed by himself and Lu Jie. After their meal, Lu Jie, displaying keen awareness, discreetly excused himself, not even inquiring about dinner plans. Let us rest here for a while. Let me hold you as we sleep, Chen Xu said with a cheerful grin. Your health seems to have improved, Chen Xiaolin replied with a hint of annoyance, yet she still lay down beside him. Chen Xu draped his legs over hers, embracing her as one would hold a cherished doll. Feeling revitalized and well-rested, he surprisingly found himself unable to sleep. To his astonishment, while he remained awake, Chen Xiaolin drifted off. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently with each breath, captivating Chen Xu's attention. He had never observed her in such a manner before. Gently brushing his fingertip against her soft, red lips brought him a delightful comfort, leading him to succumb to the temptation of a tender kiss. As he reclined once more, he soon fell into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 37. A friend's loan. Upon awakening once more, Chen Xiaolin had already departed, and it was past 3 o'clock. Chen Xu had not sensed her absence at all. When Lu Jie arrived that evening and noticed Chen Xiaolin was missing, his inquisitive gaze overwhelmed Chen Xu. Do restrain your prying eyes, Chen Xu declared with righteous indignation. What do you mean my eyes are prying? Are you and Chen Xiaolin in a relationship? Lu Jie inquired with curiosity. Where on earth would such a notion arise? We maintain a purely platonic relationship as classmates. Right, I find that hard to believe. After awakening at noon, Chen Xu felt nearly recovered and decided he would accompany Lu Jie back to class. Are you certain you're well enough? Since old Gao hasn't said anything, you might as well continue to rest. Why venture out at night? That could be so. One night won't make much difference. Chen Xu dismissed the thought and resolved to address it the following day. Later that evening, Chen Xiaolin returned, carrying a bag of apples and oranges. Noticing that Chen Xu appeared to be recovering, she let out a sigh of relief. You can sleep here tonight, she suggested. As the hour grew late, Chen Xu observed Chen Xiaolin glancing at the clock on the wall and urged her to stay. She had previously slept here, so she was not apprehensive. But you must behave yourself while sleeping. Rest assured. After a while, Chen Xiaolin restrained Chen Xu's wandering hands. Were you truly exhausted from studying? Chen Xu, perplexed, responded, Indeed. Why do you ask? With a rosy complexion, Chen Xiaolin smiled. It just seems unlikely. You wouldn't have been. Upon catching the mischievous glint in her eyes, Chen Xu swiftly comprehended her implication and felt a surge of indignation. Moments later, Chen Xiaolin's pleas for mercy echoed through the room. The following morning, Chen Xiaolin was reluctant to rise, and Chen Xu shared her sentiment, leading them to lie in bed conversing. Now that the professional exams are completed, we await the college entrance examination. Should you have any questions regarding the cultural subjects, feel free to ask me. Understood. When Chen Xu arrived in class after breakfast, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of classmates, each clamoring to voice their thoughts. After all, Chen Xu's public fainting incident had certainly drawn attention. Just as he found himself overwhelmed, salvation arrived in the form of old Gao, who entered the classroom and prompted the students to return to their seats. Old Gao, initially displeased by the chaotic atmosphere, brightened upon seeing Chen Xu present. Chen Xu, are you feeling better now? Yes, teacher, I am nearly recovered. Good to hear. Do not take it lightly. For this week, you may skip the morning exercises. Return only when you are fully well. Of course, the classmates could not help but smirk at old Gao's favoritism toward Chen Xu. Once the lesson commenced, Chen Xu finally settled down. Su Xingyan discreetly slipped a piece of chocolate into the cavity of Chen Xu's desk, inadvertently brushing against his right hand, startling her into quickly retracting it. Upon discovering the chocolate, Chen Xu pinned a note of gratitude on his textbook, gesturing for Su Xingyan to notice. She glanced at it, smiled faintly, and then refocused her attention on her studies. Apart from chocolate, Chen Xu discovered a plethora of delectable treats hidden within the desk, including bread, fruits, and beverages. It appeared that several classmates had been thinking of him, filling his heart with warmth. Such a sensation of being remembered by others was truly delightful. In recent days, Chen Xu refrained from participating in the physical exercises between classes, opting instead for a tranquil study routine. He recognized the necessity of pacing himself in his English studies, aware that his previous fainting spell was likely attributable to overexertion. Lu Guoqiang returned from Coach Zhang's guidance, advising Chen Xu to prioritize his health and focus on recuperation. To which Chen Xu readily agreed. "Chen Xu, could you help me with this problem?" His deskmate Su Yuan inquired, presenting her mathematics paper. How amusing it was to witness Su Yuan speak so many words for the first time. Chen Xu chuckled and took the paper, explaining the solutions as she nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Li Shui watched them with a tinge of envy, pondering why she had once found Chen Xu unappealing. Before long, the examination period arrived anew. Chen Xu remained unfazed, while his peers exhibited trepidation. Teacher Gao announced from the podium, "There are just over 60 days until the college entrance examination. Everyone must intensify their efforts." This mock exam would feature a unified ranking across the city, allowing students to ascertain their standings. Thus, it was imperative for them to remain spirited and perform well. Despite the citywide rankings, the examination was conducted within their school. Completed within a single day, the students soon engaged in fervent discussions. "Chen Xu, what did you select for the third listening comprehension question?" Song Yuan turned to him. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Xu replied, "I chose A." "Ah, it wasn't Penny?" Song Yuan's expression fell. "No." He realized after arriving at the company that he had forgotten the documents, which were in the kitchen. Understanding dawned on her. The rapid speech had obscured her comprehension. Chen Xu. Li Shui, who had been observing from the side, finally mustered the courage to inquire, "What did you select for the shadow-length question?" Not overthinking, Chen Xu responded, "C. The location lies south of the Tropic of Capricorn." "Yes, I got it right," Li Shui exclaimed, triumphantly raising her small fist in excitement. Thus, the Cold War between Chen Xu and Li Shui came to a close. The following day, the mathematics teacher arrived in the classroom with the test papers. Wang Junwen, 135 points. The top scorer in our class, though the highest in the level is 140. There's still room for improvement. Chen Xu, 132 points. The teacher expressed satisfaction, noting Chen Xu's remarkable rise from lagging behind to ranking among the top students, a transformation achieved through the countless remedial lessons provided. "Your mathematics achievement reflects half of my efforts. Recently, there has been consistent progress. Excellent." Lu Jie, 118 points. "It seems you've been studying hard." Su Yuan, 120 points. A significant improvement. Suddenly, the classroom erupted in chatter, with accusations of cheating directed towards Chen Xu and others. He was equally astonished that Su Yuan, who had ranked 45th in the previous exam, had now performed admirably in mathematics. He could firmly attest that he had not assisted Su Yuan in any form of cheating. As Su Yuan observed the surrounding individuals engaged in unfounded discussions, she noticed a hint of uncertainty in the mathematics teacher's demeanor, and tears welled up in her eyes. Chen Xu felt this was rather excessive, reminiscent of the earlier accusations made by Zhao Xiaolong regarding his own alleged cheating, a sentiment he understood all too well. He rose resolutely and declared, "Teacher, Su Xingyan absolutely did not copy from me. I assure you of this." Chen Xu's words carried significant weight, for he was the top student in the grade and had achieved this through sheer diligence. Consequently, the room fell silent. The mathematics teacher gestured for Chen Xu to sit down, reminding everyone that with the impending college entrance examination, their focus should be on studying. He emphasized that with dedication, considerable progress could be made in a short time. Since Chen Xu had vouched for Su Yuan's integrity, it was clear that her results were valid, and it was essential for everyone to acknowledge one another's advancements. The students, now subdued, allowed the lesson to continue. Chen Xu noticed that Su Yuan's tears had yet to dry, and she occasionally stifled a sob. Unable to resist, he reached out and took her hand. Su Yuan was taken aback, her eyelashes still glistening with tears as she looked at Chen Xu in astonishment. He nodded gently, indicating that she should not dwell on the situation. Her cheeks flushed, and she shyly withdrew her hand. When it came time for Mr. Gao's class, he finally arrived with the report cards in hand. "Chen Xu, splendid work. Once again, you are the top of the grade. Wang Junwen ranks 6th. Both of you have done exceptionally well." The class had performed admirably, and Mr. Gao could hardly contain his smile. Chen Xu accepted the report card and glanced at the other student scores. Zhao Xiaolong placed 7th, interesting. Su Xinyuan ranked 22nd, showing significant improvement. Lu Jie was 23rd, and Li Shui was 25th. The overall city rankings were not yet available, as they would be compiled later. After class, as school was dismissed, Chen Xu made a point to wait for Guan Xueqiang from class 10. Old Guan, how did you fare on the exam? Chen Xu had been pondering this for quite some time. Guan Xueqiang appeared pleasantly surprised to see him. Not bad. I placed 35th, improving by 8 spots. Chen Xu chuckled. It seems my encouragement was not in vain. You've only been working hard for a month. Keep it up, and you'll see further progress next month. Indeed, looking back, the experience of pushing the cart feels surreal. It has been over a month already. It's best to focus on studying, haha, with the holidays approaching. Chen Xu declined Guan Xueqiang's invitation to dinner, suggesting they could discuss it after the break. Humming a cheerful tune, he returned home and handed his report card to Sun Hongmei, casually taking a seat at the table to prepare for dinner. First place again. My son is truly remarkable, exclaimed Sun Hongmei, already emotional and on the verge of tears. After all these years, Chen Xu had finally excelled in his studies. Chen Zhengwo opened a bottle of beer and handed one to Chen Xu. It's time to celebrate. You're 18 now, considered an adult. Chen Xu accepted it without hesitation. After a hearty meal, just as he was contemplating a nap, he heard a sound at the door. Has my mother returned so soon? Didn't she just leave? As he rose to check, a voice called out, Chen Xu, are you home? Upon stepping outside, he was astonished to see Chen Xiaofeng. My goodness, Fengzi, is that you? It's been quite a while since we last met, exclaimed Chen Xiaofeng. Chen Xiaofeng chuckled in response. Indeed, we haven't been in school together. So it truly has been a long time. Chen Xu and Chen Xiaofeng had attended elementary school together and shared the same class for 2 years in middle school, maintaining a close friendship. However, when Chen Xu did not qualify for high school during the entrance exams, he opted to attend a vocational school in the city, resulting in less frequent meetings. As they engaged in casual conversation, Chen Xiaofeng hesitated for a moment before finally asking, Chen Xu, do you have any money? Could you lend me some? How much do you need? Chen Xu readily inquired. 1,000 yuan. Is that possible? Chen Xiaofeng responded with a hint of reluctance. That much. Has something happened? Chen Xu was taken aback. 1,000 yuan was not a trivial sum. He lived on a mere 200 to 300 yuan a month. And such a sudden request surely indicated a pressing issue. Chen Xiaofeng struggled to articulate his thoughts. Suddenly, Chen Xu recalled a rumor from a previous life and blurted out, You haven't gotten someone pregnant, have you? How did you know? Chen Xiaofeng instinctively replied, I can't believe it's true. Realizing that Chen Xu had already surmised the situation, Chen Xiaofeng decided to confide in him completely. Alas, in an effort to save a few bucks, I now find myself needing to spend several thousand. With no cash on hand, Chen Xu suggested, Let us head to town together to withdraw some. Feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders, Chen Xiaofeng accompanied Chen Xu to the town. Chen Xu withdrew 3,000 yuan from his card and handed it all to Chen Xiaofeng. Observing Chen Xiaofeng's astonishment at the amount, Chen Xu advised, This is indeed a serious matter. You must ensure to avoid small clinics. It is imperative to go to a reputable hospital to mitigate any life-threatening risks. After the procedure, remember to treat her to some nutritious food to aid her recovery, as surgery can be quite taxing on the body. Chapter 38. Helping to the end. Chen Xiaofeng was taken aback, astonished by the numerous intricacies involved. In the face of such a predicament, which reputable hospital would dare to accept the case? Previously, he had only inquired at small clinics. Noticing that Chen Xu was still enumerating precautions, Chen Xiaofeng interjected. Chen Xu, why don't you accompany me? I am utterly clueless about this matter. Chen Xu recalled an incident from a past life where a girl had encountered health issues, leading her family to create a ruckus in the village, ultimately resulting in Chen Xiaofeng's family compensating a substantial sum. In hindsight, it appeared that a poorly executed surgery at a small clinic had left lingering health concerns. In modern times, such situations could undoubtedly be avoided. How could one possibly settle for a small clinic for an issue of this magnitude? Yet, during this era, many youths, lacking understanding and fearful of informing their parents, hesitated to seek treatment at larger hospitals, culminating in subsequent disputes. Since it was a holiday, Chen Xu consented to accompany him. After all, it was a matter of life and death. The two boarded a bus to the city and successfully met with Chen Xiaofeng's girlfriend. Her name was Lu Xiaoxiao. standing at approximately 165 centimeters and possessing a delicate appearance. At that moment, she exhibited no visible signs of distress, although she seemed somewhat anxious standing off to the side. "This is my friend Chen Xu from the same village. He has some connections at the hospital, so you can rest assured." Chen Xu realized that Chen Xiaofeng was attempting to reassure Lu Xiaoxiao and thus continued, "Indeed, it's merely a minor procedure, nothing to worry about. It will only take a few minutes." By now, it was already past 4 o'clock, and they were uncertain if the surgery could be performed that day. To avoid an unnecessary trip, they resolved to return early the next morning. With Chen Xu's financial backing, Chen Xiaofeng felt more generous and treated the three of them to a hot pot meal, leaving them all sweating profusely. Afterward, Lu Xiaoxiao returned to her dormitory, and Chen Xiaofeng invited Chen Xu to stay with him for the night. However, having grown accustomed to living alone, Chen Xu found the idea of sharing a dormitory, especially on someone else's bed, quite unappealing. The dormitory environment could be chaotic, particularly if none of the roommates were inclined towards cleanliness. Thus, Chen Xu informed Chen Xiaofeng, "I have some matters to attend to, so I want to be staying over tonight. I can manage at the internet CAF. I'll meet you here at 7 tomorrow morning." "All right. As long as you're around, I feel much more at ease," Chen Xiaofeng replied, reassured, and returned to his dormitory. Chen Xu first called home before stopping by a roadside convenience store to purchase snacks and drinks. He then took a taxi directly to Dongfang Mingyuan to visit Cui Xiaowan. Upon knocking on the door, it was quickly opened, revealing a beaming Cui Xiaowan. "Chen Xu, what brings you here? Did you not think to ask who it was before opening the door? What if it had been a stranger?" Chen Xu pretended to scold her. "There aren't that many bad people," Cui Xiaowan mumbled, only to receive a playful slap on her backside from Chen Xu. He placed the snacks and drinks on the table to spare her the trouble of buying them. Cui Xiaojun, filled with joy, eagerly opened a bag of chips and began to indulge. "Have you eaten dinner?" "No, I'm on a diet." "With your physique, what is there to lose? Come on, let's go out for a meal." It was clear she wasn't overweight, yet she constantly spoke of dieting. Chen Xu took her hand and led her to a nearby eatery specializing in pork ribs and rice. Chen Xu, having already satisfied his hunger, sipped water while watching Cui Xiaojun relish her meal. After dining, he encouraged her to take a stroll around the community before returning to rest. "Isn't snuggling with Cui Xiaojun far superior to sleeping in a bunk at the boys' dormitory?" he mused. However, an early rise was required. By 6:30 a.m., Chen Xu was up and hailing a taxi. Arriving before 7 a.m., he found Chen Xiaofeng and another already there, so he stayed in the vehicle and headed directly to the hospital with them. They arrived early enough to secure the 5th position in line. Now, they could relax. Chen Xu instructed Chen Xiaofeng to keep watch while he stepped out to fetch breakfast. The area outside the hospital was dotted with small stalls, and he returned with 3 cups of soybean milk and 6 large buns. While they waited, Chen Xu quietly inquired, "Will you two return to the dorm after the surgery?" Upon receiving a positive response from Chen Xiaofeng, he suggested, "Why not rent an apartment? The accommodations near the school are reasonably priced, probably around 150 yuan. A month or 2 would suffice, and it would be preferable to living in the crowded dormitory. You could occasionally cook and ensure proper nutrition." Chen Xiaofeng found this reasoning compelling. Having borrowed money, a comfortable living arrangement would be prudent and discreet. "All right, I will rent a place after the surgery." Fortunately, Chen Xiaofeng was of age and could sign the lease. After signing, Lu Xiaoxiao was taken in for her procedure. The surgery went smoothly, and Lu Xiaoxiao emerged looking pale. Chen Xiaofeng offered her a warm cup of water, urging her to sit and rest. "Once you're settled back at the dorm, I'll find us an apartment. We can stay off campus until you feel better." Lu Xiaoxiao was pleasantly surprised by Chen Xiaofeng's thoughtfulness, a smile of gratitude gracing her lips. After their return, Chen Xu decided to leave, preparing to head home. "Chen Xu, I can't thank you enough, if it weren't for you." Chen Xiaofeng, a strong man, found himself choked with emotion as he saw Chen Xu off. "All right, we are like brothers. No need for tears," Chen Xu reassured him. "Just head home. And once you're settled, come over to my place." Chen Xiaofeng nodded. "I'll need some time to repay you." "No worries, we live in the same village. I'm not concerned about you running off." Chen Xu smiled, waving him off as he walked away. By the time Chen Xu arrived home, it was still before 10 a.m., coinciding with Sun Hongmei returning from the market. "Our household is filled with busy people. I barely saw you yesterday, and now you vanish. What could you possibly be so occupied with?" Sun Hongmei remarked, her tone slightly discontent. Chen Xu could only offer kind words in response. Ultimately, It was Chen Xu's academic achievements that had pleased her, and she soon brightened up. By the way, your sister called a few days ago looking for you. She said she needed to talk, so make sure to return her call. Little girl, when I asked her what was wrong, she remained silent. Chen Xu knew that his sister must have made some progress with her store, so he hurriedly went inside to make a phone call. He quickly connected with his sister. Sister? It's me. What's the matter? Chen Yin replied. Wait a moment, I'll step outside. Then the sound of her footsteps echoed as Chen Yin's voice returned. This year, I've been observing a new cosmetics brand called XXX. I tried it out, and it seems quite promising. It has considerable potential. They are currently seeking agents in our area, and we discussed it among ourselves and believe it's a viable opportunity. Oh, sister, have you found partners to collaborate with? Chen Xu recalled this brand had existed in his previous life, indicating it was not a scam and was worth exploring. Yes. I've found 3 individuals who are willing to join me. Working in this store has become rather dull. It appeared that Chen Yin had a good rapport, as now they had 4 people, establishing the foundational team for the store. If everyone agrees, then it's worth pursuing. You can invite them to invest, thus sharing the risks. When profits come, the distribution will be generous, preventing jealousy from a few. Indeed, I will discuss it with them. However, the total for agent fees and rent amounts to around 100,000 yuan, so we should prepare at least 80,000. Is your classmate able to provide the funds? No problem, sister. I've already spoken with him, and besides, I topped the mock exam again. The bonus should be assured. Though the amount remains uncertain, in comparison to financial gains, Chen Yin prioritized Chen Xu's academic success. Good, good. Our family is finally going to have a college student, and from a prestigious university no less. The college entrance examination is approaching, so you must not slack off in your studies. Understood? Understood. Chen Xu quickly interrupted his sister's lengthy admonitions. You proceed with the agency application. I'll prepare the funds. 100,000 should be sufficient. When you need the exact amount, just call me, and I'll send you my number shortly. Haha, no need to buy one. I've already acquired a phone myself. All right, we'll discuss the details later. He took out his phone and sent a message to his sister, finally feeling a sense of relief. The family was finally taking the first step towards change. Chen Yin hung up the phone, excitedly returning to the store. During lunch, she gathered Gao Shui and the other 2 friends. Ive called home, and they agreed to my plan. What are your thoughts? Gao Shui and the others exchanged glances. Feeling that Chen Yin was reliable, we will follow your lead. Chen Yin naturally exuded a business-like confidence, bolstered by a solid upbringing, instilling trust among the 3. All right then. Let us discuss this. I estimate that starting this store will require approximately 80 to 100,000 yuan. Let us plan on 100,000 for now. You can invest and share the risks, which means a larger share of the profits. Alternatively, you may choose not to invest and receive a monthly salary. Ensuring a steady income, Chen Yin paused to give them a moment to consider. The total is 100,000. Feel free to state how much you wish to contribute, and I will cover the rest. Seeing Chen Yin's determination, Gao Shui and the others felt assured of a safety net and resolutely concluded, I will contribute 5,000 yuan. I, too, have 5,000 yuan, but I shall contribute 20,000 yuan. The one offering 20,000 yuan is Gao Shui, who was met with astonished gazes from the other 3. You are usually the most frugal among us. I never imagined you could present such a substantial sum, remarked Huang Lily. I hardly possess that much money, Gao Shui replied, rolling her eyes. Recently, my sister suggested that I learn eyebrow tattooing and nail art to help me open a small shop. I was still contemplating it. But with this opportunity, I naturally decided to join you all. How fortunate to have an older sister, exclaimed Huang Lily. Both she and Qi Shuan are the eldest in their families. While I return home to find my younger brother incessantly pestering me for money as if I owe him something. Having an older sister truly has its advantages. The group nodded in agreement, yet Chen Yan's thoughts turned to Chen Xu. Indeed, having a younger brother can be quite beneficial, she mused. This venture was actually my brother's idea. Chen Yan reflected, had it not been for Chen Xu's encouragement to start a business, she would likely still be toiling away in a cosmetics store, enduring the grind from 9 to 5, earning a mere 1,000 yuan each month. Now, however, everything has changed. No longer does she harbor a mindset of merely passing the time. An urgent desire to strive for success has emerged, as she realizes she can no longer settle for a monotonous and stable job. Chapter 39. The Mathematical Olympiad Problems brought by Su Xinyuan at this moment. Su Xin was at home, joyfully receiving several examination papers her mother, Su Li, had brought back. Aunt Zhang mentioned that these papers are of Olympiad nature and may pose a challenge for you. There's no need to spend time on them, Su Li remarked. Observing the delight on Su Xinyuan's face, she found it curious that her daughter, who was not particularly academically inclined, suddenly took an interest in such matters. Su Xinyuan casually replied, I'm not looking at them. They're for borrowing among my classmates. Su Li perked up at this. Oh, have you made friends so quickly? Are they boys or girls? Realizing she had revealed too much, Su Xinyuan's face flushed, and she retreated into her room, exclaiming, I won't tell you. Su Li immediately deduced it must be a boy. If it were a girl, there would be no need for such evasion. She pulled out the report card and began scanning the names. Chen Xu, Wang Junwen, Zhao Xiaolong. These must be the ones. Should I ask Lao Gao about it? Recently, Su Xinyuan noticed Chen Xu was constantly immersed in mathematics, employing a strategy of inundation with problems, so she had requested her mother to lend her some Olympiad-themed materials. Hoping to assist him. In the afternoon, upon entering the classroom, Chen Xu was pleasantly surprised to find the Olympiad materials Su Xinyuan had brought. Is my deskmate this thoughtful? With his mathematical skills advancing, Chen Xu found the books he had purchased at the bookstore increasingly simplistic and repetitive. Just as he considered seeking out more challenging problems, he stumbled upon the new materials Su Xinyuan had gifted him. Thank you, he said, flipping open a page and discovering unfamiliar problems. You're welcome, Su Xinyuan replied, her heart brimming with satisfaction at his appreciation. Having squandered the previous day on leisure and completed no homework, Chen Xu begrudgingly began his assignments at his desk. Lu Jie attempted to persuade Chen Xu to join him online, but his plans were thwarted. Coincidentally, Zhang Wei called out about going online. And seeing that Chen Xu was still at his desk, Lu Jie decided to abandon him for the internet CAF. Though Chen Xu had no desire to venture out, he couldn't help but curse Lu Jie for his lack of loyalty as he watched him leave. He continued working until nearly 5 o'clock, at which point he decided to forego leaving school and simply grab a bite at the cafeteria. As Chen Xu rummaged through the drawer for his lunchbox, Su Xinyuan produced hers. Chen Xu, she called out, revealing meatballs. Remembering the delicious braised pork from their last meal, Chen Xu felt his mouth water. For meatballs, surely he could claim at least 2. However, since it was packed for lunch, they had cooled considerably, unless he purchased some porridge or warmed them in hot water. They would remain unappetizing. How about this? I'll take it back to the staff building to heat it up, and you can buy some staple food from the cafeteria. Chen Xu suggested, realizing he had ample time to enjoy a warm meal. Su Xinyuan had initially planned to make do with the cold food, but warm food would undoubtedly be more delightful. All right, she agreed, and they parted ways to execute their respective tasks. Upon Chen Xu's return, they poured the savory sauce over the rice, complemented by Su Xinyuan's stir-fried tomatoes and eggs, and indulged in a delightful meal. After finishing, he patted his belly in satisfaction, exclaiming, Was this made by your mother? It's truly delicious. Not at all. I bought it from a restaurant, Su Xinyuan replied. Su Xinyuan whispered softly, a hint of bashfulness in her tone. Indeed, it is quite delicious, Chen Xu replied, savoring the flavors that reminded him of a restaurant's fare. However, before he could fully relish the taste, Li Shui entered from outside. Chen Xu, I bought too many pies. Would you like one? Ever since her relationship with Chen Xu blossomed, Li Shui had become exceptionally loquacious, seemingly intent on compensating for all the words left unspoken in the past. Under ordinary circumstances, one pie would be inconsequential, but today, having consumed an ample amount of meat, Chen Xu felt somewhat satiated, rendering the pie somewhat superfluous. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the twinkle in Li Shui's eyes, he accepted the pie. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. After taking a bite of the pie, Chen Xu discreetly glanced at Su Xinyuan, sensing that the slight upward curve of her lips was a subtle mockery of him. Indeed, the pie felt a tad excessive, leaving him with a bloated sensation. Yet, Chen Xu found a remedy. He promptly pulled out a math competition problem and began to solve it. Engaging his mind proved far more effective than any digestive aid. Observing Chen Xu with the book she had given him, Su Xinyuan's lips relaxed, and a sweet warmth filled her heart. As class was about to commence, Lu Jie returned, quietly lamenting to Chen Xu about Zhang Wei's incompetence. Chen Xu thought to himself, with your skills, how could you lead anyone? Yet, the words that escaped his mouth were a mere deserved it. Later that evening, as class ended, Lu Jie insisted on dragging Chen Xu along. Come, I have something intriguing to show you. Chen Xu scoffed at the mystery surrounding it. Upon receiving a book, he held it under the streetlight and exclaimed, "What the?" Golden scales? Lu Jie grinned, sporting the expression of a seasoned veteran as he nudged Chen Xu's arm. Chen Xu opened the book, only to find that over half the page was filled with O's and exclamation marks. He promptly shut it and tossed it back to Lu Jie. "It's fake." "How do you know it's fake?" Lu Jie retorted, unconvinced. "With all these HS and exclamation marks, it's just a standard filler, designed to dupe you naive young lads," Chen Xu scoffed. "Wait, so you're not a virgin anymore?" Lu Jie caught the underlying tone, pressing for details. "Is it Chen Xiaolin?" "Get lost, it's not her." "Actually, I am still a virgin." Chen Xu quickly corrected himself. "Sure, who believes that?" Lu Jie, of course, remained skeptical. "So, you won't read this book?" "It's fake." "You can read it yourself," Chen Xu retorted as he parted ways with Lu Jie at the intersection. "Let me know if you find a genuine one." Lu Jie shouted from behind. "Humph, you mundane mortals, how could I ever be like you?" Upon returning home, Chen Xu inexplicably searched online and, to his astonishment, found the real deal. I shall critique it thoroughly, with great fervor. The next day, Chen Xu and Lu Jie encountered each other at the classroom door, both wearing expressions of utter lethargy. Goodness you. Goodness you. Simultaneously, they cast disdainful glances at one another. Humph, humph. During morning self-study, the two once again found themselves slumped over their desks, succumbing to sleep. During breakfast, while sipping porridge, Lu Jie slyly inquired of Chen Xu, "Did you go home and critique that last night?" Chen Xu, after taking a spoonful of porridge, retorted disdainfully, "How shameless of you." Understanding the implication behind Chen Xu's contemptuous gaze, Lu Jie, with his thick skin, replied, "Well, I too engaged in some critique when I returned home yesterday." Shameless indeed, Chen Xu thought. A mutual understanding, Lu Jie chuckled. Later that morning, Lao Gao arrived with the citywide ranking results, inviting the students to ascertain their standings. Chen Xu glanced at his score, finding himself fifth in the city, and estimated he would rank around 60 or 70 in the entire island city. Evidently, there remained substantial room for improvement. After class, Lao Gao sought a private conversation with Chen Xu, advising him to remain modest and diligent in his studies, as achieving admission to Tsinghua or Peking University was not beyond the realm of possibility. If we could produce a student from Tsinghua or Peking University, the rewards would be substantial. We could finally consider purchasing that piano for Xiao Ting, and that ring your wife has been coveting, Lao Gao mused, growing increasingly optimistic as he regarded Chen Xu. "By the way, how's it going with Su Xinyuan?" "She seems to be improving," Lao Gao inquired, recognizing Chen Xu as his hope. If anyone were to disrupt his studies, it wouldn't bode well for the daughter of Bai Yueguang. "She's quite well, very quiet and self-motivated in her studies. I haven't noticed any signs of fighting," Chen Xu responded. "That's the effect of associating with good company," Lao Gao reflected, momentarily surprised that Chen Xu brought up the topic. "For now, focus solely on your studies. That's of utmost importance, understand?" "Understood," Chen Xu replied, noting Lao Gao's lack of denial regarding past altercations. "Then, go call Wang Junwen to come over." "All right." By the afternoon of Friday's fourth period, Chen Xu noticed Lu Guoqiang heading to basketball practice and promptly called out to him, "Wait, I'm coming too." Lu Guoqiang turned to Chen Xu. "Are you feeling better? You mustn't faint again." Chen Xu, having long recovered, reassured him, "I'm perfectly fine. Let us go. It's been days since I last touched a ball." "All right then," Lu Guoqiang replied. "You have no idea. Our coach was terrified the last time, thinking your fainting was his fault. It was only after consulting our homeroom teacher that he finally relaxed. I hadn't been ill in over a year. A single cold knocked me down hard. Else it wouldn't have happened," Chen Xu explained. "Indeed, minor ailments are frequent, but major illnesses are rare. There's wisdom in that," Lu Guoqiang agreed. Upon seeing Chen Xu, Coach Zhang was ecstatic. Having heard from Lu Guoqiang about Chen Xu fainting during practice the day after a basketball game, he had been quite worried, fearing it stemmed from the sport itself. "You're here. Just take it easy today, practice some shooting, but avoid anything too strenuous," Coach Zhang cautioned. Chen Xu, now fully recovered, found it amusing that Coach Zhang was being overly cautious. With no other option, he practiced while observing their scrimmage. After class, Chen Xu and Lu Guoqiang made their way to the cafeteria. The basketball team received a subsidy from the school, allowing them to order food, which was far superior to the communal meals. As they entered the cafeteria, the sounds of commotion reached their ears. Upon closer inspection, they noticed a large crowd of students gathered in front. "A fight," someone exclaimed. Drawn by curiosity, The onlookers hastily approached the scene. Chen Xu, intrigued, joined the throng at the edge of the crowd. Standing on a stool for a better view, he was taken aback to find a familiar face amidst the chaos. Clad in athletic shorts, it was none other than Chen Kaihua, the very individual who had previously compensated Chen Xu with 2,000 yuan. At that moment, he was engaged in a heated exchange with another individual, both men pointing fingers and hurling insults, refusing to back down. The opponent was also tall, albeit slender, and stood his ground despite knowing Chen Kaihua was an athlete. On the ground lay 2 food trays, surrounded by a scattering of dishes, evidence of an unexpected collision. Let us see some action, Chen Xu thought to himself. Mere shouting was futile. Despite the absence of physical confrontation, the onlookers remained captivated, including a number of female students. For entertainment was a rare commodity these days. Chapter 40. The accident. Chen Xu felt a sense of lethargy and was about to rise from his seat when he noticed a group of individuals approaching from the outskirts of the crowd. Reinforcements have arrived. It remains uncertain which side they belong to. Make way, make way, as a throng of people squeezed in beside the tall figure. Their presence instantly bolstered the atmosphere. Chen Kaihua immediately faltered, glancing back to find himself alone, with not a single classmate in sight. Realizing that discretion is the better part of valor, he muttered a hasty "we shall see" before retreating in defeat. As the onlookers dispersed, the tall group strode away with the swagger of victors. Chen Xu felt a tinge of regret that a confrontation had not ensued. It was only during lunch that he discovered Chen Kaihua's comrades were dining nearby. Why had they not come to his aid? At a nearby table sat the very individual who had previously joined Chen Kaihua in confronting Chen Xu, surrounded by athletes, devouring his meal as if oblivious to the earlier altercation. Such peculiarities puzzled Chen Xu, but he dismissed it as irrelevant to himself. "Hey, Lu Kai," Zhu Xiaolong remarked. "Now that Chen Kaihua has left, you truly won't go help him? Weren't you two the best of friends?" Lu Kai swallowed his last bite and shot Zhu Xiaolong a disdainful glance. "What is the point? If I'm already out 500 yuan for medical expenses, do I need to throw more into the fray? But didn't he promise to repay you after the college entrance exams?" Zhu Xiaolong countered. "You must be joking. Even if he were to hand me 10 yuan, I would still consider it a victory, but he doesn't intend to contribute a single dime. By the way, didn't he borrow money from you? You should demand it back before it's too late." "Surely not. Can he really default on 20 yuan? Zhu Xiaolong remained skeptical. "Well, go ahead and see for yourself." Lu Kai had come to a clear understanding of Chen Kaihua and resolved to sever ties with him henceforth. As he stood to return his plate, Lu Kai unexpectedly spotted Chen Xu, igniting a small flame of irritation within him. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that Chen Xu was accompanied by the basketball team. Perhaps it was wise to avoid confrontation. After all, the bruise on his head had taken days to heal. Facing even one opponent was daunting, let alone the dozen present. Upon returning to his dormitory, Chen Kaihua lay on his bed, his dinner strewn across the floor, his stomach growling in protest. More distressingly, during the altercation, several members of the long-distance running team had stood nearby, yet not a single soul had come to his aid. The echoes of laughter from those around him haunted him. He had never felt such humiliation in his life. No, that wasn't entirely true. There had been that time in Class 9 during his senior year when he had to publicly apologize. He couldn't help but recall Chen Xu, who had been perched on a stool, watching the spectacle unfold. Resentment towards him bubbled anew. Had it not been for Chen Xu, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. After finishing his meal, Chen Xu walked toward the classroom alongside Lu Guoqiang. As they approached, they overheard a conversation at the entrance, mentioning the words Guan Shueqiang and accident. Oh no, could it be that old Guan has had an accident? Chen Xu hurried forward to inquire about the situation. Earlier, when Guan Shueqiang returned home for dinner, he was accidentally knocked down by a car on the roadside. Their class teacher hurried away, likely to take him to the hospital. To my disbelief, such incidents did not occur in my previous life. Chen Xu felt compelled to visit him, especially since he had just dined at his home a few days prior. However, the current situation was uncertain, and he could only await further news. Later, after the second class of the evening, Chen Xu received word that Guan Shueqiang had arrived at the hospital and his injuries were not severe, merely some abrasions and bruises. Chen Xu felt a sense of relief. Once evening study sessions concluded, he rode his bicycle to the town hospital. After making a few inquiries, he located Guan Shueqiang's room. Upon arrival, he noticed Guan's mother was peeling fruit for him with a knife in hand. "Hello, uncle and aunt," Chen Xu greeted as he entered the ward, carrying a basket of expensive fruit he had purchased. "Oh, little Chen has come," Guan's mother exclaimed. Why are you here during class? She quickly set down what she was doing and took hold of Chen Xu's hand. Guan Xueqiang was delighted to see Chen Xu, though he couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort at his mother's exuberant hospitality, almost as if she wished Chen Xu were her own son. Concerned that Chen Xu might be overwhelmed by his mother's warmth, Guan Xueqiang urged him to sit down. Mom, let Chen Xu sit for a moment, he said. Guan's mother was slightly displeased at being interrupted, but being her own son, she refrained from voicing her annoyance. Finally, Chen Xu was able to free his hand from her grasp. Despite his emotional intelligence, he found it challenging to endure such fervent warmth. He exchanged a grateful glance with Guan Xueqiang and settled into a seat on the opposite side of the bed. You shouldn't have bought fruit. Everything is available here. This packaging looks rather expensive, Guan's mother remarked, eyeing the fruit basket with reproach for Chen Xu's extravagance. Well, I certainly couldn't arrive empty-handed, Chen Xu replied, deftly shifting the topic to inquire about what had happened. I was riding along the roadside when the driver suddenly rear-ended me. I suspect he was distracted by his phone. Guan Xueqiang explained. But he was quite decent about it. He is covering all the hospital expenses. That is commendable. At least he has the sense of responsibility. Chen Xu noted. Where are you hurt? My hands and knees are scraped, and my back is a bit sore, but it's nothing serious, Guan Xueqiang reassured him, believing his condition to be manageable. Scrapes are minor, but let's hope your back is fine. By the way, did you have an x-ray? Chen Xu inquired. I did. There didn't seem to be anything abnormal. The doctor mentioned a slight protrusion in my spine, but nothing serious, Guan Xueqiang replied. That is a relief. His family is well off, so they likely have everything under control, sparing me the worry. Chen Xu mused as he noted the time was getting late and decided it was best not to linger, heading back to the dormitory. The following day, Guan Xueqiang was discharged and insisted on treating Chen Xu to lunch. Why would you treat me when you've just been released from the hospital? Chen Xu questioned as they sat in a wonton shop. I offered to have you over to my house, but you refused. Dining at my home would be far superior to eating wontons, Guan Xueqiang retorted, having initially wanted to invite Chen Xu to his house. A few days ago. I just went there. How could I possibly go every day? When I do go, there is an extravagant spread of dishes, which makes me feel quite embarrassed. Of course. My mother's excessive enthusiasm is also a contributing factor. To speak of ordinary times, I do have many good friends, but in critical moments, it is still you whom I can rely on. Guan Xueqiang lamented, I stayed in the hospital for a few days, and it was you who came to visit me. Chen Xu pondered for a moment before solemnly stating to Guan Xueqiang, Old Guan, I must tell you something rather unpleasant. Do you know what constitutes the most steadfast relationship between individuals? Guan Xueqiang, puzzled, replied, Is it the kind where we have fought together or visited brothels together? You do understand, Chen Xu retorted with a sidelong glance. The most enduring relationships between people are those based on mutual utility. Think about it carefully. Guan Xueqiang was taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered such a notion. Are you certain? Of course. Consider this, no matter how close the relationship. Isn't there always betrayal lurking? Otherwise, how could Lenin have said that the strongest fortresses crumble from within? Chen Xu paused, allowing Guan Xueqiang to digest this insight. If there exists mutual utility between two individuals, they will continue to associate with each other to reap the benefits, although the emergence of greater interests would complicate matters. Guan Xueqiang contemplated this idea and found it quite reasonable. For instance, his friendship with Chen Xu was for the purpose of being influenced to study diligently. But what about Chen Xu? For money? No, that fruit basket from yesterday was certainly not inexpensive. Studying? Don't be ridiculous. He is the top student, after all. People? Goodness, Guan Xueqiang startled himself with that thought. Surely, he did not have feelings for men. No, previously, when Chen Xu encountered Chen Xiaolin, they were laughing and joking together. He could not possibly believe there was any impropriety involved. After much hesitation, Guan Xueqiang finally asked, So, what about your friendship with me? Chen Xu was momentarily taken aback. What am I after then? Money? Studying? People? Goodness, Chen Xu too was startled by his own musings. Now that you mention it, I have indeed realized why I want to be friends with you. Let us end this. Farewell. After joking, Chen Xu turned serious and said to Guan Xueqiang, It is simply because of who you are. Guan Xueqiang's internal monologue surged. Could it really be for my character? Noticing the somewhat constipated expression on Guan Xueqiang's face, Chen Xu recognized that his words might have been ambiguous. It is because you possess good character, making you worthy of friendship. In short, you are a good person. Chen Xu handed Guan Xueqiang a good person card with a hint of irritation. To his surprise, Guan Xueqiang seemed quite pleased, reveling in the compliment. Well, let the women bestow their good person cards upon me in the future, then I shall comprehend the true power of such cards. After finishing lunch while it was still early, Chen Xu suggested that Guan Xueqiang return home while he himself took a nap in the family dormitory. Strolling into the classroom in the afternoon, Chen Xu noticed that his classmates were looking at him strangely, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Upon returning to his seat, he inquisitively asked Su Xin Yuan, "What is going on?" Before Su Xin Yuan could respond, Lu Jie, with a mischievous glint in his eye, leaned over and handed Chen Xu a slip of paper, saying, "You'll understand once you take a look." It was a small note cut from an A4 sheet, and as Chen Xu unfolded it, a mix of anger and amusement washed over him. The note contained a risque narrative detailing how he had engaged in intimate encounters with a certain beauty from the art class, referred to only by the surname Chen, in various locations such as the hallway, the restroom, and a grove, complete with audacious descriptions of their actions that left little to the imagination. Chen Xu felt a surge of indignation. This was a blatant attempt to tarnish his reputation. A discerning observer would immediately recognize the beauty in question as Chen Xiaolan, and he could only imagine the distress she would feel upon discovering this. Contemplating the situation, Chen Xu reflected on those he had offended recently. And the list was not short. Zhao Xiaolong, Chen Kaihua, and several members of the basketball team came to mind, as well as numerous individuals outside of school. It was clear that the culprit must be among these individuals, as there was no reason for anyone without a grudge to orchestrate such a scheme against him. While he himself was not particularly worried, he was concerned about the potential implications for Chen Xiaolan. Thus, he decided to seek out Lao Gao with the note in hand. Chapter 41. Investigation of the rumor incident. Upon learning of the situation, Mr. Gao immediately recognized the gravity of the matter. Such incidents necessitate thorough investigation, especially when they involve his most esteemed students. Without delay, he exchanged his class with the mathematics teacher and accompanied Chen Xu to the classroom. Through inquiries, they discovered that the perpetrator had indeed come well prepared. The notes had gone unnoticed until the lunch break, only to appear immediately after the students returned from their rest, suggesting that the act was committed while they were asleep. Moreover, the notes were printed, with each class receiving dozens of them, making it impossible to trace through handwriting analysis. Chen Xu proposed visiting local printing shops to investigate further. After some contemplation, Mr. Gao acquiesced. Chen Xu hopped on his bicycle, purchased a few packs of cigarettes, and visited several printing establishments in town. Upon receiving the cigarettes, the shopkeeper examined the notes and confidently stated that no one had printed such material recently. If they had, he would certainly remember. The same sentiment was echoed by the other shops. It remained a possibility that the prints had originated from the city and were brought back, rendering them untraceable. The meticulousness of the perpetrator left Chen Xu feeling frustrated, prompting his return to the classroom with a heavy heart. Although no individuals had been identified, Mr. Gao had already coordinated with other homeroom teachers to collect the notes and issued a directive to cease their dissemination. While it was unlikely to gather every single note, at the very least, no one would dare to openly circulate the matter any further. Chen Xu sighed in relief, feeling disheartened by the ordeal. Chen Xu found himself somewhat despondent. During dinner, Lu Jie nudged Chen Xu's arm and said, "Come on, don't let it get to you. Here, take a good book. Once you read it, you'll surely forget all about this." He then handed Chen Xu a book. Chen Xu, feeling irritable and unable to concentrate on his studies, accepted the book without much thought. However, it was not a conventional book, but rather a stack of printed A4 papers densely filled with minuscule text, resembling several pages compressed into one. "Why is the text so small? Can't you make it larger?" Chen Xu exclaimed, overwhelmed by the tiny font. "It's to save costs. Otherwise, printing a whole book would be quite expensive," Lu Jie replied exasperatedly. Many students unable to purchase books simply searched for them online and had them printed, allowing them to read at school. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Chen Xu's mind. "Wait, I get it," he exclaimed, returning the book to Lu Jie and hastily exiting the room. "Hey, where are you going?" Lu Jie called after him, but Chen Xu ran off without responding. Soon, Chen Xu reappeared at the printing shop. "Did someone print a book here?" he inquired. The owner, recalling Chen Xu's earlier visit when he had provided a pack of cigarettes, continued to ponder. "Yes, yesterday at noon, a student came to print a book. At least several dozen pages. Did he operate the computer himself?" Chen Xu pressed on. "Yes, he mentioned needing to reformat it. We charge by the page." so we let him do as he wished. It dawned on Chen Xu that the student must have inserted the inappropriate content amid the legitimate pages of the book, thereby utilizing the printing opportunity to disseminate the illicit notes without raising suspicion. With so many pages in a book, the owner would hardly notice any extraneous material. What did he look like? Chen Xu felt a surge of excitement within him. Observing the student before him, short hair, a dark complexion, and a robust build, he instantly envisioned the figure of Chen Kaihua. Indeed, it must be him. Chen Xu expressed his gratitude to his boss once more and rode back to school with a light heart. Although lacking concrete evidence, he at least had a clearer understanding of who was behind the mischief. Previously, he had been in the light while the enemy lurked in the shadows. Now, the tables had turned. Without solid proof, however, Chen Xu refrained from discussing it with Lao Gao and decided to take matters into his own hands regarding Chen Kaihua. Upon Chen Xu's return, Lu Jie hurriedly approached him, inquiring, "What is going on? Why did you leave so suddenly? The secrets of the cosmos cannot be divulged." Chen Xu replied, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle, feigning profundity. Lu Jie jabbed him playfully in the ribs, breaking Chen Xu's facade. Lu Jie was, after all, a close friend, and Chen Xu felt comfortable sharing his findings with him. He quietly relayed his investigative results to Lu Jie, who was taken aback, exclaiming, "No way. Is this guy really an athlete? How devious." Lu Jie had always associated athletes with a band of brawny companions who resolved disputes through brute force. This unexpected turn of events was quite shocking. This twist of fate was indeed unpredictable. After all, didn't they initially suspect Zhao Xiaolong? Chen Xu gestured subtly towards Zhao Xiaolong, who happened to glance back at them. Their eyes met briefly before he quickly turned away. Had they not already identified Chen Kaihua as the culprit? Zhao Xiaolong would undoubtedly have been the prime suspect with his inherently dubious demeanor. Such is the nature of the unscrupulous. I, however, remain untroubled by such concerns, being a paragon of integrity. Isen T. Chen Kaihua from Class 7? Do you have any acquaintances there? Help me gather some intel on his situation. I must devise a plan to deal with him. I have a few contacts, Lu Jie readily agreed. After class, I'll seek them out. Having concluded their clandestine plotting, Chen Xu returned to his seat, where he caught the concerned gaze of Su Xin Yuan. Though often reticent and hesitant to voice her thoughts, her eyes conveyed her worries. "Fear not. I now know who is behind the mischief." Su Xin Yuan nodded, finally feeling a sense of relief. Thanks to Chen Xu's timely report to the teacher, the turmoil swiftly subsided. Chen Kaihua had anticipated that Chen Xu would be overwhelmed by chaos, only to find the atmosphere unexpectedly tranquil, leaving him to question his own existence. Given the stark divide between the arts and sciences classes, Chen Xu's academic prowess was recognized primarily within the arts. The majority of students in the science classes would need to ponder who Chen Xu was. Consequently, Chen Kaihua had only distributed notes among a few arts classes. Could it be that he had distributed too few notes for anyone to take notice? Following the previous altercation in Chen Xu's class, which had led to a fallout with Lu Kai over compensation issues, Chen Kaihua's reputation had soured. Unable to find anyone to consult, he resorted to seeking out his village friends from Class 10 after evening study sessions. In his inquiries, he learned that Chen Xu had reported the matter to the teacher, who not only confiscated the notes, but also prohibited any discussion or dissemination of the incident. Chen Kaihua cursed Chen Xu for being spineless, solely relying on the teacher, while simultaneously grappling with whether to confront Chen Xu once more. Ultimately, it was the emptiness of his wallet that deterred him. The last time he went to print something, it cost over 40 yuan. Where would he find the funds to continue indulging? Chen Xu yearned to seek out Chen Xiaolin for a conversation. Yet he feared that doing so might stir up further troubles, so he resolved to wait until the storm had passed. He instructed Lu Jie to visit the art class. And upon his return, Lu Jie reported that Chen Xiaolin was not in good spirits, having remained slumped over her desk, motionless, throughout the break. Chen Xu had no choice but to send Lu Jie back to arrange a meeting with Chen Xiaolin at the rice noodle shop on the corner at noon. This shop was situated at the far end of the street, somewhat secluded, ensuring that few students frequented it and that they would not be seen by acquaintances. After a wait of 7 or 8 minutes, Chen Xiaolin finally pushed the door open and entered, greeting Chen Xu with a bitter smile. Observing her demeanor, Chen Xu immediately recognized that she had been enduring a rough patch. In the aftermath of the incident, the male party might even be perceived as capable, able to attract the attention of the class beauty in the art department. In contrast, the girl would likely suffer from a tarnished reputation, with most people presuming that Chen Xiaolin had shamelessly pursued Chen Xu. Chen Xu was well aware of this reality, He gently pushed a bowl of chicken broth rice noodles, brimming with toppings, toward her. I already know who did this, so rest assured, he encouraged. Eat while it's hot. Chen Xiaolin perked up, quickly inquiring, who is it? It's Chen Kaihua, the one who fought in our class before. A sigh of relief escaped Chen Xiaolin as she began to eat the noodles at Chen Xu's urging. But soon, tears uncontrollably dripped into her bowl. Given the broad daylight, Chen Xu could not embrace her. Instead, he continuously handed her tissues and gently patted her shoulder. Her sobs grew louder, prompting even the shop owner to step out and see what the commotion was about. Chen Xu fidgeted, feeling helpless, and could only wait for her to finish crying. After a few minutes, Chen Xiaolin finally ceased her tears, though her eyes were now more swollen and red. She dabbed her nose with a tissue and shyly apologized to Chen Xu. I'm sorry. There is no need for apologies. I have burdened you, he replied. The previously audacious girl, who wore short skirts on campus, had succumbed to the weight of rumors. Witnessing Chen Xiaolin in such distress pained Chen Xu deeply. They silently consumed their noodles, but Chen Xiaolin could only manage to eat half a bowl before losing her appetite. Would you like to move out? I can help you rent a place, be it a staff apartment or elsewhere, Chen Xu offered. Chen Xiaolin shook her head. No, I think I will stay in the dormitory. I fear what others might say if I move out. Chen Xu nodded in understanding. Staying in the dorm would at least provide a semblance of security, as everyone would know she was not that kind of person. If she moved out, who could say what she might be doing at night? When it came time to settle the bill, Chen Xiaolin insisted on paying. But Chen Xu managed to cover it first. As he received the change and glanced at Chen Xiaolin, who stood silently with her head bowed, he refrained from pulling out the 500 yuan from his pocket. Chen Xiaolin left first, and Chen Xu lingered for a few moments before departing. The tenderness that once filled their interactions had now transformed into this somber reality, igniting a fire of anger within Chen Xu. He had initially intended to wait and find another opportunity to confront Chen Kaihua, but seeing Chen Xiaolin's current state made him realize that he had been too lenient. One must either be loved or be feared. Since you cannot love me, I can only make you fear me. After meeting Lu Jie in the afternoon, Chen Xu eagerly inquired about the matter he had been curious about. Although my friend shares a class with Chen Kaihua, they are not very acquainted, as he is an athlete who often trains outside of class. However, he should have gathered information from others. I shall seek him out. Upon his return, Lu Jie relayed the information he had discovered to Chen Xu. It turned out that Chen Kaihua is actually the nephew of Zhang Wen, the homeroom teacher of Class 7. Due to this connection, despite his mediocre athletic skills, Chen Kaihua has always been rather arrogant and has even bullied others. No wonder. To deal with him, we must also consider Zhang Wen. If you are merciless, do not blame me for being unprincipled. Chen Xu steeled himself in his thoughts. Is your friend reliable? Can he be persuaded to take action? I will not let him work for nothing. Chen Xu shared his plan with Lu Jie. Upon hearing this, Lu Jie responded. Very well, I will approach him. Chapter 42. Chen Xu's counterattack divided into two groups. Chen Xu approached Guan Xueqiang and requested his assistance at noon. When Chen Xu returned to the residential complex, after a series of tasks, he descended to find Guan Xueqiang. Please go to the printing shop near the gas station and print something for me. Once you're done, bring it back. I will be waiting here. Chen Xu handed Guan Xueqiang 50 yuan and a USB drive. Without hesitation, Guan Xueqiang set off and soon returned with a stack of printed papers. Chen Xu perused the documents and said, All right, I'll explain everything in a couple of days. Remember, this must remain confidential. Upon returning to the residential complex, Chen Xu extracted 2 sheets of paper, which prominently displayed the Riska writings of Chen Kaihua. It turned out that Chen Xu had formatted the content from the note and reprinted 2 copies. He carefully sliced the paper into smaller pieces with a knife. During dinner, Lu Jie's friend Sun Jun emerged from the dormitory, nodded, and conveyed a knowing glance to Lu Jie, indicating that Chen Xu's plan was progressing. Chen Xu, feeling a mix of anticipation and anxiety, was overjoyed at the sight and promptly exited the school gates. He feigned a casual stroll around the printing shop before re-entering the campus and heading straight to Old Gao's office. Teacher, I have discovered the identity of the individual disseminating the leaflets. Seeing Chen Xu rush in, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, Old Gao became serious. Oh, how did you ascertain this? Wasn't it previously stated that it was impossible to trace? Here's the situation. Chen Xu promptly revealed the clandestine operation involving the Risku writings. Presenting the printed materials he had concealed within his book and identified the student pointed out by the shop owner as none other than Chen Kaihua. Are you certain? Old Gao pondered the rationale yet noted the absence of concrete evidence. I am certain. Moreover, Chen Kaihua has been inquiring about me around the liberal arts class these past few days, which raises suspicion. He hasn't approached since the fight, unless he had an ulterior motive. Old Gao was already inclined to believe Chen Xu's claims. But what of the evidence? We cannot rely solely on conjecture. Since he printed these alongside extracurricular materials, he likely distributed more than just the few copies. There may be more in his dormitory. We should investigate. Well, this isn't our class. We have no reason to search their dormitory. Chen Xu, noticing old Gao's hesitation, proposed a compromise. Teacher, let us devise a reason to collaborate with all the homeroom teachers to conduct a dormitory inspection. If we uncover anything, it will serve as evidence. If not, we can simply frame it as a routine check. Chen Kaihua resides in dormitory 307. When the time comes, you. Old Gao's eyes brightened with the suggestion, and he decisively agreed. Let us proceed with this plan. The audacity of the adversary to tarnish the reputation of the top student in his class was intolerable. What if this affected their academic performance? How could they secure a place in a prestigious university, thereby jeopardizing their own bonuses? Thus, Old Gao took the printed materials provided by Chen Xu and convened with several homeroom teachers from the liberal arts classes. Together, they approached the department head, Zhang Ruwei, to report the rampant distribution of illicit literature in their classes and to request a unified dormitory inspection to confiscate the inappropriate materials. Why not just collect them from the dormitories yourself? Zhang Ruwei was evidently reluctant to engage in such grand undertakings. The director gathered several homeroom teachers as the senior classes convened together. He noted that the liberal arts class had indeed collected books and decided to retrieve a different one from the science class at a later time, questioning the purpose of their inspections. Zhang Ruwei, pondering this, acknowledged the reality of the situation. After glancing at the idle books brought by Lao Gao, he led the homeroom teachers to the dormitory building, where students were occupied in class, providing them ample opportunity for their search. Commencing with Class 1, they opened every dormitory door and entered in groups to conduct their investigation. Initially, some homeroom teachers harbored grievances, but as the search progressed, their expressions transformed. It appeared that there was indeed a significant quantity of idle literature. Goodness, there truly are an abundance of these frivolous books. No wonder their motivation for studying has waned, they mused. Among the numerous books collected, their countenance grew increasingly somber, affirming the necessity of this evening's endeavor. What were these students preoccupied with, indulging in idle reading rather than focusing on their studies? As the search intensified, the homeroom teachers became more fervent, each wishing to showcase their class's superior conduct. Upon reaching Class 8, Lao Gao entered dormitory 307, simultaneously searching and discreetly observing the other teachers' activities. Soon, he overheard a colleague expressing confusion while holding 2 sheets of paper, prompting him to investigate. To his astonishment, he discovered a piece of paper containing derogatory material aimed at Chen Xu. The teacher, upon noticing Lao Gao, handed him the paper, which he promptly relayed to Zhang Renwei at the door. Director, take a look. Zhang Renwei was pacing at the entrance, and upon receiving the paper, he assumed it contained a new work. Upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in disbelief. It was indeed the very material previously directed at Chen Xu. Glancing up, he heard Lao Gao assert confidently, "This must be it. I still have the previous note in my drawer. I'll retrieve it." When Lao Gao returned with the note, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. The other homeroom teachers were regarding Class 7's Zhang, one with peculiar expressions. Zhang Wen appeared restless, anxiously watching as Lao Gao verified the papers. The others gathered around Zhang Ruwei, scrutinizing the documents, which bore an uncanny resemblance. How could it not? Chen Xu had painstakingly crafted these, ensuring they were identical. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Renwei addressed Zhang Wen. "Teacher Zhang, whose bed is this?" Familiar with the dormitory, he recognized it as his nephew Chen Kaihua's bed. Yet he could not deny the obvious and was compelled to respond truthfully. "After the inspection, bring him to my office." With that, he gestured for everyone to continue. The homeroom teachers hastened their efforts, eager to return and witness the unfolding drama. 13 classes had yielded towering stacks of idle literature. The homeroom teachers had already devised a plan to admonish their students. "This is the weakest cohort I have ever guided." Collecting the idle books, Zhang Renwei awaited the arrival of the involved parties in his office. As Chen Kaihua entered the office, he immediately sensed that something was amiss. The expression on his uncle's face resembled that of a burnt pot, and alongside him stood Chen Xu and his homeroom teacher. The incident must have been exposed. Fearing the worst, he inquired about the names and beds of those involved. Zhang Renwei then produced a paper filled with inappropriate content. Do you recognize this? Upon a glance, Chen Kaihua was struck with terror, trembling uncontrollably, his lips quivering, rendering him speechless. Observing Chen Kaihua's guilty demeanor, the others quickly surmised that he was indeed responsible. Zhang Wan, attempting to salvage the situation, shouted, "Are you certain this belongs to you?" Really? Chen Kaihua's mind was already in disarray, leaving him unable to think clearly, and he merely hung his head in silence. In a fit of rage, Zhang Wan stood up and slapped Chen Kaihua, leaving a distinct mark upon his face. You! Zhang Renwei thought, equally infuriated, what audacity is this in my office? However, after receiving the slap, Chen Kaihua's mind cleared somewhat. Zhang Wan, once again, demanded, "Are you sure this is yours?" Chen Kaihua, now comprehending, retreated and stammered, "No, it's not mine." As a look of relief washed over Zhang Wan, Chen Xu could no longer contain himself. "Teacher Zhang, even if he is your nephew, you can't show such favoritism." Zhang Wan, flustered, retorted, "Favoritism? Did you not hear my questions?" At that moment, Chen Xu was unperturbed by the teacher's wrath. "Oh, is that so? I recall this being Director Zhang's office." Zhang Wan then realized he had overstepped and discreetly glanced at Zhang Renwei, who indeed wore a dark expression. Yet, concerned for his nephew's future, Zhang Wan pressed on. If this matter were solidified, Chen Kaihua would surely face expulsion, and his sister would. Thus, he continued, "This is merely an inquiry. Can't we allow someone to speak? It can't be that whatever you say is the absolute truth." Chen Xu huffed but turned to Zhang Renwei, gauging whether he would seek a compromise. Although Zhang Renwei was annoyed by Zhang Wan's partiality, he was reluctant to escalate the matter. However, as Chen Xu's gaze urged him to take a stand, he realized he could not simply brush it aside. He signaled for silence and reiterated his question. "Chen Kaihua, is this paper yours?" "No." "Then how did it end up on your bed?" "It must have been placed there by someone else. It's certainly isn't mine." After Zhang Wan's attempts to shield him, Chen Kaihua had regained his composure and resorted to his usual evasiveness. Before Zhang Renwei could respond, the homeroom teacher of Class 11, Qi Ming, interjected, "Hey, what are you saying? I was the one who found this. Are you implying that I set you up?" Chen Kaihua, uncertain if he had indeed left a paper on his bed, could not afford to admit it. He muttered, "That's hard to say." Qi Ming burst into laughter. "All right. So in the end, it seems I'm the one framing others." Zhang Renwei observed that Chen Kaihua was almost confessing at the beginning, only to be jolted back to reality by a slap from Zhang Wan, which only deepened his dissatisfaction with Zhang Wan for complicating matters unnecessarily. "Stop your senseless rambling. Why would Teacher Qi conspire against you for no reason? I ask you, did you commit this act? If you deny it, I shall have to consult your classmates for confirmation." Despite having secretly undertaken the deed during his lunch break, he could not be certain that no one had witnessed his actions. Nevertheless, Chen Kaihua stubbornly replied, "It was not me." Consequently, Zhang Renwei ordered someone to summon the residents of Chen Kaihua's dormitory. Shortly thereafter, several individuals from the dormitory arrived at the office. "Did any of you see Chen Kaihua during lunch break yesterday?" "No, he was not in the dormitory," they responded truthfully to one another. Zhang Renwei inquired, "Where were you during the lunch break?" Chen Kaihua, gripped by anxiety, could only fabricate a response. "I went for training." "Who did you train with?" I trained alone." "Did you not encounter anyone?" "No. No one." Observing Chen Kaihua's obstinacy, Zhang Renwei found himself both amused and exasperated. Had it not been for Zhang Wan's presence, he would have revealed the truth long ago. However, as the homeroom teacher, Zhang Wan had every right to be present. Chapter 43. Chen Kaihua's confession. Zhang Renwei was pondering whether to consult more individuals when he heard Zhang Wan say, "Director, there is indeed no evidence. Perhaps we should let this matter rest for the time being?" Before Zhang Renwei could respond, Lao Gao could no longer contain himself. "Zhang Wan, how shameless can you be? Who here cannot see that this was clearly the doing of Chen Kaihua? Is this how you choose to protect your nephew as an educator?" Furious, Zhang Wan felt the disdain of everyone in the room, his face flushed with embarrassment. Evidence, evidence. One cannot convict based solely on observation. As the two homeroom teachers began to argue, Zhang Renwei maintained a demeanor of peacekeeping, but Chen Xu could no longer hold back. "Need evidence? I have a solution." The room fell silent as everyone turned to Chen Xu. Addressing Chen Kaihua, Chen Xu declared, "You refuse to admit it? Very well, I shall report this to the authorities." If your fingerprints are found on that piece of paper, it is undoubtedly your wrongdoing, correct? Chen Kaiwa felt as though he had been struck by lightning. The realization that he had indeed left evidence dawned on him. Upon hearing Chen Xu mention the police, Zhang Renwei grew anxious. Chen Xu, there's no need to escalate this matter. We are all students here, after all. Zhang Wen, too, felt a wave of fear, though he lacked the grounds to intervene. Hoping Zhang Renwei could dissuade Chen Xu. What alternative do we have if we do not report it? As long as Chen Kaihua refuses to admit his guilt. This issue will linger. If it can be resolved today, let it be resolved. If not, I will report it. Noticing the silence from the others, Chen Xu pointed directly at Chen Kaihua. If you have handled that piece of paper, your fingerprints can be identified within 3 months. If you doubt this, simply wait for the police to arrive. Fear gripped Chen Kaihua's heart as he looked to Zhang Wen, only to find him gazing downwards, avoiding eye contact. He understood that with evidence now present, he could no longer stubbornly deny the truth. Did you commit this act? Zhang Renwei pressed once more, stating that if Chen Kaihua continued to withhold the truth, the matter would escalate to the police. It was me, Chen Kaihua admitted reluctantly, unable to evade the truth any longer. Once he confessed, the subsequent details flowed easily. Chen Kaihua recounted the entire process of his wrongdoing, leaving Zhang Wen feeling severely humiliated. His reputation lay in tatters. As for how to handle Chen Kaihua, Zhang Wen finally set aside his pride and pleaded for leniency, requesting that he be allowed to remain in school, willing to discuss any other terms. However, the others were keenly aware that he intended to bribe them with money, oblivious to the fact that he had already used the last compensation to cover class expenses. Chen Xu firmly stated, "This must be dealt with seriously, otherwise, I will transfer schools. If it comes down to it, I will take a leave of absence. This school can have him or me, but not both." It appeared that no one had anticipated Chen Xu's resoluteness, and the room fell into a profound silence. Chen Kaihua trembled as he looked at Chen Xu, astonished by his severity. Had it been anyone else, perhaps Chen Xu would have shown mercy, but witnessing Chen Xiaolin's current state left no room for leniency. The once cheerful girl had been reduced to this, and for what reason should he allow Chen Kaihua to escape punishment once more? Zhang Ren was taken aback by Chen Xu's demeanor, yet he could not afford to dismiss it. He reluctantly stated that he would report to the leadership and suggested that everyone return for the time being. Chen Xu exchanged a glance with Lao Gao, embodying the principle of pursuing the retreating enemy with fervor. Upon returning to the classroom, the restless Lu Jie immediately inquired about the developments. Given the presence of many people, Chen Xu could not divulge everything. He could only provide a brief overview, mentioning that they were still awaiting the school's decision. When Lu Jie heard that the dormitory had been searched, a chorus of lamentation erupted among the boys behind him. Chen Xu felt a pang of guilt but reassured himself that confiscating idle books was ultimately for the benefit of his classmates. Only Lu Jie smiled silently. Having already anticipated this outcome and brought his books to the classroom, he raised his eyebrows in amusement at Chen Xu. However, to his surprise, after the evening study session, Chen Xu insisted on taking Lu Jie's books. "Why?" Lu Jie exclaimed in dismay. "To ensure you study diligently. Can you truly focus on your studies with these books?" Lu Jie longed to retort that merely giving them to Chen Xu would not guarantee his academic success, but considering Chen Xu's grades, he bit his tongue. Reluctantly, Lu Jie handed over the bag containing his books, saying, "Please take good care of them and return them to me after the college entrance examination." Very well. The following morning, Zhang Wen encountered his sister and brother-in-law at the school gate. "You only brought 8,000 yuan. Didn't I ask you to bring more?" Zhang Wen was somewhat taken aback. "Is 8,000 yuan insufficient? Do you know how long your brother-in-law and I have to work for that?" Zhang Xia shot a disapproving glance at her brother. "Why are the teachers at your school so unscrupulous? Do they think 8,000 yuan is too little? I told you several people need to be taken care of. This money isn't meant for just one person." Zhang Wen had always been grateful to his sister, Zhang Xia, who had raised him and had been running around trying to resolve this issue ever since it arose. Yet, witnessing his sister's stubbornness only deepened his frustration. Indeed, both the vice principal and Zhang Ren politely declined Zhang Xia's family's request, assuring them that they would handle matters fairly. Once outside the vice principal's office, Zhang Xia truly panicked. She had not anticipated that even with money in hand, they would be unable to deliver it, and thus she placed her hopes on her brother, Zhang Wen. With no other option, Zhang Wen led the couple to Chen Xu. Chen Xu was diligently studying in the classroom when he heard someone calling for him outside. Recognizing Zhang Wen and his companions, he reluctantly stepped out. Upon seeing Chen Xu, Zhang Xia bluntly asked, "Are you Chen Xu?" Chen Xu surmised that these must be Chen Kaihua's parents, and upon hearing their tone, he felt a twinge of displeasure, merely gazing at Zhang Wen. Zhang Xia, noticing Chen Xu's indifference, became increasingly exasperated. "You truly lack manners. Didn't your parents teach you to speak politely to others?" Observing Zhang Wen merely frown without speaking, Chen Xu retorted with a dismissive fool before turning back toward the classroom. This incited Zhang Xia's fury. She shoved her husband, who bore a simple, honest expression, and exclaimed, "Are you just going to stand there while that little brat calls you a fool?" Zhang Wen had hoped for a constructive conversation between his sister and Chen Xu, but the meeting had devolved into chaos from the start. He hurriedly grasped his brother-in-law, who seemed about to advance, and implored his sister, "Sister, this is a school. We cannot cause a commotion here." Zhang Xia, known in the village as a formidable woman whom no one dared to provoke, was not accustomed to such humiliation. Ignoring Zhang Wen's attempts to restrain her, she stormed into the classroom, intent on fiercely gripping Chen Xu by the face. Chen Xu had long been aware of her approach. However, given that she was a woman, he hesitated to retaliate and instead fled out the back. To his astonishment, Zhang Xia pursued him, seemingly determined to confront Chen Xu head-on. In a desperate bid, Chen Xu dashed forward, only to realize he had arrived at the entrance of Class 7. He shouted urgently, "Chen Kaihua, your mother is attacking someone." Chen Kaihua, who had been slumped in the last row pretending to be invisible, suddenly heard the commotion outside. Raising his head, he was astonished to see his own mother. His loud cry drew the attention of classmates, who rushed out to witness the spectacle. Laughing at the sight of a woman chasing a student, Chen Kaihua's face turned crimson, and after a moment's deliberation, he returned to his seat, feigning death. Faced with such a woman, Chen Xu felt powerless and sought refuge in the office of Zhang Ruwei. Ultimately, it was Zhang Ruwei who intervened to halt Zhang Xia's antics, allowing Chen Xu to return to the classroom in peace. Chapter 44. The battle among mothers. Due to Zhang Xia's ruckus, chaos ensued in every classroom. For the first time in many years, parents were seen pursuing students with the intent to confront them. Consequently, Zhang Xia and her husband were escorted out of the school by security, and Zhang Wen also received a reprimand. "Comrade Zhang Wen, what are you doing? Bringing parents to confront students? To intimidate those preparing for the college entrance examination? Let me remind you, as of now, no incident has occurred. However, should something happen, the responsibility will fall upon you for bringing them in." Zhang Wen felt utterly disheartened. Despite his desire to disregard the situation, he made his way to the school gate. Faced with Zhang Xia's pleading gaze, he could not bring himself to abandon her. There appeared to be only one solution: seek the assistance of Chen Xu's parents to persuade him, thereby allowing Kaihua to be spared. Zhang Xia immediately perked up, requesting the address of Chen Xu's family. Zhang Wen had no choice but to inquire within his class, fortuitously discovering the address from Chen Hongxia, a student from the same village as Chen Xu. Meanwhile, Chen Xu was managing the curiosity of his classmates when he noticed Chen Hongxia approaching. "Chen Xu, our homeroom teacher Zhang Wen just asked me for your address. I told him. Is that going to affect you in any way?" Chen Xu quickly realized that Chen Kaihua's parents were heading to his house, and without a moment's hesitation, he rushed back to the dormitory to call home. Fortunately, his mother, Sun Hongmei, was at home. After hearing the entire story, she too was incensed. "Don't worry, I'll gather some people. I won't let outsiders bully us in our own village." Sun Hongmei was known for her fiery temperament, and now that she was prepared, Chen Xu felt assured. As Zhang Xia and her husband inquired around, upon reaching Chen Xu's home, they found 5 or 6 women chatting by the roadside. Without a second thought, Zhang Xia stormed through the gate of Chen Xu's residence. Suppressing her anger, Zhang Xia spoke to Sun Hongmei for quite some time, but Sun Hongmei merely continued washing clothes, stating that the matter would be handled by the school, and she would not intervene. Zhang Xia then began to throw a tantrum. "Your child can flirt with female students without consequence, yet my child merely speaks up. And you want to expel him? Your entire family is deeply flawed." Sun Hongmei, who had been holding back her fury, could no longer endure Zhang Xia's outburst. She abruptly hurled the wet clothes she was holding directly at Zhang Xia's face. Taken aback by Sun Hongmei's sudden aggression, Zhang Xia immediately lunged at her. Sun Hongmei shouted, "Someone is attacking." The individuals whom Sun Hongmei had summoned, eager for action, rushed in as soon as they heard the cue, shouting and launching an assault on Zhang Xia. "Stop hitting. Let's talk this over." Zhang Xia, unaccustomed to such humiliation, found herself greatly outnumbered. Soon, her hair was pulled, her clothes were torn, and her body bore the marks of their assault. Chen Kaihua's father, Chen Jiang, a straightforward man, witnessed his wife being knocked to the ground. He was reluctant to strike a woman and could only stand by, hopping in frustration, urging them to cease. Stop. You might cause serious harm. Initially, Zhang Xia attempted to retaliate, but as time passed, she became merely a target. When Sun Hongmei's group noticed that Zhang Xia was no longer fighting back, they gradually ceased their onslaught. Chen Jiang hurriedly stepped forward to assist Zhang Xia, not daring to utter a word, and promptly mounted the motorcycle to flee. Laughter erupted from Sun Hongmei's home. Haha, what a relief. Building the nation, if such matters arise again, just call me. I would willingly pay to participate. Haha. Sister-in-law, it seems you've truly encountered your old profession. Don't speak nonsense. I was a diligent person in my youth. Oh, the crowd erupted in playful jeers. Chen Xu, from the school, was summoned to the vice principal's office, where his stance was questioned once more. Upon hearing Chen Xu's affirmative response, the vice principal immediately declared the expulsion of Chen Kaihua. The reasoning was self-evident. The entire school was eagerly anticipating the emergence of a student bound for Tsinghua or Peking University this year. Who could disregard his words? Who indeed is Chen Kaihua? How are the athletic students faring? Did you lose to Chen Xu in the 1500 meters at the sports meet? Just tell him to take a hike. Is he the nephew of Zhang Wen? Indeed, Comrade Zhang Wen's work is fraught with imperfections. Thus, as the fourth period commenced that morning, Chen Kaihua was summoned to gather his belongings and return home. He had been expelled. Although Chen Kaihua had mentally prepared himself for this possibility, a flicker of hope lingered within him, now extinguished, leaving him devoid of spirit. Lu Kai, observing the scene, remarked to Zhu Xiaolong, "Look, can you still reclaim your money?" Zhu Xiaolong responded with silence. Leading the expelled Chen Kaihua, Zhang Wen encountered the disheveled Zhang Xia, who bore the marks of her recent altercation. Zhang Xia had already expressed her grievances towards Chen Jiang, and upon seeing Zhang Wen, tears streamed down her face. Is there truly no way to resolve this matter regarding Kaihua? Perhaps I should return home to fetch some money, if all else fails. Could you lend him some for the time being? With the expulsion notice already issued, the chance for reversal had vanished. Furthermore, having previously lent him 2,000 yuan, the prospect of further financial assistance seemed bleak. Yet, as Zhang Wen gazed upon his sister's desolate demeanor, he consoled her, "There is nothing we can do now. Let us return home for the time being. I will seek connections to see if we can transfer him to another school." Zhang Xia, witnessing her son's despondency, struck him on the head, exclaiming, "Look at the mess you've created." Having resolved the matter, Chen Xu specifically visited Lao Gao's office to express his gratitude for the latter's support. "My support for you is merely a matter of course. Return and focus on your studies. Gaining admission to a prestigious university would be the finest expression of thanks," Lao Gao replied. Despite his strained relationship with Zhang Wan, Lao Gao remained unconcerned. As long as Chen Xu performed well academically, such matters were inconsequential. Upon returning to class, Chen Xu faced inquiries from his classmates, who were all aware that the rumor-monger Chen Kaihua had been expelled, which brought them immense relief. Su Xingyuan, observing from the side, let out a sigh of relief. Yet a peculiar thought crossed her mind. Did he have any connection with Chen Xiaolin? Chen Xu handed a card to Lu Jia, instructing him to deliver it to Sun Jun as a token of appreciation for his assistance. This card allowed for 10 hours of complimentary internet access. He then sought out Guan Shueqiang, inviting him to dinner that evening, while he planned to return home for a brief visit at noon. Upon arriving home, Chen Xu encountered a radiant Sun Hongmei. "Mother, what is the occasion? Why are you in such high spirits?" Chen Xu inquired with curiosity. Sun Hongmei animatedly recounted the incident in which Zhang Xia had been assaulted earlier that morning. "So you truly got into a scuffle with her? Are you all right?" Chen Xu inquired, astonished by Zhang Xia's fierce demeanor, yet surprised that she had been on the receiving end of such aggression in her own home. "What could possibly be wrong with me? She merely grabbed my hand," Sun Hongmei replied, revealing her wrist to Chen Xu, where a faint bruise marred her skin. "However, she is faring far worse. Her face is covered in injuries." Your aunts and the other ladies were utterly delighted. It was the first time they could relish such a spirited encounter. Chen Xu wiped the sweat from his brow, taken aback by how animated everyone became at the mention of a brawl. Fortunately, he had made a phone call earlier, allowing him to prepare for this unexpected confrontation. Seeing his mother in good spirits reassured Chen Xu, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Chapter 45. Chen Xiaolin as a tutor that evening. Chen Xu met with Guan Shueqiang once more, determined not to let his assistance go unrewarded. In the restaurant, He recounted the entire sequence of events to Guan, who finally grasped the complexity of the situation. Goodness, this incident has become quite intricate, akin to a detective story, he remarked. Indeed, it has certainly broadened my horizons. Guan replied, acknowledging the revelation. Chen Xu then asked Lu Jie to deliver a note, arranging to meet again at the rice noodle shop after evening study hours. Chen Xiaolin appeared somewhat more spirited than before, likely buoyed by the news of Chen Kaihua's expulsion. Yet, she maintained a certain distance from Chen Xu, her demeanor tinged with restraint. Alas, although the turmoil began to fade, the scars remained. While Chen Xu knew that Chen Xiaolin was still innocent, others would not share this perspective. They would merely label her a base woman, a source of gossip for their idle chatter. In an effort to lighten the mood, Chen Xu attempted to engage her in cheerful conversation, but sensing her lack of enthusiasm, he ultimately decided to part ways and return home. He refrained from taking the money from his pocket, well aware that Chen Xiaolin would certainly refuse it. Feeling disheartened, Chen Xu suddenly yearned for a cigarette. He stopped at a roadside convenience store to purchase a pack, then sat on the curb to indulge. He chose a shaded spot, hoping to avoid the gaze of passersby. After smoking 2 cigarettes and counting 38 cars that went by, he stood up, patting his backside, and resolved to continue with life, heading back to sleep. As he passed by the guard, Grandpa Zhang's booth, memories of Chen Xiaolin's stay during the New Year surfaced. Recalling the sunflower seeds and peanuts that Grandpa Zhang had offered, he extended his newly opened pack of cigarettes to him. "Hey, look at you, smoking yushi now," Grandpa Zhang exclaimed. "Give it a try. It feels just like General." Chen Xu replied, "Can they truly be compared? To smoke something so fine would be a disgrace," Zhang retorted. Once back in his room, Chen Xu lay down, Chen Xiaolin's face persistently resurfacing in his thoughts. Sighing, he pondered how he could assist her through her difficulties. His agitation rendered him unable to write. So he wandered through an online forum, where he stumbled upon a post seeking a tutor. Oh, this could be a viable option, he thought excitedly. Rushing downstairs to seek out Grandpa Zhang once more. "Excuse me, I need a favor," he said to the elderly man, who was listening to a story with his eyes closed. "What is it? Are you planning to bring home another girl?" Zhang teased, sensing Chen Xu's return indicated something noteworthy. "Am I that kind of person, Grandpa? Here's the situation." The following day, the girls from the art class discovered a piece of paper at the entrance of their dormitory, announcing a search for an art tutor. The address was in the family housing area, with salary to be discussed, and interviews scheduled for that afternoon at 5:30. The girls were intrigued, engaging in animated discussions among themselves. Naturally, Chen Xiaolin was no exception. Teaching children seemed straightforward, especially since the location was so convenient. After all, attending a class elsewhere could cost hundreds, so she felt justified in seeking a fair wage for her own tutoring. Thus, with confidence, the girls made their way to the family housing area that afternoon, eager to meet the little girl and her grandmother who were looking for a tutor. A group of 6 individuals arrived, necessitating a collective interview. After reviewing everyone's work, Grandma Lu requested each person to demonstrate how to teach a young girl. Chen Xiaolin was the last in line. To everyone's surprise, it was only during Chen Xiaolin's demonstration that the little girl requested to be held, instantly revealing her preference. After several days, Chen Xiaolin finally regained her joy and discussed the course and compensation with Grandma Lu. They ultimately agreed on 2 classes per week, with a monthly payment of 300 yuan. Chen Xiaolin calmly accepted the terms. Once she stepped out of Grandma Lu's home, out of sight from others, she exuberantly pumped her small fists in excitement. Though she refrained from voicing her joy aloud, she managed to contain her elation, returning to the classroom with a lightened step. Upon seeing Chen Xiaolin's return, her deskmate, Wang Xia, eagerly pulled her aside to inquire about the details, while the other girls perked up their ears. Chen Xiaolin recounted the events that transpired, eliciting envious gazes from her peers. Wang Xia, filled with admiration, remarked, "I never imagined that the little girl would favor you so much. It signifies a special bond." Chen Xiaolin pondered this, nodding in agreement, contemplating that perhaps this was indeed fate. At that moment, the little girl, Lei, who shared this connection with Chen Xiaolin, sat on the sofa, gazing hungrily at a large bag of snacks on the table, potato chips, lollipops, and jelly. The big brother had indeed kept his promise. Only after seeing her grandmother nod in approval did Lei accept the potato chips handed to her, savoring them in small bites. Witnessing this scene, Grandma Lu could not help but express her gratitude. "Thank you for the treats. If only the payment could be a bit more generous." Seated next to Chen Xu was Uncle Zhang, who, Noticing Grandma Lu's dissatisfaction, grew somewhat irate. Enough is enough. This individual is helping Lei with her tutoring and has provided 2 boxes of milk along with a large bag of snacks. How can you still ask for more money? Grandma Lu, slightly intimidated by Uncle Zhang, could only mumble about voluntary assistance. As Uncle Zhang prepared to speak again, Chen Xu quickly intervened. Grandma Lu, we must express our gratitude. As previously agreed, this is Lei's tuition fee, and I will continue to bring milk and snacks for her each month. Upon receiving the money and hearing about the ongoing provisions, Grandma Lu's mood brightened considerably, while Uncle Zhang turned away, no longer wishing to engage. Lei, thank you for today. However, remember to keep our acquaintance a secret. If you let it slip, the snacks may disappear, Chen Xu said, affectionately ruffling Lei's hair. Don't worry, big brother. I will definitely keep it a secret, Lei assured him, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the plentiful snacks, fully committed to fulfilling her promise. That's splendid. I entrust this to you, Chen Xu replied with a cheerful smile. As Chen Xu and Uncle Zhang exited the building, the latter grumbled, such a materialistic person. Chen Xu reassured him, Uncle, as long as this matter is settled, we owe you a debt of gratitude. Let's go out for a meal. I'll treat you to a couple of drinks. Uncle Zhang waved him off. Forget it. You should hurry back to school. Don't be late. I've already finished my dinner. Chen Xu had no choice but to bid farewell to Uncle Zhang and return to the classroom. Today, Grandpa Zhang assisted Chen Xu with a task that left him feeling somewhat discontented. As a result, when class ended, he noticed Chen Xu approaching him with a bottle of white liquor and a pack of chicken feet. Hey, what are you up to, young man? Grandpa Zhang felt a twinge of discomfort at Chen Xu's visit, slightly embarrassed. Grandpa, I brought you some snacks. Without your help, who would I turn to for assistance? Grandpa Zhang had genuinely lent a hand, even though he felt he hadn't done it perfectly. Any minor flaws were not his fault. Lu Sanmei is simply one to take advantage of small favors, but Lei is quite understanding. If it weren't for Lei, I wouldn't have bothered to seek her out. With nothing else to occupy his time, Grandpa Zhang began discussing Lei's family situation with Chen Xu. It was then that Chen Xu learned of Lei's parents' divorce, and that she lived solely with her grandmother. Thus, it was only natural for Grandpa Zhang to think of her when considering good deeds. No wonder she is so considerate. It turns out she has her own share of misfortune. Chen Xu silently noted this in his heart. Chapter 46, Opening a Store for My Sister in the Dormitory. Chen Xiaolin was busy organizing her belongings. She took out her sketch paper and brushes, along with a plaster doll, and after a moment's contemplation, she retrieved some snacks from her small bag. Amidst her flurry of activity, a roommate could not help but remark, "It's just teaching a child. Why take it so seriously?" With a heart full of joy, Chen Xiaolin paused, resisting the urge to respond, and her movements became slower. However, her deskmate, Wang Xia, could no longer tolerate the comment. What's wrong? If you can't manage, don't blame others. Even without Chen Xiaolin, you wouldn't be able to do it. The roommate who had spoken up could not hold her tongue, and a quarrel soon erupted between the two. Chen Xiaolin hurried to intervene and calm Wang Xia, while the other roommates joined in, eventually bringing the dispute to a close. Sighing, Chen Xiaolin thought to herself, no wonder Chen Xu doesn't live in the dormitory. This thought suddenly crossed her mind, and she quickly shook her head, as if to dispel it. Never mind, the opinions of others can be daunting. I'll just work hard to repay him. On their way to and from class, Chen Xu occasionally encountered Chen Xiaolin. She no longer dared to exchange glances or smiles as before, keeping her head down and walking quietly, which caused a prolonged ache in Chen Xu's heart. Alas, it is not easy to be a good man. Perhaps I should embrace my inner scoundrel. He crumpled a soda can and tossed it into the trash before drifting into a drunken slumber. That afternoon, his sister Chen Yin called, announcing that she had successfully negotiated a deal with the brand, securing an agency fee of 30,000 yuan, with rent and inventory costs. The initial investment would amount to around 100,000 yuan. Gao Shui and 2 others had already contributed 30,000, leaving Chun Yin needing another 70,000. All right. I will transfer the money to you shortly, Chen Xu replied, pleased that his sister's business was finally taking off. Are you not going to think it over? After all, it's a 100,000 yuan venture. Chen Yin was surprised by Chen Xu's swift decision. What is there to ponder? You all must be prepared, so let us proceed. Chen Xu encouraged his sister. Okay. In fact, I've already resigned from my job, so there is no turning back now. I've found a place, and I'll pay the deposit this afternoon. Yes. Remember to take someone with you when you make the payment. Don't go alone. I understand. Soon, the money was transferred, and Chen Yin quickly checked her balance, only to find an additional 100,000 yuan. In a hurry, she called Chen Xu. Wasn't he at 80,000? Why did you send 100,000? In business, it's never that precise. Keep some as a reserve. What if the first month's sales are poor? Salaries still need to be paid monthly. Chen Yin was taken aback by her brother's thoughtful consideration. Since both amounts were borrowed, a little extra wouldn't matter. Delighted, she went to find Gao Shui and the others, and they agreed to resign from their jobs that afternoon. Together, they would go to pay the rent for the store, sign the contract, and start preparations for renovations the next day. Thus, the venture of the four would officially commence. In the afternoon, when signing the contract, Chen Yin withdrew 30,000 yuan to pay the rent, while Gao Shui and the others prepared to deposit their funds into Chen Yin's account for unified management of their investment. During the transfer, Gao Shui made a phone call, and upon her return, she appeared hesitant, stating that she could no longer contribute her funds. What? Before Chen Yin could respond, Huang Lily and Qi Shuwan erupted in protest. Did we not agree to pool our resources together? How can you suddenly back out? Gao Shui lowered her head, rendered speechless. But it was evident that her sister had disapproved. It was then that Chen Xu recalled the matter of the reserve funds. Gao Shui's withdrawal was inconsequential as her own finances sufficed. So you've made up your mind, right? No contribution? Then why proceed together? I want to contribute. Yet I still wish to participate. Gao Shui had not anticipated her sister's abrupt change of heart, her rationale eloquently articulated. Very well, what about the two of you? Chen Yin inquired further. We will join you. Huang Lily and Qi Shuan expressed some discontent towards Gao Shui, yet upon witnessing Chen Yin's composed demeanor, they resolved to follow her lead. All right then. Following Chen Xu's counsel, which emphasized the importance of clarity in financial matters among close associates, the group recalibrated their shares. We are four. Let us each take a 5 stake in labor shares without any financial input. Subsequently, we will calculate according to our contributions. I will hold the majority share, thus if profits arise, my earnings will be substantial. However, should operational challenges arise necessitating further investment, I too shall contribute significantly. The benefits and risks are directly proportional. Do you all comprehend this? Chen Yin meticulously elucidated, captivating her audience's attention. Sister Yin, your understanding is truly profound. Following your lead is undoubtedly wise. Chen Yin feigned the role of an astute leader, though in truth, she lacked comprehension. This entire framework had been devised by Chen Xu, leaving the others momentarily astonished, as this was their inaugural experience in entrepreneurship. With funds diminished by over half, Chen Xu harbored concerns regarding his sister's venture and its potential success. I must visit and check on her progress when I have the opportunity next time I return home. In the afternoon, Chen Xu received notification regarding the basketball match against Yizhong, scheduled to occur in 3 days at the basketball court of his own school. His school had achieved victories in both prior matches. Securing a win against Yizhong would solidify their advancement, as the subsequent 2 opponents were considerably weaker. Assisting in defeating Yizhong would allow him to wear his LeBron 2 sneakers with peace of mind. The basketball match commenced as anticipated at 2 p.m. Lu Jia expressed frustration at being unable to attend as a spectator, while his classmates exhibited a similar yearning for the spectacle. It's class time. How could there be an audience? It was the same when I visited other schools. You should simply stay put. Lu Jia felt helpless, yet an itch of anticipation lingered within him. Chen Xu, they may already be aware of your presence. This match will likely focus on you, so remember to exercise caution. Coach Zhang advised. Understood, coach. Meanwhile, the players of Yizhong's basketball team were warming up, their hushed mockery of the gymnasium occasionally piercing the air. Jiang Tianwei felt a surge of anger, poised to confront them for silence. Just as he took a few steps, he heard Coach Zhang summon the team to assemble. Coach Zhang watched the irate Jiang Tianwei return and reassured him. It's of no consequence. They merely engage in empty rhetoric. What purpose does it serve? Conserve your energy for later, and do not squander it in unworthy pursuits. It was evident that Coach Zhang had overheard the taunts from the opposing team. The gymnasium at number 2 middle school, though somewhat smaller than that of number 1, was not the crux of the matter today. The focus lay on demonstrating true prowess. After both teams completed their warm-ups, they officially entered the arena to commence the match. As customary, Chen Xu remained on the sidelines, attentively listening to Coach Zhang's insights while also observing keenly. Number 1 middle school, being a long-established powerhouse within the city, boasted a center, Wang Jingquan. who towered at 205 centimeters and weighed 110 kilograms, contrasting sharply with Jiang Tianwei, who weighed merely 95 kilograms, rendering him unable to effectively contain his opponent. Leveraging Wang Jinquan's individual skills, the point deficit swiftly escalated to 6. Sensing the impending collapse, Coach Zhang promptly called for a timeout to make substitutions. Chapter 47. The second basketball game. Upon entering the game, Chen Xu anticipated being closely monitored, yet to his surprise, he was met with no tight defense. The player he was matched against had lowered his stance from afar, evidently trying to prevent any breakthroughs. Chen Xu relished this opportunity. From the familiar 45-degree right mid-range area, he received a pass from Lu Guoqiang and effortlessly sank a two-pointer. The opposing team continued their usual strategy, with Wang Jinquan engaging in a one-on-one, forcing his way past Jiang Tianwei to score off the backboard. As Chen Xu and Jiang Tianwei traversed half-court, he gave Jiang a reassuring pat on the shoulder and inquired, "Are you all right?" Jiang Tianwei rubbed his chest, offering a bittersweet smile as he replied, "I was bested by him last year, and it seems this year is no different. However, we have you now. We'll rely on you soon enough." He won last the entire game. What surprised Chen Xu was that the opposing team appeared entirely oblivious to his performance in the previous match, failing to target him specifically. Was it possible that his opponent was a defensive maestro, capable of managing the situation single-handedly? Wu Kuan glanced at the opposing number 15 with a puzzled expression, wondering about the peculiar look he was receiving. "What are you staring at?" Wu Kuan couldn't help but ask. "Yes," Chen Xu replied with a chuckle. Seeing that his opponent remained silent, Wu Kuan shrugged it off. Nonetheless, he felt confident that he would soon dominate the game. After Chen Xu scored 3 consecutive baskets, Wu Kuan began to sense something amiss. This substitute was remarkably accurate. The opposing coach quickly noticed as well, calling for a timeout to advise Wu Kuan. "Wu Kuan, focus on number 15. It seems he has scored all 3 baskets from the 45-degree right area. He is a newcomer with no prior data, so you must restrict his shooting in that zone." "Understood, coach." As the timeout concluded, the opposing team promptly tightened their defense. It appeared that the player Chen Xu was up against was not exceptionally skilled defensively. Rather, he had simply been caught off guard initially. As Chen Xu shifted to the left side, Wu Kuan was still preoccupied, but Chen Xu had already released his shot, scoring another 2 points and leveling the game at 18-18. "Wow, so he has this accurate too?" Wu Kuan muttered in disbelief, glancing at his coach, who signaled for him to keep a close watch. However, closely marking a player was not as simple as it seemed. Chen Xu and Jiang Tianwei executed their customary pick and roll, effortlessly netting another 3-pointer. Coach Zhang, brimming with satisfaction, handed Chen Xu a bottle of water, unable to contain his delight. Meanwhile, the opposing coach was visibly distressed. Their number 15, having just entered the game, was a perfect 7 for 7. How could they compete under such circumstances? Frustrated, he redirected his ire towards Wu Kuan. "What is going on with you? The opponent already has 14 points. Are you guarding him or merely socializing? With your performance, do you still expect to start?" Wu Kuan, who had barely scraped into the prestigious school after missing the cutoff by 3 points and paying to gain admission, was particularly sensitive to being looked down upon. Consequently, the coach's words ignited his frustration. Once the timeout ended, Chen Xu noticed that the player before him had adopted a fierce glare, as if he intended to attack. As Chen Xu awaited Lu Guoqiang's pass along the baseline, Wu Kuan took advantage of the referee's momentary distraction and delivered a sharp elbow directly to Chen Xu's chest. In the realm of sports, such actions are seldom observed. Chen Xu instinctively recoiled, his eyes widening as he gazed at Wu Kuan. In contrast, Wu Kuan maintained an air of nonchalance, ignoring Chen Xu entirely while feigning active defense. Chen Xu discerned that his opponent, unable to match his prowess, resorted to unscrupulous tactics. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, refusing to grant Wu Kuan the satisfaction of provoking him. Chen Xu commenced a relentless dance across the court, leading Wu Kuan on a wild chase, never allowing a moment's respite. Consequently, Wu Kuan found himself deprived of the opportunity to employ any underhanded maneuvers. Forced to trail behind Chen Xu while occasionally evading obstacles placed by teammates intent on blocking him. The tactical acumen of the opposing team was lacking. When Wu Kuan was obstructed, his comrades struggled to provide timely support. Thus, before Wu Kuan's watchful eyes, Chen Xu skillfully netted 2 baskets. Wang Jinquan observed Chen Xu as one might regard a peculiar creature. The young man had attempted over 10 shots, seemingly missing only 1. What an astonishing shooting percentage! Despite his own vigorous efforts and constant movement, his shooting accuracy barely reached 50%. Why did Chen Xu excel so? As Wu Kuan witnessed Chen Xu's score, he exchanged high fives with Lu Guoqiang while casting a scornful glance in Wu Kuan's direction, igniting a surge of ire within him. When Chen Xu next broke free for a shot, Wu Kuan, fully aware he could not block in time, charged forward recklessly. As Chen Xu landed, he was unceremoniously shoved to the ground. Before he could utter a word, his teammates surged toward Wu Kuan. Lu Guoqiang, swift to react, forcefully shoved Wu Kuan, who stumbled but managed to remain upright. However, he was soon encircled by others. Jiang Tianwei helped the fallen Chen Xu to his feet, only to find the scene devolving into chaos, with players crowding around Wu Kuan, and even the substitute players converging on the fray. Coach Zhang hurried over, first checking on Chen Xu's well-being. Once assured of his safety, he sought the referees, demanding they restore order. After considerable effort, the referees succeeded in separating the two sides. They surveyed the downcast Wu Kuan and the fiercely aggressive Lu Guoqiang before conferring among themselves, ultimately rendering a decision. Wu Kuan's malicious foul was acknowledged, but Lu Guoqiang's actions were also deemed improper, resulting in a two-shot foul for each side and a technical foul against both players. On the sidelines, Coach Zhang continued to voice his grievances, accusing the referees of bias, yet eventually subsided. The opposing coach managed to pacify his players, aware that they were in the wrong, thus lacking the conviction to continue the dispute. Wu Kuan was removed from the game to prevent further conflict. The coach admonished Wu Kuan, questioning his blatant disregard for the rules. Ashamed, Wu Kuan could only clench his fists in silent frustration. On the court, Chen Xu converted both free throws before resuming play, ultimately drawing defenders and assisting Jiang Tianwei in scoring. With the score gap widening to double digits, Coach Zhang hastily substituted Chen Xu, ensuring he received a moment of respite, despite no injury having occurred. Without Chen Xu, the entire team's offense became rather cumbersome. Coach Zhang, desperate, decided to send Chen Xu onto the field after 5 minutes into the second half, as the score was perilously close to being equalized. Upon witnessing Chen Xu's entrance, the opposing coach's demeanor shifted dramatically, casting a glance towards Wu Kuan, who was seated on the sidelines. Wu Kuan, in a moment of impulsive folly, shoved Chen Xu and immediately found himself besieged by the opposing players. As he left the field, he felt the disdainful gazes surrounding him, including those from his own team, which only fueled his ire. However, upon realizing that the coach had called for him again, Wu Kuan's spirits were rekindled, understanding that his presence was indeed indispensable on the field. Chapter 48. Harm done to others ultimately harms oneself. However, this sense of triumph did not last long. Upon returning to the game, Wu Kuan found himself utterly unable to contain Chen Xu, watching helplessly as the score gap widened. A malevolent thought resurfaced in his mind. The coach had instructed him not to commit blatant fouls, but what if such actions went unnoticed? A smirk crept across his face at the audacity of it all. Deliberately, he ceased to closely guard Chen Xu, allowing him ample space for a shot. Chen Xu, perplexed by the sudden opportunity, seized the moment and leapt into the air to shoot. Wu Kuan, witnessing Chen Xu's ascent, felt a surge of delight and rushed forward to feign a block, extending his foot forward surreptitiously. Yet, it was his first attempt, and he miscalculated. As Chen Xu landed, he narrowly evaded Wu Kuan's foot. However, with keen observation, Chen Xu noted Wu Kuan's right foot retracting as he pretended to glance back at the ball, having just been knocked down moments ago. Chen Xu initially dismissed it as an understandable lapse in a heated game. But this time, the blatant trip was a different matter entirely. It was an intentional act aimed at injuring him. Fury ignited within Chen Xu, but Wu Kuan's actions were discreet, and, due to the angle of view, no one seemed to notice his foul play. The opposing team scored again with a strong move under the basket. Chen Xu observed Wu Kuan, who maintained a defensive distance, seemingly inviting him to shoot. "You have shown no mercy. Do not expect kindness in return," Chen Xu thought resolutely. In his familiar position, Lu Guoqiang passed the ball to him. Noticing the absence of defenders, Chen Xu leapt once more for a shot. Wu Kuan, realizing Chen Xu had not perceived his earlier transgression, felt a rush of excitement and extended his foot again. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. The crowd turned to see Wu Kuan collapsed on the ground, clutching his foot in agony. What transpired? The coach rushed to Wu Kuan's side, directing his gaze toward Chen Xu, who had been closest to the incident. With an expression of innocence, Chen Xu pointed to Wu Kuan, stating, "I am as perplexed as anyone. I merely landed on his foot after my shot." Jiang Tianwei and others erupted in disbelief, recognizing that this was, indeed, a case of stepping on someone's foot. Chen Xu, being new to the team, might not fully grasp such nuances, but they certainly did. Yet, the unfortunate Wu Kuan lay on the ground, and it seemed inappropriate for anyone to further chastise him, so the crowd quietly awaited the referee's decision. Those surrounding the scene were well aware of Wu Kuan's earlier antics towards Chen Xu and understood that this was a consequence of his own actions. There was not a shred of sympathy for him, as all present observed with cold indifference. Meanwhile, Chen Xu, standing aside, was approached by Jiang Tianwei and others, who eagerly inquired about the situation. Chen Xu could only maintain his innocent demeanor, reiterating, "I'm not entirely sure. It seems I stepped on his foot as I landed." The crowd marveled at Chen Xu's fortune, speculating that had he misstepped even slightly, he could have been the one being helped off the court. Jiang Tianwei clapped Chen Xu on the shoulder, affirming the narrow escape. The people around him chimed in, suggesting that Chen Xu should try his luck at the lottery. "With your fortune, not buying a ticket would be a loss," they remarked. Indeed. Most injuries stem from twisted ankles. It is exceedingly rare to encounter no harm at all. On the sidelines, Wu Kuan cautiously removed his shoes, revealing his white socks, which were soaked through with blood at the toe. He hastily took off the socks, only to discover that his toenail had become dislodged. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers. This was truly unfortunate. Everyone felt that Wu Kuan was ill-fated. Attempting to cushion another's fall, he ended up injuring himself instead. It was indeed a stroke of bad luck. Only Chen Xu, standing at a distance, observed coldly. He had anticipated that Wu Kuan would continue to play recklessly. And after shooting, he focused on his own footing, leveraging his abilities to shift his weight onto his right heel, stomping down with force. Lu Guoqiang returned from witnessing the commotion, exuberantly reporting on Wu Kuan's injury. Upon learning that his toenail had lifted, everyone applauded. Chen Xu also cracked a faint smile. The game resumed with one less starter on the opposing team, their morale plummeting, leading to a swift and decisive defeat, marking their first loss of the year. After the match, the two coaches shook hands. The coach from E Middle School, with a bitter expression, remarked to Coach Zhang, "Where did you find such a sharpshooter? His shooting accuracy is extraordinary. He must be your secret weapon." Coach Zhang, taken aback, replied, "Did you not watch our game against Experimental High? He played then." The expression on the E Middle School coach's face shifted dramatically. After a moment of silence, he exhaled sharply, "Damn it. That old rascal Sun must have deliberately kept it from me." Old Sun was the coach of Experimental High, and Coach Zhang finally realized that they had intentionally concealed information, allowing E Middle School to approach the match unprepared. Reflecting on it, it made sense. In previous years, both schools had vied for the top spot. Now that Experimental High had lost, they surely hoped E Middle School would follow suit. Coach Zhang silently commended Experimental High for their cunning. The E Middle School bus waited for Wu Kuan to return from the medical room before departing hastily. Inside, a heavy silence enveloped the group. No one spoke as they occasionally glanced towards Wu Kuan's seat. Resorting to underhanded tactics had not only proven ineffective, but had also backfired on themselves. A sight too disheartening to bear. Within the gymnasium, the two most challenging matches had concluded, leaving no further responsibilities for Chen Xu. Coach Zhang clasped Chen Xu's hand tightly, bidding him a reluctant farewell. Alas, if only Chen Xu were a mediocre student. If he could continue playing with the team, our standings in the island city would surely improve. But alas, upon returning to the classroom, Chen Xu was immediately surrounded by his classmates. Lu Jie rushed forward, eager to inquire about the match details. "We won. Nothing particularly remarkable to report," Chen Xu replied, unwilling to boast about his achievements. "Come on, you must tell us everything, or else we won't let you off easily," the others chimed in, a chorus of playful demands rising around him. Just then, Lu Guoqiang entered, prompting Chen Xu to gesture towards him, urging the others to ask Lu Guoqiang instead. The people around swiftly gathered around Lu Guoqiang, for the last competition had rendered his remarks far more entertaining than the dry discourse of Chen Xu. Lu Guoqiang, reveling in the attention, gracefully returned to his position amidst the eager gazes of the crowd and began to narrate, or rather, to commentate. With his wealth of experience, Lu Guoqiang once again showcased his storytelling prowess. Just as he was about to describe Wu Kuan's intention to use Chen Xu as a stepping stone, the school bell rang. A chorus of discontent erupted from the crowd, although Lu Guoqiang had not uttered the customary phrase indicating the continuation of the tale. Everyone felt as though they had indeed heard it. Chapter 49. Post-match lottery. The English teacher had already entered the room. Yet Lu Jie felt an insatiable itch in his heart and couldn't resist writing a note to Chen Xu inquiring about the follow-up. Chen Xu shot Lu Jie a disapproving glance, as if to say that the answer was quite evident. He tossed the note aside, ignoring him. However, it wasn't long before Chen Xu noticed Su Xin Yuan also fixating her beautiful eyes upon him, her intentions unmistakable. Reluctantly, Chen Xu bent his ankle, signaling Su Xin Yuan to observe for herself. Upon witnessing Chen Xu's agile ankle, Su Xin Yuan felt relieved and redirected her focus back to the exam paper. Having dealt with Su Xin Yuan, the English teacher had just passed by Chen Xu when Li Shui tossed a note in his direction. Faced with these inquisitive souls, Chen Xu had no choice but to exhibit his ankle once again. As soon as they entered the city, Wu Kuan was promptly taken to the hospital. The doctor in the infirmary had made it abundantly clear that his injured nail was nearly completely detached, and it would be prudent to have it removed at the hospital. Soon enough, a plump woman hurriedly approached Wu Kuan, anxiously grasping his hand upon arrival. "My darling, I heard from the teacher that you were injured. Where did it hurt?" Upon hearing the term darling, Wang Jingquan and the others exchanged bewildered glances, finding it peculiar that a grown person would still be referred to as such. Wu Kuan was equally taken aback by his mother's public display of affection, his face reddening with embarrassment. "Mom, what are you doing?" Upon detecting her son's tone of impatience, Jin Yuxia's expression hardened. "What's wrong? You're flesh of my flesh. What's the harm in me calling you that?" Before Wu Kuan could retort, someone in the background could no longer suppress a chuckle. Sensing the awkwardness of the situation, those who had laughed quickly excused themselves. Wu Kuan intended to discuss the earlier incident with his mother, but knowing she would undoubtedly dismiss his words, he sighed and fell silent once more. Jin Yuxia continued to inquire about the cause of the injury, to which Wu Kuan simply replied that he had been stepped on. "That's unacceptable. Who was that lad who stepped on you? He didn't even come to check on you?" "No, I must speak with your father about this." Jin Yuxia, unwilling to let this transgression go unpunished, promptly pulled out her phone to call Wu Kuan's father. Wu Kuan, unable to intervene, resigned himself to let her act as she pleased. Shortly thereafter, Wu Kuan's father, Wu Haiwen, arrived at the hospital. "How could you sustain such injuries just playing basketball? That boy who stepped on you didn't even bother to visit? This is intolerable. Call your coach and find out what happened." "Mom, could you please refrain from bothering others? I've already said it was an accident." Wu Kuan was naturally reluctant for the incident to become more widely known. "You are still young. What do you know of the treachery of human hearts? How can you be certain it wasn't intentional?" Jin Yuxia, who had never acknowledged her mistakes, was not about to heed Wu Kuan's counsel. Wu Haiwen, harboring a belly full of grievances upon hearing of his son's injury, noticed Wu Kuan's demeanor was off. Ignoring the ongoing argument, he discreetly stepped outside to call the coach. Stepped on? All right, I understand now." Wu Haiwen hung up, completely taken aback by the explanation. He also watched basketball games and was well aware of the severity of tripping. His anger dissipated entirely as he returned to the ward. Quietly beckoning Jin Yuxia to come out, he explained the situation to her, urging her to remain calm for a while. "Tripping? What is that?" Naturally, Jin Yuxia was oblivious. It was enough that she understood the matter ended there. After all, they were not in the right. Wu Haiwen sighed and said, although Jin Yuxia was accustomed to being stubborn, she held a fair amount of faith in her husband. Thus, she could only mutter softly, "So Kun got hurt, and he was in the wrong? This is the first time I've heard of such a thing." The class concluded with everyone distracted, and they all gathered around Lu Guoqiang's spot. Quick, what happened next?" Lu Guoqiang recounted how Wu Kuan's scheme backfired, resulting in Chen Xu injuring his toe, prompting a chorus of cheers. The classroom quickly transformed into a lively scene. Lu Jie, who understood the intricacies of the situation, patted Chen Xu on the shoulder and said, "Today you were lucky, getting tripped and managing to retaliate. Let's go buy lottery tickets tonight." Several individuals had already suggested that Chen Xu purchase a lottery ticket, and Chen Xu playfully told Lu Jie, "If you give me the money, I will go." Lu Jie clapped his hands. "Deal." During dinner, Chen Xu looked disdainfully at Lu Jie. "You only gave me 4 yuan? And I have to buy you dinner too? 5 million yuan is sufficient. Buying dinner utilizes your previous contributions. I'm not doing it for free. Go on now." Ultimately, fulfilling his promise, Chen Xu had no choice but to rise and go buy dinner. Upon his return, he tossed 2 scratch-off tickets onto Lu Jie's table. 5 million is here. You choose first. Scratch-off tickets? Fine, a scratch-off it is. It's the same chance to win a grand prize. Lu Jie selected one and scratched off the winning area with a coin. "Oh wow, I actually won." Lu Jie's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this real? The surrounding crowd, including Chen Xu, grew excited. You're joking, right? Lu Jie gleefully waved the ticket, exclaiming, I won 5 yuan. Really? The crowd cast disdainful glances at Lu Jie. What's wrong? Do you all look down on 5 yuan? That's enough for a decent meal. Lu Jie defensively replied. Winning 5 yuan was certainly commendable, yet everyone had anticipated a jackpot of 5 million. In comparison, 5 yuan seemed rather trivial. Lu Jie maintained a positive attitude, happily examining his ticket. Hey, this is the first time I've won anything in my life, he declared, excluding the trivial school raffle from his memory. Chen Xu, quickly check yours. Chen Xu scratched off his ticket, unsurprisingly yielding nothing. You're not doing too well, Lu Jie chuckled. Spent 4 yuan and won 5. Look how happy that makes you. Chen Xu reflected on his own luck and thought, well, I haven't even won 5 yuan. As night classes approached, the basketball fervor Chen Xu had brought gradually faded, and everyone redirected their focus to their studies. That evening, as the self-study session neared its end, Li Shui discreetly tossed a note to Chen Xu. After class tonight, I'd like to go home for a bit. Can you accompany me? Li Shui's home is located in the town, yet for the sake of convenience in her studies, she has opted to reside in the dormitory. Thus, a quick trip home to retrieve something is quite manageable. Have you taken leave? Chen Xu inquired softly, glancing at Li Shui. Li Shui produced her leave request and displayed it to him. Chen Xu responded with an approving gesture, and Li Shui beamed with joy. As the evening study session concluded, Li Shui arose to leave, prompting Chen Xu to follow suit. What is going on? Chen Xu, why aren't you studying today? Lu Jie, with his keen eyes, noticed their exchange. Well, I have matters to attend to and will be leaving early today, Chen Xu replied, deflecting the question. Chapter 50 An unexpected quarrel. Chen Xu and Li Shui arrived at the bicycle shed, retrieved their bicycles, and set off together. The streets were now mostly deserted, with only a few shops still open, conducting their final transactions of the day. The streetlights illuminated the two as they rode side by side. Where's your home? Chen Xu inquired, aware that Li Shui's residence was in town, yet unaware of its exact location. To the northeast, quite close to the river, Li Shui replied. It's less than a kilometer away. We'll arrive shortly. Transitioning from the bustling area to the riverside, they indeed found the surroundings eerily quiet. No wonder she had invited him to accompany her. It felt somewhat daunting at this late hour. However, the two of them did not feel particularly uneasy. Spotting a 2-story house ahead, Li Shui cheerfully exclaimed, Look, the one with the lights on is my home. Just as the excited Li Shui and Chen Xu reached the gate of the small courtyard, they were startled by the sound of something shattering. They parked their bicycles and peered through the gaps in the fence, only to witness a couple engaged in a heated argument, flinging objects at one another. Chen Xu felt an awkwardness wash over him. It was indeed unfortunate to intrude upon someone else's domestic affairs. Li Shui, equally uncomfortable, had never witnessed her parents quarrel before, and it seemed particularly unfortunate that this was Chen Xu's first visit. For a moment, both were at a loss for how to react. As the voices from within continued to escalate, Go ahead and be with your little vixen. Why come back? Li Shui's mother shouted. What vixen? Inxiumei. I ask you not to unjustly accuse me. She is an employee at my factory. What is wrong with speaking to her? Li Shui's father retorted loudly. Why do you only talk to her? There are others around. Isn't it clear you have something going on? I told you, I only know her among those people, so I can only converse with her. The others aren't from your factory. How could I know them? Is it because you find her attractive? Stop with your nonsensical accusations. The sound of objects crashing echoed from within, and Chen Xu standing outside felt increasingly uncomfortable. Turning to Li Shui, he suggested, Perhaps I should head back first? Before Li Shui could respond, the situation within took a new turn. Li Shui's father, fuming, burst through the door and declared, This is absurd. I'm going to the factory to sleep. Let whoever wants to stay in this house do so. Li Shui quickly urged Chen Xu to push their bicycles behind the wall, where an abundance of flowers provided ample cover. They crouched down to observe as a small car roared to life and sped away. Li Shui's mother, however, chased after it, shouting at the vehicle. I see you're off to clandestinely meet that little mistress. I must keep an eye on you. With that, she locked the door, left the lights on, and sped away on a small motorcycle, the engine revving in the night. Two individuals rose from the shadows. Chen Xu gazed at Li Shui, attempting to discern whether she had brought the keys. Li Shui shook her head, indicating that she had not. Shall we return? Chen Xu inquired. Never mind. I shall climb over the wall, Li Shui contemplated before responding. She identified a position near a concrete stump, deftly avoiding the sharp protrusions. and successfully scaled the obstacle by stepping on Chen Xu's hand. You should come in as well and wash your hands, Li Shui remarked, observing Chen Xu's hands from beyond the fence. That's sufficient. I can manage like this, Chen Xu replied, patting his hands together. If you do not enter, I cannot exit either, Li Shui said with a hint of embarrassment. You don't have the keys at home? No, I left them at school, she replied. Oh, with no other option, Chen Xu followed her over the wall. Upon entering, they were met with a disheveled living room, littered with shards of broken teacups and water jugs. Li Shui made no attempt to tidy up. She simply navigated carefully around the debris and stepped inside. She gestured towards the bathroom, suggesting Chen Xu wash his hands, to which he readily complied, as he had a preference for cleanliness. Afterward, Chen Xu took a seat on a nearby dining chair, watching as Li Shui hurriedly ascended the stairs to gather her belongings. Moments later, Li Shui descended with a backpack. Let us depart, she said. Very well. However, just as Chen Xu stood, the sound of an approaching car echoed from outside. Could it be your father returning? Chen Xu speculated. Quick, let us go upstairs. Li Shui replied, certain of it, and hurried up the stairs alongside him. Peering around the corner of the staircase, Li Shui saw the front door indeed swing open. Her parents had returned. I have told you repeatedly, refrain from causing trouble here. If you wish to argue, do so at home. Do not embarrass us outside, her father bellowed. Ah, so you indeed look down upon me. This plain woman. You heartless scoundrel. Li Shui's mother lamented, collapsing onto the floor in tears. She was quite aware, having chosen a spot free of shards to sit. Noticing Li Shui still listening, Chen Xu decided to retreat upstairs, recognizing that this was a family matter and he, an outsider, should not intrude. He surveyed the layout of the second floor, a large, vacant reception room cloaked in dust, a small room cluttered with miscellaneous items, and Li Shui's bedroom. With nowhere else to go, Chen Xu entered her room, taking a seat at her study desk, illuminated by the glow of the street lamp outside. Daring not to switch on the light, and with nothing else to occupy his mind, he stared out the window. The muffled sounds from downstairs still faintly audible. Ah, it seems that wealth does not guarantee happiness. With greater riches come greater troubles. Lost in thought, Li Shui soon entered, observing Chen Xu daydreaming at the desk. She approached the window, drew the curtains, and switched on the desk lamp. You may read here for a while. I shall step outside. I truly apologize for today's events, she said, feeling rather embarrassed by the unfolding situation. Not at all. I shall take this opportunity to read. Chen Xu replied, unable to suggest otherwise, and acquiesced to her request. Li Shui closed the door behind her as she exited. At last, the sounds from downstairs faded away. Chen Xu glanced at Li Shui's collection and casually selected a copy of Dream of the Red Chamber. This literary masterpiece requires one to settle into a tranquil state of mind for a proper reading. After a few glances, Chen Xu found himself unable to engage with the text any further. He returned the book to its place and continued his search when suddenly he stumbled upon a thick, hardcover notebook. Could it possibly be a diary? Chen Xu mused, recognizing that his own diary bore a similar appearance. Upon opening it, he discovered that indeed it was. Casting a glance toward the door, he pondered for a moment before deciding to unveil its cover. Inside, on the front page, was a photograph of Li Shui, seated on a stone bench beneath a willow tree by the river, donned in a green dress, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Flipping to the next page, he found entries that began from the first year of high school, chronicling her experiences of being reassigned to a different class. Chapter 51. Peeking at Li Shui's diary, Chen Xu, apprehensive about Li Shui's return, hurriedly flipped to the later pages, searching for the sections pertaining to their senior year. September 2nd, 2004. Chen Xu, that foolish boy, is truly exasperating. Why does he persist in targeting Zhao Xiaolong? Is it merely because Zhao Xiaolong is shorter? What a coward he is. Today, he made me cry out of frustration. He is indeed a scoundrel. Numerous crosses followed, indicating her tumultuous emotions at the time. Chen Xu felt a twinge of embarrassment, having stumbled upon the part where he was criticized. The more he read, the more frequently he appeared in her entries. September 16th, 2004. I saw that scoundrel sleeping again today. Humph. He comes to school to nap instead of studying, wasting his family's money. September 25th, 2004. The math teacher praised me today. I am truly elated. October 10th, 2004. That rascal sleeps all day, yet somehow scores better than I do. Is there no justice in this world? Humph. Chen Xu ranked second in the exam. How is that possible? He clearly slept through class today. Could it be that he studied at home? Today, I apologized to Chen Xu, and he shockingly suggested we sleep together. I couldn't contain myself and slapped him. I had misjudged him before. He is truly a rogue. Chen Xu is first again? This is unbelievable. Why is Chen Xu so popular that everyone adores him, yet I struggle to get along with him? Chen Xu. Chen Xu. Chen Xu. March 11th, 2005. Hee, Chen Xu and I have reconciled today. We are speaking again. I am so happy, la la la. April 2nd, 2005. Last night, I dreamt about him. He was so mischievous in the dream, doing those things to me. Hee, what should I do? He is becoming increasingly handsome. April 7th, 2005. Today, I heard that the boys' dormitory was inspected and many items were uncovered. It is likely that the girls will be next. I dare not leave my diary in the dormitory any longer. I must take it home. April 12th, 2005. Today, Chen Xu played basketball and won again. He is truly amazing. How I wish I could have been there to witness it. What a pity. I heard he nearly got injured on the court. That is quite frightening. The diary ends here. Chen Xu breathed a sigh of relief, closing the book and quickly returning it to its original place. He had not anticipated his frequent appearances within its pages. Li Shui had yet to return, leaving Chen Xu to wait, taking out a copy of Story Weekly to pass the time. Surprisingly, the book was quite engaging, and Chen Xu became engrossed, unaware of Li Shui's arrival. Seeing him so captivated by the book, Li Shui approached and gently tapped him, rousing him from his reverie. What happened? Have you finished arguing? Chen Xu instinctively asked, only to realize the inappropriateness of his words. Li Shui's expression darkened. My dad has come home, and my mom is still nagging away. Chen Xu faintly heard a loud knocking sound from downstairs, the force unmistakable. Don't hide in there without making a sound. I know you're home. You have the audacity to steal a man, yet you lack the courage to open the door? A scene featuring Shui inexplicably flashed through Chen Xu's mind, prompting him to quickly shake his head to dispel the thought. After a moment of silence, Li Shui stepped out to take a look. Her mother was still sitting in the living room, chattering incessantly. Resigned, she returned to her room and sat on the bed, conceding that she wouldn't be going home today and would have to sleep here. I'll take the bed, Chen Xu said, having anticipated this outcome. You. Li Shui was momentarily flustered but ultimately held her tongue. After all, this was not Chen Xu's fault, but rather the consequence of her own actions. Moreover, there were no other rooms on the second floor for anyone to stay in, not even a bed. Fine, let's each take our side and not move around, Li Shui said. Her face flushed. Of course, Chen Xu replied nonchalantly. Can I at least use the restroom? Thankfully, there was a bathroom on the second floor. Li Shui gestured, and Chen Xu hurried to relieve himself, returning without flushing. Upon his return, he found Li Shui making the bed. The 1.5-meter bed was just enough for each of them to have their own side. Chen Xu comfortably removed his shoes and climbed onto the bed, covering himself with the small quilt Li Shui had brought out, stretching luxuriously. His own bed never felt this comfortable. Perhaps it was simply a matter of a girl's bed being cozier. Observing Chen Xu's satisfied expression, Li Shui felt a pang of jealousy, but soon found herself quietly slipping into the bathroom. When she returned, her face was even redder. She had just realized Chen Xu hadn't flushed the toilet, but after using it herself, she hadn't dared to flush either. Li Shui drew the curtains, turned off the light, and climbed onto the bed barefoot. The moonlight outside cascaded over them, and she inexplicably recalled Chen Xu's earlier words. Then why don't you sleep with me for a while? Did this count? Embarrassed by her own thoughts, she momentarily forgot about her parents' quarrel. After all, they were in someone else's house with their parents present, and Chen Xu dared not move around, falling asleep obediently. However, as he slept, he suddenly felt as though he was being smothered, as if he could scarcely breathe. Startled awake, he realized he was on Li Shui's bed, with her clinging to him like a doll, her entire body enveloping him. The reason he felt he couldn't catch his breath was that she was pressing down on him. Annoyed, Chen Xu pushed Li Shui's arm away, finally able to breathe freely. Yet, merely 10 seconds later, Li Shui resumed her position of holding on to him. Chen Xu had no choice but to push her away again. Before long, she was back to hugging him, and with no other option, he gently placed her arm down, ensuring it didn't constrict his neck. In that moment, sleep eluded him. Chen Xu noticed Li Shui's legs draped over him and couldn't resist the urge to touch them. They feel quite nice. Then I'll find a comfortable position as well. He turned his body, placing his legs atop Li Shui's and resting his hand on her hip, finally drifting into a satisfied slumber. In the morning, Chen Xu was jolted awake by a shrill scream. Opening his eyes, he saw Li Shui looking at him. A mixture of embarrassment and anger etched on her face. Chen Xu, bewildered, asked what happened. Li Shue's face flushed crimson as she roused from slumber. Realizing that she was sprawled across Chen Xu, and to her astonishment, his hand was within the confines of her clothing. However, the expression on Chen Xu's face indicated that he remained blissfully unaware, lost in a deep slumber. After all, she had also nestled into his embrace, leaving her no choice but to remain silent. It was past 5. They ought to rise. Oh, all right, Chen Xu replied, hastily getting up, having slept in his clothes. Compressed by her presence throughout the night, he indeed felt quite uncomfortable. Neither of them could freshen up, so Li Shui ventured to take a look downstairs, discovering a serene silence enveloping the house. It was only natural, considering they had stayed up late the previous night, and now, at such an early hour, everyone must still be asleep. With her bag slung over her shoulder, Li Shui and Chen Xu stealthily traversed the living room and exited the front door. Once they had safely passed through the entrance, both exhaled in relief, exchanging a knowing glance filled with laughter. Li Shui wiped the dew off the bicycle seat with a tissue, and together they pedaled back to school with a sense of ease. Chapter 52. A troubling quarrel during the morning self-study session. Chen Xu, unburdened, lay on the table catching up on sleep. Lu Jie, sitting nearby, nudged Chen Xu. What's going on? What mischief did you get up to last night? Come on, I was studying until the wee hours, Chen Xu retorted, somewhat irritated. I'd be surprised if that were true. You must have been up to something, Lu Jie insisted. Get lost. Li Shui, overhearing the exchange, scoffed. Humph. Boys never speak a kind word. She couldn't help but recall Chen Xu's hand slipping beneath her clothing, causing a heat to rise within her. Yet, her thoughts quickly shifted to her parents, prompting a wave of anxiety. What if their quarrel escalated to divorce? What would she do then? Consumed by worry, Li Shui found it impossible to concentrate on her studies throughout the morning. By noon, she realized this was not a sustainable situation and sought Chen Xu's assistance once more. Chen Xu, she called him outside. What do you think was the cause of my parents' argument yesterday? Chen Xu, likely believing Li Shui's mother to be unreasonable, hesitated to voice this opinion, unsure of the complete truth. It's hard to say. Those not privy to the situation cannot truly understand. What should I do then? Li Shui asked, distressed. Don't you know anyone at your father's factory? Asking around might provide some clarity, Chen Xu suggested after a moment's thought. Honestly, I don't know anyone well, she admitted. Then you'll have to rely on your own observations, he concluded. Should I go back today and listen in again? She pondered. That seems to be your only option, he replied. All right then. Li Shui approached Lao Gao to request a leave of absence, and surprisingly returned with a leave slip. It seems girls have it easier. They can take consecutive days off without issue, while boys would surely face scrutiny. As expected, Li Shui called upon Chen Xu to accompany her home once again. After evening study, they arrived at Li Shui's doorstep, only to find darkness enveloping the house, devoid of any light. Is anyone home? Li Shui murmured. They can't possibly be asleep, can they? Perhaps, Chen Xu mused. That doesn't seem likely. They usually stay up quite late, Li Shui countered, shaking her head. You have a key, right? Just unlock the door and go in. If they are home, you can say you returned to retrieve something, Chen Xu advised. Li Shui's face brightened with realization. You're so clever. Chen Xu rolled his eyes. Li Shui unlocked the door, and upon entering the house, silence greeted them. It appeared her parents were indeed absent. Come in, Chen Xu. They're not here, Li Shui announced as she stepped back outside. Chen Xu hid his bicycle in the same spot as the previous day before entering. Li Shui then locked the door behind them. After waiting for over half an hour in Li Shui's room on the second floor, with no sign of her parents, Chen Xu yawned several times in succession. You might as well get some rest, Li Shui observed, noticing his fatigue, and she retrieved the pillows and blankets from the previous night. I'll just use the restroom first. Chen Xu replied, heading to the bathroom. Today, the toilet finally flushed properly. After washing his face, he returned to the room. Chen Xu, carefree and untroubled, lay down and soon began to snore softly. Li Shui, gazing enviously at him as he succumbed to slumber, found herself in a state of turmoil, her mind restless with worry and devoid of sleep. As the clock struck past midnight with still no sign of tranquility, she resigned herself to her fate and eventually drifted off to sleep. Come morning, it was Chen Xu who awoke first, groggily extracting his hand from within Li Shui's clothing. Only then realizing he was in her home. Noticing Li Shui still asleep, her brow furrowed, he hesitated to return his hand, opting instead to gently shake her shoulder, urging her to wake as it was time to rise. Li Shui, still dazed, realized she was sprawled atop Chen Xu, her legs draped over his. Flustered, she quickly retracted them and sat up, glancing at the clock and noticing they had only 10 minutes to spare before being late. Dismissing her embarrassment, she hurriedly joined Chen Xu as they rushed downstairs and out the door. They sped along, ultimately arriving just in time, both letting out a sigh of relief. Chen Xu mused that this should suffice. Surely Li Shui wouldn't request a third day off. However, to his surprise, another note from her arrived that evening, once more inviting him to accompany her. Did you request leave again? Chen Xu inquired, puzzled. Li Shui proudly displayed her leave slip, revealing that she had altered the date from the 22nd to the 23rd, thus extending her time off by another day. Chen Xu gave her a thumbs up, bemused by how such a well-behaved girl had learned to bend the rules. As evening study sessions concluded, Lu Jie observed Chen Xu leaving early yet again and couldn't resist commenting, "Chen Xu, what is going on? Why are you leaving so soon? Not studying anymore? I've got a few matters to attend to. Just stepping out a bit early." Chen Xu replied as he gathered his belongings and stood up. "Off to chase girls?" Lu Jie teased with a grin. "Not a chance," Chen Xu retorted, while Li Shui, walking ahead, caught wind of their exchange and couldn't help but scoff at the boys' banter. The third visit to Li Shui's home found them approaching with anticipation. From a distance, they noticed lights illuminating the interior. Finally, someone was home. They stealthily crept to the wall, peering through the gaps in the fence, only to discover a gathering where drinks were being shared. "Is that my grandfather and uncle?" Li Shui whispered in surprise. "Ah, then your mother must have returned to her family home yesterday," Chen Xu deduced. Observing four figures in the living room engaged in lively conversation, presumably her parents along with her uncle and grandfather. With her anxiety somewhat alleviated, Li Shui felt reassured that the situation would not escalate to a divorce. Yet, a lingering unease prompted her to remain attentive, hoping to catch a reassuring word amidst the chatter. However, the adults merely indulged in casual drinking and conversation, failing to mention any of the tensions between Li Shui's parents. As her impatience grew, Li Shui watched her grandfather rise to his feet. "All right, let us call it a night. You two should live harmoniously and avoid causing any embarrassment," he stated, directing his words pointedly at Li Shui's mother. "Father, you've already repeated that several times," Li Shui's mother replied, somewhat irked. "Did you hear me? I asked if you understood," he thundered, startling those around him. "Yes, I understand, father," Li Shui's mother quickly complied, recognizing the gravity of the moment. "Well, as long as you understand, next time something like this happens, don't come back home. Go wherever you wish. Just don't let me find out, for if I do, I shall deal with you," Li Shui's mother murmured, seemingly blaming her husband for his favoritism. After having intimidated her daughter, Li Shui's uncle swiftly rode off on his motorcycle, taking the old man with him. Once her parents had seen them off, they returned indoors. Yin Xiumei grumbled as she walked, admonishing Li Shui's father for his petty grievances, questioning his manhood. To which Li Shui's father could not help but retort. Although their banter continued, the matter of that little vixen was no longer mentioned, indicating that perhaps there was no significant issue at hand. Chapter 53. I do not wish to return home. Chen Xu and Li Shui emerged from the shadows, exchanging silent glances as they listened to the quarrel between the two. They pushed their bicycles away, and when Li Shui glanced at her watch, she realized that the school gate had already been closed. "Why not head home?" suggested Chen Xu. "Let us sit by the river for a while," Li Shui proposed instead. Without responding directly, Chen Xu had no objections. After all, the riverbank was quite near her home. As Li Shui gazed at the shadows of the trees under the moonlight, memories of her parents' arguments flooded her mind. Sighing, she pondered, "They always appear so affectionate in front of me. Could it all be an act? Have they fought like this many times in places I cannot see? Is this what I once envisioned marriage to be?" "Chen Xu, what do you think the meaning of marriage is?" Li Shui raised her head to look at the moon peeking through the treetops. Qian Zhengshu once said, "Those outside wish to enter, while those inside wish to exit," he replied. "You mean fortress besieged?" Li Shui recognized the book immediately. "Indeed, it makes sense. That is why we outsiders cannot comprehend the affairs within. Have you ever thought about getting married?" she inquired. "Not at all. I have no desire for marriage," Chen Xu admitted, recalling a recent incident involving an unexpected increase in bride price. "I'm fine with just dating, but marriage? No thanks." A silence settled between them until Li Shui broke it, asking, "Chen Xu, have you ever been in love?" "Never. With all the studying, who has time for romance?" "Really? Have you ever had a crush?" "Yes, who hasn't experienced unrequited love?" "You have, too, haven't you?" Chen Xu countered. As the night deepened and the air grew cooler, Li Shui hugged her knees and rested her head upon them, confessing, "I have." At first, I didn't think much of him, but the more I saw him, the more handsome he appeared. I even dreamed about him a few times, hee. Surely, you're not referring to me, Chen Xu thought to himself. Are you speaking of me? He asked. You wish. Li Shui denied playfully. If I hadn't seen your diary, I might have been deceived, Chen Xu chuckled, choosing not to argue further. All right, let us go. You should head home, and I'll return as well. Chen Xu gestured towards her house. I don't want to go home. Can I come with you? Li Shui disregarded Chen Xu's suggestion. Tired of her mundane routine, Li Shui felt an unusual urge to rebel today. Come with me? What is up? Haven't you had enough of hugging me? Chen Xu teased, bemused by her fearlessness. You. Li Shui stamped her foot and huffed. What is the point of going home now? To listen to them arguing again. Fine, if you're not afraid. That's all that matters. Chen Xu beckoned her, and they rode their bicycles back to the residential building together. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, Chen Xu instructed. You go in first. Here is the key. It's the third building on the left, room 301. Go ahead. I'll stay for 5 minutes before heading back. Li Shui understood his meaning, nodded, and accepted the key before entering the complex. Chen Xu, finding himself with some time, decided to buy a bowl of wontons and 2 dumplings from the nearby shop. It was late, and a little food would be just right before sleep, preventing hunger from keeping him awake. After greeting the security guard, Uncle Zhang, Chen Xu returned home, taking out a small bowl. The two of them each had a bowl of wontons and a pie. Everything tastes better when one is hungry, Li Shui couldn't help but exclaim. I don't understand your thinking. Living so close to home, why not just eat there? Chen Xu shot her a glance. How could that be? Going home would waste too much time. Besides, living at school allows me to immerse myself in the learning atmosphere. At home, no one supervises. How can one focus on studying? Li Shui remained quite conscientious. Now look at you, so tempted by just one pie. The college entrance exam will be over soon, she said cheerfully. Now it was Chen Xu's turn to tidy up the bed. Several people had slept here before, and everything was already prepared. Hey, have you had girls over? Li Shui suddenly asked, startling Chen Xu. Isn't this pillow and quilt all set up beforehand? Surely someone has been here before. She pointed at the pillow Chen Xu was holding. Yes, Lu Jie has slept here. Chen Xu finally relaxed. Also, this pillow and quilt have been used. Li Shui looked at him with disdain. Then you can use mine. All right. To his surprise, Li Shui didn't mind sharing, confirming his suspicions from his diary. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Chen Xu was ready for bed, while Li Shui had no choice but to rinse her mouth and lie down. Aren't you going to brush your teeth? Chen Xu teased. What will you do when it's time to kiss? Shut up, Li Shui blushed, throwing a pillow at him. Chen Xu caught it with a grin and lay down. As they turned off the light, a silence enveloped them. Chen Xu, what does kissing feel like? Li Shui suddenly inquired. Kissing? I'm not sure. Chen Xu realized he couldn't divulge that information, acknowledging it would mean admitting he had kissed someone. However, Li Shui had already picked up on his hesitation and insisted he share. Reluctantly, he said, with a middle school classmate, it didn't feel like much, just a bit soft. Really? You kissed in middle school? Li Shui jumped to conclusions, thinking he was quite the flirt. I don't like how that sounds. What do you mean by flirt? It's called being charming, Chen Xu retorted half-heartedly. Who is it? Do I know her? Li Shui's curiosity was piqued. No, you barely know anyone, he replied. Humph. Li Shui yanked the quilt and turned to the side. Just as Chen Xu intended to sleep, Li Shui turned back to him. Chen Xu? He didn't even open his eyes. Do you want a kiss? Li Shui asked, her eyes wide open. Not really. Chen Xu feigned sleep. Why not? She pressed, surprised. Kissing you seems pointless. How is it pointless? Who said anything about kissing me? Li Shui retorted, annoyed. If we are to kiss, you mustn't move. I don't want to be hit again, Chen Xu said, finally opening his eyes. Isn't that because you? Fine, I won't move, she conceded. Li Shui gazed into Chen Xu's eyes, and he truly became earnest. However, you must remain sincere and refrain from any other actions. Very well. Chen Xu resembled a cunning wolf awaiting the arrival of Little Red Riding Hood. Li Shui sat up and leaned closer to Chen Xu. He embraced her, his head tilting down as he pressed his lips against hers. Li Shui anticipated a playful exchange, yet unexpectedly found herself kissed deeply. The essence of the man she adored enveloped her, causing her mind to go blank as her hands instinctively wrapped around Chen Xu. He tenderly kissed her lips, his tongue advancing with determination, swiftly parting her teeth to meet her delicate tongue. Li Shui's thoughts electrified, leaving her in a state of utter emptiness. Chapter 54. Li Shui's first kiss. After a moment, the two finally separated, and Li Shui gasped for breath. Regaining her composure, she discovered Chen Xu's hand once again nestled beneath her clothing. With a disapproving glance, Li Shui swatted his hand away, but Chen Xu, unfazed, withdrew it nonchalantly. To be honest, it may not appear significant, yet it is quite profound, she mused. This is what kissing is all about. People often speak of the first kiss as being incredibly sweet and romantic, yet I find myself devoid of such sentiments. Perhaps you should refrain from indulging in romantic dramas. It's not as elaborate as that. It is merely a physiological impulse, Chen Xu patiently explained. Oh, is that so? How many people have you kissed, Chen Xu? She inquired. Just you. This is my first kiss. Chen Xu could not reveal the truth. Really? It seems I am in the same boat, Li Shui replied. A hint of joy in her voice. They reclined once more, and the room fell back into a peaceful silence. Suddenly, Chen Xu felt Li Shui's petite hand delicately traversing his body, inching closer. He instinctively turned to embrace her, initiating another French kiss. Li Shui appeared to revel in this sensation, lost in thought, until she finally uttered, Chen Xu, I think I'm beginning to experience that cinematic feeling. Oh, is that truly the case? Indeed. Allow me to assist you further, Chen Xu responded before leaning in for another kiss. They continued this playful engagement until nearly 2 o'clock, when Chen Xu found himself unable to endure any longer. While kissing was delightful, Li Shui vigilantly monitored his hands, preventing any mischief, making it rather tiresome to engage in kissing alone. I must loosen my clothing. I can no longer continue. It is time for sleep, or I shall struggle to rise in the morning, he declared. Though it seemed to be Li Shui's first taste of such delightful intimacy, her enthusiasm remained unquenched. However, recognizing Chen Xu's wisdom, she subdued her desires and eventually drifted into a peaceful slumber. In the morning, they parted ways as usual, with Chen Xu arriving at the classroom first. When Li Shui entered, her deskmate, Song Qian, remarked, Li Shui, what happened to your lips? They seem a bit swollen. Really? Is that so? Li Shui pressed her lips together, unaware of any issue. Perhaps I bit my lip while eating yesterday. It seems you took a day off for a delightful meal at home, Song Qian said, her eyes wide with envy. Oh, they had no idea I was returning home. I only had some pastries, not a grand feast, Li Shui explained. And yet you managed to bite your lip? Song Qian continued. It was an accident, Li Shui defended, casting a guilty glance at Chen Xu, only to find him observing her with keen interest, prompting her to shoot him a fierce glare. Chen Xu chuckled, why blame me? Wasn't it you who insisted on kissing endlessly yesterday? Setting aside her inner turmoil, Li Shui redirected her focus to her studies. The countdown on the blackboard had dwindled to 40 days, intensifying the academic atmosphere within the classroom. During the first self-study session that evening, the classroom was enveloped in silence. Save for the faint sounds of pages turning and pens scratching against paper, Teacher Gao entered through the back door, surveying the engrossed students with satisfaction before nodding in approval and leaving. After class, Lu Jie quietly approached Chen Xu, whispering, shall we head to the restroom? Just a moment ago, everyone was so quiet that even the thought of using the restroom seemed daunting. Look at your lack of ambition. Let us go. Thus, the two made their way to the restroom together. On the way, Lu Jie quietly remarked to Chen Xu, tonight, Lu Guoqiang and the others plan to go out for an all-nighter. Are you joining them? Goodness, you all have quite the audacity. With the college entrance examination looming, how can you think about going out at such a time? Chen Xu looked at Lu Jie as if he were a fool. Stop looking at me like that. Lu Jie retorted, it's not just my idea. They claim the pressure of studying is overwhelming and they want to unwind a little, to create some beautiful memories amidst the struggles of high school life. Going to an internet CAF for an all-nighter is going to be a beautiful memory? You really are deluded, Chen Xu scoffed. Cut the nonsense. Just tell me if you're going or not, Lu Jie insisted, raising an eyebrow. Sure, I'll go. They can't catch me anyway. I'm a day student, Chen Xu replied nonchalantly, feeling that sometimes indulging a little wasn't a bad thing. All right then. If you go, I'll go too. I'd feel uneasy without you, Lu Jie said with a grin, draping an arm around Chen Xu's shoulder. To be honest, since his rebirth, Chen Xu had greatly influenced Lu Jie. Their outings to the internet CAF had been few, yet they seemed to indirectly aid him. After returning from the restroom, Lu Jie hurried back to his seat and immediately began searching through his books. I distinctly remember having a leave note, he muttered to himself. Hearing this, Chen Xu glanced over and accidentally met Su Xingyan's eyes, resulting in a shared smile. Chen Xu, have you seen my leave note? Lu Jie asked. Assuming Chen Xu would know. How would I know? If you had a leave note, you should have used it earlier, Chen Xu replied with a look of disdain. I wanted to save it for a crucial moment. Who knew I'd misplace it? I distinctly remember tucking it in my math textbook. Lu Jie continued mumbling while his search persisted. Su Xinyuan wrote a note to Chen Xu. You're quite the rascal. Chen Xu replied with a smirk. Mutual feelings. Su Xinyuan shot him a playful eye roll in return. With the leave note lost, their original plans had to be altered. Let us meet by the supermarket north of the school gate around 11, Lu Jie whispered to Chen Xu. Are you sure you want to sneak out? Getting a leave note would be more reliable, Chen Xu said, unable to suppress his concern as he observed their somewhat foolish demeanor. Don't worry. Many in the science class have sneaked out to the internet CAF. That spot is quite safe. No one has ever been caught, Lu Jie assured him, having heard it from a teammate of Lu Guoqiang's basketball team. All right then, 11 o'clock, but don't stay out too late, Chen Xu conceded. Feeling it futile to argue further, Lu Jie gave an approving thumbs up. Later that night, after the lights-out bell rang and the supervising teachers had just left, Lu Jie and his companions sprang into action. Don't rush, the teachers have just left. Let us wait a couple of minutes before heading out, Lu Guoqiang advised. Watching them stealthily slip out of the dormitory, Zhao Xiaolong and his deskmate Yang Jiajie remarked, at this hour, what on earth are they sneaking out for? Zhao Xiaolong, being rather short in stature, often found himself seated in the front rows, interacting primarily with the girls. Consequently, he remained oblivious to the escapades of the boys behind him. Yang Jiajie, on the other hand, was somewhat more adventurous and had already heard whispers of their nocturnal excursions to the internet CAF. They went out to surf the net all night, she remarked nonchalantly. Did they scale the wall to get out? Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaolong felt a surge of curiosity. He had never engaged in such audacious activities himself. It seems so. I've heard that many from the science class have already ventured out. By the way, I heard Chen Xu is going too, but he is a day student. So he doesn't have to climb like the others, she added, showcasing her extensive network of information. Noticing Zhao Xiaolong's contemplative expression, Yang Jiajie quickly interjected. You're not considering reporting Chen Xu, are you? I advise against it. If you do, it will surely involve others. And if it comes to light that you were the one to inform, it could spell trouble for you. Zhao Xiaolong indeed entertained such thoughts. But upon being deciphered by Yang Jiajie, he hastily shook his head in denial. It was true, reporting them could not be known to them. But what was he to do? Chapter 55. Circumventing the firewall, a group of 5 individuals stealthily made their way to the restroom on the first floor, where they opened the innermost window. Despite the foul odor, they climbed through the window one by one. Hurry, be swift, one urged. After traversing a few dozen meters, they arrived at a large tree around the corner. This is the spot, Lu Guoqiang whispered. Ensuring the area was clear, he gestured to Lu Jie. You go first. Upon pointing to a spot on the wall, everyone noticed a hole had been dug, just large enough for a toe to fit in. Lu Jie stepped into the hole, and the others helped him ascend, with Lu Guoqiang propelling him effortlessly over the wall. Perched atop the wall, Lu Jie peered outside and saw a refuse bin used by sanitation workers, which had been dragged from the roadside to this location. Hearing Lu Guoqiang reassure him to descend safely, Lu Jie carefully placed his foot on the bin, landing steadily atop it before lightly jumping to the ground. If Chen Xu had been present, he would undoubtedly have remarked, this is what they call a seamless operation. Lu Guoqiang, being the last, managed to scale the wall with ease due to his tall stature and strong arms, without needing assistance. Chen Xu awaited them in the shadows near the supermarket entrance, waving them over as they emerged. Well done, out before 11 o'clock. It's nothing, Lu Jie boasted. But it's a pity you lack our thrilling memories of climbing over walls. Lu Guoqiang added with a smile. I didn't expect you to actually come, Chen Xu. Your presence brings me peace of mind. It's just accessing the internet. It's no big deal, Chen Xu replied nonchalantly. All right, enough boasting. Let us move. Lu Jie interrupted. Thus, they hurriedly made their way to the internet CAF. Typically, an hour of internet access costs 10 yuan, but Lu Guoqiang managed to negotiate, securing an all-night session for just 15 yuan, and they promptly settled in. Quickly, I've set up the CS room, come on. Lu Jie had already chosen a spot in the corner, eagerly beckoning the others. Chen Xu was primarily there to team up for a game, as nothing else truly piqued his interest, so he swiftly entered the room, ready to dominate his classmates. As everyone filed into the room, Lu Jie shamelessly teamed up with Chen Xu, which instantly filled the CAF with boisterous sounds. Just as Chen Xu was leading with a score of 22-3, a few more individuals entered the CAF, also dressed as students. It was evident they, too, had circumvented the firewall. To Lu Guoqiang's surprise, he recognized one of them. Lu Xiaoyu, you're out too? Lu Xiaoyu smiled upon spotting Lu Guoqiang. Big Lu, you arrived quite early. Of course, I had to be quick, otherwise we might have run into trouble on campus, he replied. Indeed, Lu Xiaoyu chuckled. The newcomers were also adept at playing CS, thus joining the fray, which escalated the noise level in the internet CAF. Damn, is this player really that skilled? I barely peeked out and got shot. Someone lamented, frustrated by their early demise in the game. Indeed, I had not noticed that someone had perished moments ago. Do not make a fuss. That was Chen Xu from our class, who is indeed quite formidable, Lu Guoqiang explained. As we were all acquaintances, there was certainly no suspicion of cheating. And so the others fell silent. After an hour of play, Chen Xu felt it was sufficient, realizing that his presence might disturb the gaming experience of others. And thus he voluntarily withdrew. Consequently, the remaining individuals became evenly matched again, and the previously subdued sounds erupted once more into a lively clamor. With nothing else to occupy his time, Chen Xu, being able to access the internet from his residence, decided to watch a film by Stephen Chow. Before he could finish the movie, Lu Jie completed his game and, brimming with excitement, leaned over to say, "This is rather dull. Let me show you something." He then pulled out a small slip of paper and entered the URL inscribed upon it, glancing around to ensure discretion as he angled the monitor towards Chen Xu. Chen Xu observed a brief video featuring a black man and a Caucasian woman merely engaging in some physical activity. The video concluded after a mere 30 seconds, offering little entertainment value. Lu Jie, however, appeared exhilarated as he exclaimed, "What do you think? Isn't it thrilling? Usually, we only see a few pictures. How often do we encounter a video?" His enthusiasm was palpable. Chen Xu, a seasoned connoisseur of such content, dismissed it with disdain, regarding it as trivial and beneath his consideration. "This is far too juvenile. Allow me to show you something superior," he retorted, revealing his own URL to Lu Jie. Lu Jie was instantly captivated. The content was vastly superior, featuring longer videos without the intrusion of advertisements. It felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new realm. After watching, Lu Jie, unable to contain his excitement, shook Chen Xu's shoulder, exclaiming, "Goodness. Have you known about this all along? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Chen Xu, struggling under Lu Jie's grasp, replied, "Didn't I just mention it?" Lu Jie continued to shake him, "But you didn't inform me while in the housing complex." "Of course not. Would I have told you to watch adult content in my room? What would people think of two grown men?" Chen Xu finally wriggled free. Lu Jie pondered this and conceded, returning to his pursuit of new knowledge, or rather, postures. The internet CAF was quite small, making it impossible to engage in any activity without others being aware. Upon noticing Lu Jie's screen, Lu Guoqiang immediately requested to share the content, which he then disseminated to others. Soon, the entire CAF fell into a hushed silence. As Chen Xu surveyed the now tranquil setting, he muttered to himself, "Goodness, am I inadvertently spreading indecent material?" After consuming a cup of instant noodles, he persevered until past 2 o'clock, unable to endure any longer. He contemplated that rather than succumbing to the stench of sweat, smoke, and foot odor within the internet CAF, it would be far more pleasant to return home. He bid farewell to Lu Jie and powered down his device before exiting. Lu Jie, engrossed in his captivating new knowledge, waved him off, indicating he understood. Chen Xu cast a disdainful glance at Lu Jie before turning to leave the CAF, taking a moment to breathe in the fresh, cool air outside. His mind began to clear. It was just past 2 in the morning, and the streets lay desolate and deserted. Chen Xu hurried home, yearning for a refreshing shower. However, laziness overcame him, and he collapsed onto his bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber. The following morning, he awoke to the sound of his alarm, surprisingly free from any lingering drowsiness. Marveling at the resilience of youth, after just over 3 hours of sleep, he felt rejuvenated. Upon arriving at school, he was taken aback to find Lu Jie and others already present. "You all are here so early. What time did you return?" he inquired. "We got back just 5 minutes ago," Lu Jie replied, still brimming with energy. None of them seemed eager to leave, engrossed in the video from the website you provided. "Come on, watch less of that. Excessive indulgence is detrimental to your health," Chen Xu admonished. "Get lost. That's not how it works," Lu Jie retorted, visibly displeased. Chapter 56. Caught online during the morning study session. Under Chen Xu's leadership, several students in the class suddenly lay down. Zhao Xiaolong glanced back at Chen Xu and the others, knowing they must have sneaked off to the internet CAF, and his urge to report them flared up. Unfortunately, It was a bit late. If only he had informed the teacher before they returned, catching them at the CAF would have at least involved a call to their parents. Upon returning from lunch, Lu Jie hung around Chen Xu's neck, persistently questioning him about the source of the website while encouraging him to go once more. As yesterday's round of CS with his gang had not been satisfying. Come on, were you really just there for CS? You were obviously eyeing their figures. Chen Xu resolutely pushed Lu Jie away. You must have other websites. Don't deny it. Show me a few more. Lu Jie admitted readily. Observing the smirk at the corner of Chen Xu's mouth, Lu Jie's eyes sparkled with excitement, knowing there must be more in store. After dismissing all the meal debts Chen Xu owed him, Lu Jie joyfully returned to his seat with a note in hand. Curious about their playful banter, Li Shui asked. Chen Xu, what are you two up to? Chen Xu quickly wiped the smile off his face, replying, What business is it of yours, kid? Go study. Li Shui, indignant, raised her small fist in a mock threat, but Chen Xu remained unfazed. Sitting upright, Chen Xu noticed Su Xingyuan glancing at him, her expression equally inquisitive. You're a child too. Mind your own business. Su Xingyuan shot him an eye roll. During the break, Lu Jie insisted that Chen Xu join him again that night. You have the website. Just go by yourself, Chen Xu retorted. No, the college entrance examination is approaching. Can't you wait until after it's over? Chen Xu was determined to avoid going again. It's just that what you provided is too valuable to miss, Lu Jie replied, nudging his deskmate Chen Kai. Chen Kai watched it yesterday and said he had never seen anything like it. He has been thinking about it all day. Chen Xu turned to Chen Kai, who wore a look of unfulfilled desire, prompting Chen Xu to hastily turn away. Why not go together? It would make for good company. I have nothing to do anyway. Lu Jie shamelessly suggested. What are you talking about? You want me to be your scapegoat? No way. Chen Xu firmly rejected. What do you mean scapegoat? It's about sharing both joy and hardship, Lu Jie insisted. Don't even start. I'm not going. It's much more comfortable to sleep at home. Chen Xu had already studied this material. He had no interest in accompanying these novices. Fine then. Lu Jie, seeing Chen Xu's stubbornness, sighed in disappointment, as if he had lost several billion. As it turned out, during class, Mr. Gao announced an exam for the next day, prompting a collective groan from the students. Chen Xu turned back to glance at Lu Jie, smugly remarking, Serves you right for wanting to pull an all-nighter. Lu Jie and his deskmate Chen Kai exchanged glances, regretfully closing their mouths. The next day, the exam arrived as scheduled. Chen Xu continued to respond with remarkable ease, particularly in mathematics. Finding that the challenges he faced were becoming increasingly trivial, all those math tutoring books had not been in vain. During evening study, Chen Xu received a note from Lu Jie inquiring whether he intended to go online. Chen Xu scribbled back, expressing his fear of exhausting himself, and tossed the note back. Lu Jie retaliated with a sharp jab at Chen Xu from behind. Su Xingyuan watched Chen Xu with curiosity, to which he replied, as usual, children ought not to pry. However, this time Su Xingyuan fixed her gaze on him resolutely. Realizing that his deskmate, though taciturn, possessed a stubborn streak, he ultimately divulged his plans to her. They ventured out for an all-nighter. Are you going as well? Su Xingyuan suddenly understood, realizing the talk of websites was indeed about going online. I shall not, for I must dedicate myself to my studies, Chen Xu declared with conviction. But what about yesterday? Su Xingyuan recalled Chen Xu dozing off in the morning. Just a few minutes, heh. Chen Xu was taken aback by Su Xingyuan's keen observation. How long, precisely? About 300 to 400 minutes, he admitted bashfully. Scratching his head, Su Xingyuan rolled her eyes at him, prompting Chen Xu to chuckle foolishly. What is so entertaining about being online? I can hardly muster the energy to turn on my own computer at home. I truly do not comprehend these boys, she mused, finding the boy's behavior rather juvenile. In the dormitory that night, Zhao Xiaolong observed Lu Jie and the others leaving once again, finally revealing a smug smile. Humph, this is entirely of your own making. Chen Xu, just wait for the call to your parents. While others discussed the audacity of the group, Zhao Xiaolong smirked to himself, lying down to sleep. Preparing to rise early to witness the ensuing drama, Lu Jie and Chen Kai returned to the internet CAF, as was their custom, initially indulging in games. But as midnight approached, they retrieved notes, inputting websites to commence their studies. Well, exclamations of awe erupted, igniting a fervor for learning among them. As if a new door had swung open, time swiftly passed, and as dawn approached, Chen Kai called for the group to return. The comrades retraced their steps, and after successfully scaling the wall, they felt a sense of relief. Little did they know that Lu Jie, following closely behind Chen Kai, had entered through the restroom window. Sensing something amiss, Inside the restroom stood several students already in detention, flanked by several homeroom teachers. Lu Jie instinctively attempted to retreat, but recognizing that Chen Kai had already entered, he resigned himself to his fate and stood in place. Lu Guiqiang was the last to enter, frozen in shock midway through his climb. It wasn't until the wake-up bell rang that 3 more individuals entered, marking the conclusion of this apprehensive endeavor. Some homeroom teachers, upon recognizing their students among the group, immediately dealt out a couple of slaps, instilling fear in those nearby. Fortunately, Old Gao was not among the teachers present. After clarifying names and classes, Lu Jie and his companions were released, left to wonder what punishment awaited them should Old Gao discover their misdeeds. When Chen Xu encountered Lu Jie and the others in the morning, he noticed their faces were all clouded with sorrow. What could have happened? As he settled down, he turned back to inquire. "We've been caught," Lu Jie lamented, his expression grim. "Old Gao probably hasn't arrived yet, but when he does, we're doomed." No sooner had he spoken than Old Gao entered from outside, calling out the names of Lu Jie and a few others to step forward. Chen Xu nearly burst into laughter. This foolish fellow refused to heed his advice and insisted on going, and now trouble had befallen them. In the front row, Zhao Xiaolong observed that Chen Xu was among those who remained behind, and he couldn't help but feel surprised. Could it be that Chen Xu hadn't ventured out to surf the internet today? He failed to consider that even if Chen Xu had gone online, he would certainly return through the school gates. Shortly thereafter, Old Gao returned with Lu Jie and the others, delivering a public reprimand and assigning them the responsibility of maintaining the classroom's cleanliness for the next fortnight, along with an additional task of writing a 1,500-word reflection each. Fortunately, as the college entrance examinations approached, they were spared the embarrassment of having their parents called in, and it was evident that Lu Jie and his group breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 57. Visiting Sister During Breakfast. Chen Xu cheerfully savored his steamed buns while observing the sulky Lu Jie, feeling fortunate about his decision made yesterday. "Did you just say something?" Lu Jie, smoldering with indignation from the mockery, shot back. "Are you out of your mind?" "I was quietly eating. I said nothing." Chen Xu was at a loss for words. "Then are you smiling?" Lu Jie continued his accusations. "Must I not open my mouth while eating? That's a smile, isn't it?" Chen Xu adamantly denied it. "I don't care. You must treat me to something delicious at noon to soothe my wounded spirit," Lu Jie shamelessly declared. "Get lost." Throughout the morning, Lu Jie and Chen Kai, along with others, speculated about who had reported them. "Is it you, Chen Xu?" Lu Jie eyed everyone suspiciously, unable to suppress his thoughts of Chen Xu as a potential snitch. "Get lost. Am I an idiot to report you? Thank goodness you all kept quiet. Otherwise, if it were known you were out watching adult films, I would also bear some responsibility for providing the website." Chen Xu spat at Lu Jie in jest. "Then who could it be?" Lu Jie, utterly perplexed, slumped onto the table. "Since we know your route for sneaking out, it must have been someone informed who reported you. Perhaps you should consider that angle. But there are still quite a few people," Lu Jie lamented. "Then we're out of options," Chen Xu replied, equally helpless. "Damn it. If I find out who reported us, I will make sure to teach them a lesson," Lu Jie vowed, and the others nodded in agreement. "I wonder if I were to say Zhao Xiaolong was the informant, would everyone rush to beat him up?" Chen Xu mused with a smile. Little did he know, it was indeed Zhao Xiaolong who had made the report. Zhao Xiaolong learned from his deskmate, Yang Jiejia, that they had exited through the first-floor restroom. So he discreetly pinned a note and slipped it through the crack of the classroom duty room door. The duty teachers, upon seeing the note, decided to investigate the first-floor restroom, and to their surprise, they caught quite a few culprits. However, Chen Xu was absent, much to Zhao Xiaolong's disappointment, as his primary target had been Chen Xu. Su Xingyuan looked at Chen Xu. "You really didn't go?" Chen Xu straightened his posture. "I have a flaw. I'm just too upright." Su Xingyuan rolled her eyes, thinking her deskmate was rather unserious. With the storm now past, Lu Jie and the others finally settled down, providing a unique memory of youth. When the simulated exam results were released, Chen Xu retained his position as the steadfast first place, reportedly leading the second place in the grade by over 20 points, with the overall city ranking still under review. Surprisingly, Su Xingyuan also made progress, achieving the 18th position, which impressed Chen Xu, revealing her to be a diligent student. Yet it left one wondering why she had transferred schools after an altercation. Lu Jie placed 20th, and Li Shui 22nd, both glancing at Chen Xu, secretly cursing him as a beast who managed to secure the top spot while seemingly neglecting his studies. Lu Jie, in particular, felt the disparity acutely. Despite engaging in the same activities as himself, Chen Xu effortlessly claimed first place, leaving Lu Jie to ponder the vast chasm between their performances. As noon approached, everyone began to tidy up their belongings in preparation to head home. Su Xinyuan glanced at Chen Xu and couldn't help but inquire, "Are you heading into the city?" Chen Xu replied, "Not this time. I went last time to buy some study materials, but there's no need to go now." Su Xinyuan responded with a soft "oh," her expression revealing a hint of disappointment. Could it be that she wishes to invite me to the city for some leisure? Chen Xu pondered, observing Su Xinyuan's demeanor. Nevertheless, he truly had no time to spare. He needed to visit his sister and check on her shop. As the bell signaling the end of class rang, the students poured out of the classroom in a chaotic rush. Outside, Guan Shueqiang spotted Chen Xu and shouted, "Chen Xu, over here." "Old Guan? What was your rank this time?" Upon seeing Guan Shueqiang, Chen Xu realized he was there to share good news. "Thanks to you, Chen Xu, I placed 29th this time," Guan Shueqiang said, lowering his voice yet unable to contain his excitement. "It's the first time in years I've made it into the top 30. Ha. Congratulations, old Guan." Chen Xu clapped him on the shoulder. "Now you've finally grasped the essence of effective studying. But remember, time is of the essence. The college entrance examination is fast approaching." Indeed, Guan Shueqiang reflected, "If only I had started this earlier." "It's never too late to learn," Chen Xu encouraged. "As long as you put in the effort now, there's still time." "Absolutely," Guan Shueqiang brightened up again. "When you return, I'll treat you to a meal." "No problem. I plan to feast on your generosity," Chen Xu replied, knowing Guan Shueqiang's generous nature made such offers trivial. After bidding farewell to Guan Shueqiang, Chen Xu rode his bicycle home and handed his report card to his mother, Sun Hongmei. "First place again. While that is commendable, it's concerning that I don't see any progress," Sun Hongmei murmured to Chen Zhengguo. Chen Xu rolled his eyes, thinking, only you could say that. If someone else uttered such words, they'd certainly face consequences. Is achieving first place not good enough? "Mom, after dinner, I'm heading to my sister's place," Chen Xu informed Sun Hongmei. "Why would you go to your sister's when the college entrance exam is approaching?" Sun Hongmei questioned, puzzled. "I just want to check on her. She mentioned wanting to buy me some clothes for school," Chen Xu fabricated. Upon hearing this, Sun Hongmei fell silent and served Chen Xu his meal, hastily preparing items to bring to Chen Yan, knowing it was a rare opportunity to visit her. Chen Xu watched as his mother packed sunflower seeds, peanuts, and peas, then grabbed a bag to fill with flour, and he quickly intervened. "Mom, that's enough. Carrying all this is too cumbersome for me." "What are you talking about?" Sun Hongmei playfully nudged Chen Xu. "I'll help you load it onto the bus, and your sister will pick you up when you arrive. It's not that difficult." Reluctantly, Chen Xu accepted the burden and boarded the minibus, laden with various packages. This minibus departed from the town, heading directly to the city where Chen Yan resided, stopping at various villages along the way, making it quite convenient. Chen Xu carefully arranged his items beside his seat and settled down, clutching his backpack tightly. He figured that if he lost everything else, as long as he kept a watchful eye on his backpack, he would be fine. At 1:30, the bus set off, and by 3 o'clock, it arrived at the cinema station in a swaying manner. Chen Xu collected his belongings and disembarked, where his sister, Chen Yan, had been waiting by the roadside. "Haha, it's not easy for you, the boss, to arrive. Why did Mom let you carry so many things?" Chen Yan nudged a bag on the ground, noticing it contained flour. "Mom said it's for you to use when you occasionally cook. But you never listen to anything I say." Chen Xu gestured dismissively, indicating his own helplessness. "Indeed, when do I have the time to cook?" Chen Yan sighed and proceeded to place all the items onto her small scooter. "Hey, when did you buy a motorcycle?" Chen Xu inquired, noticing that the motorcycle was new. "Well, I often need to run around for business, and taking a taxi can be costly, so I decided it would be more convenient to purchase my own," Chen Yan replied as she loaded the items onto the vehicle. Chen Xu insisted on trying to drive it himself, dismissing his sister's suggestion to give him a ride. "Can you even do that?" Chen Yan asked, clearly skeptical. "Just get on. You'll be fine," Chen Xu reassured her nonchalantly. Knowing that their father, Chen Zhengguo, owned a motorcycle, Chen Yan assumed that Chen Xu had learned to ride, and thus she handed over the keys. In truth, Chen Xu was not fond of riding their father's motorcycle due to its clutch, which he found difficult to handle as it often stalled. In contrast, Chen Yan's motorcycle was simpler, operating solely with the throttle, making it easier to ride. Chapter 58. Sister's employees. Chen Xu rode his small motorcycle, and under Chen Yan's guidance, swiftly located her rented apartment. Chen Yin led Chen Xu up to the third floor and opened the door, revealing a surprisingly spacious two-bedroom suite. Previously, we resided in the staff dormitory, but since we've all resigned, it was no longer feasible to continue living there. Hence, we rented this place with company funds. It's convenient for two people to share a room, ensuring safety during our commutes, Chen Yin explained. Chen Xu nodded. After all, being a woman, his sister living alone raised some concerns. It was much more reassuring for several individuals to reside together. This was a new community, and the apartment was quite clean. The few girls had tidied up well, making the space feel comfortable despite the abundance of belongings. Chen Yin organized the items in the kitchen before stepping out with Chen Xu, eager to show him the newly opened store. The shop was not far from the apartment, just a 2-minute walk away. As they arrived, Chen Xu looked up at the brand new storefront, XXX Cosmetics. A floral arrangement still adorned the entrance, vibrant and fresh. Upon entering, they discovered two groups of customers inside. The idol Gao Shui noticed Chen Yin entering with a young man, realizing he was her brother, and discreetly gestured for others to take note. Customers were attentive, but once they departed, and with no new patrons, several girls quickly gathered around. Wow, this handsome young man is Chen Jia's little brother? He is quite dashing. One exclaimed. Indeed, he has that student look. He must still be in school, right? They chattered excitedly, leaving Chen Xu little opportunity to speak. Fortunately, Chen Yin intervened, ushering everyone along. All right, just a glance will do. You're all old enough, though. Stop coveting my brother, Chen Yin playfully admonished. Hey, Chen Jia, how can we be considered old? I'm still a blossoming flower. Huang Lily feigned shyness. Before Chen Yin could respond, Gao Shui interjected. What do you mean by blossoming flower? You're the last of the blooming ones this month. Laughter erupted around them, and even Chen Xu found himself chuckling. Huang Lily immediately chased after Gao Shui, who dashed away. The one in front is Gao Shui, and the one chasing her is Huang Lily. This is Qi Shuan. You should address her as sister, Chen Yin introduced. Sister, Chen Xu obediently greeted Qi Shuan. She beamed in response, rummaging through her pockets, but her work uniform contained no treasures. After a thorough search, she found nothing. Chen Yin understood her intent. Enough already. You're not a child. There's no need to give anything. Qi Shuan smiled and ceased her search, watching as Huang Lily finally caught up to Gao Shui, playfully poking her. Ah, if only there were male colleagues, they would surely behave more gracefully. With none around, this is the outcome. They all act like tough girls. Chen Xu noted, carefully memorizing the names of the individuals present. Qi Shuan, with her ponytail and oval face, stood at about 170 centimeters tall, while Huang Lily, with her short hair and round face adorned with cute dimples and small canine teeth, possessed an innocent charm coupled with a curvaceous figure. Gao Shui possessed a ponytail, a delicate oval face, the fairest complexion, and large, intelligent eyes. Indeed, several of them were quite attractive, particularly Huang Lily. However, it was to be expected. As they were engaged in the cosmetics trade, their appearances could not afford to be lacking, for a poor visage would undermine their credibility in selling beauty products. I diligently took note of my sister's team, for, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would likely become the managers of the new store. It was essential to observe their character and demeanor closely. All right, everyone, behave yourselves, Chen Yin instructed, and only then did the group settle down. Chen Yin then pulled Chen Xu behind the counter, where she presented him with a ledger detailing the recent expenditures and revenues. Chen Xu took the ledger, noting that the expenses primarily comprised rent, agency fees, inventory procurement, the recently rented dormitory, and small motorcycles, all meticulously recorded. The income amounted to over 10,000 yuan, which was reasonable considering the store had only been open for 10 days, and the foot traffic could not be exceptionally high. Not bad, he remarked. How much has been spent? Is there enough left? Chen Xu was well aware that he could not expect his sister to break even in the first month. Thus, he had already prepared himself to provide continued support. Fortunately, your initial investment of 100,000, combined with their contributions, should suffice, Chen Yin reflected. One does not truly grasp the intricacies of business until one engages in it. Every endeavor requires capital, and it is indeed quite different from merely working for someone else. There's no need for concern. Our start has been quite promising. Over 10,000 in just a few days. Once we establish a regular clientele, profits will surely follow. Moreover, when you have some free time, you can distribute flyers. Gradually, the customer base will expand, Chen Yin added reassuringly. I understand, Chen Xu replied. He recognized that success in business could not be rushed, So he chose to quell his own anxieties and think positively. He felt a sense of satisfaction. Although he did not possess an innate flair for business, from a contemporary perspective, this cosmetic store appeared to be sound, and as the clientele grew, profits would naturally ensue. Dinner was a modest affair, with plans to enjoy a more substantial meal after closing. Chen Xu had no objections. So the five of them closed the store at 9 and ventured to a nearby establishment for lamb spine hot pot. The women were quite chatty, immediately engaging in lively conversation upon sitting down, while Chen Xu and his sister approached the proprietor to place their order. The owner, evidently familiar with Chun Yin and her companions, greeted Chen Xu with a smile, inquiring who he was. "This is my younger brother. Preparing for the college entrance examination, soon to be a university student," Chun Yin proudly announced, giving Chen Xu a pat on the shoulder. "Ah, a high achiever. Very well. Let me treat you to a dish," the owner, a portly man in his 40s, said, clearly having indulged in his share of libations. "Thank you. That's very generous." Chun Yin replied graciously, ordering several additional dishes along with a case of beer. Soon, the lamb spine hot pot arrived, a bountiful pot brimming with ingredients. Gao Shui and the others eagerly opened the beers, pouring a glass for each. "Let us welcome Chen Jia's brother to our gathering," Huang Lili exclaimed, her playful spirit shining through. Chen Yin playfully admonished her but could not suppress her own smile as she raised her glass, signaling everyone to join in a toast. "Everyone has been busy chattering for over 10 days, and it has indeed been a laborious endeavor. Coincidentally, my brother has also arrived, providing the perfect opportunity for us to gather. Do not underestimate my brother. He is the one who helped me accumulate my capital, making him a sort of co-owner." It was only then that everyone realized that Chun Yan's money did not originate from her family, prompting them to inquire about the source of Chen Xu's substantial sum of 100,000 yuan. "Oh, I simply know a wealthy lady. 100,000 is nothing," Chen Xu replied with a playful nonchalance. "Well, I must say, I never would have guessed. I thought you were still a novice in such matters," Huang Lili exaggeratedly remarked, eliciting laughter from the group. "Such vulgarity is unnecessary. We are individuals who value emotions," Chen Xu asserted with a profoundly sentimental expression. "Spare me, at your age. Aren't you all just eager for physical affection?" Huang Lili retorted with increasing boldness, only to be promptly silenced by Chen Yin. "Enough of these adult topics with my brother. He still has his college entrance exams to prepare for." With that, the crowd fell into a more subdued atmosphere. Chapter 59. The woman who awoke at midnight as the delectable lamb spine dish was heated to perfection. Everyone eagerly dove in. Before long, other dishes were also served, including a delightful sweet and sour pork. A few individuals officially began to indulge in the feast. Chen Xu had only a piece of pancake for dinner and was already quite famished. In the presence of his sister, he felt no need to maintain any facade of modesty, and Chen Yin continuously piled meat onto his plate. Only after a good 10 minutes of relentless eating did Chen Xu finally feel his hunger abate. Huang Lili, with her infatuated demeanor, remarked, "This young man can eat. His physique must be splendid. This is precisely what my sister adores." Laughter erupted, and the crowd chastised her for sullying the image of the nation's youth. Realizing she had drawn their ire, Huang Lili lowered her head and pretended to focus on her vegetables. Huang Lili possessed an adorably charming appearance, which contrasted starkly with her words. Chen Xu found himself inexplicably drawn to her, yet, faced with so many women, including his own sister, he decided to keep his flirtatious remarks to himself and remain composed. The group, all of similar age, shared numerous common topics, engaging in lively conversation as they dined until nearly midnight. "All right, that's enough. It's time to head back," Chen Yin announced, glancing at the clock. After settling the bill, she called everyone to leave together. As Chen Xu rode his small motorcycle, Huang Lili, unwilling to walk, insisted he give her a ride. The four girls walked alongside, singing cheerfully, while Chen Xu pedaled slowly behind. Huang Lili playfully tightened her embrace around him, feigning inebriation. Chen Xu chose to ignore her antics, allowing her to rest against his back. Huang Lili pressed her chest against him, shifting slightly, leaving Chen Xu speechless. "Can't you be mindful of the surroundings?" he thought. Not a novice in such close encounters, he remained unfazed until they reached the dormitory. Huang Lili jumped off the bike and, facing Chen Xu, teased, "You're no good. You must have had a girlfriend." Chen Xu nearly choked on his surprise. "What makes you think I'm not a good person? Is being in a relationship inherently wrong?" Gao Shui quickly chimed in, "Stop teasing our brother. Chen Xu, keep your distance from her." "All right," Chen Xu obediently replied, casting a smug glance at Huang Lili. If an ordinary student had experienced such a close embrace, they would likely have reacted shyly. Yet, Chen Xu remained unperturbed. This fellow must have some experience with women, Huang Lili thought, feeling disgruntled as others perceived Chen Xu as merely a naive student, rather than the seasoned romantic she believed him to be. That night, Chen Xu chose not to stay elsewhere but instead slept in the living room. Chen Yin procured a blanket for him, suggesting he make do on the sofa. Why not come sleep with your sister? I could hold you, Huang Lili giggled. Out of the question. If anyone is doing the holding, it's me first, Gao Shui promptly asserted. Before Chen Xu could respond, Chen Yin admonished them to behave, then turned to Chen Xu, saying, having too many women around can be troublesome. It's as if they've never seen a man before. With a smile, Chen Xu replied, Sister, I know it's all in jest. I want to take it to heart. As one embarks on the journey of university life, the pursuit of romance is only natural. It is a misconception to assume that all young women embody the persona of Huang Lili. There exist gentle and virtuous girls as well. Chen Yin harbored concerns that Chen Xu might develop psychological scars, potentially hindering his chances of finding a partner. Rest assured, I won't take it to heart, Chen Xu promptly assured her. However, there was a thought left unspoken. He found a certain charm in the boldness of someone like Huang Lili, who embraced love and hate with equal fervor. Chen Yin, reflecting on this, recognized that her brother's entrepreneurial spirit must have endowed him with considerable inner strength, allowing her to release her worries. After the others had completed their evening routines, it was finally Chen Xu's turn. He merely splashed some water on his face before lounging on the sofa. Having consumed nearly 2 bottles of beer that night, weariness soon overtook him, and he fell into a deep slumber. Time passed, and he was jolted awake by a cacophony of sounds. As his mind cleared, he realized that the bathroom light had been turned on, indicating someone had risen to use the facilities. With a sigh, he settled back down. The living room's proximity to the bathroom had disrupted his slumber. Dismissing his concerns, he closed his eyes once more, only to be startled by the sound of soft footsteps approaching the sofa. A pair of hands caressed his cheeks, damp from washing, followed by a light giggle and the sensation of breath grazing his face, suggesting that someone had crouched down beside him. Chen Xu emitted a few low murmurs, attempting to frighten the intruder away, yet to his surprise, she remained, teasingly tracing his lips with her finger, creating a delightful tickling sensation. In a bid to swat away the playful nuisance, Chen Xu swung his arm, only to find his hand landing on a soft object, prompting him to caress it further. Intrigued by its softness, he deduced that it must be Huang Lili. With a mischievous grin, Huang Lili noticed his hand's movement and realized he might not be entirely asleep. You little rascal, you weren't trying to touch me on purpose, were you? Seeing that Chen Xu continued to feign slumber, she playfully lifted the blanket and reached for his trousers. Comfortably enveloped in the blanket, Chen Xu had removed his jeans, finding them cumbersome for sleeping. Thus, when Huang Lili made contact, he could not help but react. Suddenly, he could no longer pretend to be asleep and let out a soft ouch. Huang Lili chuckled. You little rascal, you were indeed intentional. Chen Xu opened his eyes to find Huang Lili clad only in lingerie, the pale expanse of her skin starkly visible in the dim light of the living room. Noticing the heat in his gaze, Huang Lili remarked, I knew I was right about you, hee. With no option left to feign sleep, Chen Xu gazed at the half-clad beauty before him and asked, Huang Jia, what are you doing? Huang Lili, still giggling, teased, you really were pretending to be asleep. Tell me, did you peek while I was in the bathroom? Understanding her playful provocation, Chen Xu replied, I didn't see much, just a glimpse of something white. Huang Lili's expression changed to one of alarm, but upon reflection, she realized it was illogical. When she had exited, he was covered snugly with the blanket, making it impossible for him to have stolen a glance and returned to his position undisturbed. This little rascal is telling fibs, she thought to herself. Humph. You are being rather unruly. Huang Lili unexpectedly intends to confront Chen Xu once more. Hiss, Chen Xu lets out a soft gasp, unable to restrain himself as he reaches out, his hand wandering towards Huang Lili's chest. This time, it is Huang Lili who gasps in surprise, observing that Chen Xu does not retract his hand after his bold advance. She realizes her assessment was accurate. A true novice would not exhibit such cunning. Chapter 60. A night in the living room, you little rascal. Huang Lili trembled as she uttered these words, leaning against Chen Xu, her chest having been playfully grasped. Faced with such a partially unclad beauty, and with both parties holding on to each other, Chen Xu could no longer restrain himself. He pulled Huang Lili closer and kissed her passionately. The rationality in Huang Lily's mind began to dissipate, and what started as unfamiliarity gradually transformed into a response, her hands beginning to move in kind. To the bathroom, Huang Lily managed to articulate with the last remnants of her composure. Chen Xu, cradling the petite Huang Lily, entered the bathroom and locked the door behind them. They dared not turn on the lights, proceeding in darkness. Huang Lily's simple attire for her late-night bathroom visit inadvertently favored Chen Xu. After all, Huang Lily was older than him, alleviating any hesitation. And he set her down on the sink counter. Knowing she must remain silent, Huang Lily bit down hard on her teeth. After 20 minutes of intimate closeness, they embraced tightly, sharing whispered conversations. How many girls have you ensnared? Huang Lily rested her head on Chen Xu's shoulder. What do you mean by ensnared? I've only been with one, Chen Xu replied, firmly denying any semblance of being a novice. Oh, a student? How did that happen? Huang Lily, feeling fatigued, suddenly became intrigued. Sort of. We were classmates, and later we met again and hit it off, Chen Xu recounted, not resorting to falsehoods. Do tell me more, quickly, she urged, her inquisitive nature surfacing. I just called you a little rascal. Huang Lily replied, realizing Chen Xu's words were true. He was indeed no longer a virgin. Once the moment passed, they separated, hastily tidying themselves before returning to bed to sleep. You little rascal, now I have to take medicine tomorrow. Huang Lily playfully glared at Chen Xu. Little did she realize that being clad only in lingerie made her glance far more potent. Chen Xu could no longer contain himself, swiftly picking her up and carrying her back into the bathroom. Ouch! Huang Lily gasped in surprise but offered no resistance, merely tightening her grip around Chen Xu's neck. Regretting her earlier provocation, the thought of being discovered filled her with embarrassment. However, she reassured herself that among their companions, she was the only one with a late-night bathroom habit, so all should be well. Feeling a sense of relief, Huang Lily and Chen Xu spent over half an hour in the bathroom before they emerged, entwined, and collapsed onto the sofa. You little rascal, you do have some skills, she murmured, leaning against Chen Xu, gently caressing his chest. Chen Xu stroked her back, too fatigued to engage in conversation. Observing his exhaustion, Huang Lily rose and placed a soft kiss on his lips. Rest now, dear brother, she said playfully, as Chen Xu watched her alluring figure turn away. He felt a resurgence of vigor, but fatigue ultimately prevailed, and he could only gaze as she entered the bedroom. Exhaling deeply, he adjusted his body, and in the blink of an eye, he succumbed to slumber. Lying in bed, Huang Lily glanced at the peacefully sleeping Gao Shui beside her, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. She couldn't help but reflect on the events that had just transpired. What had begun as a mere attempt to tease had unexpectedly evolved into a moment of candid intimacy. After much contemplation, she could only conclude that it was the spark of dry kindling meeting a raging fire that had ignited the situation. This little rascal, Huang Lily mused, smiling as she drifted into slumber. The vitality of youth was a blessing. When Chen Xu was awakened by his sister, he found himself invigorated and full of energy. Clad in jeans, he accompanied his sister to procure breakfast. The breakfast stall was conveniently located at the entrance of the community, where Chen Xu and his sister settled down, with him finishing his meal first to bring back for the others. He ordered a bowl of tofu pudding, 2 beef pies, and a tea egg, knowing he needed to replenish after last night's exertions. Huang Lily and Gao Shui shared a room, and with the door firmly shut on his sister's side, it was evident that nothing was amiss. Thus, Chen Xu took the initiative to inquire about the 3 girls, specifically about Huang Lily. As for her, she's not a bad person. It's just that she had a boyfriend for several years who ultimately rejected her. This seems to have led her to adopt a rather reckless attitude, Chun Yin explained, mistakenly assuming Chen Xu was concerned about Huang Lily's bold behavior from the previous night. Oh, what is the story? Chen Xu feigned great interest. Chun Yin shot her brother a glance, thinking him a bit too nosy, yet she continued. It appears that the man found someone wealthy, accompanied by a house in the city, and promptly discarded her. Noticing Chen Xu's contemplative expression, she added, Don't let her appearance fool you. She works the hardest among them. She claims she is determined to earn enough to make that man regret his decision. Really? Chen Xu was taken aback to learn that Huang Lily was the most industrious of the group. Her exterior was indeed deceptive. He had assumed that the most composed, Qi Shuan, would be the most diligent. After gathering the essential details, he and his sister headed home with the packed breakfast. Get up, Chun Yin called out, waking each of them to rise for breakfast. Gao Shui, with her hair in disarray and still clad in her undergarments, emerged. leaving Chen Xu momentarily stunned. Who would have thought that beneath her unassuming exterior, Gao Shui possessed such allure? Upon noticing Chen Xu, Gao Shui gasped and hurried back to her room. Huang Lily, witnessing this, chuckled and teased, "Oh, you're so eager. Perhaps I should step out and invite Chen Xu in for you." With a flush still gracing her cheeks, Gao Shui immediately lunged at Huang Lily, engaging in a playful scuffle. Chen Xu, hearing the commotion from inside, refrained from intruding, merely reflecting on Huang Lily's shrewdness and knowing that the wicked often cry foul first. Ultimately, it was Chun Yin who intervened, ensuring both girls dressed appropriately before they emerged. Huang Lily cast a discreet and flirtatious glance at the seated Chen Xu, igniting a warmth within him. "Hurry up and eat, you three. It's already 7 o'clock, and we need to head to the shop to prepare," Chen Yin urged, her voice echoing through the room. Upon hearing about the work matters, Huang Lily and Gao Shui became serious, ceasing their playful banter. Judging by Gao Shui's demeanor, it appeared she had not uncovered anything amiss. Chen Xu exchanged a glance with Huang Lily, both feeling a sense of relief. The return bus was not scheduled until 9:30, so Chen Xu accompanied them to the store. The group busied themselves with preparations in the shop, and Chen Xu observed that nothing seemed particularly unusual, merely wiping tables, sweeping the floor, and arranging the cosmetics displays, nothing out of the ordinary. Chapter 61. New store activities. A notion emerged in Chen Xu's mind, prompting him to seek out his sister, Chun Yin. "Sister, I have an idea that could serve as a promotional strategy." Upon hearing Chen Xu's proposal, Chen Yin deemed it quite feasible and immediately summoned 3 young women. "Starting today, we shall incorporate a new activity, a daily morning exercise routine of 15 minutes at the entrance," she announced. The most composed among them, Qi Shuan, was the first to voice her surprise, while the more vivacious Huang Lily remained silent. "Are you embarrassed?" Chen Xu inquired. "In business, one must first cast aside the notion of face. Do not perceive morning exercises as something to be ashamed of. In truth, it serves as a promotional tactic. With 4 beautiful women exercising in front of our store each morning, do you not think passers-by would be intrigued? Might they not take a moment to stop by?" Pausing to allow the words to resonate, Chen Xu continued. "The reason I assert that the concept of face is inconsequential is that you are all being nurtured as future store managers. Qi Shuan, would you dare to engage in business discussions alone at this moment?" Qi Shuan glanced around at her companions and shook her head, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "See, even a straightforward business conversation intimidates you. Why is that? It is because you fear losing face, concerned that you might fail to secure a deal and incur losses. The purpose of our morning exercises is to help you shed this fear of embarrassment. Only by overcoming this can you maintain composure while working and negotiating. If you blush at every word, others will perceive you as a novice and regard you with disdain." Realizing that the term losing face may have been inappropriate, Chen Xu clarified, "Of course, this is not to suggest a lack of propriety. You all understand my meaning." The 4 young women chuckled, grasping Chen Xu's intent. Qi Shuan, aware that she was the most bashful among them, acknowledged that she was indeed referring to herself and resolved to overcome this flaw. Chun Yin led the applause, and amidst the clapping, Qi Shujuan's cheeks reddened once more. "Well, habits are not easily changed. But let the transformation commence today," Chen Xu declared resolutely. "We shall begin our exercises today." Today?" Even Chun Yin appeared perplexed. "It is imperative that we start today. After all, there is a saying, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, the second best time is now. Let us begin with some calisthenics. And later you may learn a dance routine to attract even more attention," Chen Xu proposed. "Calisthenics? I had completely forgotten about that. It's been years since I've been in school." The group reflected on Chen Xu's words, suddenly turning their gazes toward him. "Isn't there a certain exercise that we haven't forgotten?" Chen Xu hadn't anticipated being drawn into this endeavor. He had initially intended to observe. However, for the sake of profit, he knew he had to participate. With a spirited demeanor, Chen Xu led the 4 young women to the entrance, calling out the rhythm as they commenced their morning exercises. The first segment involved stretching. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lacking music, the atmosphere felt somewhat underwhelming, yet Chen Xu diligently guided them through each movement with precision. Others were influenced by Chen Xu, and their previously casual movements began to adopt a more standardized form, creating a sense of uniformity. After completing a set of exercises, their bodies were invigorated, and more onlookers gathered around, pointing and discussing. Chen Xu, feeling quite pleased, shouted to the crowd of neighbors, "Dear friends, This is my sister's newly opened store, specializing in XXX cosmetics. If you have time, feel free to come and take a look. Don't worry, you can browse without any obligation to purchase. And we even have small gifts to offer. Upon hearing about the gifts, an elderly woman immediately approached to inquire about what they were. Visitors to the store will receive samples of our cosmetics, free to take home for your daughters or daughters-in-law to try. If you find them useful, you can come back to buy more. If not, there is no loss. Chen Xu explained to the woman. Although he did not fully grasp her intentions, who could resist something free? Satisfied, the elderly woman left with a small bag to continue her shopping, seeing the excitement over free offerings. Other elderly women soon approached as well. Chen Xu decided to leave the front line to a few girls and retreated to discuss strategies with his sister. Sister, was your initial promotion just distributing flyers? He asked. Yes, apart from that, I couldn't think of anything else. Advertising on television is far too expensive, Chen Yin replied. Well, let's skip the television for now. Chen Xu thought about the internet, but felt it wasn't the right time yet. Sister, why not buy a few hundred yuan worth of eggs and run a promotion during the May Day holiday? Offer eggs to customers upon entering the store to attract some foot traffic. Eggs? Will giving away eggs really work? Chen Yin expressed her skepticism. You have no idea how enticing eggs can be for the elderly. Giving away 6 eggs could keep them occupied for an entire morning. Of course, we don't need that many. Just 4 per person would be enough to attract hundreds. Hundreds? Just for 4 eggs? Chen Yin clearly doubted. If you don't believe me, give it a try. Each person gets 4, along with the samples, and we'll reach hundreds of households, Chen Xu asserted confidently. Chen Yin considered this. Eggs were manageable, and they already had several hundred samples. It would be best to apply for more, as the cost would primarily be for the eggs. Let us do it then. Seeing her sister's determination, Chen Xu added. We should also prevent people from taking more than their share, or those elderly folks will keep coming back. I recall there are ink pads that leave a mark on the hand lasting several days. We can use that to identify the recipients. All right, could you please pick one up for me at the stationery store? Of course. Time was ample, and Chen Xu quickly returned after purchasing the ink pad. Chen Yin estimated they could even start today. No rush. Let us plan for the May Day event and ensure we're well prepared. We can print some promotional flyers, hang a banner, and set up an archway. Noticing Chen Yin's hesitation about spending, Chen Xu reassured her, I still have 20,000. I'll transfer some to you as soon as we get back. Don't worry, as long as we can turn a profit later, this promotional expense is negligible. All right then. Ultimately, Chen Yin resolved to proceed. After all, a multitude of minor burdens is hardly felt, and a little extra borrowing 1T have a significant impact. Chen Xu informed her about purchasing speakers and doing exercises, to which Chen Yin nodded in acknowledgement. She assigned tasks to her sisters and exchanged a knowing glance with Huang Lily before boarding the vehicle homeward. On the journey back, memories of Huang Lily flooded his mind. Alas, how could one day lead to such a loss of virtue? Clearly, his self-control required further cultivation. In a moment of shameful contemplation, Chen Xu succumbed to drowsiness and drifted into slumber. Chapter 62. Continuing the tutoring, Chen Xu returned home, presenting his mother with a new garment purchased by his sister. Alas, it seemed a tad small, and the style did not quite suit him. He would have preferred receiving money to select something for himself. Sun Hongmei, observing from the side, expressed her discontent with gestures, yet could not resist trying it on before the mirror by the wardrobe. What a wasteful expenditure, she concluded, although the corners of her mouth remained lifted in a smile. Chen Xu watched, reflecting on the intricate thoughts of women. He had never considered buying anything for his family. Noticing his mother's elevated spirits, he could not help but remark, My sister asked you to wait. Perhaps she will buy you some gold during the new year. Huh. Let us not get our hopes up, Sun Hongmei replied dismissively. With her earning capabilities, she would have to starve herself to manage that. Modern women, it seemed, were enamored with fashion, adorning themselves with gold and silver. Though Sun Hongmei complained about the distractions these adornments posed to work, Chen Xu discerned her hidden desire for such treasures. It was not that she did not want them. Rather, the family's finances had been drained by the 2 children. Chen Xu kept this realization to himself, contemplating the idea of purchasing a gold necklace for his mother alongside his sister during the New Year festivities. Though the May Day holiday was imminent and mandated a day off, the impending college entrance examination loomed large, leaving little room for a prolonged respite. Consequently, the holiday was limited to just 1 day, and after lunch, he would have to return to school. Chen Xu hastily retrieved his homework, recognizing the gravity of the situation. He needed to adopt a serious attitude and could not rely on copying others' work. In the afternoon, upon arriving at school, he spotted Chen Xu from a distance. He considered rushing over to exchange a few words, but ultimately slowed his pace. With the examination approaching, it was best to allow her to focus on her studies. Any discussion could wait until after the exams. Seeing Chen Xu naturally reminded him of her student, Lele, whom she taught to paint. With some free time at hand, Chen Xu decided to purchase a few items to visit her. Thus, he turned towards the family housing complex, carrying a box of milk and a large bag of snacks. Upon knocking on Lele's door, Grandma Lu welcomed him with a beaming smile upon seeing the gifts he brought. "Brother, you've come," Lele exclaimed, rushing out to greet Chen Xu, more accurately, to welcome the treats he had brought. This past period had been exceedingly delightful for her, filled with snacks, milk, and the company of a lovely teacher who not only taught her to paint but also played with her, truly a source of great happiness. Chen Xu opened a small bun for Lele to enjoy and handed the subsequent tutoring fee to Grandma Lu. "Lele, do you find it enjoyable to paint with your teacher?" he inquired. "Oh, it's so much fun," Lele declared proudly, puffing out her little chest. "I really like Teacher Chen. She not only teaches me to paint but also plays with me. Let me go fetch my drawings to show you." With that, she dashed to her room and returned with several sheets of art paper, displaying her youthful creations filled with innocence. Observing the thick stack of drawings, Chen Xu realized that Chen Xiaolin was far more dedicated and earnest than he had been. After handing over the fee, he had merely stepped aside while she diligently taught. "I'm glad you enjoy it. If I were to come every day to teach you, would you be willing to learn?" Chen Xu wished to augment Chen Xiaolin's income through tutoring, ensuring that she would possess the means to navigate difficulties in the future without relying on his assistance. Naturally, he desired for Chen Jie to reside in his home indefinitely. Lele evidently harbored a fondness for Chen Xiaolin, eagerly engaging in her studies each day. Consequently, Chen Xu turned to Grandma Lu and inquired, "Grandma, since Lele is willing, would it be permissible for her to continue her lessons after the college entrance examination? I shall cover the expenses. If you have space, it would be acceptable for Teacher Chen to stay at your house. After all, they are both young ladies, so it should not pose any inconvenience." With Chen Xiaolin's arrival, it would alleviate the burden on Grandma Lu in terms of childcare, and Lele would be able to learn without incurring costs, becoming notably more cheerful in the process. It seemed advantageous, hence why she would not object. However, Grandma Lu contemplated further and remarked, "Accommodation is manageable, but what about meals? While we have spare rooms, an additional person at the table would incur extra expenses." It was evident that Teacher Chen could not possibly dine for free. "How about this? You need not charge her, and I will provide you with a monthly stipend of 200 yuan. Any groceries she purchases will be her responsibility and not included in this arrangement." After some reflection, Grandma Lu concluded that feeding an extra person would not exceed 200 yuan, and accommodating her in the same room as Lele was straightforward. Thus, she nodded in agreement, signaling her willingness. "Very well, please take a moment to discuss with her the tutoring arrangement for the 2 months following the examination, at a rate of 3,000 yuan per month, and see if she is amenable. If so, I will ensure the payment reaches you. A total of 6,000 yuan would suffice for her educational expenses. Should obtaining a student loan prove challenging, this sum would enable her to afford her studies." "Agreed," Grandma Lu affirmed. As Chen Xu departed, Lele bid him farewell, while Grandma Lu expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, young man." A sense of satisfaction washed over Chen Xu, though he soon wrestled with a feeling of moral ambiguity. Was his intention behind doing good merely to elicit gratitude from others? Such a mindset felt inherently flawed. Suddenly, he craved a cigarette and made his way to the security booth to borrow one from Uncle Zhang. "What has gotten into you, wanting to smoke all of a sudden?" Uncle Zhang remarked, yet still handed him a cigarette. After accepting the lighter and igniting the cigarette, Chen Xu inhaled deeply, only to find himself coughing violently due to his prolonged abstinence from smoking. As tears welled in his eyes, Uncle Zhang chuckled, "Look at you trying to show off. What is the point of smoking?" Feeling somewhat unsettled, Chen Xu finally regained his composure and explained to Uncle Zhang the situation regarding Lele's family. Being privy to the matter, Uncle Zhang invited him into his small abode, where they shared tea, and Chen Xu recounted the earlier events. When Grandma Lu expressed her thanks, I felt a sense of fulfillment. Yet, I also realized I was the one in need of her assistance, and it should be I who expresses gratitude. This realization left me feeling disingenuous, as if my acts of kindness were merely a means to garner appreciation from others. Grandfather Zhang smiled warmly at Chen Xu and said, "Have you ever heard the saying, 'A gentleman is judged by his actions, not by his heart. If we judge by the heart, there are no perfect individuals in this world. When it comes to filial piety, we should consider intent rather than deeds. If we judge by actions alone, there would be no filial children in impoverished families. Chen Xu pondered over these words, feeling they resonated deeply within him. Grandfather Zhang continued. This saying originates from the Qing dynasty scholar Wang Yongbing's evening conversations by the hearth. It conveys that the assessment of a person as a gentleman should focus on their behavior rather than their inner thoughts. For if we were to only scrutinize the heart, perfection would be an unattainable ideal. Similarly, when evaluating filial piety, it is essential to regard one's intentions rather than mere actions. For if we were to judge solely on deeds, we would find no devoted children in financially struggling households. Noticing Chen Xu nodding in agreement, Grandfather Zhang recognized that he had grasped the essence of his words and nodded approvingly. Thank you, Grandfather, Chen Xu replied earnestly. But then a curiosity sparked within him as he glanced at Grandfather Zhang. This caused Grandfather Zhang to feel a flicker of annoyance. What is it? Do you think my tattered clothes imply a lack of culture? Let me tell you, a man enriched with knowledge exudes elegance. For a man, lacking wealth is inconsequential. With talent, prosperity is easily attained. Chen Xu was taken aback by the profound wisdom in Grandfather Zhang's words. Lacking money himself, he realized that he relied on his talents or cunning to earn a living, and thus he felt enlightened by this fundamental truth of life. Chapter 63. Take out roast duck, sir. Were you a teacher before? Chen Xu inquired curiously. Enough of your prying, young one, Zhang Deyi retorted, seemingly unwilling to divulge any details about his past. It was puzzling, for being a teacher was hardly a matter of shame. However, Chen Xu could do nothing to extract the information, resolving instead to ask Grandma Lu later, as she would likely possess the insights he sought. Encouraged by Zhang Deyi's words, Chen Xu regained his composure, and upon returning to the classroom, his gaze immediately fell upon Lu Jie. Ah, isn't that Brother Lu? Why didn't you invite me to go online today? Chen Xu teased playfully. Lu Jie shot him a glare. Get lost. Stop bringing up things that don't concern you. Huh. It's rare to see you remember something. Chen Xu chuckled, feeling a sense of relief at Lu Jie's newfound humility. To soothe my wounded spirit, I deem it fitting for you to treat me to a meal, Lu Jie shamelessly declared. Get lost. With that ugly mug of yours, you dare to dream. Chen Xu retorted. You old rascal, Lu Jie exclaimed, rising to embrace Chen Xu from behind, compelling him to treat him to dinner. With no choice left, Chen Xu consented to this humiliating agreement. Nearby, Li Shui observed the playful banter between the two, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Though she couldn't help but mutter under her breath, boys are so childish. When Su Xinyuan arrived, she pulled a food container from her bag, revealing it to be filled with neatly sliced roast duck. Despite having consumed considerable meat in recent days, Chen Xu's mouth watered at the sight. It had been ages since he had savored such a delicacy. Perhaps he hadn't enjoyed it since his return to life. Such a wealthy lady. Chen Xu marveled aloud at the generous portion of roast duck before him. Su Xinyuan shot him a sidelong glance. There were 2 more containers, and upon opening them, he discovered they contained side dishes and spring pancakes. Well then, dinner is sorted for tonight, he mused. At dinner time, Chen Xu took the containers to the family quarters to heat the food, while Lu Jie cast him a mournful look. Look at me. I'm of no use whatsoever. Who told you not to have such a table mate? Chen Xu could no longer tolerate Lu Jie's pitiful gaze. Lu Jie was well aware of the situation. While he could partake in Chen Xu's food without qualms, this was a meal brought by Su Xinyuan, and Chen Xu had no authority over it. All he could do was watch. Chen Xu and Lu Jie parted ways at the intersection, with Lu Jie heading out to buy dinner, while Chen Xu returned to the family quarters. As he passed through the small gate of the family quarters, he unexpectedly spotted Chen Xiaolin. She emerged joyfully from the building, seemingly brimming with excitement. Upon reaching the gate, she looked up and was taken aback to see Chen Xu. Both stood momentarily stunned, and Chen Xiaolin, breaking the silence, asked, How have you been lately? The joy on her face faded slightly as she fidgeted with her hands, replying, Pretty well. That's good. That's good. Chen Xu sighed in relief, but soon found himself at a loss for words. I. Both stammered simultaneously, only to fall silent once more. Chen Xu chuckled, and at last, Chen Xiaolin joined in the laughter. I am delighted to see you, she expressed, finally letting go of her worries with a light-hearted smile. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave now. After exchanging a nod with Chen Xu, she continued on her way. Chen Xu watched as Chen Xiaolin's figure gradually diminished, her back never turning to him. With a sigh, he resumed his path forward. It must be said that sometimes, letting go in a timely manner can be a boon, beneficial to both oneself and others. Chen Xiaolin hummed a cheerful tune. Feeling as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders, her mind and body finally at ease. An inexplicable appetite surged within her, prompting her to step outside the school gates to procure something delicious to eat. Today was a day of good fortune. She felt compelled to treat herself. Recalling her earlier conversation with Grandma Lu regarding continuing her tutoring, Chen Xiaolin steeled her resolve and indulged in the cold noodles and meat bun she usually refrained from buying. Spending 5 yuan to satiate her hunger. 3,000 yuan a month, totaling 6,000 over 2 months, covering her food and lodging, added to her savings. She would be able to repay Chen Xu, and perhaps even have enough for tuition. Truly splendid news. As she made her way back, Chen Xiaolin felt an overwhelming urge to shout in exuberance, but seeing the throngs of students around her, she quelled the impulse. Upon returning to the dormitory, her desk mate, Wang Xia, curiously regarded her. Chen Xiaolin, have you encountered some good fortune? You seem exceptionally joyful. Chen Xiaolin paused momentarily before replying. I've let go of certain people and matters, and I feel considerably lighter at heart. Wang Xia surmised that it might relate to the earlier incident with the scandalous text, a time when she had not seen Chen Xiaolin smile, as she had been the subject of gossip. Nonetheless, being a good friend, she refrained from probing further and simply felt happy for her. As Chen Xiaolin and Wang Xia engaged in casual conversation, she thought of Chen Xu. The previous incident had no bearing on him. He too was a victim, and she recognized that it was unjust to hold him accountable. Yes, let's remain friends, she decided inwardly. In the classroom, Su Xingyuan and Chen Xu savored roasted duck, observing Lu Jie, who was drooling with envy over his beef pie, which suddenly seemed far less appealing. Su Xingyuan wished to share a portion but hesitated, fearing that Chen Xu might not have enough. After a few bites, she felt satisfied and wiped her hands, encouraging Chen Xu to finish the remainder. Is that all you've eaten? Chen Xu noted that Su Xingyuan had hardly touched her meal. She nodded, indicating her contentment, and offered the rest to him. Chen Xu, not one to decline, eagerly devoured the leftovers and then turned to Lu Jie. Su Xingyuan brought this roasted duck. Would you care for some? Lu Jie had been eagerly awaiting this invitation and lunged forward like a ravenous dog. Chen Xu, taking advantage of the moment, distributed rolls to those nearby, emphasizing that they were brought by Su Xingyuan. Su Xingyuan felt a bit embarrassed at the attention and gently tugged at his arm, signaling him to eat quietly. There was quite a bit of roasted duck, yet not much remained after sharing. Chen Xu managed to eat to about 70% satisfaction. Lu Jie happily polished off the last piece of meat, prompting Chen Xu to quickly say, "Your debt for the meal is forgiven." Lu Jie, with morsels still lingering in his mouth, widened his eyes in disbelief and inquired, "Is this what you call it?" This was brought by Su Xingyuan. Would you have been able to partake if I hadn't offered it to you? Of course. It counts as a meal, Chen Xu replied nonchalantly. You truly have no shame, Lu Jie retorted with disdain. Likewise, Chen Xu shot back. At that moment, Su Xingyuan was inexplicably reminded of Lu Jie's previous leave request incident, recalling how she had spoken ill of Chen Xu, only for him to respond with a similar retort. This memory caused her to stifle a laugh. Chen Xu, observing Su Xingyuan's sudden laughter, was puzzled by her reaction. The sight made her cheeks flush, prompting her to glare at him. A glance is one thing, but why do you keep staring at me? Chapter 64, Delivering Eggs During Class, Mr. Gao specifically approached Chen Xu to inform him of his ranking in the recent mock examination. You are the top student in our school, 4th in the district, and 35th in the city. You are merely 20 points away from the city's top scorer. The gap is not insurmountable. Mr. Gao displayed the citywide rankings to Chen Xu, advising him not to feel overly pressured by the comparisons to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Peking University. The key is to maintain your performance, understand? He added, noting that a 20-point difference was not too significant. Chen Xu had mentally prepared himself for this, feeling emotionally stable. As long as he avoided unfortunate dietary choices like eating beef noodles on the day of the exam, his results should remain consistent. All right, teacher, I understand, Chen Xu replied. Good, then return to your studies, and remember to balance work and rest, Mr. Gao said, reflecting on how Chen Xu, previously an average student, had ascended to the top of the school within a year, all without much assistance from him. He felt a sense of pride and thought, if only I had a couple more students like him. May 1st arrived, and early in the morning, Chen Yin and her 3 companions were already awake. Surprisingly, without needing to be called by Chen Yin. The four exchanged glances, each wearing a similar expression. Huang Lili could no longer contain herself and remarked, Sister Chen, the flyers were distributed days ago. How many people do you think will show up for today's event? It wouldn't be. Never mind. Realizing her misstep, she quickly attempted to correct herself. Chen Yin shared her concerns, but, as the leader, she had to maintain her composure. Don't worry. With so many flyers distributed and free giveaways, we should have dozens. Perhaps 100 attendees, she asserted, though her tone lacked conviction. Nonetheless, her words provided a sense of reassurance to the others, prompting them to wash up and prepare for breakfast together. The four soon left their home and arrived at the breakfast stall at the community entrance. Upon seeing them, the stall owner greeted Chen Yin with enthusiasm. Hey, you're the owner of XXX Cosmetics, right? What time does your event start this morning? Surprised, as they had only recently moved in and exchanged few words with the owner, Chen Yin responded politely, we start at 8, and the activities will commence then. Great. I'll come by to check it out, the owner, who appeared to be in her 30s, said, exuding a youthful charm. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yin quickly added, if you come by, I'll give you a complimentary sample to try. If you like it, I can offer you an additional 20% discount. The last part was whispered, as if it were a secret. The owner beamed at this prospect, replying, wonderful. I'll definitely stop by after I finish here. As the group enjoyed their breakfast, their spirits lifted. The early inquiries about their event seemed to herald a promising day ahead, suggesting that the activities would indeed be successful. The four individuals savored their breakfast, and the proprietress, with a thoughtful gesture, charged them 1 yuan less, leaving Chen Yin somewhat taken aback by such unexpected warmth. What a delightful surprise from the proprietress today. Upon reaching the entrance, they were truly astonished. It was not yet 7 a.m. Yet a dozen elderly gentlemen and ladies were already seated, waiting. How could this be? All four murmured in disbelief. The shop did not open until 8 a.m. As Chen Yin and her companions approached, the elderly women immediately rose to surround them. Dear, I must head to the hospital shortly. Could you please let me take a portion first? Chen Yin sensed something amiss. Why would one need 4 eggs for a hospital visit? Clearly, it was a pretext. However, she refrained from confronting them directly and simply replied, Auntie, we won't commence until 8 a.m. If you must go to the hospital, you may collect your share upon your return. We will also have activities this afternoon. The elderly women conversed amongst themselves, but Chen Yin remained resolute, assuring them that there would be activities throughout the day and they could return later. Realizing they could not collect their portions in advance, the women settled back down and continued to wait, entirely dismissing their earlier claims of urgency. At 7 a.m., the eggs arrived, transported in baskets into the shop, and excitement spread among the elderly ladies. Shortly thereafter, the workers arrived to set up the archway. Once the arch was erected and music began to play, the presence of the elderly at the entrance attracted even more onlookers. Such is the nature of the Chinese, they revel in gatherings. The word spread rapidly that free eggs and gifts were available, and within moments, dozens had gathered at the entrance. My goodness, so many people, Huang Lili remarked, peering through the glass door, noting that it was still shy of 8 a.m., with nearly 100 individuals present. Chen Xu, that mischievous lad, truly had a knack for this, Huang Lili thought to herself. She hurried to find Chen Yin, informing her of the growing crowd at the entrance. Chen Yin assessed the situation and decisively opted to open the doors early, allowing people in batches, as the numbers would pose a risk if they waited until 8 a.m. The initial group was primarily composed of elderly individuals, and Chen Yin enlisted 2 people to maintain order while she and another colleague handled the distribution of eggs and gifts. Huang Lili and Gao Shui stood at either side of the door, letting in 20 individuals at a time. Although the crowd behind them showed signs of restlessness, the sight of order being upheld quelled their agitation. Shi Shuan handed each elderly lady a plastic bag, while Chen Yin pressed a stamp onto the back of their hands. In no time, 20 individuals had received their eggs and trial products, departing satisfied. Witnessing the actual distribution outside, the remaining individuals settled down to form an orderly queue. This flurry of activity persisted until after 9:30 a.m., with Gao Shui being the sole one left to maintain order at the entrance. As Huang Lili had been summoned inside to assist with bagging, the few of them were exhausted, barely able to straighten their backs. At last, when the crowd had thinned, they found a moment to take turns drinking water and using the restroom. Though people continued to arrive, it was no longer the overwhelming throng it had been in the morning. How many have we given out? Chen Yin inquired, taking a sip of water. At least 200 portions have been distributed, Shi Shuan estimated, still busy bagging the eggs. On one side, Huang Lily exclaimed, "It's only a little past 9:30. Can we really manage all these items throughout the day?" Chen Yin concurred with her reasoning. While eggs could still be added, the trial products were indeed limited. As for those who would come later, they could simply observe and take what they could use, particularly the more affluent ones. Some elderly gentlemen, however, would not proactively accept anything if they had no interest. A few individuals responded affirmatively. Around 11 o'clock in the morning, the proprietor of the breakfast stall arrived, and Chen Yin took the initiative to welcome her. She personally opened the trial products and applied them to the stall owner's face and hands. As women, we must learn to care for ourselves. If we neglect our skincare, we age rapidly, and in the end, it is ourselves who suffer. We must cherish our own bodies. Chen Yin meticulously provided skincare for the stall owner, encouraging her to experience the effects. The stall owner, feeling her increasingly smooth complexion, was momentarily swayed. However, she ultimately refrained from making an immediate decision and left with a few eggs in hand. Chen Yin did not press her, as she surmised that once the stall owner had exhausted the trial products over the next couple of days, she would likely return.